Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto was son of Izanami in DxD? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Metempsychosis by Burner ACC1. He was not sure how he had gotten here. The last thing he remembered was facing Kagaya, Team 7, reunited for one final battle. He remembered the feeling of Hagoromo's power, coursing through his body, strengthening him. He remembered Sasuke, for once, fighting side by side him like the brother he had always yearned for. He remembered the final offensive, with him and Sasuke trying to use the culmination of the yin-yang release to seal the mother of chakra, the look on her face as their hands touched her. What he did not remember was what transpired in the aftermath. He didn't remember the sealing, he didn't remember the aftermath, hell, he didn't remember actually succeeding. But the entity in his mind, it spoke otherwise. The chaos of the 10-tailed beast was never meant to be embodied. Not in the mind of a single person, at least. Its power was massive, so much so that even keeping it dormant caused Naruto a perpetual dull headache. Even Kurama's sealed hatred form hadn't succeeded in disrupting his inner peace quite as much as the true tailed beast's mere presence did. And that itself was the crux of the problem. The seal wasn't meant to function this way. It was never designed to seal such endless power into a human. The last time this seal was activated, the moon was created. An astral body that the empty body of the Jubi would begrudgingly call home for eons. While that seal had been broken before its time, the seal meant to replace it was, in every way, identical to the original. So, why had it taken the Jubi and deposited it in his body? And subsequently, how had he gotten here? Here, in simple words, was very similar to the astral plane inhabited by Hagoromo's perpetual, disembodied spirit. A realm where no physical entity could, or would, ever disturb his ever-watchful gaze. So mired was he in his transcendent realm of heavenly presence that he hadn't been able to summon Naruto and Sasuke to his realm. Without them being on the very doors of death. But, if Hagoromo's world was an infinite expanse of white, this world was severely limited in scope. It was an arena, one of the few he had ever seen in his life, walls endlessly towering up on each side of him, their make indiscernible and foreign. Looking around, all he could find was a singular desk, placed smack dab in the middle of said arena. Curiosity overriding common sense, he sauntered over to it. There was one singular file on the mundane-looking desk. The file itself was nothing out of the ordinary, except for one small detail peeking out from the singular slip of white on it. His name was on the file. My, can't you see the sign on my desk that clearly states that I'm out for lunch? The feminine voice prompted Naruto to turn around. The owner of the voice looked quite out of place in her surroundings. Mostly because of how plain she looked. Behind him stood a woman who would have looked perfectly at home in a shop, or a reception. She was plain as day, with long, brown hair and a receptionist's smile. Nothing about the woman felt right, especially in the ethereal world that Naruto so abruptly found himself in. But it was progress. The woman didn't seem as confused as him, after all. And she had a desk. The only people who had desks were people who had their shit together. And the woman in front of him was a perfect example of such a person. "Ah, sorry about that. I was just wondering how I got here," Naruto sheepishly commented, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. The woman chuckled, apparently expecting his friendly reaction. Naruto caught on to this. How could he not, after all, when the only people that were used to his mannerisms were the ones he had spent his entire teenage life with? It was apparent this woman knew more than she was letting on, and Naruto would get to the bottom of this. But for now, he needed answers. "Pardon me, miss," Naruto hesitantly began, "but where is this place exactly, and how did I get here?" On hearing the question, the woman smiled. Something about the smile put Naruto on edge. It wasn't just any smile, after all. It had a barely restrained omniscient quality to it. This woman knew stuff, much more than he did, at the very least. And she knew that he wasn't capable of understanding half of it. Naruto didn't like being looked down upon, and by merely smiling at him, this woman had managed to completely put him on edge. Said woman then took her seat behind the desk and locked eyes with him. Her smile was unwavering and extremely unnerving. I think you need to rephrase your question, young one. To explain where we are would be impossible for me. A fact that is in no way helped by the extremely limited intellect you humans possess, she said. No, quoted, as if reading off a script she'd done millions of times before, completely disregarding the angry expression on her companion's face. What you should be asking me, Naruto Uzumaki, is why you are here, she concluded, doing nothing to mince her hurtful words. Naruto held back a string of expletives and asked her the needful. Her smile grew just a little bit. Well, the only reason you can be here is because you died. Naruto stopped for a moment, his breath caught in his throat. It all made sense now. He didn't remember anything because there was nothing to remember. The Jubi was sealed inside him, and that was more than enough to kill any mortal, former Jinchuriki or not. But what that didn't explain was why he felt said power dormant in his body at this very instant. The Jubi was immortal, it definitely couldn't die. So why was it in this state? Sensing his confusion, the woman picked up the file in front of him and began reading. Naruto Namikaze, legally Uzumaki, 17 years of age, died when the target of a sealing attempt was changed to him, locking the fully evolved Jubi inside him, due to a clause pertained by an elder being, was able to kill an immortal while doing so. She closed the file, dropping it back onto her desk. I believe both you and I know who this immortal is. Your ethereal body is currently disintegrating under the strain of keeping the Jubi's spirit at bay. That was all. Naruto needed to snap himself out of his reverie. His body truly was, physically, deteriorating. He could see the tips of his fingers begin to disintegrate as the woman continued to speak, and it was terrifying, especially with how laissez-faire the lady appeared to be about it. You mentioned a clause. What do you mean by that? He asked, eliciting a chuckle from his companion. That would be me, she explained, her tone adopting a hint of mischief for the first time, instead of the bland monotony it has formerly exemplified. And before you ask why, I did it because you, Naruto Uzumaki, belong to me. Naruto took offense to that. He was his own man, made through combat, survival, and life experience. He had no one from the very beginning, and the only people with him at the end were the ones he had chosen to be precious to him. He was the very definition of a self-made man, and this woman, someone who was clearly not human, much less connected to him in any way, claimed to own him. That's bullshit, he exclaimed, only for the woman to raise the file in her hand. This, she began, sounding less like a bored receptionist and now like a tired mother who was telling her child off for the umpteenth time, is a contract that claims that your soul belongs to me through the ages. The power you were born with, the life you were born into. It was all a part of this contract. If you doubt me, you may peruse this at your pleasure. Though seeing your current predicament, it would be in our best interest if I give you a shortened version. The woman then got up and sauntered over to the rapidly disintegrating Naruto. Are you familiar with the game of chess? No? Well, it doesn't matter. It is a game where two armies, black and white, fight each other till one side wins. The only winning condition is the capture of the opponent's king. Over a series of turns, two armies take turns to quell each other. There are 6 types of units. Pawns, which are basic foot soldiers, they are easily dispensable, and hence, are the largest in number. Then there are the rooks, bishops and knights. You only get 2 of each, and they are worth a whole lot more than a mere pawn. Then, there is the queen, the strongest unit on the board, funnily enough. And then, there is a king, almost worthless, and in need of constant protection. An acute reflection of human society, though a bit romanticized, she stated, confusing Naruto. Why are you telling me this? He asked, only to be met by the woman's unnerving smile. Her teeth suddenly become sharper and her eyes duller, almost like a serpent watching its prey, knowing there was only one outcome. If you consider the worlds to be chessboards, me and my partner are the players. Except, we just put the pieces on the board, and they play the game out for us. Of course, worlds aren't just normal chessboards. For one, they are much more vast, so there are hundreds, if not thousands of pieces. It keeps things a lot more interesting, she answered. You, Naruto Uzumaki, were once lower than even a pawn on this board. Let us say that the powers inherited by you and the circumstances of your birth are what dictates a piece's worth. In that case, Sasuke Uchiha, a man born With great power, under dire circumstances, and generally revered by the public, was a queen. Naruto felt like laughing, but his disintegrating body reminded him that this wasn't really the time or the place to do so. You, on the other hand, went through the traumatic experience of being orphaned at birth. You were left straddled with a tailed beast that you couldn't hope to control, with no bloodlines to speak of and with no mentor to help you become worthy and powerful. Her smile then dropped, leaving a very serious, business-like expression on her plain face, almost as if the script she'd been reading off had been changed without her knowledge. But you didn't accept your fate. You lashed out, violently. You made friends, despite your heritage and means. You found mentors, and showed them your worth. You earned power, instead of having it showered upon you. You brought yourself into the chess match with an explosion, and ripped through it with impunity. You turned yourself into a piece that defied the basic laws of the game we immortals play. And that is why you find yourself here. Again, chained to a beast and left with nothing. Naruto grunted, neither voicing affirmation or defiance towards her opinion. So what? I did what was necessary to protect the ones I cared for. I don't need to answer to you. And you didn't dictate my actions, so I am barely even linked to you. So, why did you call me here? Was my tortuous life not enough of a punishment, or do you feel the need to gloat? This, surprisingly, elicited another smile from the woman. This one was genuine, and Naruto could tell. It was the smile parents gave to their children when they were proud. He had seen it on Sakura's mother's face too many times to count. And that itself was more unnerving than the fact that only the upper part of his body was now mired in reality, his limbs having spread into the air around him in minuscule particles, impossible for the naked eye to see. Your circumstances notwithstanding, the fact that you not only defied the rules of our game once, but twice, caught not only mine, but my partner's eye. You broke our universal, unbreakable rules twice, after all. And while similar anomalies have been detected in multiple worlds, you're the only one who has done it twice, in ways that were completely different from one another, she commented. Behind her, a black copy of Sasuke and Obito appeared, both sitting on different thrones of black. Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha were both queens that belonged to my partner when our game began. As she did this, the statues began to morph. The thrones they sat on faded to white, soon to be followed by the individuals themselves. Contact with you, though, turned them into my queens, that too, without costing me anything. Under duress, pawns can turn into queens, but for an unknown piece to appear, one that can derail fate, able to rise from nothing and change what was originally a small part of an infinitely larger plan into a world-defining event. The circumstances of its creation have to be extraordinary. As she said this, her face was alight with something which could only be likened to orgasmic pleasure, a look of pure bliss and joy blossoming across her face. But as soon as it was there, it was gone. She then pointed towards Naruto. In the next 5 seconds, your body will shift to the board you will now be reborn in. Before you are born again, I will explain why I have done this. Why I have decided to give you a second chance, and what our new, revised contract entails. Naruto was about to ask her another question, only to realize that his mouth had, at this point, dispersed. As the last vestiges of his eyes began to disperse into nothingness, he realized 2 irrefutable facts. He was definitely speaking to a power that was above God itself, and secondly, he really wanted to punch her. The area Naruto found himself in was, for lack of a better word, beautiful. He didn't mean that in the normal sense of aesthetic. Gods know the place was a wasteland. It looked like a cross between a ruin and wilderness. Except, taking one's eyes off the wreckage, the place exuded an almost otherworldly aura. Nature's power was extremely potent here, natural for a sage like Naruto. A purple miasma surrounded him, but he knew that it wasn't poisonous, else the world would be crying out in agony and forewarning him, wishing to save its avatar, as was the nature of sages. Truly, the place would have been perfect to be reborn in, except for the inexplicable presence of one gigantic dragon that flew above him. So massive was it that its shadow covered more land than even the largest cloud he had ever seen, and he had seen a lot of clouds, thanks to Shikamaru and his habit of lazy cloud gazing. The creature was massive, and its power could easily be felt all the way to where Naruto stood, yet he knew that the creature was no match for the Jubi. And that is when he noticed that his headache was gone, and so was the Jubi's conscience. Beautiful, isn't it? His companion asked, appearing next to him. There was no flash, she merely wasn't there before, and then she was. He noticed the change in her attire, though, although the rest of her remained the same, as bland as ever. Her formal clothing was gone, replaced by long, flowing robes. A crown of thorns sat on her head, and in her right hand, she held a scepter topped by an effigy of 2 eastern dragons locked in combat. That all was trivial, though. What really made a difference was that he could now feel her power, and it made the power of the Jubi feel insignificant in comparison, a drop of water compared to a tap. Maybe trying to punch her wasn't such a great idea after all. If you're wondering why you're in such a desolate land, don't worry, you're not being reborn here, she stated, dashing Naruto's hopes. This is merely an interstitial land, a place where the things that the powers that be forget wash up. One day, you will return here to claim an artifact that will help you on your journey. While she explained his situation, she pointed towards a tower in the distance. When Naruto had just appeared in this world, mere minutes ago, before the dragon had drawn his attention, he too had noticed a surge of power emanate from the tower. Almost as if there was someone, or something in there, calling his name. It was by no means an unpleasant feeling, but it was rather sad that the feeling would stay like so till he could finally resolve it. Which brought him to his next question. So, how long till I'm able to make my way here? He asked, prompting his companion to adopt a thinking posture. Honestly, she began. You could make your way here any time you feel it is necessary, but I would recommend waiting. The 2 powers that reside in this dimensional gap are very territorial. To claim your reward, you will have to fight them. Knowing their powers and yours firsthand, I'd wager the fight would last months. So, it would be best to come here when there is no one, or nothing, awaiting your return. Naruto nodded, accepting the answer as the best he would possibly get. And what about the Jubi? He questioned. His power seems to have become one with my own. My chakra reserves are massive, and my eyes, they feel different. Did you have something to do with this? The woman nodded, confirming his theory. You should look into this, she spoke, materializing a small, handheld mirror out of nowhere. Naruto took it from her, and was shocked at what he saw. He had the Rinne Sharingan in his left eye, the coveted third eye of Kagaya. The connotations of his newly acquired eye was not lost on him. With the massive reserves of chakra left behind by the Jubi, he could very well destroy the entire world at will. Not that he wanted to do that, of course. You'll need it to fight the enemies you will face, the woman commented, noticing him looking in the mirror. My companion, Kath, is quite angry due to the fact that I hold your contract. The fact that I'm using you to replace this world's king, a creature who died to a neutral piece, has made him extremely angry at me. Hence, he too, will be able to bring multiple powerful pieces into play. She said all this matter-of-factly, as if she wasn't speaking of beings capable of bringing about the destruction of the world manifold. Neutral pieces. What are those? Naruto asked. The woman's explanation had made it clear that she and her companion, Kath, waged war using their own pieces. Equating the game of chess to shogi, a game favored by the people of his time, Naruto was able to deduce that these neutral pieces were not normally a part of chess either. The woman seemed to have caught on to his train of thought, though. Neutral pieces are the will of the world. They are creatures who are not defined by us, not created by us, and cannot be manipulated by us. The 2 creatures that inhabit this plane are neutral pieces. In your world, the tailed beasts were neutral pieces. Every single creature that hasn't been pitted in combat by either me or Kath are neutral pieces. Hence, they outnumber us by the millions though, most of them aren't powerful enough to stand in your way. The last bit was added as an afterthought, possibly to pacify Naruto, who was understandably getting a bit jittery. So, you're going to put me in this universe as your greatest asset. But why? Naruto asked, his list of questions running thin, and the answers he was getting were less than adequate. The woman's face grew ever so slightly grim, showing Naruto that he was, at least, making some progress. This world is on the precipice of a war. A war where sworn enemies fight together against foes that beguile their very existence. The last time this happened, both me and Kath lost our kings. And this time, without our kings, we have no way of protecting the people of this world. Kath doesn't really care. Apparently, his new king too shows a lot of promise. But I am going above and beyond to bring you into this world, so that you can turn my forces into an army capable of fighting a war. She locked her gaze with Naruto's own, her sight so keen it felt like it was boring a hole into his soul. You, Naruto. Uzumaki, are, simply put, my insurance policy. Naruto stayed silent for a moment. He had merely one last question left to ask, and in his mind, it was the most poignant one. Why me? He voiced, his tone quavering, barely above a whisper. He asked the question, sure, but his mind already knew this answer. He needed to hear it. He had just come from one hellish war, and he was just about to be flung into another. The knowledge that there were powers beyond his understanding that dictated the condition with said wars did not give him much reassurance either. I chose you because you are, well, you, the woman nonchalantly answered. You are tenacious, fierce, powerful and now, experienced. Most of all, you are borderline impossible to truly hate. You make friends faster than anyone I know. And you can redeem people that all others have lost hope in. That is why I chose you, Naruto Uzumaki. You are a man who defies fate. I need you on my side, she answered, her gaze still as strong as ever, no longer a boring desk jockey, now a Madonna who could lead armies of countless worlds to a hopeless battle in high spirits. It was then that Naruto realized that the creature in front of him, no matter all her shortcomings as an omnipotent being, did truly care. She didn't bring him in because she wanted to win this. No, she could definitely have found someone stronger, someone who wouldn't have needed such a sacrifice to bring into this world. By bringing him here specifically, she had allowed Kath to gain a huge lead on her. She didn't care about the game like her companion seemed to. With that in mind, maybe it wouldn't be too bad working with her. I believe it is time for you to go now, she stated. You will remember all of this, that is my parting gift to you. You will also gain powers that are localized to this world. And I suggest using them unless you truly need to call upon the power of chakra. She then raised her staff. I am taking a huge risk by placing you in this world. Kath has no idea that we are currently having this conversation, or that you are aware of the world I'm sending you into. Hence, I'd recommend not drawing his attention till it is absolutely necessary. Naruto merely nodded as a multicolored beam shot from the staff the woman held. My name is Framp. I thought you should know, she stated with a smile. Naruto responded with a bright one of his own as his body started to fade. It was then that he realized that his body wasn't just fading, it was shrinking. He was rapidly losing the physical strength that he had gained through endless practice. He was de-aging. The smile on Framp's face gained a comedic quality to itself as she noticed the changes occur. Naruto looked at her, bewildered, as his vocal cords devolved to a point where he was unable to hold a coherent conversation. The only thing that stayed was his expression of abject betrayal. The wonder of childbirth is a glorious thing, Naruto. And now, you get to experience it again. First-hand and lucid. Demons, creatures of immense power that devils simply could not match. History spoke of a time when demons were abundant. When legions of thousands flew on wings of darkness, locked in a perpetual war against the creations of light. Each and every one of them possessed powers that made even the Longinus pale in comparison. The end of the First Great War was hard on them. Demons were limited in number, after all. And he who sat on his radiant throne in heaven held the very power of creation. He could create an unlimited number of angels, and no matter how powerful the demons were, they were whittled down by endless armies of white. In the end, demonkind was eradicated. But they left their legacy behind. Devils, creatures of lesser evil, but with the power to adapt and survive, who took charge of becoming what their progenitors could not. These devils carried on the Great War, even though they were a new faction altogether. They were slated to die, crushed by the massive hordes of heaven. But luck shone on them, and another faction was born. One formed by angels themselves. Dissent in their ranks caused chaos, and many an angel found itself cast from heaven, wings darkened by heresy. These blighted angels formed yet another faction, comparable to that of devilkind. And under the leadership of the crafty Grigori, christened themselves as the Fallen. Thus ensued a three-sided war. A war that went on for centuries. In the first quadrant of the war, the angels held firm. They dealt massive blows to both the fallen and the devils. Such was the war that waged between the three factions, for every angel they felled. 5 more would take its place. What more, the archangels, resplendent in their glory, took the field of battle by storm. They were creatures born to fight demons on equal footing, and to pair them up against weaker adversaries just led to indiscriminate slaughter. Many victories were earned this way, with devils and fallen quelled mercilessly by the radiant blades of God's greatest creations. Till one day, out of the blue, things change. The balance shifted, so to speak, and the only indication of that happening was the sudden increase in the ranks of the fallen. The next times the forces clashed, the status quo had changed. Angels were no longer the radiant, indomitable force they once embodied. They fell to devils and fallen, and none rose to replace them. Archangels, creatures that once embodied true might, fell to their equals on the other side of battle. The Grigori charged through fields of battle, now able to take the fight to their erstwhile brethren. And the devils bred. They bred at speeds that could give humans a run for their money. A new breed of devil was created, by the mixing of bloodlines. Super devils, they were called, lauded as beyond even demons by some, and 4 of them convened to lead their separated armies as one. They were led by Rizavam Levon Lucifer, the prodigal son of the original Lucifer Morningstar and the demon mother Lilith. With his faithful followers and his co-leaders, he too made the field of battle his home. But it was apparent that at this pace, the 3 factions would only end this war when none of them survived. To end this, one side needed a trump card. And today, the devils were fated to get theirs. The signs are right, the stars read true. It is just as that magician claimed. Today, a demon will be born. Stronger than the dragons themselves, Croisery Asmodeus stated. The Satan faction had been waiting for this day for over 100 years, ever since the early days of the war. The original Crimson King, a human sorcerer with no par, had decreed that there would come a day where the boundaries between the dimensional gap and the worlds would weaken. A child would be born that day, a devil child, who would be much more than just a simple devil. Harnessing the power of the true demons of old, this child would be the first demon born in over half a millennium. And today was the day. The seepage from the world beyond the rim was at an all-time high, and the demonic obelisks were unable to keep the eldritch energies at bay, and devilkind felt its effects. Even though the seepage was too tiny to be a threat, magicians had been out applying purging spell shields around the abodes of the devils from the greater families. Little did the houses know, the magicians served a secondary purpose. Demons bred at an expedited rate, and there was quite a bit of bad blood between the families that were part of the 72 pillars. Childbirth was something they hid with utmost secrecy. And usually, the 4 great Satans let this breach in decorum be forgiven. After all, the children born to the families from the 72 pillars were powerful, and would soon be unveiled on the field of battle, young and full of promise. But today, the need for knowledge was dire. And the magicians would make sure that any child born today would be reported. The future of devilkind hung in the balance, hence, the need for them to obtain that child was imperative. The child will be identified by the end of the night, Rizavam Lucifer stated, taking a swig of wine from the glass he held. What concerns me is how to deal with the child. By all means, a demon is higher up the food chain than us devils. And if we forcefully take the child away from its house, we could face a rebellion the likes of which the devil world has never seen before. Katira Leviathan, mistress of water, nodded in confirmation. We'll have to treat the child with both respect and caution. We'll give it gifts. Servants and powerful child devils from the extra houses. We'll call on houses Lucifuge and Abaddon, they too are expecting to have children. We'll give the child's family more of a say in how we do things, that should be enough to guarantee their loyalty. Shalba Beelzebub grunted in affirmation. We buy the parents, and we spoil the child. Typical. I hope this demon is worth it, though, he concluded, voicing the doubt that was on the minds of all 4 of the Satans. Some of the older devils remembered the demons. They remembered the chaos that a single one of them could weave. By all accounts, such power was terrifying. If the 4 Satans failed to muzzle the beast before it grew its fangs, they'd pay heavily for it. But devils were creatures that worshipped power. They were drawn to it like moths to light, and hence, their course was already decided. As they sat on their thrones, content in their plan of action, the doors to their antechamber opened, and in rushed a group of magicians. Their leader was a nameless devil from one of the extra houses, but the details didn't matter. What mattered was the news he had brought. "My lord," he spoke. "The Phoenix clan have delivered. It is a girl who wields the long-lost black flames." If the four Satans were shocked, they did not show it. Lucifer simply beckoned to his assistant, a young, female devil from House Citri. "Lena, contact the Phoenix. Tell them that their child will now be under the direct supervision and training of the four Satans. Also, tell them that the firstborns of Lucifuge and the Abaddon will serve the child as her personal retainers." Lucifer then paused for a second. "Oh, and tell the current Phoenix head that we're organizing a private party for the heads of the 72 pillars to celebrate the birth of his child, the true demon." He added the last part dully, almost as an afterthought. No real emotion going into it. The assistant nodded before using her magic to teleport off. As she left, the last thing she saw was a victorious smile on her lord's face. It was in all this hubbub that another child was born. On the outskirts of the underworld, in an old, dilapidated castle, the wife of Neuer. Abaddon, Sheila, was giving birth, and unknown to her, the child. Inside her womb was very much aware of what the hell was going on, and was certainly not pleased at the person who had left him in such a state. As the child was delivered, he started to wail, his vocal cords still unable to form coherent words. "He has a powerful voice, my love," Neuer commented. Sheila looked at her child, finding it hard to concentrate due to her drowsiness. "He's beautiful," she said, and the child was quite beautiful. A blonde, blue-eyed boy, showing the best traits of both his Abaddon father and Belphegor mother. Sheila smiled and looked up at her husband, the love of her life. "Dear, do you have a name that we can call him? I believe it should be the man of the house who gets the last say in such matters." Neuer's smile dropped as he racked his mind for names that could embody the sheer amount of pride that he felt. Almost unbidden, one singular name came to his mind. It wasn't a word he had ever heard of, but for some reason, he knew the meaning behind it. Maelstrom, or as the Easterners called it, Naruto. "We'll name him Naruto. Naruto Abaddon, and if baby." Naruto could have rolled his eyes, he'd have done so, as he was still trying to come to terms with his current predicament. Neuer handed him over to his mother, and looking up at her beautiful face, he realized why Neuer had done so. "Who's a hungry little boy?" Sheila playfully commented, ignoring how tired she was, as a shadow fell over baby Naruto's face. As he realized that he was being breastfed, he tried to exhume another choice string of expletives which, of course, came across as nothing but a garbled cry. His childhood did not look like it would be a good experience. "Are you nervous, son?" Naruto looked up to see the unchanging, forever youthful face of his new father. It had been 16 years since he was born, and even if he hadn't already been informed about the fact that he was born into a society of devils, he would have easily noticed that his parents just didn't seem to age. Also, learning that they were hundreds of years old also told Naruto that the same detention of age would face him once he too passed his prime. And the answer to his father's question was, of course, no. Naruto had faced much tougher opponents than the Phoenix Lord that was currently greeting the Lucifuge family head a few yards away from him. He had faced those opponents and persevered. A mangy bird with the powers of regeneration did not even faze him. After all, each and every power had a limit. Notwithstanding, he had a reputation to maintain. He was a member of a family hailing from the extra houses. As such, he was expected to have a healthy amount of fear and respect for the members of the 72 pillars. Hence, he nodded. Sadly, his father picked up on his emotional state and chuckled. "That was a good display, Naruto. The head of the Phoenix family isn't the most powerful or impressive devil out there, but he's not the reason you're here." "I'm here because of the contract, right?" he countered. "The one that basically gives us up to the Phoenix firstborn, like slaves." Neuer was surprised again by how astute his child was. Of course, he had no way of knowing that Naruto's ideals and knowledge came from his last life. He chuckled once again. "Think of it as an easy way to climb the political ladder. The child you will be serving is the reason the Phoenix enjoy the exalted power they currently possess." Naruto sighed. "The true demon, right? If she's anything like her father, it will be quite disappointing." Neuer locked his gaze with his son's, trepidation apparent in his amber orbs. "Do not underestimate the demon, Naruto. You are strong. Our power runs through you. The whole is a power that took me 30 years to master, you did it in 12. You might be a prodigy, but the demon too is one. Naruto could see the concern his father felt. 16 years, this man had raised him, sheltered him and loved him. Now that it was time for him to let go, his father couldn't protect him from the machinations of the Satans, and Naruto was more than okay with proving that he wouldn't need to. Ah, Neuer. How are you? Lord Phoenix greeted his father. Persevering, as we are oft known to do, Lord Phoenix, his father commented, faked reverence apparent in his voice. The Lord then took note of Naruto, a quizzical look appearing on his face. This, I presume, is your son. What is your name, child? Not breaching decorum, Naruto bowed. Naruto Abaddon, at your service, Lord. He greeted. Unlike his father, though, his movements and voice were ever so slightly stiff, a fact that the centuries old Phoenix Patriarch caught on to. Ah, seems your kid has some spunk. Youth, such a brilliant time. When anything you do is never truly beyond reproach, he stated, the mirth in his voice surprising the shinobi turned devil. Apparently, the Lord was comparatively much more easygoing than most of the other royals he had met. A genuine smile came to his face. Maybe working under him wouldn't be quite as harsh a fate as he imagined it being. Excuse him, Lord, it seems his mother and I have spoiled him a bit, his father said, covering for his transgression. Lord Phoenix didn't seem to mind all that much, though. He can't hide his feelings, seems to have a sense of pride, and looks pretty strong. I believe those are good qualities in any devil, birth being irrelevant. Lord Phoenix then started to move off, beckoning Naruto to follow. As the two entered the building, Naruto felt his father's telltale demonic signature vanish. From here onwards, he was on his own. Well, him and the Lucifuge girl following him. And boy, the girl was a looker. Silver hair and eyes to match, possessing an aristocratic look that wouldn't be foreign on a woman of royal birth. Her skin was alabaster, and overall, she exuded this feeling of untouchability. She was strong, make no mistake. Much stronger than almost any devil Naruto had grown up with, sans his parents and others who'd fought in the Great War. He would estimate that as she was currently, she'd be a low ultimate class devil. But her power lay in subtlety. Unless her opponent could read her like he could, he or she would be in for a surprise of a lifetime. As such, Naruto took the chance to introduce himself to his newest peer. Hello, I'm Naruto Abaddon. And you'd be? The girl looked at him, taking a second to size him up. If she noticed anything impressive, she didn't show it. Which either proved that Naruto truly was good at suppressing the obscene amount of power he possessed, or that the woman was extremely good at hiding her emotions. I'm Graphia Lucifuge. Please take care of me, she stated in a chilly, professional tone. Naruto sighed. If he was to work with her, he'd have to get through the shell she had around herself. That could take ages, and that would take effort. Still, it was something he looked forward to. The company of three then came to an open arena. The fact that such a large structure was housed inside the Phoenix estate showed Naruto the difference between the 72 pillars and the extra houses. All the Abaddons had was a rickety, old castle. He could see the same look of wonder as he had on his companion's face. Comparatively to the Abaddon and the Lucifuge household, most other families had much less. The fact that this disparity existed did not go unnoticed by the blonde Abaddon. More interesting than the arena itself, though, was the person who was currently using the arena. Misshapen forms of monsters lay burnt and charred around the periphery of one young, black-haired girl, who for some reason, gave Naruto serious Uchiha vibes. Other monstrosities stepped over their forebears as they circled the girl. On closer inspection, Naruto could see that even though the girl looked a bit winded, there wasn't a single scratch on her beautiful, immaculate visage. He could swear that there was some genetic imbalance that allowed devil women to all be beautiful and, for lack of a better word, bountiful. As the monstrosities leapt at her, wings of black fire shot out of her back, surprising Naruto for a singular instant. He made to compare these black flames to those of Amaterasu, but the comparison fell short. While dangerous, the black fire that the Phoenix used could not compare to the god-smiting hellfire of the Uchihas. But the fire was still potent, as it ripped through the monstrosities. Without even a shred of resistance, transforming bones and flesh into ash and smoke. Naruto had to admit, he was impressed, though very little. As the girl faced off against her final opponent, a beast larger than the others, she noticed her father at the entrance of the arena. In order to make a show, she flew out of the path of her enemy as it charged. She then stayed in the air, right behind the creature, who had now found new targets. Naruto smirked. "She's testing us." As he stated the obvious, the monstrosity charged towards him in Graphia. The Phoenix Lord behind them noticed how Naruto's body tensed up in anticipation, similar to that of a man who was used to mortal combat, and relished every single moment of it. The creature then leapt, closing the distance between itself and its new targets. Graphia was the first to react. Naruto's doubt was confirmed when a giant block of ice erupted from the ground, forcing the creature to slam into it mid-leap. Naruto followed up by jumping high, surprising his peer with the sheer amount of physical force such an action would require. He then locked his gaze on his target, which was currently struggling to regain footing. Naruto grinned, as he remembered the flare his friend and his mentor had used this certain skill with. Naruto used a devil sigil to shoot down, his foot aimed directly at the creature's head. As he connected, he felt the creature's armor crack, he felt his leg meet and pass through pliable flesh, almost like passing through wet paper. As he finally landed, he smirked. Dynamic entry. You too, you're strong. I wasn't expecting you to be able to take down that creature without my intervention. The Phoenix Heir spoke as she walked up to the two devils that would now be under her command. The smirk on her face was ecstatic, and served quite well to place ease all comparisons Naruto could make between her and the Uchihas. Hell, no Uchiha could emote half as well as his master was currently doing. "My name is Arya Phoenix." The girl pushed a stray length of hair out of her eyes. "I don't care who you are, but I care if you're strong enough to stay alive. From today onwards, you will be working under me. As such, your only job is to support me on my jobs. I hope you too will be able to do the needful. For your sake, purely, because if your efforts are subpar, you'll be replaced, the Satans and their contracts be damned." Naruto and Graphia nodded in unison. The former intrigued by the confidence the Phoenix exuded, even without any prior true combat experience. And the latter instantly enamored by the professional attitude her new superior embodied. Satisfied with the response, the Phoenix member turned to retreat from the arena, beckoning her new followers to come with her. "Oh, and by the way, welcome to the strongest team the underworld has seen in centuries. Of all the missions we could have possibly gotten, why have we been sent to the human world?" Naruto spared a second to look at Arya. 30 years had passed since they became a team. 30 years of painstakingly being the glue that held together his team, and he still couldn't understand why Arya hated the human world. Over the course of them being a team, they had completed more missions than any other team on record. With their varied powers and skills, no mission was ever too hard for them. Which is why it was coming as no surprise that the three of them were now only contracted for missions that were nigh on impossible for other teams to do. Which was partly why they found themselves currently in Greece, a country which, under great leadership, was proving to be the most dominant nation in the world. By leadership, Naruto meant sacred gears. It had taken the blonde shinobi a while to grasp the concept of these sacred gears. Relics bound to humans by God. Still weird to know there was a guy who had the capital G and all that, but he digressed. That provided them a means to defend themselves against the occult. In theory, it was easy to understand. But considering the fact that these were weapons that could kill gods, he figured there was a secondary reason for their existence as well. Though the entire concept of a human taking on a god amused him a bit. Who would be that suicidal, after all? If the Jubi still had a will, he was sure it would be laughing inside him right now. Gremory and his team were severely injured in this area. They reported that the forces here could cause a hitch in our plans. We're here for preemptive defense. Consider it a holiday, guys, Naruto commented, lying down on a rock and choosing to ignore his teammates in favor of looking at the setting sun. Arya sighed. Gremory and his three mooks are merely inept. It wouldn't take much to send them scurrying away in fear. Could be a single angel for all we know. Behind them, Graphia made a disappointed sound. They aren't that bad, Arya. They did give us quite a fight during our ultimate class tournament match. Naruto sighed. Doesn't change the fact that they would have lost, had the examiner let us go on. None of us truly went all out in the fight, Sears was constantly using his true form, while the rest too were going all out already, stalling for him. Arya didn't even use her flames, and I didn't even have to use the whole. Grafia sighed. Well, it isn't their fault that the two of you are monsters. Naruto chuckled. The only monster on our team is our resident demon. I'm just a simple medic, he concluded, earning a blank stare from both his teammates. You might be a medic, Arya started. But not many medics can punch an archangel 6 ways to Sunday. I think Raphael got a little cranky when my flames proved to be greater than his, but I wasn't the one who punched Raziel through a mountain. Naruto groaned. Don't remind me of that guy, he was too mysterious for his own good. Kept going on about how I wouldn't understand half the stuff that went on in his mind. Arya just shrugged. I feel his pain. You are a grade A dumbass after all. Naruto let the comment pass, but noticed how Grafia chuckled. It was good for her, being herself once in a while. It took Naruto the better part of a decade to get her to break character, and even now, she'd go back to being what society expected her to be all the time. Well, look who's laughing. Mind sharing the joke with little old me? Naruto commented, making Grafia choke on air. Arya, not one to miss an opportunity, pressed where it hurt. Bet she's thinking of Sears right now. Tell me again, what is it about him that you find cute exactly? 'Cause I still cannot see it. Naruto butted in again, seeing his opening. Mo, you find that dullard cuter than me? My, I should dump you for that, Grafia-chan? A dark shadow passed over Arya's face. Naruto had forgotten that she did not like it when Naruto brought up his relationship with Grafia when they were working. Said something about it breaking professional decorum. So, Naruto decided to shut up. Grafia, having gotten the point, concluded her answer as fast as she could. Definitely not cuter than you, Naruto. And I didn't ever call him cute, I just said that I found the passion he had behind his entire equality speech during the examinations quite admirable. That is all. Arya cleared her throat loudly, getting their attention. So, the scouts state that Gremory's little gang were last seen along the northern ridge of Mount Parnassus. The mortals in the area too have reported occult phenomena along said region. As of now, we will split up and search the mountain for the perpetrators. When you find them, report to me. Our communication glyphs will be active till the end of the mission. Do not engage alone. Now, go. Naruto nodded as he summoned his wings. His companions followed suit. They flew up, gaining altitude over the mountain. As they reached the peak, it became increasingly apparent that whatever had taken out Gremory's group had in fact been much, much more powerful than any stray angel. Because the top of the mountain was ravaged, completely obliterated from the face of the earth. Oh, so it is one of those days. Longinus. Of all the blasted things it could have been, it's the Longinus. 2 of them. While Naruto could definitely sympathize with the frustration his master felt, he felt his role was better served by thinking of a way to resolve the bloody mess that they had gotten into. The 2 Longinus in question were the Divine Dividing and the Boosted Gear. Locked again in endless battle against each other. And oh, what a battle it was. They had been fighting for the entirety of 2 days or more, considering Gremory's clique had gotten here around that time frame. Their weapons were battered, and even their balance breakers were beginning to crack. Most of all, their surroundings were what painted a better picture of their battleground reflecting this, or the lack thereof. The mountain peak had been decimated to the point where the 2 dragon wielders were now fighting inside a crater of their own making. If they had noticed them, they didn't show it. So engrossed with each other were they that their surroundings simply didn't matter. Such was their hatred for one another, such was a rivalry that transcended past multiple lifetimes. They haven't noticed us yet, we might be able to call for backup. Possibly get a Satan to help us out, Grafia added. While it was true that the 3 of them had yet to be discovered, exiting their current hiding spot would increase the chances of that happening manifold. It was a risk, yes, but so was fighting them. If push came to shove, Naruto was more than sure he could take them down, dragon and all. But he didn't wish to reveal the extents of his power. We should fight them. There are 2 of them, and they have obviously been at this for a while now. They're weak, we are strong. There is no need to involve the Satans, Arya stated. Grafia gave her a disapproving stare. Weakened they might be, but they are still dragons. I don't think it is a good idea for us to engage them, period. As the two bickered on, Naruto noticed the warriors stop fighting. In unison, their armored heads turned towards the group of 3 devils. "Guys, I don't think we get to choose any longer," Naruto stated, pointing towards the 2 warriors, who were now aiming their cannons at their motley group. Arya was the first to react, her wings of fire already extended in anticipation. "Team, scatter and engage," she yelled as she dodged the 2 blasts of obscene power that headed her way. She then maneuvered mid-flight and delivered a blast of fire to the white warrior. Naruto meanwhile, accelerated straight into the Red Knight, who swung his sword, seemingly an extension of the boosted gear, possibly some form of a subspecies balance breaker. In response, the sword was trapped mid-swing by Graphia's ice, allowing Naruto to punch the Red Knight into the mountain. Having distanced themselves, both sides regrouped. "You survived our initial barrage. Impressive." For devils, the White Knight spoke, ephemeral blue motes of power dispersing from the ethereal wings on his back. The Red Knight dislodged from the mountain and flew up, joining his white rival. "Indeed, you were better than the last 4. They weren't even worth killing." Arya smirked. "If you are trying to compare us to Gremory and his flunkies, you're making a very wrong comparison. We're leagues above those buffoons." She chuckled. "Do give me your names before you keel over and die, though. I like to know who my victims are." Behind her, Naruto sighed. Leave it to Arya to taunt opponents that could kill her twice over before she could so much as blink. The 2 knights took her impending threat as something of a joke, as was made apparent by their laughs. "Sure, princess. My name is Davian, scion of the Great Welsh," the red-scaled knight proclaimed, bashing his sword on his cannon. His companion, though, was a lot subtler in his retort. "I have no name, but you may call me Aspro." Arya's smile grew wider. "I am Arya Phoenix, true demon of the underworld. Now, do me a favor and try to put up a good fig." Arya's taunt was cut midway when Aspro flew at her with speed that she couldn't hope to match. She was barely able to avoid his sword as it pierced the air where her head was a second ago. She lashed out with a kick, only to be blocked by the knight's seemingly impervious armor. Naruto moved to intercept, but was forced to defend against Davian, who moved in between him and Arya at speeds rivaling his eternal nemesis. "Now, it wouldn't be sporting if I allowed their fight to be interrupted, so why don't you fight me instead?" The Dragon Knight spoke as he lashed out at Naruto with his sword. Naruto easily dodged it and planted another fist on the knight's face. This time, though, the knight wasn't flung quite as far as he was last time. "The same tactic won't work against me twice," he stated. Naruto then felt the knight's already immense power double. "You'll have to do much more than that to take me down." Before Naruto could react, the knight was behind him, his charged arm cannon pointed right at Graphia. Naruto reinforced his wings with chakra, intercepting the blow. Sadly, he couldn't completely block out the explosion. As a result, Graphia was knocked away, unconscious, and Naruto was sent spiraling off the mountain. Arya saw this and grimaced. The knight fighting her was the wielder of the divine dividing, and he knew how to use it. Every time they two connected, she felt her power dip by half. The Phoenix regeneration was keeping her in the fight, but it was almost impossible for her to gain any distance from her quarry. She had to do something, and fast. "Is this much fight enough for you, princess?" Aspro commented as he lashed out with his sword again. Arya found herself eating her own words as the sword nicked her stomach, having her power again. The only way she could win here is if she used the one attack that reinforced her belief that she truly was a demon and not just a devil. She sent a giant blast of fire at her opponent. It served its purpose, as the knight chose to disengage. She then willed all her fire into existence, surrounding herself in a giant ball of black fire, the all-consuming light of which blotted out the dull orange rays cast by the setting sun. Witness the true power of a demon. Supernova. The ball of fire then began to expand outwards, destroying every single thing in its reach. Rocks melted under the sheer heat of what amounted to a small star. The dragons raised their arms in defense, incapable of escaping the rapidly expanding ball of doom. And for a second, there was silence. Then, the ball of fire dispersed, the flames burning out, running out of demonic energy to feed their existence. And Arya dropped to the ground, unconscious, before she hit the magma underneath her. Naruto appeared in a burst of speed, catching her unconscious body. She'd be alright in 30 minutes, thanks to the regeneration factor of the Phoenix. Naruto would have transported her back to the foothills, like he did to Graphia. But currently, he had bigger issues. As the light from the supernova faded, Naruto realized that in their last bid for survival, the two knights gave up their bodies to their tenants. In the crater now stood two dragons, each resplendent in their own bodies, each capable of destroying the very mountain they stood on, and each staring at the devil responsible for their current predicament. That stung, the dragon who was once Davian commented. Contrary to what he said, his scales weren't even charred by the flames, seemingly unaffected in the slightest. Who knew that the little bird held such power? His rival chimed in, spreading his wings. Still, now that our pesky hosts are out of the way, we can fight with our true capabilities, the dragon, Albion, commented. The other dragon, though, seemed to have eyes only for the Phoenix who had cost him his mortal host, his current form nothing more than a transitory mask, as no human body could hope to withstand the full, unfiltered power of a dragon inside of them. Be that as it may, I cannot continue our fight till I know that nothing else will interrupt it. I believe we'd be best served by removing that pesky bird from this mortal plane. Naruto chuckled. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that. It would reflect poorly on me as her retainer if I allowed her to fall prey to two overcooked wyverns. The red dragon, Diedrich, chuckled. Even in the face of death, you find the time to crack a joke, he started. But what can you do? Your master is indisposed, and your other companion might as well just die, for all she's worth. Naruto let out a laugh, confusing the two dragons. Their confusion only grew when one of the boy's eyes morphed into a red ripple, commas dotting it. You two are dragons, that might be true. But you were enslaved, forced into prisons of iron, and left to rot, he stated, angering the duo he currently faced. Now, let me remind you of something you seem to have forgotten in your delusions of omnipotence. Chibaku Tensei, planetary devastation. The two dragons were instantly surrounded by an endless barrage of rocks. The two heavenly dragons were lifted up, their bodies crushed by countless amounts of molten rock that together formed a gigantic, cohesive sphere. As the planetoid was lifted above the mountain, all that protruded from the giant planetoid were the heads of the two dragons, bewildered and, for once, afraid. Because the devil who they thought of as worthless now stood beneath them, a gigantic, ethereal monster with 10 tails surrounding his body. And where the thing's mouth should have been, a gigantic orb of darkness was forming. So great was the orb's power, it was hard to even look at it, their instincts screaming at them to run, that their fate was sealed the moment it touched them. As the orb stopped growing, the blonde devil smirked. Let me remind you what fear is. Bijudama. That night, the true demon of the underworld was welcomed back by the Satans themselves. The story that she had single-handedly taken down two dragons with one attack was spreading through the masses like wildfire. The confused Phoenix was informed by her partner and medic that the dragons perished in her flames, consumed by the supernova. Something she was reluctant to believe, but was forced on her due to lack of evidence that proved otherwise. That night, there was a great celebration in the underworld. As the true demon had triumphed over the heavenly duo, the title of Dragonslayer would precede her name forevermore, and there was nothing she could do about it. Her retainers, too, were praised, to have been able to fight against the dragons alongside her, even though they were both incapacitated early on. And that night, a young reincarnated shinobi slipped away from the party, his secret safe with him. 200 years. 2 centuries had passed since the fateful day Naruto was reincarnated in the underworld. The first century had been comparatively simple, if not overly exciting. Graphia and Arya had spent the entirety of their first century taking an active part in the war of the 3 factions. They had proved that they had no equal on the field of battle. Numerous were their victories, and their losses were none. Their prowess on the field of battle had earned them both accolades and status, and with the public being acutely aware of their power, they had become 3 of the most known faces in the underworld. The dragon-slaying demon, Arya Phoenix, the Ice Queen, Graphia Lucifuge, and the smiling face of death, Naruto Abaddon. Naruto still found it weird how even his position as a medic still didn't change people's perception of who he was. After all, he had fought off many strong foes during his time on the field. But both he and Graphia paled in comparison to the popularity Arya had received. The four Satans took every chance possible to shower her with praise and adoration, and she basked in it. She was a household name in the underworld, and had rejected hundreds of suitors from multiple great families. She was what every devil aimed to be, and for her, it was glorious. As such, Naruto didn't care about fame, and that paid off as the second century of his life took a turn for the worse. The war was coming to an end, as was apparent to see. The forces of heaven and those of the fallen could no longer support an all-out war. Archangels and Grigori had fallen in battle, and there was no way to replace them. Heaven simply couldn't push on at the same pace as they once did. And less angels meant less fallen. On the other hand, devils were still reproducing, creating new soldiers bred for war, albeit not at a grand pace. Hence, the Satans made the push to keep the war going. Their goal was simple: to eradicate their timeless enemies once and for all. Sadly, even the devils had their limits. Taunting the fallen and the angelic host could lead to the two sides uniting against them. The underworld could not survive such a pincer attack. It was doubtful that even the demons could have, and the war, hence, promised mutually assured destruction. Devils, being creatures that valued power and survival over everything else, were divided between two factions. These factions were united by their primal instincts. 1. Wanted to fight and attain more power for devilkind, while the second simply wished to survive, and hence, the underworld devolved into chaos. Devil killed devil in the city streets. The opposition, led by the houses Gremory, Cetri, Glacia Labelas and Astaroth, gained many supporters, thanks to the natural leadership skills that Searsex possessed. But for all their numbers, they lacked military prowess. On the other hand, the Satans had their pieces. They had ultimate devils by the dozen, and like a cherry on the metaphorical cake, they had the true demon and her two retainers, more like a force of nature than anything. And hence, the two retainers were the ones sent to quell the largest groups of resistance. Arya was too powerful to be sent, considering someone needed to be ready to defend the Satans themselves, as if their own powers were not enough. Hence Naruto found himself embroiled in civil conflicts around the nation. Many a time, he had faced heads of the 72 pillars, only to leave them in a pool of their own blood. It wasn't something he enjoyed doing, sure, but it was his job. And the sooner it ended, the more grateful he'd be. He didn't care which side won. He had made his mind to leave either way. The moment this war ended, he'd leave for the dimensional gap. The nagging feeling in his head was growing. It had been growing over the last decade. And now, the means to get to the elusive dimensional plane were within his grasp. The power of the whole, which he had gained from his Abaddon heritage, had evolved, and it had opened up a new world of possibilities for him. Added to that, he had no ties left to the underworld. In order to be recognized by the Satans, devils from the extra houses had to cut all ties with their families. By ascending to the rank of an ultimate devil, Naruto had done so, as had Grafia. He was no longer accountable for his house, and his parents understood that. Even in gatherings, they no longer acknowledged his existence. That was the curse of being a member of an extra house. He had never made any real friends during his 200-year-long life. Devils were a secretive bunch, and their friendships were decreed by contacts and alliances more often than not. Arya didn't care where he was. She had her family and the Satans on her plate already. And his last reason for staying, Grafia, had broken up with him mere weeks ago. Which is why it came as quite a surprise when she asked him to meet her in a secluded location in the city's slums. Greya wasn't one to ask for favors. In the century and a half that he had been with her, not once had she asked for a single one. And now, merely a few weeks after having broken his heart, she had asked for her first. This vexed the blonde devil, and that led to him strolling down the slums that he was once brought up in. He only remembered some of the streets, but being 200 years old did that to even the best of memories. Things had changed, times had changed, people had risen from these streets, and people had drowned in their own blood in these streets, but he stayed constant. Naruto. This way. The blonde was broken out of reminiscence by his ex's stern voice. Looking around, he found the source of the sound a little further down the road, poking her head out of an abandoned house, resplendent in her beauty even with the disconcerted frown on her face. Naruto followed her lead into the house, tuning out her voice as she thanked him for coming to her aid. He steeled his heart. He was by no means okay with the proximity he currently held with the woman he had loved for so long, but she had asked for a favor, and he would grant it to her. We need to hurry. Their condition is worsening, she exhumed, leading Naruto into what appeared to be a basement shelter. As his demonic eyes stabilized to the darkness, what he saw stunned him. The place Grafia had led her into was the medical chamber of the very foe they were currently fighting. And on the 3 beds lay the people who were spearheading this revolution. Serafal Citri, Akuja Glacia Labelas and Falbium Asmodeus. Beside them stood the heart of the revolution, Sirzex Gremory himself. The 3 incapacitated devils were in bad shape. Their powers were being rapidly dispelled by the black goo that covered them, and Naruto knew where the goo came from. But that wasn't the question that came to his mind. Grafia, he begun, his voice filled with steel, cold as the 9th layer of hell. Why have you called me here? The silver-haired Lucifuge flinched at the tone. It wasn't something she had ever heard or seen Naruto use, but here he stood, unmistakable in his resplendent power and understandable confusion. She cleared her throat, shaking off the effect Naruto had on her. They faced Lord Barbados in battle. While they did take him down, they were struck by his attack. We cannot get the substance off them, and our healers can't do anything. I need you to help, she said, a slight, pleading tone accompanying her erstwhile formal request. Sirzex, feeling the need to join in, walked up to the shinobi. Naruto, I know this is sudden, but you are possibly the only person who can help us here. Naruto locked his eyes with the Gremory air. You started this war, Gremory. You knew going in that there would be casualties. Yet, when faced with the death of your comrades, you come to the enemy for help. He drew a kunai at speeds that the red-haired devil couldn't even dream of being able to follow. Give me one reason not to strike you 4 down and end this war right now. Before the red-haired devil could respond, a wall of frost appeared between him and the blonde. Naruto jumped back, surprised by the sudden attack. He regained his bearings in record time, as he drew his second kunai. Before he could respond, though, he caught sight of his assailant. Grafia, the woman he loved and cherished, now stood between him and the 4 seeds of rebellion, her arms defiantly channeling her potent ice magic. If they die, so die, she stated, glaring at Naruto with defiant eyes. For a second, Naruto had the urge to respond in kind. But then his high faded and he realized who he was facing. You know that what you're doing is tantamount to treason? That you'll be killed if you are discovered? Naruto asked, his voice uncharacteristically concerned. Sirzex stepped out from behind the wall of ice, his face hesitant, his gait heavy. Naruto, the redhead began. If the Saiyans win this war, it won't matter. We'll all die. He then walked over to the blonde Abaddon and handed him a scroll. That is a list of the families that have been eradicated by the wars. And this. Sirzex handed him another scroll. Is the list of devils that can reproduce. You should definitely read that one, your name is on it. Sirzex then sat down next to his immobile comrades. Read them and see why for yourself. Intrigued, Naruto went over the scrolls. The revelation that the information held caught him by surprise. Only 40 of the 72 families remain, and only 70 notable devils can currently breed. These numbers are paltry compared to what the Saiyans revealed. Sirzex nodded in response. We cannot continue our war with heaven, even given time. Our race is too broken to go to war. Sirzex revealed. And yet, the Saiyans want to throw us back out there, spilling our blood to wage a war none of the 3 sides want. And if we, by some miracle, win, they plan to throw us against the humans. And you, of all people, know how dangerous humans can be, when given the right tools. Naruto nodded, moving over to the 3 incapacitated devils. He could save them, but doing so would make him an accessory to treason. While he could easily escape the underworld, he didn't want to leave the people he cared for here to rot. Sacred gears, he stated. God's gift to mankind. Weapons we are not well equipped to fight. Sirzex nodded, trepidation easily visible on his face. So, will you help us, Naruto Abaddon? The blonde didn't respond verbally. Instead, he summoned the green, healing chakra he had become known for using to great effect. If we plan to take down the Saiyans, we need to act fast, he commented, as smiles of relief spread on the faces of both his companions. Your companions will take a week to heal. Once the week is over, you must retreat from battle. I have seen how you fight, and trust me, You're not even in the same league as the Saiyans. He then pointed at Graphia. Take her with you, I will guard these three. Secure a place where you four can train. Once they are healed, I will relocate them there. And what do we do then? Sirzex questioned. The Saiyans won't just sit quietly while we grow stronger. He was silenced by Naruto's raised hand. Graphia and I will create time for you, a year at max, 6 months minimum. I will personally oversee your training, make sure you can defeat the Saiyans. We strike at the end of next year. Sirzex was flabbergasted. The man who was willing to take him down a mere minute ago was now offering to take on his comrades as pupils. You'd do all that for our revolution? He asked, again. His gaze was greeted by the unflinching cerulean of the man who he had just haphazardly drafted to his cause. I'm not doing this for your revolution, make no mistake. Naruto then gazed at Graphia, her lovely visage still doing unspeakable things to his mental state. I don't care who wins this war, I will fight in it and see it to the end, that is all I promised myself. I'm doing this because she asked me to. In for a penny, in for a pound, huh? Graphia commented, her rare, playful side shining through in her moment of happiness. Naruto too, chuckled dryly. Ah, a British proverb, how suitable. Now, move. We do not have a minute to waste. The next year was remarkable in devil history for 2 reasons. 1. The spearheads of the revolution, Gremory and his alliance, disappeared from the field of battle. They were replaced by the true demon's 2 retainers. Being members of the extra houses, they were taken as a joke. Their feats of combat were originally taken as byproducts of being on the same team as the true demon, and they were all but expected to keel over when faced by a devil from the families. That was their gravest mistake. Naruto and Graphia ripped through battlefields, both winning the revolutionary army's many battles that were considered unwinnable. Alone, each of them proved equal to an army. Together, they resembled a primordial force of nature. They kept the forces of the Saiyans at bay, and they did so in the most effective manner possible, by kidnapping the devils that lead those armies. Which lead to the second reason. Many such armies later chose to align themselves with the revolutionaries, their heads defecting to the other side of the field of battle. Sirzex was a natural-born leader, and he was well versed in the dealings of the court, thanks to his upbringing as a Gremory. He cut deals where he could, took hostages where he could, and tortured whoever was left. Most devils broke at his feet, joining his army, be it for political gain, self-preservation, or plain old fear. All this time, as the war raged on, Naruto spent time with the 4 devils who had their eyes on the thrones that the Saiyans currently called their own. He trained them whenever he could, bringing out their potential, of which there was no lack. Powerful bloodlines bred powerful children, and these were the best of the best. He grew close to 3, Seraphol, Falbium and Akuja. The first was childish, but powerful. She held her morals above all, and would never abandon a teammate. She was instantly smitten with him, but would never show it, much to the dismay of her teammates. Akuja was a smart man, and Naruto, with his knowledge of war, was more than a match for him, on the training field and off. Falbium was lazy, a trait he shared with his current trainer. They would often talk when they both rested, gazing at the fake sky of the underworld and staring at fake clouds blow past. The one he couldn't bear was the Gremory. While he could understand that Sirzex wasn't an evil man, he did not like the self-righteous posturing the devil was so fond of. His aristocratic, passive way of dealing with issues was anathema to the blonde devil, who preferred to solve his issues with a much more active approach. Still, the man held his ideal above all, and he could respect that. Apparently, that was what drew Graphia to his cause. 1 year, he had spent, repeatedly smiting the 4 devils to the ground, over and over again. Yet, they would always get up. And every time they did, they came at him stronger and smarter than before. Before long, he found himself using the power of the whole to fend them off, and at the end of the year, they were hitting hard enough for him to take them seriously. If anyone could do it, other than him, it would be them. Trained and rested, today was the day that they assaulted the Satan's seat of power, Castle Inferno. Their army was currently battling the main force directly under the Saiyans, the largest army of the underworld. It was all a ruse, as the 6 devils who truly mattered made their way directly to the castle. Are you sure we're ready for this, Naruto? Seraphol asked, her beautiful face set in a permanent frown. The blonde nodded. As ready as you'll ever be. You four, with Graphia, pose a serious threat to the Saiyans in there. Naruto pointed at the castle. I, meanwhile, will buy you the time necessary to take them down. Once the battle begins, I will be unable to provide you guys support, so everything that happens in there is up to you. Graphia cocked one eyebrow, slightly surprised. Why? Where will you be? She questioned, earning a chuckle from her ex. Naruto then looked up towards the sky. In our year of training, I believe you guys have forgotten that the Saiyans have one final line of defense. It took his companions a second to realize who he was talking about, and Seraphol was the first to respond, her mouth agape in abject terror. No, she exclaimed. Shit, how could we have forgotten? The demon guards the devils that dwell within. It was the only part of the revolution that we could never figure out a counter against. Her voice gained a pleading quality. Naruto, you can't. She's a demon, both literally and figuratively. But so is he. Graphia stepped forth. Naruto himself is a super devil only in name. I could hold her back, but not for long. Among us, he's the only one who can buy us the time needed to fulfill our objective. There was terror in her voice, but it was restrained, as much for her own sake as her companions. Sensing the tension, Naruto chuckled. It's okay, guys. I was on her team for the better part of a century. I have some tricks up my sleeves. I'll make sure to buy you enough time to complete your mission. His laugh was the final straw, as Seraphol began to cry. Sirzex stepped forward as well, concern apparent on his face. What good is our victory then? If we lose you, we lose everything, he stated, making Naruto laugh again. Now, you're exaggerating things. You have a dream, an ideal, and I'm willing to take a dance with death, just to see it fulfilled. He lied, he had no intention of dying, and I told you once before. Gramarye, you started this war knowing full well that there would be losses. Have the backbone to finish what you started, plus, I'm not going to die here. I have a few things to do before I keel over. Sirzex nodded. I'll keep you to that. Best of luck, he muttered, before running off towards the castle, where his date with destiny awaited. Graphia gave him a single nod, a grateful look on her face. Naruto expected nothing more. Akuja stopped for a second, offering his hand to Naruto. Confused, he shook the proffered hand, eliciting a smile on the gray-haired demon's face. That, he stated, is a bond of brotherhood. It promises your safe return. Don't you dare break it. Naruto smiled and nodded, choosing to remain silent. The devil then ran off after his friends. Falbium simply stared at Naruto, his blank look unfazed despite his current predicament. Don't die, he offhandedly commented. It would be too much work, arranging a funeral, Naruto chuckled. Duly noted. He responded, getting a nod out of the lazy devil, who then sauntered off after his comrades. Naruto, Seraphol began, her voice quivering. Please, live. That's all I ask. Please. Promise me, just this once. Naruto paused for a second, genuinely touched by his fellow devil's sentiment. He had to remind himself again, as he found himself doing over the last 200 years, that these were devils, closer to humans than the monstrosities he had faced throughout his life. Uncharacteristically, he hugged her, bringing her close to him. I promise, Seraphol, that I will live. Seraphol, while initially surprised, broke down in his hug, clinging closer to the devil she had grown closer to in 1 year than any other. When you come back, we'll have a party. Once that is done, I have something to show you, Sarah quietly commented, breaking the hug and slowly walking off. A few yards away, she turned to get one final look at the person she had fallen in love with, before averting her eyes and dashing off. Well, that was a thing. You can come out now, Arya, Naruto stated. He knew she was there. She had been there from the very beginning. Listening, observing, biding her time. He knew why she let them go. She didn't care for the Saiyans. Through the entirety of the conversation, her eyes were only focused on him. As she stepped out of the shadows, he took a moment to size her up. She had definitely grown stronger, much stronger. She held around herself an aura of abject betrayal. But even surrounded by all that negativity, she was undeniably beautiful. What a sappy goodbye. Makes it hard to see why you would abandon me for them, she stated, bitter poison lacing her words. Naruto sighed. I do not abandon my friends, Arya. You are on the wrong side. The Saiyans will only cause the destruction of our race. Naruto would have explained the reasons why, but Arya wasn't in a mood to listen. I don't care about those old hoots. I care about the fact that both you and Grafia defected. You left me here, alone. They wouldn't let me defect, after all. I was their trump card. They took my family hostage, even my little brother, and then, they dared me to defect. She spoke, her volume rising in anger, the temperature increasing. Tongues of flame randomly flickering into existence. Not once did you tell me your intentions. One day, I was cheerfully having lunch with you, and the next thing I know, you descend on the field of battle, slaughtering the devils you once fought for. Naruto grimaced. There was a reason for my actions, I would tell you, but you aren't willing to understand. A smile appeared on Arya's face. Not one of the genuine smiles that Naruto had once become so used to, but a feral, cold one. I got my explanations a long time ago, you lying filth. When were you going to tell me about the dragons? She shot back, surprising Naruto. She noticed his hesitation and chuckled. When you decided to betray me, I asked for permission to leave for training, she elaborated, tossing him a proverbial bone. I left this world, and headed to the human realm. There, I found dragons. 2 of them. And I fought them, over and over again. They were named Tannen and Tiamat. 2 dragons much lower on the food chain than the ones I supposedly killed. And let me tell you, dragons don't burn easily. They laughed at my fire, telling me that dragons were fire incarnate, just like as phoenix. Fire feeds them, it can never get through their scales. The dragons themselves wield flames that could then put my own to shame. She smiled again. This time, her smile was akin to that of a maniac. 1 year, I fought them, I traded fire against them. And by the end of it, I was barely able to force a draw. And you know what makes this worse? Both these dragons once faced losses against the 2 I killed, or should I say, you killed, O true demon. Naruto didn't flinch. Arya was always perceptive, and he knew that one day, his secret would be revealed. She wasn't quite done yet, though. You were born on the same day as me, but no one cared, so mired were they, looking for the demons in houses of nobility, that they never considered that maybe, just maybe, they were looking in the wrong place after all. It doesn't matter though. Today, I will take you down, with the powers that I have earned. And all will be right. With the world again. Naruto smirked, but there was no mirth behind the action. I do not wish to fight my first and best friend, Arya. But something tells me that if I don't, you'll go after Grafia. His eye morphed. Red replacing cerulean in a flash of dulled light. Darkness drawing closer to him, as if it were welcoming him. And that, I cannot allow. So come at me, Arya Phoenix. Show me your power, student of dragons. With pleasure. The black-haired false demon yelled as she charged at her erstwhile best friend. Why? Arya yelled as an unseen force broke her body yet again, propelling her through dozens of buildings and delivering her into the tarmac. Her regeneration kicked in instantly as she propelled herself off the pavement, which was duly destroyed by a fist, followed by the body of the man she had decided to fight. They had barely been fighting for a few seconds, yet her body had been incapacitated at least a dozen times. If not for her regeneration, she'd have been rendered unable to fight in the first few seconds of combat. To add insult to injury, Naruto wasn't even trying to kill her. He was only trying to take her out of the fight each and every time he appeared in front of her, with speed that she couldn't hope to match, his fist drawn to deliver a punch. She could see the pain and regret in his eyes. He didn't want to fight her, but her anger won't let her concede. Not that she had any chance. The Naruto she currently faced was possibly the greatest adversary she had ever gone up against. Even the combined might of the 2 celestial dragons paled in comparison to the sheer amount of power she could sense from her erstwhile friend. Why? She yelled again, firing a blast of fire that could damage even a dragon, shot with the intent of incinerating the one man who kept her sane, even with the pressure exuded by the Saiyans and her family mounting on her head. The blonde just casually swatted the flames aside, as if he were merely effortlessly gesturing and not touching flames which burned as bright as the sun. He locked eyes with her again, subjecting her to his emotions in the process. She closed her eyes, completely disregarding the punch that threatened her own well-being. Again, she found herself in pain, both mental and physical. She forced her body to straighten midair, her broken bones creaking in disagreement. As Naruto closed in, She prepared her final strike, feeding all her demonic energy to her flames. This attack was capable of forcing dragons to pause, and Naruto was, for all his strength, still just flesh and bones, no more metaphysical than her. Why can't I kill you? Her supernova engulfed the man she once called her best friend. The fires consumed all, destroying an entire city block. As the fires burnt out, her vision went hazy, but even through her clouded vision, she could make out the blonde Abaddon's form, still unhurt. As she floated out of consciousness, her body fell. Her fall was cut short, though, as something caught her mid-fall. She made a conscious effort to stay awake, her vision clearing for a brief moment. She saw the man she had irrevocably fallen in love with, and she saw the tears in his eyes. I understand now, she whispered. I cannot kill you, because I love you. Once she had spoken the last syllable, she let unconsciousness take her. Naruto wiped his tears. All things considered, this was a better outcome than he expected. He could now understand why the Phoenix felt so betrayed. He cursed himself for not noticing the signs. Not noticing the pain that she must have felt, seeing him and Graphia together for centuries. His best friend had left him with some complex emotions. He could deal with devils, angels, even dragons. But such emotions, not really his cup of tea. Devils and humans share many characteristics. In many ways, they are different. For example, a devil is born much more durable than a human will likely ever be in his or her life. A devil will live longer, far longer than any human. But then, there were similarities too. Most of these similarities manifested in the mind, rather than physically. One of these similarities was their mutual respect for tradition. As such, the 4 seeds of revolution were now to be crowned as the new Saiyans, each taking over where the last left off. Added to that was the fact that the 72 pillars, or whatever was left of them, would still retain the majority of their power. What more, they would now create a council of peers, one which could, and would influence the decisions of the new Saiyans. Meanwhile, in all the bureaucracy, the extra houses were yet again forgotten. More power to the powerful, none for the weak, classic devil logic. While Naruto did not regret his choice, he did feel angry. The law that extra devils had to denounce their families in order to be recognized by the 72 pillars wasn't revoked. But now, extra devils did not need a sponsor or a master in order to take ascension exams. Which meant that extra devils could now work to get to the same level of social power that devils from greater families enjoyed from birth. Itself. How pathetic, but still, it was progress, and that was what mattered. Sitting here, away from the party, how typical. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts by the voice of his best friend. Apparently, a day was enough for her to heal off most of the damage he had caused her. Still, seeing the bandages around her waist did send a pang of guilt straight through his conscience. Arya noticed this and tutted disapprovingly. You did what you had to. I can't hate you for it. I came here to apologize. I was out of line. You didn't abandon me. I was just too stubborn to notice what was going on around me. Naruto shook his head. No, neither of us are to blame. The blame lies solely on the heads of the old Saiyans, and they got their just desserts. His response got a smile from his companion. That they did, she agreed. So, what's your plan now? Naruto thought for a second. For one, I have to figure out my emotions, thanks to you, he spoke, making the black-haired Phoenix blush. I believe me and Graphia have to talk. Even after all this, I still do love her. He stopped, though, as a concerned look appeared on Arya's face. What? He asked, did I say something wrong? For a second, Arya went silent. Before Naruto could ask her what was wrong, she locked her gaze with his, fear and concern clearly visible in her gaze. Naruto, do you know why I left the party, even though I was technically a guest of honor? Confused, Naruto shook his head. The Phoenix continued. In the middle of the party. Sears left the podium. He walked over to Graphia, who is still not recognized as a member of the high-class society. She then choked, confusing Naruto even further. In front of the entire gathering, he asked her out. Arya continued, noticing the suspended horror on Naruto's face. And she said yes. The glass in Naruto's hand shattered, startling Arya and splashing whatever was left of his drink. That son of a bitch. Now he understood why Graphia was so protective of him, going as far as to betray her own faction to side with him. And in his folly, he had simply made her romance a reality. He now realized that she didn't break up with him because of her war duties. That notion had gone out of the window the moment he learnt she defected. But because she had her eyes on another. And he had gone out of his way to make sure she and the man who stole her from him were safe during this pointless war. Oh, how naive, he should have noticed. Thinking back, he realized that throughout the 1 year that they were all together, her loving gaze was only meant for the new Lucifer. She used him, and it was very apparent that she got what she wanted. It made sense now, why she wanted him to face Arya. She couldn't bear to face her erstwhile rival in love when she herself was trampling on the heart of the man who, for the better part of 2 centuries, belonged solely to her. How cruel. Naruto laughed, his mind trying to comprehend why she would do such a thing. But then again, it was obvious. He wasn't enough for her. And maybe Sirzex was. A devil who would have died in a failed revolution was worth more to her than the man who, on countless occasions, saved her life. Pathetic. He commented. I'm being petty, but I don't know how to stop it. Luckily, he didn't have to. As 2 soft, feminine hands encircled him, pulling him closer. You don't have to bear this pain alone, Naruto, Arya spoke, shedding her own tears. It was so shocking that Naruto stopped for a second. Arya was a phoenix, and a phoenix's heart only wept for those they loved. It was then that Naruto realized how much he meant to her. How her heart wept for the broken person his love had left him. And in that moment, Naruto did something that he should have done a long time ago. He kissed her. If she was surprised, she didn't show it. What she did show was eagerness. As her hands went to places that were socially out of bounds, Naruto relaxed in her grasp, as she activated her teleportation glyph, taking them both back to her mansion. He was hers now, even though he wouldn't stay. At least, he was hers for the night. And she would make sure to savor every bit of it. Are you sure you have to leave? Naruto dressed in front of his lover, giving her a free show as he did. Last night had been eventful, to say the least. He hadn't made love with such passion since his first night with Grafia, all those years ago. And even though she lacked the experience his past lover possessed, she made up for it with her endless stamina. The Phoenix regeneration factor truly was a godsend when it came to one's sex life. And afterwards, Naruto had enough time to sort out his feelings as well. He couldn't let Grafia's choice get to him. And he couldn't let his newfound love keep him from his destiny, especially considering the fact that his destiny was literally nagging him in his head. As such, he had to leave, and he had no plans of returning. Sadly, his second chance at love would have to be a long-distance affair. No can do. I don't want to take the blame for breaking your back again, old woman, he joked, causing his lover to pout. He made the mistake of looking at her, in all her playful glory. The woman he had been around for almost all of his extremely expansive life. And the urge to stay rose up in his subconscious yet again. Thankfully, he was able to quell it, though it was by no means an enjoyable act. What about the others? Not going to say your goodbyes? She asked, gaining a blank look from the blonde Abaddon. Well, to be very honest, no, as of this moment, my parents haven't been allowed to even think of me as their son for almost 2 centuries. The people who I brought to victory, I couldn't care less about. And the woman I love, well, she already gets to say goodbye. Arya blushed again, but smiled through it. Well, they do know that you defeated me, all 5 of them. If you stay, they'll probably give you a position of power, she commented. Though as I say that, I am constantly reminded of how you've shunned the limelight all your life, Mr. Demon. Naruto chuckled. You understand me so well, don't you? He spoke, getting ready to call on his family's power. He was stopped, though, by 2 arms encircling him. Deciding that maybe he could stay for a few more minutes, he turned around to see the smiling face of the lover he should have chosen far earlier. Take this, she spoke, handing him a vial with a gold chain attached to it. Instantly, Naruto was stunned. In his hands was a vial of Phoenix tears. And he knew that they were her own. No Phoenix would part willingly with the tears of his or her comrades. No, this was her telling him that she truly loved him, and that those feelings were here to stay. Are you sure? He asked her. Considering who you are, I believe there will be hundreds of devils vying for these tears pretty soon. His response gained a beautiful, melodic laugh from his lover. Let them try, if they can't beat me, they can't have me. Consider it your prize for beating me fair and square. Naruto's smile then dropped. What about your family? Are you sure they're okay with you giving your tears to a lowborn devil like me? He questioned, making Arya shake her head. I don't care what they think, honestly. I outrank them on both the social ladder and the power scale. They cannot choose the person I marry, or if I ever do marry, considering you're too preoccupied to be mine. She then giggled. And anyone who tries to lay claim on me has to prove himself to me. After all, a strong devil can have multiple consorts. She then locked eyes with him, a wistful expression spreading on her face. And something tells me that I'm probably not going to be the last woman who catches your fancy. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, you probably don't have to worry about that. I'm not the most attractive person out there by a long shot. That line had an immediate effect on Arya, who looked at him with a blank stare, surprised by his cluelessness. Naruto, you might be a knucklehead at times, but other than that, you were kind, strong, and genuine, not to mention handsome. She then moved off, deciding to put on some clothes herself. All I ask is, even when you find someone else, or many such, someone's, don't forget about me. Naruto smiled. What did I do to deserve someone like you? He asked, only for a mischievous smile to appear on her face. Well, you ignored my feelings for the better part of 2 centuries, maybe that? Naruto laughed, taking potshots already But seriously. Thank you, Arya, for everything, he said sincerely, as the true power of the whole manifested in front of him, pulling him into the gap between dimensions. As he left, another stray tear leaked out of his lover's eyes. Barely been a second since he's gone and I already miss the idiot. The dimensional gap was just as he remembered it, but in his defense, it was a rather hard to forget kind of place. This time, though, he felt his demonic power unravel slightly as he passed into the dimension. Without Fram's power shielding him from its power, the dimensional pull threatened to tear him apart. But he was stronger than that. For the first time in centuries, Naruto entered his true sage mode, letting the power of the Jubi protect him as 10 truth-seeking spheres appeared behind him. His body stabilized, but he had definitely attracted attention. A fact that was made clear by the shadow above him, and the woman who had suddenly appeared next to him. Who are you and what are you doing in my area? The dragon above him roared, as it settled down whipping up a gigantic sandstorm as he did so. Naruto was actually forced to use wind manipulation to brace himself. The woman, if that was what she truly was, needed to do no such thing, as the dust simply seemed to avoid her lithe frame. Naruto sighed. Both, the woman and the dragon, were almost equal in power, and if push came to shove, it could take him months to take them down. And while time really wasn't an issue, he would rather spend the same time doing something constructive rather than fighting 2 creatures who apparently owned this dimension. Hence, he simply released his chakra. All of it. The effect was instant, as both the dragon and woman were forced to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, Naruto walked over to the tower which held his object of fascination, completely ignoring the dragon's bellows, insisting he come back and fight him like a man. The woman, though, did not take her eyes off his retreating figure even once. This devil was special, someone who could help her reclaim her dimension from her show-off of a rival. As Naruto entered the tower, he was greeted by the skeletons of creatures that couldn't possibly be human, or even anything close. Many of them had multiple arms, while some had tails. They looked like what you'd get if you crossbred the most ferocious animals you could find. As he climbed the tower, the number of corpses increased, till he reached the top, where the ground was completely covered with them. He ignored the crunch of breaking bones under his feet as he walked over to the item that called to him. It was a golden spear, unadorned, save for one straight line of red that ran through its length. There was nothing quite so remarkable about it, except for the simplistic beauty which underlay it and the faint pulse of power that emanated from it. Curious, he pulled the spear out of the ground. All of a sudden, the spear began to unravel, and he was assaulted by painful flashes of memories. Memories that showed him the earth, before humanity lay claim to it. Memories of a war, and a fight against a creature, who looked and felt like a father. As these memories flashed through his head, the weapon's history was made clear to him. Wars had been waged for it, nations destroyed while defending it. It was, after all, creation willed into the shape of a weapon. As the memories faded, he smiled. The weapon that had assimilated into him had a history, and as it had a history, it had a name. Samsara. How quaint, he whispered, the spear taking shape in his hands as he called its name. Sadly, that was all. The nagging was now gone, but with its disappearance, there was nothing there to replace it. No sense of adventure, no prophecy, no call of destiny. Left. All that remained was him, and the two creatures that had recovered from his initial display of power. As they flew to the top of the tower, the woman having taken her true form, that of a black dragon. Naruto got ready for battle. After all, he had time to kill. I'm surprised you applied for this kind of job, Mr. Uzumaki. Considering your degrees and accolades, I believe you might be overqualified to serve as a mere student counselor. In the countless years he had spent exploring the vast reaches of the human plane, Naruto had been many things. He had been a warrior, an explorer, a doctor, a scientist, a bureaucrat and even a host, on multiple occasions. Truth be told, he was more than overqualified for any job a human could possibly have, period. He had been to more universities than he could count, devouring knowledge at unprecedented speeds, thanks to his shadow clone jutsu. But then again, one of the upsides of being a devil was that no matter what job you applied for, you could always look like it was your first. The power to change one's appearance was formidable indeed. Coupled with the seals that blocked his demonic signature, it was the perfect guise. So confident was he, that he was even taking up a job in a city that served as a stronghold for multiple devil houses in the human world. After all, it was his self-appointed job to watch over them, out of sight, out of mind. I've always had an interest in pursuing teenage psychology. These are the formative years for children, and I believe the best way to learn how they form their worldview is to observe teenagers from as close as you possibly can. Hence, my choice. He answered. The school's headmaster, a balding man in his 50s, gave his papers another once-over. But Naruto knew his ruse. The decision was not his to make. That honor belonged to the devils who owned this school. And right now, he knew that they had already come to a decision. The headmaster closed his file with a smile. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Uzumaki. I believe we'd be best served by having a man of your stature on board. Welcome to Kuo Academy. The man offered his hand, which Naruto shook post-haste. We'll just file your papers. You can start your work anytime you see fit next week. We'll be looking forward to hearing from you. Naruto nodded. Thank you. Now, I believe it is time for me to excuse myself, Naruto said, detecting a familiar energy signature outside the room. Shaking the headmaster's hand one last time and wishing him well, the blonde Uzumaki exited the room, almost running directly into a boy who seemed to be looking for a hiding place. Seeing his chance, he hid behind the tall and broad-shouldered blonde. Just as he did so, a horde of angry females ran past, not even sparing a second glance at the strange man in the hallway, their tunnel vision too strong. Phew. That was way too close, the boy exclaimed. Naruto's face paled as he felt the insatiable emotion of lust mixing with fear that the boy seemed to exude. So overpowering was his lecherous intent that the blonde devil almost couldn't believe that this boy was the holder of a Longinus. Specifically, the boosted gear. Well, they sure seem to have it out for you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way. The blonde offered the brown-haired kid his hand, which the boy promptly shook. Inside him, Naruto felt the dragon's energy shift, instinctively recoiling from his touch. Not noticing the subtle shift, the boy smiled back at the much taller blonde. Apparently, the boy wasn't even aware that one of this world's strongest existences currently dwelled inside him. Issei Hyodo. Nice to meet ya. The boy introduced himself. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to make sure whether my friends are alive or not, the boy barked, running off in the direction he came from. Naruto chuckled, this would be an interesting year. And that's the end of chapter 1, as always. If this gains traction, I'll update this one too. Again, follow, favorite, review. Peace out. Cruel Ruin Chapter 2 Woe so, of all my fics, till date, this one has grown the fastest. One chapter and over 700 favorites. I think it is safe to say that I got quite a lot of traction. And if the reviews are anything to go by, you people seem to like the premise enough to warrant successive chapters. Hence, who am I to disappoint? I'll just get a few reviews out of the way before I get the chapter started. For all the people asking whether this will become a full story, yes. For all the people who liked Arya, yes, she's going to be a main character. For the harem peeps, yes, there will be a harem, but a realistic one where each female gets equal screen time. For the people who want Grafia in the harem, no. For the people who want me to get Naruto to kill Searsex, no. For the people who want me to write shorter chapters, no, and that's because I only stop writing when my mind tells me enough is enough. Hence, my updates will not come out very often, but each update will be long enough to keep you satisfied for a while. For the people who complained about grammar, English is my third language, please understand. For those asking about the members of the harem, Arya, Yusaka, Rosweiss, Serafal, you can always leave me a PM review if you want someone added, removed from this, but you'll have to give me a good enough reason. As is the case with all my other stories, I take a lot of input from my reviewers, hence, if you want something added, removed from the story, you just have to tell me why I should do it and be convincing about it. For those who were wondering how I'm going to add other mythological creatures, well, this chapter should give you a taste of what to expect. So, with that out of the way, here's the chapter. Enjoy. This is the third time this week you've been sent here. Care to explain yourselves? Kuo, it was an academy that boasted a 9-to-1 girl-boy ratio, having been converted from a prestigious girls-only school to a co-ed platform. As such, incidents of perverts were much too common for his liking. What more, some of the students weren't even subtle about their lecherous intentions. Luckily, for the most part, in the 3 months he had spent here as the local counselor, he had been able to reform most of these perverts, helping some of them along with their love lives as a byproduct. But among the legions of perverts that called Kuo home, there were some that could simply not be converted to the light. Some, who had taken the will of perverseness from the greatest of the great, and decided to run with it till the light left their eyes. And amongst the pantheon of these lecherous neo-gods, 3 stood out, by far, as the most perverted humans to ever walk planet Earth, or at least the human plane of it. And Naruto was sure that these 3 could give Jiraiya a run for his money. Hell, Jiraiya would take these 3 as his genin squad without a single peal of resistance. And that scared the blonde demon more than it had any right to. They were called the Perverted Trio, and it was a well-deserved title. The shortest among them, Mohotama, seemed to have a peculiar bloodline ability, not very different from the Byakugan. He could tell the 3 sizes of a woman by simply looking at her. And that was a terrifying power, because no matter how well covered the girl may be, he was always correct. This ability was mirrored by a girl named Ika Kiryu, who apparently fainted due to excessive blood loss when she saw Naruto. Nosebleeds definitely weren't that deadly where he came from. As such, Mohotama was the scout, a man who knew what he wanted, and had no qualms putting himself in danger's way to acquire it. The second was a rather plain-looking boy named Matsuda. His plainness was as effective as a knife in the dark. He could enter shops meant for adults and leave without drawing any attention, scoring the rarest of porno and eroge for his troubles. He was silent, his body was a fine-tuned machine, he was deadly, and he was extremely inept when it came to actually speaking to women. He was the procurement master, and he was good at only one thing, his job. And thirdly was the man of the hour, the boy with the dragon, the person who, by all rights, should have never been here. Issei Hyodo. It was rather funny that the wielder of one of the strongest sacred gears in existence was never able to think past the allure of the fairer sex. By all rights, his power would make him a magnet for anyone or anything beautiful and or powerful. Yet, here he was, sent to his school's counselor due to having failed his reconnaissance mission to the Kendo Club's changing room. We let them catch us. You have a TV in here and Matsuda got us some really cool DVDs to watch, Issei beamed, procuring a box of what looked like unmarked DVD cases from thin air. Naruto sighed. This too had become common occurrence. His initial counseling had completely failed, with it being clear that they were incurable, harmless mind you, but incurable nonetheless. So now he just let the kids use his TV to watch porn. If someone walked in, he acted like he was having a session with them, switching the TV's channel to a therapy program. It was brilliant, all things considered. Not only did this arrangement help him get to know Issei better, it also put the rest of the school at ease. Plus, it was great material for his books. The plan killed 3 birds with 1 stone, pure genius. You seem rather cross today, Matsuda, Mohotama. Anything you want to talk about? he asked, surprising the teens. Apparently, they were trying to hide whatever they felt from their brown-haired friend. But his PhD in the field of psychology wasn't just for show. They fidgeted a bit, while Issei simply looked confused. That was the last straw for Matsuda, who had apparently held his outburst in all day. Issei got himself a girlfriend, the boy yelled, completely taking Naruto by surprise. He's been going on and on about her all day. Yuma this, Yuma that. It is almost as if now that he has a girlfriend, he's lost his way. Naruto was a bit confused. Issei had an endgame? That was news to him. The only real defining will the boy possessed was to enjoy the fairer sex in whatever way he could. For him to have motives that went beyond that was something new. And by the way Issei was aggravated by his friend's outburst, it seemed that he definitely didn't want Naruto in the loop. I have not forgotten our pact, Matsuda, Issei stated indignantly. Jumping up. Yuma is merely a beginning. I told you too once that one day, I would be a harem king. And this is just the beginning. I don't want my two corporals to lose hope. I will be a harem king. And you will help me make this dream a reality. The fire burning in his eyes was intense, his voice filled with steel and laced with gold. Standing with one leg up on the coffee table and a clenched fist extended into the air, Issei gave off the impression of a hero of legend leading his people to victory. Well, he would have been it not for the absolutely perverse nature of his seemingly heroic speech. Naruto was stunned. Of course he knew that Issei wanted a harem for himself. It was one of his defining traits. It had taken 2 visits from members of the volleyball club to tell him that Issei told anyone willing to listen about the fact that he would, one day, have a harem. So why was he acting like it was such a big secret? Firstly, congratulations on getting a girlfriend, Issei. And secondly, I know you want to be a harem king. So why would you act like it is such a secret? Hell, I believe every single person in this school knows, he questioned, making Issei nervous. Luckily, his friends had no such inhibitions, no need to be so wary of him. Hence, Mohotama picked up where Issei left off. It's because you're our natural enemy, our greatest foe, our eternal predator. For the second time in the day, Naruto was completely lost for words. Him? The enemy? Had Issei finally awoken his power? Had DxD somehow seen through his henge and realized that he was the same devil who had disposed of both him and his rival as if they were low-class devils? No, that couldn't be right. For one, Issei's reserves were still abysmal in every field, especially his draconic ones, which were still only there due to DxD's presence. Activating a Longinus class sacred gear would most certainly have some effect on his reserves. If not that, then what were the 3 going on about? Iz saw the flabbergasted expression on his teacher's face and conked Mohotama on the back of his head. What he means is that princely, Bishonen men like you are the bane of our meager existences. Ah, that explained it. No, wait, it definitely didn't. Me? A Bishonen prince? What are you saying? I'm a teacher, I'm way too old for any girls here to see me as anything but one of their dad's friends, at best. What could girls your age possibly even see in me? He asked, only for the 3 kids to pale. Matsuda actually pinched his face to make sure he was still firmly mired in reality. Uzumaki-sensei, he stated, his voice laced with trepidation. You have a fan club. And by fan club, I mean a faculty-sanctioned club, dedicated to your fangirls, and in some cases, fanboys. Naruto froze. The blonde shinobi turned devil liked to consider himself a brave man. Hell, anyone who went toe-to-toe with what could only be defined as a god could definitely be considered either brave or stupid. He liked to think he was the former, but there were 2 things that he definitely feared. One was the abolishment of ramen as food, and the second, the one that currently perturbed him, were fangirls. He had seen Sasuke's fangirls, he had seen Neji's fangirls, he had even seen Gaara's fangirls. And nothing terrified him more than the power wielded by the crazed, fanatical women pursuing their object of worship. As such, he fell back to his shinobi ways, his spine straightening and his eyes narrowing, as he asked the questions that really mattered. When? Matsuda gulped, seeing the sudden, professional change that had taken over Naruto. Well, it started after your introduction at the start of the school year. 2 days later, the club was up and running. His question answered, Naruto moved on. Where? This time, Issei spoke up. Right across the hall, 3 rooms down. The old telepathy club room. They operated under the guise of the Body Improvement Club, till a teacher joined in and sanctioned the club. Perturbed, Naruto asked the one question that meant the most to him. How many? Mohotama fiddled with his spectacles before answering, a victorious smirk on his face. Over 200 students and teachers. 4 of the top 10 beauties in the school are part of it, and almost all the female teachers too. Quite a selection. Naruto gulped. This was worse than he had thought. Much, much worse. And if I want to raise a complaint against the club, where do I go? Issei put a finger to his chin in an expression of thoughtfulness. Well, the teachers don't really have that much power over the clubs, but the student council president should be able to field any complaints, although. Issei was cut off when, with speed that belied humanity, Naruto closed the distance between himself and the door. He gave them one final, fevered look. Boys, I'm leaving on a mission that means a lot to me. Carry on with your porn, by all means. And if I don't make it back, you can do with my room as you will. The 3 youths looked at each other in confusion. Why did the revelation that he had a fan club consisting of possibly the hottest women in the school scare their teacher so much? Hell, any of them would pay to be in his shoes right now. But they didn't know what Naruto Uzumaki knew. This was grave news, and it had to be dealt with, post-haste. Metempsychosis Chapter 2 Sona Shitori, a young girl trying to shoulder the responsibilities of the world, and as the only mature Seatree, Naruto could see why. The only reason he knew she was a Seatree, other than the distinct feel of the water-based affinity they were known for, was due to her unmistakably violet eyes. Eyes carried both by the Lord Seatree and Seraphol. But the similarities ended right there. Unlike her sister, there was a certain aura of untouchability that surrounded the younger sibling. It almost felt like Sona was trying her hardest to be the very opposite of her sister. And she was succeeding, albeit not very much. While Seraphol was not a very commanding individual, she had a crazy amount of power, and almost perfect control to command people for her. She didn't have the charisma of the Gremory lad, but she did have spunk, a clever mind, and as mentioned before, great power. In Sona's case, it was the very opposite. She was stern, forceful and disciplined. However, what she did not have was power. And it would take a single burst of killing intent to shred the condescending look on her face. But he was an outlier in this political game warred by the powers that be. And it would be remiss of him to show his hand before it was sorely needed. This was devil territory, and his presence, while welcome, would ruin the surprise. He couldn't ruin that now, could he? How may I help you, Mr. Uzumaki? She asked, her visage not betraying her surprise. But Naruto was better than that. If the minuscule tightening of her muscles told him anything, it was that she did not expect to see him here. For one, she had all but avoided him after he had called her in for counseling. He had spent an hour completely dismantling her, and her psychological report was the only negative on her otherwise flawless school record. And that was sure to irk a perfectionist like her. He knew that he was playing with fire, considering the Seatree and the Gremory jointly owned Kuo, both the academy and the city. But firing him would raise questions. His record was solid, and the students loved him, and such questions would jeopardize the secrecy of the underworld. A risk like that would end the 2 teenage devils' tenure in the mortal realm, and he was completely sure neither of them wanted that. And if that wasn't enough, Rias positively adored him. She was one of the students who frequented his office, mostly because she had discovered Naruto's second biggest addiction on the mortal plane. Figurine collection. Ah, yes. I came here to talk to you about the one true Naruto Uzumaki fan club. I request dissolution of the club, he plainly stated. There was no reason to muck about on the topic. The Seatree raised an eyebrow in interest, a habit that she must have gotten from her father. On what grounds? She asked, and Naruto was almost brought to a stop. What grounds? There was a group of fangirls who had dedicated 6 hours per week just to study him. Was that not reason enough? It seemed the Seatree heiress wanted to play. The little thing actually thought she had all the cards in her hands. How cute. Well, firstly, the club uses my name, so that is an identity issue. Lawsuits have been filed for less. And I'm sure you can understand why I am concerned, considering the club's operations revolve around the studies of yours truly, he answered with a mockingly grandiose bow. And secondly, I am a teacher, albeit a young one. I'd rather not lead these women on, They deserve better, and they deserve someone in their own age bracket. The C-Tree shook her head. For your first issue, I can notify the club to change their name. If Kentucky Fried Chicken can get away with renaming themselves to KFC, I'm sure the club will do just fine. The smile on her face grew predatorial at this point. And for your second problem, all the girls in the club are at an age where they can decide what, or who, they want. That is a personal choice, and I believe it would be unethical for me to dissolve a club based on personal choice. It was more than apparent that the president had prepared for this. This was definitely her way of getting back at Naruto for the little humiliation he had stained her perfect record with. But Naruto already knew where this was headed, and he was prepared for it. You dissolved Yuto Kiba's fan club, and I could quote verbatim the concerns he raised to you about his own issues. But that would be redundant. You seem to have it out for me, so let's come to a compromise. What do you want? He asked, leaning back into his seat with absolute confidence. It was all an act, of course. He knew that Kiba's fan club had been dissolved due to a bet Rias had with Sona. Their knights fought, and Kiba came out on top. Sona was good at laying bait, and Naruto had just proclaimed to her that he had taken it. But when a shark bites your bait, you're pretty likely to be the one who needs to be fished out of the water. Whatever's left of you, that is. How about we have a chess match? She innocently asked, a wager, if you will. You win, I dissolve the club, based on the concerns you have raised. And if I win, you re-evaluate me. Her smirk grew as she continued. Of course, you do not have to take up the challenge, and we can easily go our separate ways. Of course, you could always deal with the teachers in charge of the club. You will excuse me if I say that I don't see much of a future in that venture. Ah, so the young devil wanted a game? That was both cruel and crafty. Suddenly, Naruto was reminded that for all her posturing, Sona was still a C-Tree first and foremost, and like her sister, had a mean streak a mile wide. To use her experience at chess to not only mark her slate clean, but also to make sure she got her revenge on Naruto. It was a perfect plan, at least, in her head. Of course, she had no idea that Naruto was centuries old, and had centuries of experience playing the one game that devils were oh so obsessed with. Well then, what do I have to lose? He could have sworn that he saw a victorious smirk on her face as she asked her vice president, Shinra Tsubaki, to retrieve her chess set. Little did she know, over the course of the next few hours, that smirk would end up replaced with something a lot less savory. This is absurd. Naruto had to agree. Sona's king was currently beset on one side by Naruto's rook, and his bishop brought up the flank. It was the classic box-in maneuver, and the surprising part was, it had worked on Sona, who was widely proclaimed as one of the underworld's best chess players. But Naruto had played chess with Akuja, and the young C-Tree couldn't hold a candle against the green-haired Satan. What surprised him, though, was that it had taken them 221 moves to get to this point. Unlike Akuja, Sona was a lot more composed. It really didn't matter, cause her impatience slowly broke her down, and over the course of 14 long, grueling hours of competition, she allowed Naruto to set up one of the simplest traps in chess, and she fell for it. As he once told Akuja, if you can't play the game, play the player. Well, I believe the result is quite conclusive. Now, if you'd excuse me, I have to get in a few hours of sleep before I report for work. I'm pretty sure the principal won't give me a day off just because I spent the night playing games. His words didn't even reach the dumbstruck young woman. This was a mistake, it had to be. She had lost in chess to a human. Not even a professional player, but a mere psychologist. How would she explain this to her peerage? What face would she show Rias? This was preposterous. People cannot know about this. Naruto was brought to a pause by the sudden, icy cold feeling emanating from Sona. He wouldn't be so surprised had he not seen the same reaction come from someone else, long ago, when he would tease her during training. Sure, Sona was nowhere near as powerful as the other, namely her own sister. But he was sure that he wouldn't be able to handle her and keep her suspicion off him. So, he did what he had never done for her sister. He began to barter. Sure, after a match that long I believe the result can barely be considered conclusive. We're both tired, he answered lazily. Although, it did force me to rethink a few points on your psychology report. I think you should come in again when you're free. I'd like to re-evaluate your report. The effect was immediate. not only was Naruto okay with completely disregarding the, frankly humiliating, outcome of her challenge, but also offering to take her part of the deal up. As long as you schedule your visit after the fan club is disbanded. Ah, of course. Her opponent had conceded so graciously, it would only be fitting for her to keep up her end of the bargain. She was a high-class devil, and devils were always gracious, even in defeat. She nodded to him with a genuine smile. Maybe, the blonde teacher wasn't quite as bad as she first made him out to be. Naruto slowly made his way to his office. As he walked out of the main campus, the protective glyphs covering the building finally stopped impeding his senses. And he tensed instantly, for in his office, he felt the telltale signature of a devil. One that smelled of, in equal parts, a dragon and a gremmery. He ran to his office and flung open his door, hoping that he was wrong, that it was merely one of Sirzek's many servants, sent over to check up on the school's newest teacher. But the sight of brown hair and a horribly confused face served only to prove the worst of his fears true. Issei had been reincarnated, and just as he would expect from Sirzek's, his sister didn't even have the common courtesy to stick around and explain. He took one last look at the kid's confused, borderline fearful face, before asserting control. Gone was the kind, humble school counselor, and in his place was a ruler whom men rallied behind. Tell me everything, right from the beginning. Skip no details. It was bad. There was, presumably, a group of low-level fallen in the city. They had been able to infiltrate Kuo, a hotbed for demonic activity in the human plane. And they had been able to successfully kill the holder of one of the strongest sacred gears in existence, and then escape. He couldn't even remove them from the equation. That would mean revealing himself. His position wasn't just bad, it was downright terrible. And it wasn't even the worst-case scenario. Issei had been lucky enough to contract Rias right before he passed away. She was able to drive away the fallen angel, who had been posing as Issei's girlfriend. He ran some checks in the school's student database, and nobody named Amano Yuma was registered as a student. Rias must have been scouting the boy out, because she barely hesitated before reincarnating him. Normally, a devil would have simply let him die, unless of course they knew him to be the wielder of a Longinus-class sacred gear. Rias was either extremely generous or extremely crafty. And considering the fact that she was a gremmery, Naruto was inclined to say she was both in equal measure. Let him die, so that he doesn't get to choose whether he wants to be a devil. But make sure to revive him, however many pieces he may cost. Hell, he was pretty sure not even Rias could tell which sacred gear he held. Sure, it was draconic in nature. But then it could be any one of the hundreds of dragon-based gears that existed. After all, even the twice critical was technically a draconic sacred gear, mass-produced from droplets of blood from Diedrich. And that's what happened. Now, I cannot find Yuma, and no one else seems to remember her. Of course, it made perfect sense that the boy would be confused. For someone who held a Longinus, he was woefully unaware of the world around him, both the occult and the normal. Else, the immunity his draconic tenant provided him against lower-grade magic would have made sure Yuma's mental spell never even touched him. Yet, the moment he found out that there was an attractive girl interested in him, he threw caution to the wind and simply went for it. Of course, he was Issei, a simple, kind teenage boy, if a bit, extremely, perverted, so it was expected. That's because she was never a student here. I just checked the school records, Naruto answered, turning his laptop around so that Issei could see. As for what all you told me, I think I have a general idea about what happened last night. He answered. Issei perked up a bit, hoping he'd finally get some answers. You died. The teen stopped, his breathing, movement, even the expression on his face went blank. Of course, completely disregarding the simpler explanations, he directly went for the most far-fetched one. Wait, so you're saying that I'm a ghost? But I can't pass through walls. Look! Before the blonde could even get a single word in edgewise, Issei shot up from his seat and dashed headfirst into a wall. To his credit, he got up a mere second after his cranium impacted the solid marble flooring. See? Completely physical, he touted, pointing at himself for the sake of emphasis. Naruto sighed. Hey Issei, imagine having wings. Okay, let me get into my thinking pose. Issei spoke before closing his eyes. A second later, two very pronounced black wings phased into existence, their slight added weight knocking Issei out of his contemplative, albeit stupid, pose. His confusion grew as his mind grasped at what little knowledge of the occult he had. Bat. Wings? There was only one connection he could make. Please, tell me I'm not a monster, or a demon, he hesitantly pleaded, fearing Naruto's response. Naruto shook his head. No, you're not a demon. As he said this, a wave of relief passed over the brown-haired boy. You're a devil. If you were a demon or a monster, I'd have to kill you. The look on Issei's face was priceless. The blood ran out of his face, leaving it as colorless as a sheet of acetate. He locked eyes with Naruto, silently hoping, no, pleading that this was all just a joke. But the blonde's face betrayed nothing. This was serious. He had died, and now, he was locked in a room with someone who knew more about his situation than he himself did. And that someone had just dropped a comment about killing him almost without a second thought. If that wasn't terrifying, he didn't know what else qualified for that tag. But how? He asked the million-dollar question. Naruto stared at him for a second, surprised that the boy still hadn't put two and two together. He remembered seeing Rias as he died. He remembered getting impaled by a light spear by someone whose wings were very much different than the ones he had. And yet he wondered how he was in his current state. Naruto could understand if he simply thought seeing Rias was a hallucination, but still, he had to suppress a sigh as he launched into explanation. As far as I can tell from your recount, you were reincarnated by a devil. And by devil, I mean Rias Gremory, he answered. Issei took it rather well, and by that he meant only blanching slightly. Apparently having finally made the connection between Rias' presence and him being a devil. I think you should consult her on well, everything, really. If you want answers, she's your best bet, he reasoned, getting a subservient nod from Issei. As he got up to leave, Naruto realized that he had yet to breach the most important topic. Oh, by the way, do not tell Rias, or anyone for that matter, about this conversation we just had. He got a confused look from Issei in return. When discussing the occult, things tend to get really convoluted very fast. People get involved for the smallest of things, and I definitely do not want to be involved, as far as Rias is concerned. Issei stopped for a second before nodding once in confirmation and leaving, closing the door behind him. Once he was out of earshot, Naruto quickly created a clone and told it to man his office. The Fallen were encroaching on devil territory, and he needed to know why. And there was no better way to get answers than to get them straight from the source. Barakiel, I've had it with you covering for Azazel. Now, are you going to hand me that pile of trash, or do I have to fight you for it? Barakiel stared at his friend with fear. Shemazai was angry. For the Fallen who once held the angelic post of the Watcher, Shemazai preferred a much more hands-on approach than many would expect from an ex-archangel whose job was to observe and not be involved with events. But he could hardly be blamed. Their fearless leader, Azazel, was doing a really shitty job at keeping up with both his own titles. Such force is hardly warranted, Shem, Azazel whined. Those objects are of my utmost curiosity. Why, just yesterday I actually got one of those human devices to work, he exclaimed. As he held up a rather cutesy toaster in his hands, a light blue with a bright pink heart. On the side, it actually toasts a smiley face into the bread you pop into it. Isn't that ingenious? Shemazai answered by sending a bolt of light through the toaster, the small explosion forcing out a yelp from Azazel. If these things are more important to you than the matters of our faction, I wonder if you're the right person for the job, he countered, the steel in his tone making both his companions flinch. If this is how you plan to spend the rest of your days, then you should just retire. Azazel sighed. He was about to launch into an explanation of how every bit of research that led to the replication of sacred gear was time well spent, but he was stopped by the smell of ozone that suddenly made it into the room. The pile of trash, no, relics that lay behind Barakiel began to glow with a golden light, before a sudden mass was added to it, making it crash down on the poor Fallen angel. And out of the heap came a man who looked rather out of place in the current room, mostly because of how ordinary he felt. There wasn't a single shred of any detectable power around the blonde, and to most, he would come across as a mere human, nothing special, just a human who had somehow managed to magically transport himself into a room that was currently inhabited by the three strongest members of the Grigori. Rare. but due to Azazel's eccentric experimentations, not entirely unheard of. But then, the man's skin rippled, and like a curtain, his appearance fell away and was replaced by something a lot more recognizable. Azazel had to say, time was kind to his old enemy turned friend. His blonde hair was scruffy, and came down to his shoulders. The blonde was taller than anyone in the room, and that was saying something. If not for the 3 whisker marks on his face, and those unmistakably blue eyes, Azazel would have never been able to recognize the devil, no, demon who had almost killed him a dozen times, just to let him go at the end of it all. What his 2 followers recognized, instead, was the oppressive amount of power the blonde was exuding. That had felt it before, anyone who had participated in the final century of the war would. It was one of 3 distinct feelings that represented doom on the battlefield. And they knew which one this was. So, you live, Naruto Abadan, Azazel stated. Any pretense of playfulness was instantly removed from his tone. Behind him, his 2 friends tensed. They did not like their odds in this battle. Sure, they were once archangels, but Naruto Abadan was a core member of the Phoenix team, a team whose arrival signaled a bloody end to any conflict they chose to be a part of. Flee on sight, was the general command given to all fallen when faced with them. And of all 3, he was possibly the one that provided the hardest challenge. One could deal with the healing of the Phoenix, but the sheer versatility Naruto had shown in the war was something no countermeasure survived contact with. I'm a hard man to kill, he answered, before staring down his adversaries. You seem to be prepared for my eventual appearance, though. It seems you have been warned. Naruto looked at Azazel's 2 advisors. They had both flared their wings, 20 together, still not much of a threat to him. The leader of the Grigori himself looked composed, if a bit intrigued. Bara, Shem, calm down. I'm pretty sure he didn't choose to come here to end dear old me. He got his followers to lower their weapons, which they did, albeit hesitantly. You don't seem to have come here to fight. So, tell me, how can I help you? He asked, completely disregarding the notion that the person standing in front of him was very possibly the single most dangerous devil in existence. Naruto allowed himself a light chuckle, perceptive as always. Now, let's get to the elephant in the room. What do you know of Kuo? He asked, noticing the confusion on Azazel's face. Well, began. Kuo is a human city under the joint governance of the Citri and Gremory families. It is an active devil hotbed. My fallen are under command to not set foot there without express orders from myself. Naruto nodded, doing nothing to alleviate his quarry's confusion. But you already knew that, so, why ask me? Naruto shook his head. I've currently set up shop in Kuo, and yesterday, I felt the presence of a few fallen on the city's outskirts. I thought they were on a diplomatic mission, considering the security Kuo offers to devilkind. But last night, one of these fallen murdered a sacred gear user. If not for the handy intervention of the Gremory house, the Longinus, boosted gear, would have gone dormant for yet another generation. Azazel stopped dead in his tracks. Now, you seem like a smart guy to me, so, I believe there's some other reason why the fallen are so intent on starting a new war. Now, mind cluing me in on what's been going on in your ranks? 'Cause frankly, this jeopardizes the secrecy I have worked so hard to forge. Azazel grimaced. There was more to it than Naruto could possibly know, but the blonde, notwithstanding his limited interaction with the occult over the past few centuries, had still been able to piece together that there was a greater force behind this mishap. Well, you see, since the war ended, there's been a bit of a divide between us fallen. Barakiel covered for his leader. A few of the Grigori have left their posts, and taken with them a number of our legions, be it through force or old ties from when they were still part of the heavenly host. Intrigued, Naruto turned to face Azazel. Even the silver-tongued Azazel couldn't keep his faction under his thumb. Interesting, but expected. Especially from a faction that was created through betrayal. If the 3 fallen took his words as an insult, they didn't show it. Their restraint was commendable, be it on the field of battle or off. So, kindly tell me the name of the one responsible, and I will try to make sure and send you whatever remains of him in a nice little party basket. Azazel stiffened at the malicious tone that crept into Naruto's words. I'm afraid I cannot let you kill him. He is a fallen, and we ourselves will deal with him. For what he did, he will spend an eternity in Cocytus. If you help us deliver this judgment to him, we shall tell you of his identity, Azazel demanded. There aren't many of us left, And whatever little power we have, we are not willing to squander it. Even if he is mad, even if he is traitorous, he is still one of us. And I cannot, in good faith, let you slaughter him." Naruto held his gaze, the determination in his eyes shining through. When all was said and done, Azazel had done an admirable job at keeping the fallen in line, especially given their very nature. A leader of a deceitful race, yet someone who stood up for his kind, despite their traitorous nature. Spirit like that was commendable. Hence, he acquiesced. "As long as they do not act out of line again, I promise I will refrain from killing them," Naruto proposed, and Azazel took it. "His name is Kokabeel. A 10-winged fallen. Him and his legion left our fold a few months ago. The last I heard of him, he was in Western Europe," Azazel answered. A concerned look replaced the impassivity of his face. "The ones in Kuo, on the other hand, are from my faction. Yet, Kokabeel seems to have bewitched them. There are 4 of them, each with 1 set of wings." Surprised, Naruto raised a brow. 4 low-class fallen? To attack a town like Kuo? Together, maybe they could challenge a mid-class devil, but both the clan heirs in Kuo are high class. Both by birth and ability. They'd be decimated before they could so much as materialize a single light spear. Azazel nodded. Even though they had a rather sheltered upbringing, the Cetri and Gremory heiresses were no joke, and that was completely discounting their diverse, powerful peerages. "They're out of their depth here. And political stipulations place them out of my range. They will die out there. Hence, if I may, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Naruto laughed. "A favor? For you? The man who cut down countless members of my race mercilessly? For the man who made angels fall like rain? Give me one reason why I do that." Azazel didn't rise to the bait. Instead he raised 2 fingers. "I could give you 2. For one, I have some information that expressly concerns you. And second, we'll keep all knowledge of you secret. Hell, we'll even add in information about the underworld, which you seem to sorely lack." Naruto thought it over for a moment. Azazel was one of the most informed members of the moonlit world. He had always been a man who valued information over power, which even showed during the war. He'd cut off supply lines and take down larger garrisons of both devils and angels. He wasn't a master tactician just because of his heavenly standing. The man was genuinely the closest thing there was to a true spy master among the leagues of the occult. And Naruto could definitely make do with more knowledge of the world, even though he did have his own feelers out. Kage Bunshin were useful like that. But due to his devil blood, he couldn't infiltrate the underworld anymore. The registration glyphs on the border of the underworld couldn't be fooled by seals. He had learnt that the hard way. "Okay, I'll bite. What do I have to do?" he asked. The smile of relief that appeared on Azazel's face told him that he could have bargained for more, but that wasn't important. It wasn't as if Azazel could provide him with anything else that he truly wanted anyways. "The 4 fallen angels in Kuo are not evil, they are merely misguided. If it is at all possible, I would like you to retrieve them," he sighed. "As for the first part of our deal, heaven has lost another one of its archangels." Naruto looked at Azazel with a pensive expression. Sure, that was a rare event in itself, but he didn't understand why it concerned him. And that was when Azazel dropped the metaphorical hammer. It was Raziel. Oh shit. Raziel, the keeper of the mysteries, one of the strongest of the archangels, and Naruto's self-appointed rival. The number of archangels that outranked Raziel in power could be counted on one hand. The fact that she had fallen was quite grave indeed, especially given the fact that she had gained something of an unhealthy obsession with Naruto around the end of the war. "Please don't tell me that she's looking for me," Naruto pleaded, grasping at straws. To his dismay, Azazel shook his head. "Raziel is the keeper of mysteries. She's the archangel whose task is the most daunting and varied of them all. And according to her, you are a greater mystery than even the origin of Trihexa. As such, she's attracted to your location. It would be safe to say that given a couple of days, she'll find you. At least you have some time to prepare, and possibly appease her." Naruto shook his head. "You've given me a lot to think about. I believe you'll send me a dossier on the recent developments in the underworld once I fulfill your requirements." Azazel nodded. Naruto allowed a small smile to grace his face, which unnerved his 3 companions a bit too much for their personal tastes. "As for my secret, I sincerely hope you keep it. because over the centuries, I have come to be rather close to dragonkind. As such, I know of your artificial sacred gear. If you leak my secret, I can disappear again. You, on the other hand, will have to answer to both Sirzex and Michael about it. I believe they'll be most curious about how you managed to replicate a power that can be traced back to God himself. Naruto took a second to savor the look of abject horror on the fallen angels' faces. I'd say it was a pleasure doing business with you, but I'll hold my judgment on that till you fulfill your end of the bargain. And for your sake, I hope you do. Before Azazel could come up with a reply, Naruto disappeared in a shower of golden sparks, leaving all three fallen angels with one singular thought in their minds. How did he even get here? Unbeknownst to them, a small seal faded out of view, hidden behind Azazel's high collar. A small gift from Naruto that had been there ever since they faced off in the war. Better safe than sorry, after all. A week. 1 week of constant shadow clone surveillance was enough to notify Naruto that not only were the four fallen in Kuo smart, choosing to spread out and hide among humans, denying him the opportunity to take them out stealthily. Together, they generally assembled in a church on the outskirts of the city, but he couldn't risk going there. 'Cause that's where she had made her home. Raziel, the Archangel of Mysteries. She was generally paired with Raphael and Casfiel during the war, and whenever they were deployed, so were the members of Naruto's team. Originally, Naruto had believed Raziel to be male, considering her robes, the completely covered attire of a mage. It was only after repeated confrontations and an unintended wardrobe malfunction that Naruto's team learnt that Raziel was a woman. As the Archangel of Mysteries, it did make sense. To keep the mysteries of the world was her divine duty, and that duty was what had led her to Kuo. Though Naruto was pretty adept at hiding himself, he was rather skeptical about his chances of escaping Raziel's scrutiny. He didn't want to take a chance, and had the patience needed to make sure he didn't need to. Once Raziel decided that Kuo was merely a false alarm, or the four fallen angels decided to make a move, he'd make his own. Till then, it was all about planning, and he was fine with that. But what really confused him was Kokebiel and his endgame. He had sent four two-winged fallen to take on a bastion of devilkind, one guarded by two of the strongest families in the underworld, manned by the heirs of said families. They weren't misdirection, he could tell, and they were obviously proficient and crafty, as the fallen were wont. They had displayed their ingenuity in the way that they had taken out Issei, but the devils of Kuo were not far behind in their own wily ways. Rias had been there, she had known, and she had acted. Hell, she had even pulled one off on him. It was pointless to blame her, considering the fallen had the means and power to successfully disguise themselves to resemble humans, considering the fact that sin ran through both species, and both were once holy, righteous creations of the Almighty. The sin of the humans was disobeying the will of God, of consuming the forbidden fruit. The sin of the fallen was betraying their purpose. In all honesty, the difference between the two races was merely one of circumstance. Back to the point, Kokebiel. Naruto had met Kokebiel and his legion on the fields of battle twice, and each time, the valiant, smart legions under Kokebiel's leadership had held them off long enough to allow his faction to retreat. He was a good leader, a man who knew war like the back of his hand, and with a title like Kokebiel of the Legion, that was to be expected. He had 10 wings, but if mental alacrity and militaristic acumen were something to go by, Naruto would consider him 12-winged. Hence, his move surprised Naruto. It was too obvious to be a misdirection, and too stupid to be successful. The only reason Naruto could guess was that Kokebiel merely wanted to get rid of these few fallen. Considering they were operating under the illusion that their orders came directly from Azazel, it would definitely raise concerns among the other two factions. Azazel wouldn't sell Kokebiel out, considering he wanted to deal with his erstwhile underling personally, and the other factions would take that as a challenge. All in all, the only purpose it served was to remove Kokebiel from public vision. That could only mean his plan relied on stealth. As a shinobi, he could easily draw this conclusion. But the men and women of the occult were prideful. They were the kind of people that believed in power above finesse. Part of the reason he was so successful in the war was because he could generally use their hubris against them. But Kokebiel was not like that. He had never been like that. And in that regard, he had Naruto's respect. But respect didn't wipe away doubts. Instead, it merely served to bring them to the forefront. Kokabeel wouldn't openly defy Azazel unless his plan was already near fruition. And considering that his legion had left with him too, his plan would be much more large-scale than Azazel could guess. This was why he didn't like fighting the Fallen, or for that matter, humans. They were wily opponents and had the smarts to back up their power. And that was why the Fallen, even though the faction possessed merely one 12-winged angel, were one of the biggest threats of the Great War. If push came to shove, he'd act, but in case things went according to plan, he wouldn't have to. The Red Dragon Emperor had awoken, and he could always be Naruto's proxy. And if that didn't work out, he could always work through a path. The Rinnegan was useful like that. As he filed in his paperwork for the day, planning to make it home early and possibly cook himself some ramen, he was caught unaware by a knock on his door. Sensing the draconic presence of his protege, he sat down. The door opened, and Issei all but ran and crashed on his chair. Apparently, he'd been running for a while now, if the perspiration on his face was anything to go by. But what really brought Naruto to a stop were the emotions coming from him, and more so, the fact that he barely needed to read them to understand what had transpired. Because the look on Issei's face was something he remembered far too well. He remembered seeing it on his own face, a long time ago, before he was embroiled in the doings of Devilkind. Someone he cared for was in danger. "I need your help," Issei exclaimed between labored breaths. Naruto nodded before folding his hands under his chin. And with a perfectly neutral face, he spoke. "Tell me everything, from the start." It was just as he expected. The Fallen were brash, but they had made their move. They had kidnapped a sacred gear holder right under Gremory's nose, in Gremory territory no less. And if Issei's account of her powers was to be believed, the girl held a healing sacred gear, one of the rarest and most treasured kinds. In some ways, the rarity of healing sacred gears even outshot that of the Longinus, and he had an inkling of what they planned to do with it. He had seen Azazel's old machines in action, seen the horrifying process that preceded the removal of a sacred gear. But this was Gremory turf. So why was Issei asking him for help? "I understand your concerns, but why would you come to me about this and not go to Rias?" he asked. Though he knew the answer. The girl would make for an amazing peerage member, undoubtedly. But as a holy maiden, would she even accept Rias' proposal? In this case, wasn't it better to remove the choice from the equation altogether? It was ingenious, sure, but it was equally inhumane. It wasn't something Naruto could stand for. Issei shook his head. "She told me not to mess with angels, even if they're fallen. She doesn't know Asia, and she is too scared of risking me." His head fell and his body started to tremble. "She's willing to sacrifice Asia just so that I can be safe." The trembling increased, and so did his voice. "But I promised her that she'd be my friend. I promised to keep her safe. What kind of person would I be if I can't even keep the people I care about safe?" Naruto smiled. The resemblance was uncanny. Unlike him, who had to be taught the meaning of true strength by Haku, Issei already understood it. His interactions with the brown-haired devil were just proving him to be a worthy successor to his legacy. Of course, he had to test the boy further. He needed to know just how far the boy was willing to go in order to make sure those he cares for are safe. "Remember, I told you that I do not want to be embroiled in the machinations of devilkind. So, kindly explain why you believe I'll be willing to charge into fallen angel territory with you?" he asked, making Issei tense up further. The resolve that crept up into the young boy's eyes was admirable indeed. "You'll be going with me, so you won't have to reveal yourself. Rias doesn't know that I plan to go against her orders," he answered, his voice not wavering once and his will not even remotely bending to Naruto, but the unheard question still hung heavy between the two of them. "And if you refuse, I'll tell Rias that you know about the occult." Instantly, Issei was floored by a wave of killing intent sending him to the floor as he felt his heart pump painfully in his chest. He struggled to stand back up, but his body just didn't obey him. He could barely raise his head to look at the man who he had come to for help, and all he met was a face that could never, possibly belong to the friendly student counselor he had come to know over the past few months. Dead, that was the best way to describe it. There was no pretense of familiarity on Naruto's face, no inkling of mercy. It was blank, and the feeling he got from him promised nothing but death, an agonizing, drawn-out death with no hesitance, with no joy or sorrow being wrought from the act. He gulped. He couldn't let this stop him. He had to save Asia. Under extreme duress, something inside the boy clicked. His sacred gear, which, till this point, Rias thought was a twice critical, manifested on his arm. And as he looked down at it, it began to change. The sharp, draconic ridges began to expand outwards, and green gem in the middle expanded and pulsed with otherworldly energies. The gauntlet grew into his fingers, giving him red, draconic claws. This wasn't what Rias said it would do. Suddenly, he felt himself fill with power, and finally, through exertion, he was able to stand. Trembling with the force needed to complete the Herculean task, he looked Naruto straight in the eye. "You kill me, and the Gremory will never leave you alone." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as his killing intent dropped. Never, not even in his wildest dreams, had the thought that Issei would one day come up to him and use sound logic to convince him to cooperate. He had to hold back a laugh. Unlike him as a kid, and defying all the tags society had given to him, Issei had come up with a sound plan to use him to further his own plans. Ingenious. Really? Naruto smiled. "You pass. You'll have my help. So, what do you need me to do?" Issei blinked in confusion. A mere second ago, Naruto was holding him to the ground using nothing but his sense of danger. And now, he was leaning back on his chair, completely relaxed, telling him that he had passed. He wanted to ask about it. But time was running low. He couldn't let idle banter get in the way of Asia's safety. "They're holed up in a church outside town. You handle the small fry, and I'll go and get Asia back." There was no doubt in Issei's voice. It was a simple statement of fact, a rejection of possibility that he could fail to save Asia. Naruto smiled before drawing a quick hand seal. Before Issei could say anything, both him and the blonde Uzumaki disappeared in a shower of golden sparks. When Issei's eyes finally recovered from the freak light show, all he could do was gape. In front of him was the church he had told Naruto about. If the all-knowing smile on Naruto's face was anything to go by, he had already scouted the place out. The other thing that Issei noticed was the sudden feeling of danger, great danger, that emanated from the church. This wasn't the danger he had felt when he faced Ryanair, or even Donaseek. This was greater, magnitudes greater. And he was sure he was not capable of dealing with it. He gulped, and looked over to the blonde, who was now humming a tune while carrying a shit-eating grin on his face. "Still want me to take care of the small fry, Issei?" The church was quite beautiful, if something was to be said about it. A large hall, leading to a chiseled marble altar, backed by a fresco made by a masterful glassworker. Beautiful it was, but dilapidated in equal measure. The carpets, once red and vibrant, were mere rotted stains the color of spilt wine on the ground. The benches, once hewn out of the most beautiful redwoods, were nothing more than breeding grounds for the multiple infestations that now called the church home. The dichotomy was ironic and sad in equal measure. So was the fact that a church, the bastion for the holy, now served as a hiding spot for the fallen, the lesser evil, but unworthy of the light. Just as well. A faction that was comprised solely of the scum of angelkind, abandoned by heaven itself. Oh, how similar they were to this abandoned church. Irony at its finest. "How many of them are here?" Issei asked. Naruto took a second to break out of his reverie, and chose to face his companion. "There are 4 fallen, and over a dozen exorcists. You don't need to worry about them. Ryanair is in the sanctuary behind the main hall." He pointed towards the rather ominous-looking door leading downstairs. Issei locked eyes with him once again. "What happened to the ominous presence we felt outside?" Naruto chuckled. Raziel's aura had diminished the moment he flared his own. She knew he was here. And she was content with that knowledge. She didn't wish to confront him while he was in the presence of someone so far below her stature. She might have fallen, but she was still an angel. And for an angel, pride always came first and foremost. "Oh, she'll be here soon enough." As for the others, Naruto quickly drew a one-handed seal, making 15 clones pop into existence and completely stunning Issei. "They're none of your concern. You have a job to do. A princess to save." Issei held Naruto's gaze for a scant second before realizing that there was no other way to tackle this. He didn't know Naruto's power. He had no way of knowing that he was currently in a room with what could only be considered the strongest devil in history. But the benign smile on Naruto's face told him what mere words could not. He would survive, there were no two ways about it. He rushed towards the sanctuary. If Naruto's resolve was great enough to fight the owner of that oppressive aura, He couldn't afford to be afraid of Ryanair. It is uncanny how people you think you know can still surprise you, Naruto muttered, watching Issei's retreating back. That goes for you too, by the way. Never thought you'd fall, Raziel-chan. As he turned to face the sudden, suffocating aura that had suddenly manifested behind him, an aura that didn't so much as elicit a twitch from him, he was faced with a creature that could only be defined through the tag of divinity. Her face was thin, almost elfin, with those high cheekbones and those perfect eyelashes of hers, like a barrier guarding her bright green eyes from the world. Her blonde hair was cut short, reaching only down to her shoulders, but it only served to bring out the beauty of her elfin features. She was dressed in black rags, possibly the only things she could find in her short tenure as one of the fallen, but it didn't remove from her body at all. She wasn't buxom, by any definition of the word. She didn't quite have the same assets as someone like Rias, but was still firm enough to leave something to the mind. Her body curved at all the right angles. But then again, what less could be expected from the echelons of heaven, when even the least impressive of their kind looked like fucking supermodels? The final stroke to the painting were her wings. Once, they were pure white, all 12 of them, denoting her status as an archangel, the greatest of the great. If Naruto wasn't the man he was, he'd have buckled to the feeling of supremacy she exuded. It almost felt as if her mere presence demanded obedience. Her aura was telling his body to kneel, to cower before her, in all her beauty and power. But he was Naruto Uzumaki. And Naruto Uzumaki knelt to no man. A wave of killing intent surged from his body, blowing away the benches that surrounded him. The earth cracked, and Raziel's floating visage was brought down to the ground. All 12 wings drooped, touching the ground. She released more power to even out, but the perfect image she presented was broken. The concentrated expression of effort on her face barely showed, but it told Naruto enough that Raziel would not be the one marking the terms of this argument. Some of us fall due to forbidden love, some of us fall for lust of power. Raziel spoke in a voice which was close to a breeze than something a mouth could produce, her glare boring imaginary holes into Naruto's own cerulean orbs. Well, the reason I fell is standing right here in front of me, Abaddon. If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it. I go by Naruto Uzumaki these days, he corrected, a sick grin appearing on his face. And you claim you fell for me. Then how come you're here, in a holy shack, ready to fight me? Did you fall because you wanted revenge for all your brethren I killed? In that case, wouldn't Arya be your target of choice? His grin grew larger. Or did little old me impress you so much that you couldn't stop thinking about the hanky-panky? Raziel shook her head. The scowl on her face was the only response he got to his last comment, considering she decided to completely disregard it as it came. I have no desire for vengeance. I fell because of you. Because of what you represent. This time, Naruto was quite confused. Sensing the change in his oppressive chakra, Raziel sighed. Your power, it feels like nothing I have ever experienced before. You are a mere devil from a lower house, yet you could hold your own against the best of us. As the Archangel of Mysteries, it is my right to know what you are, who you are, she answered, pointing at him, incriminatingly. You do not fit in the nexus of this world, and the only way I will get my answers is through you. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. Wait, so you're saying, you fell because you wanted to know me better? I might not know much about the laws of the light, but doesn't that seem a bit too stringent? After all, knowing thy enemy is one of the very cornerstones of wartime strategy? To this, Raziel responded with a muted chuckle, even as her face remained stoic through it all. And you believe that to be an easy task? She asked. The entire library of the high heavens. I perused. The ancient scrolls of human lords. I scrolled. The entire omnibus of this planet's history. I scoured. Works written by Father himself in his own divine blood. I dissected for a hint of a link. And yet, I could not find a single recorded instance of the powers you use. You, Naruto. Abaddon, are a mystery that I simply could not let go. Hence, I committed the ultimate sin, she proclaimed, efficiently shutting her blonde quarry up before he could so much as formulate a retort. I partook knowledge that is forbidden to my kind, she answered. I approached the fates, and while they were originally hesitant to aid me, I made them talk. Black feathers ruffled in the airy gusts that came through the church's broken fresco, leaving almost no doubts as to what she meant by persuasion. Clotho, the youngest, told me that she had never spun the thread of your fate. Lachesis, the elder, told me that she had never measured the length of your thread. And Atropos, the eldest, she told me that her scissors couldn't cut something that simply didn't exist. Naruto paled. Of course, the three sisters of fate. Greek goddesses who guarded the forbidden knowledge of their namesake, fate. Ones who could tell the life and death of a man through a mere look. These women had failed to find his fate, because, simply put, he didn't belong here. And as such, him having one would be both redundant and impossible, in equal measure. Raziel caught up on this and smirked victoriously. So, you do have the answers. Very well, I shall take them from you. Naruto snapped out of his sudden lapse of concentration, and you believe I'm just going to willingly spill the beans to someone who was, at least till a few days ago, fighting for the other side? He was answered by the materialization of 100 orbs of pure light all around his current opponent. He barely moved in time as they all shot out, completely destroying the ground where he stood mere moments ago. I knew you wouldn't give over your secrets lightly, she answered, preparing for another strike as the first volley were still being dodged by the blonde devil. Which is why I have been preparing for this day. Naruto dodged yet another sphere before pulling out a seal and using the pre-drawn array to absorb all the light in an area. He was met with success as the orbs forming around Raziel suddenly dimmed and faded away. The seal of eternal darkness, the reason why he had been able to succeed where his fellow devils failed in the war. You'll have to try better than that, Missy. Naruto shot back as he rushed in towards his opponent at a speed too fast for even her angelic eyes to follow. As he was about to jab a chakra-reinforced fist into her abdomen and end the frankly pointless fight, his reflexes kicked in, making him jump back just in time to see 3 balls of an unknown energy whiz by the place where his head had been merely a fraction of a second ago. As such, he quickly backed off, glaring daggers at Raziel, who seemed to have a rather self-satisfied expression on her face. The last time we fought, I suffered loss at your hands, merely because you nulled the light we use. The orbs that surrounded her this time were pure white, not golden. The power he felt within these orbs was too great for it to merely be light. So, I created a new source of power, again, a forbidden art, as we angels are only meant to use God's gifts as our weapons. This power is decidedly not something God would bestow on us, almighty power, the bringer of the apocalypse. The orbs began to revolve her, slowly at first, but steadily gaining speed. You are possibly the fastest person I have ever met on the field of battle. It doesn't matter, when faced with the ultimate defense, you will fall. Almighty Vortex. She yelled as the hundreds of orbs created a defensive, rotating sphere surrounding her. Naruto had to give her props, the plan was well thought out. Too bad, it wouldn't stand for much. Now, fall, Heaven's Gate, she shouted, as she shot towards Naruto at a mind-boggling speed, her orbs destroying anything they touched. Naruto took the chance to dodge, setting up a seal on the ground, his own modified, area-based version of the Hiraishin. As the seal spread outwards, he used it to dodge Raziel's attack yet again, disappearing in a shower of sparks. You can't hit me if you can't catch me, he taunted, dodging yet another charge. Raziel stopped, realizing that Naruto could definitely dodge her attacks till Kingdom Come. She rose off the ground on her 12 outstretched wings, her vortex shrinking closer to her body. Did you really think my attack was merely defensive? Even I'm not stupid enough to believe that I could beat you in a war of attrition. The orbs making up the vortex suddenly stopped rotating and started to vibrate in place. Now, face the second phase of my technique. Almighty Vortex. Splash. The orbs shot out at a speed that not even Naruto could follow. Hundreds of them, fired off like a shotgun's buckshot. He couldn't dodge, so instead, he stood his ground, as a flash of gold enveloped him. The orbs impacted, causing explosions wherever they hit. The effect was immediate as the entire church hall collapsed around her. Raziel allowed herself a small smile, knowing beyond doubt that her quarry would no longer be able to fight back. As the dust settled, though, the smile instantly turned sour, as her opponent came into view. That sour expression turned into one of abject terror. Defending Naruto was a shield of pure gold, a metal that by all rights would have melted like butter under the force of her attack. But seldom were such weapons ever what they appeared to be, for the only weapons of gold that ever survived the test of time were those forged by the gods themselves. The Deus Xiphos, Michael's sword, was forged out of gold, which could fell even the strongest of foes. A weapon that could cleave through Trihexa itself. But the Deus Xiphos had never filled her with the same sense of foreboding that Naruto's shield did. The fact that said shield was now rapidly transforming into a sword did nothing to comfort her either. That weapon, do you even comprehend what you wield? She hesitantly questioned, getting a sheepish smile from Naruto. Even I'm not that dumb, Raziel. Say hello to the Samsara. He replied, raising the simple, yet deadly, single-edged bastard sword in a mock salute. Raziel seethed with anger, the weapon created and wielded by the traitor of humanity. How apartment I hope you realize that I cannot let you carry the very essence of creation in your hands. Without further ado, more orbs appeared around the Arcanist fallen. That weapon is too dangerous to be entrusted to the hands of a devil. Naruto let out a challenging laugh. Well then, let's fight for it. Fair. Warning. I really cannot hold back when using this. The only reply he got was the reformation of Raziel's vortex. This time, she spread her wings to their full wingspan. She was going to charge him, and he didn't plan to disappoint. Hit me with your best shot, Abaddon, almighty crush. She shot off towards him, the power of her wings adding to her speed. Had he been who he once was, before being reincarnated, the attack would have killed him with ease. But now, well, things were different. He started to run towards Raziel, one hand on Samsara as he channeled chakra into it, almost rivaling Raziel's own power. In the matter of a second, they'd clash. And when she was in his sword's reach, he let the power he had built up loose. I'm sorry for this. Deathbound, his sword slashed out, surrounded by the golden glow of his chakra mixing with Samsara's own arcane powers. It clashed with Raziel's attack, and the orbs made a noise almost akin to a crunch, before the combined power of both attacks decided that it didn't like being compressed. And it expanded, taking out whatever was left of the church's main hall in a dome of golden light. Asia. No. Talk to me. The scene that played out in front of Naruto as he walked in told him loud and clear that Issei had failed. For one, the boy looked like he had been beaten within an inch of his life. The only reason he was still alive was because he could, apparently, take a lot more punishment than Ryanair, who was out cold in a corner. One clean punch was all it had taken to end her, the fact that she still lived proving that Issei still held belief in the sanctity of life. Even if it was the life of the person who had killed him, and effectively, the only female friend he had made of his own volition. Uzumaki-sensei. Issei yelled, a look of helplessness on his face. Please, you have to help her, he pleaded. Naruto simply nodded before grabbing hold of Issei's shoulder and initiating a Hiraishin to his house. Issei barely got time to react to the sudden change of scenery as Naruto quickly took Asia's unmoving body from him and lay her out on his bed. Stand outside, and no matter what you hear, do not enter, Naruto admonished, his voice cold as ice. Issei gulped, but nodded. He had asked for Naruto's help, and Naruto had yet to let him down. He'd trust his teacher once more. He had no other alternative, after all. I'll let you know when it's done. Also, best of luck explaining what happened to Rias. If my calculations are correct, she should be here in less than 3 minutes. Issei's audible gasp was the last thing he heard as he closed the door behind him. In front of him lay Asia, and as he expected, her soul no longer inhabited the mortal coil. Well, he could definitely take care of that. A ripple spread outwards in his eyes as his usual pools of cerulean were replaced by the rippling, patterned violet red of the Rinne Sharingan. Come, Shinigami, Gedo Mugen Rinne Tensai no Jutsu, Outer Path, Infinite Art of True Rebirth. And it materialized, the gaunt, ethereal specter that was the god of death, the reaper of souls, Shinigami. The sense of wrongness it emitted was physically quantifiable. Of course, Naruto had long ascended the realm of power he held, but that didn't stop him from being revolted by the sheer sense of dread that permeated from the creature that controlled death itself. What do you want, child? Have you summoned me here again simply because the effect of death was simply not to your liking? It asked, and for good reason. The last time Naruto had summoned him was when he ran into an orphanage that had been destroyed by a stray devil, and that had been centuries ago, when the humans were a lot more perceptive, and the devils were a lot less secretive. I want you to release her soul, he spoke, no, ordered. If he had been anyone else, the Shinigami would have had him pay with his life. But not him. A creature that could fight the two heavenly Dragons did not beg, he did not trade. The Shinigami knew that, and he knew he had no say in the matter. When power asked for something, it wasn't a request. It was a demand, it was absolution. So be it, but before I do that, I will do you the courtesy of showing you the life that you wish to prolong. Before Naruto could counter, he was hit by a wave of memories. Memories of an orphan, living a life of destitution. Memories of her learning about the powers bestowed upon her by the divine. Memories of how the kids in her orphanage treated her like a freak. Memories of beatings, of abuse. Of her getting better with her powers, by using them on herself. Memories of her running away. Memories of her starving. Memories of her indoctrination into the church. Memories of being a holy maiden, and finally being accepted by her peers. Memories of it all going away, only because she made one single mistake. Red chakra slowly started to emerge from Naruto, the red tint in his eyes growing more predominant. It was his life, all over again. Except, her power, her personality, unlike his, had been so mellow, so lovable, so just. And yet, humans demarcated against her. And for what? The laws of the light were unbending, stern. But to him, they were bullshit. He always hated the Holy Church, the Crusades had seen to that. But this, well, this was borderline personal. Like light through a crack, Naruto felt Asia's plight reaching out to his old conscience. Beckoning it free from the facades he had built up around it, and surprisingly, it answered. It gave Naruto purpose. He had a job to do. You just gave me more of a reason to have her back, he stated, his voice low, barely restraining the very limits of his anger. The Shinigami, reading the mood, decided to comply without further questioning. As Asia's soul began to slowly flow back into her lithe frame, her eyes opened, only to be greeted by the tearful eyes of the person who she could only assume to be one of her saviors. Ah, hello. Thank you for taking care of me, Asia slowly whispered, deliriously sliding in and out of consciousness. This alarmed Naruto. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Shinigami's healing was absolute, and her body was otherwise unhurt. He turned to fix the specter hanging behind him with a severe, accusing glare, but all the personification of death did was shake his head. I could return her soul, but as is the case with all sacred gear holders, her sacred gear is as much a part of her as her soul. Without it, she simply cannot survive. Asia caught on to that, and surprisingly, was not affected in the slightest by the Shinigami's oppressive presence. Oh, so, I'm going to die? She asked, nonplussed, her voice unable to rise above a whisper. That's such a shame. Issei promised me that he would show me Kuo, that he'd make me meet his friends, that he'd be my friend, she spoke, her cheery tone slowly dropping. Can I see him, one last time, mister? I'd like to see his smile once before I die. My only friend. No, I cannot allow that. Her eyes widened a bit, but then a serene smile spread on her face. Oh, guess that'll just be another regret I'll be taking to the grave. Naruto grabbed her hand and shook his head. No, you won't die. You'll see Issei daily. You'll meet his friends. You'll go to school. You'll have so many friends that you won't be able to count them all, I promise. Shocked, Asia looked at him with hopeful eyes. She tried to shift in her bed, but her body wouldn't allow her. You do that for me? She asked, but I don't even know your name. Naruto chuckled. My name is Naruto. We can save our introductions for later, once you're back on your feet. And for what I'm going to do, I need you to trust me. Do you think you can do that? Asia nodded, the strain from talking so much denying her the ability to voice her words. Having gotten confirmation, Naruto drew samsara from within his soul. The Shinigami saw this, and for once, a look of surprise passed his grotesque, inhuman features. You'd do so much to save a life as tortuous as her? You'd go so far as to use creation itself to prolong her torment? Naruto shook his head. No, she won't know the hate she has lived through her whole life for another day hence. I, Naruto Abaddon, will make sure that no matter what may befall her, she will be safe. I swear on my name. I will not let that smile die again. Spin, Samsara. Kartavya calls to you. Issei. Naruto had to suppress a chuckle. The teen outside had passed out due to his injuries and fatigue. He barely even responded to his name. Though the combined healing of the newly restored Twilight Healing and the Shozen Jutsu quickly saw to that. Rid of his injuries. The brown-haired teen quickly shot out of his chair, only to be greeted by Asia tackle hugging him into the ground. "Why you came for me?" The diminutive teen spoke into his chest, her tears slowly seeping into the shredded rags that were once his jacket and shirt. Unable to form a cohesive sentence, the boy simply held Asia closer, his teary eyes meeting Naruto's benign pools of blue. "Thank you." Naruto simply nodded. To cut the tearful reunion short, in a second, the room was filled with 2 peerages worth of devils, each with a surprised look on their faces. Alerted to their sudden presence, Issei looked around, immediately paling when his eyes landed on Ria's buxom figure, and then, on the stern expression on Sona's face. "Might I ask you, Issei, why you disobeyed a direct order from me and charged into angel territory?" she asked, getting over her initial surprise. "More so, what are you doing in Uzumaki-sensei's house?" Deciding that this was a good time as any to put Issei out of his misery and save whatever was left of his cover, Naruto spoke up. "I think I should be asking you that question. How did you all just appear in my house?" First, Issei shows up, beaten to death, clutching little Asia in his arms, comatose. Then all of you just teleport to my house. I thought my powers were weird, but you guys take the cake. The effect was immediate. Every single person in that room save for Issei paled. But none realized the implications of what they had just done, as well as Rias and Sona. Naruto had no threatening presence, he didn't radiate the feel of a sacred gear, he didn't feel like a member of any of the 3 occult factions. He could heal, sure, but there were hundreds of human-developed healing arts that utilized ki, the power of the soul. It was then that realization hit them. In their haste to act, they had made a grave error. They had just revealed the existence of the occult to a mere bystander. "Oh fuck," Rias commented, and if she wasn't as prideful and stoic as she was, Naruto could have sworn Sona would have said the same. And well, that's chapter 2. I'll get chapter 3 out eventually. As always, follow, favorite, review, it really helps. The chapter was beta read by Pure Blank, who is, and will always be, my go-to beta DOOD. Cruel Ruin Chapter 3. Hello guys, guess which story is not dead? After my last update, the new DxD crossover, that which remains, many of you asked me whether I was going to continue this. For all them folks, fear not. This will definitely go on. I only plan to retire my RWBY story, and will be replacing it with something new soon. As for all you guys asking for a bigger harem, sorry, not going to happen. With that out of the way, let's get on with the chapter. "So, you know about us devils?" Naruto shook his head. "Not specifically about you guys, but I've heard of devils before. Never expected to run into one during my lifetime. Guess the world is out to get me." Rias sighed in relief. "Well, that's somewhat heartening, but I'll need you to tell me why you are here, in Kuo of all places. Who does your allegiance lie with?" Naruto looked at her, a nonplussed expression on his face. "No one, really. I was born and raised in Kyoto. If you need to know how, I already know about the occult. Once you've seen one kappa, you've seen everything the world has to offer." Rias chuckled. Sona, on the other hand, wasn't quite as convinced by Naruto's cover. The Kyoto Yukai faction is well known for how fiercely they defend their members from the influence of other factions. So, how come they allowed a healer, someone with such a useful skill, to leave their fold and go to Kuo? I mean, this place is a known bastion for devilkind. Naruto locked his gaze with hers. "Sona, I'm not a part of the Yukai faction. They do not take kindly to other races, and their mistrust has peaked since the eradication of the Nekosho faction." He did not miss the wince that came from Rias, or the sudden deflation of Kaneko behind her. He was playing his cards right. But the Nekosho massacre was, unfortunately, perpetrated by devilkind. Why would the Yukai hate humans for something done exclusively by the devils? Naruto's smile dropped for a mere second. "Sona, the devils didn't fight alone. They had agents within humanity, and when the time came, they too fought the Yukai. They kept the yokai busy while devils committed genocide. No one side bears the blame." He glanced at Asia, who was now a devil in Ria's service. "And now that I know humans can become devils, it makes sense how devilkind got their fangs into our ranks." Sona grimaced. "You sound like someone who has a lot to hold against our kind. So, answer this. Why are you so comfortable around us, now that you know what we are? Because I cannot, in good conscience, hate an entire race for what they did. The simple, yet apt answer stunned Sona. It was refreshing to see that humanity, for all its flaws, didn't keep grudges quite the same way devils did. That was a bonus of having a short lifespan. Maybe if devils weren't an immortal, unchanging species, they too would be able to adapt and progress the way humans had. Maybe then her dream wouldn't seem so absurd to those in power. I see. Naruto looked around, content. His work was done. After this, it was unlikely that Rias or Sona would pester him further about who he was. Make them believe that they wronged him, and their pride would see to everything else. Devils were prideful creatures, and pride always came before a fall. If we're done discussing you and me, should we move on to the topic at hand? Naruto asked, pointing his right index finger towards Asia, who was asleep next to Issei. She's excommunicated by the church, possesses an incredible power somewhat like my own, and doesn't currently owe her allegiance to any of the three great factions. She's vulnerable and valuable, seldom a good combination. I have already asked her to join my peerage, and she's accepted. Both Sona and Naruto shifted their gazes from the little girl to Rias, different expressions manifesting on either face. Naruto's was one of calm consideration. He'd already known this was coming. Twilight healing was a powerful sacred gear. What's more, it was a support-type sacred gear. Support types were the rarest kinds of sacred gear, only below the god-slaying Longinus themselves. Sona, on the other hand, was trying hard to rein in her jealousy. With the addition of the Red Dragon Emperor and Twilight healing, her peerage had suddenly become a lot more powerful. While she understood Rias' desperation to gain more strength, this did not bode well for her. The young devil's gathering was mere months away, after all. There was hope for her, though. She switched her gaze to her least favorite teacher, who she now saw in a new light. Sure, his healing magic wasn't as powerful as Asia's sacred gear, but with his build and age, he could be a very good rook, even a bishop with combat abilities. A versatile piece, the best kind. I have no objections to your proposal, Sona commented, merely as a formality. She didn't have any claim over Asia to begin with. The girl was enamored with her saviors, both of them. She'd have a shot if she got Uzumaki-sensei to accept her proposal, but it would be too late nonetheless. I have two objections. Both the high-class devils gazed at Naruto, who now held a concerned frown on his face. 1. You cannot claim her without asking her if she wants to be a part of your peerage. You've already done well to follow it. 2. Considering she has already decided to join your peerage, you need to arrange for her to attend school, including a place to live that allows her to meet her friends daily. For your first term, Uzumaki-sensei, I have already asked her if she wishes to be part of my peerage, as you know, and she has agreed. Naruto sighed in relief. Maybe judging Rias by the same standards he did her brother wasn't fair. She did respect decency and the right to choose, even after Issei's little scrape with death. As for where she'll live, I believe she'd like to live with Issei. Naruto's head shook sideways so fast, so violently, that both Sona and Rias cringed, expecting whiplash to follow. No, as much as I like Issei as a person, as a teacher, I cannot allow her to stay with him. He'll never hurt her, yes. But she's a beautiful little girl and he's a pervert. Kaneko demurely supplied from her position on the couch, prompting a nod from Naruto. Rias sighed. She can't live in my mansion for the time being. My family will have their reservations about having an erstwhile member of the church on the premises. I think I would like to live with Mr. Naruto, if he doesn't mind. Every occupant of the room shifted their gaze to the little holy maiden, who had woken up on hearing her name. Naruto knew she was up, though, so his face was the only one that lacked even the smallest tinge of surprise. It was her life they were discussing here, and she deserved to have a say in it. As a third party, I believe that would be the best course of action too, Sona interjected, raising a hand as she did so. Uzumaki-sensei isn't just a teacher in the school, he also now knows about us. He too is involved now, and that puts him at risk. I'd place someone from my peerage in his care, but seeing Asia's circumstances, it would be best if she stayed with Uzumaki-sensei. I have no objections to this, Naruto stated, fighting hard to keep a genuine smile from breaking out on his face. Rias nodded. Then, it is settled. Good, now, can you all get home? It is getting late at night and as a teacher, I have to report to school 2 hours before any of you. Rias nodded and Akano stepped forward. She snapped her fingers and red sigils appeared beneath each member of her peerage, even Asia. Naruto chuckled, of course. She'd already gone ahead and done the deed. There was a bit more of her brother in her than he'd thought, but only the good parts, as far as he could tell. Sona's peerage disappeared next, but their king stayed behind. The only reaction Naruto gave her continued presence was a raised eyebrow. Uzumaki-sensei, I wished to make you a proposal. Naruto shrugged, sure, though I already know what you're going to ask me, and the answer is a firm no. Sona looked at him like he was mentally challenged, but we explained the benefits of being a devil. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. With your magic, you would become a piece of extremely high value. Naruto shook his head. Sona, I left Kyoto because I did not wish to involve myself in the matters of the occult. I simply want to keep my head down and live out the rest of my life as a psychologist. Please respect that. Not entirely convinced by Naruto's reasoning, Sona decided to give her proposal one last try. Sadly, the determined expression on his face told her that there would be no change of heart. The most she could do was wait and hope Naruto decided that joining her wasn't as bad as he thought it to be. And in the meantime, she'd do some research on the person himself. Without his permission, of course. Metempsychosis Chapter 3. I believe the dossier we sent you was helpful. Naruto nodded as his frenemy gave his 4 errant followers a once-over. Issei and his own clones hadn't done enough damage to debilitate them, sure. Still, they'd carry the mental scars of humiliating loss as long as they lived. It was informative. I didn't expect the new Maos to be so easygoing. And it was true. The current mental states of his 4 students served to prove his theory that the stronger a devil got, the more susceptible they became to the sins they harbored. One merely had to look at Falbium for proof. He was a devil of sloth, and he had become almost a complete recluse from society, not even showing up on events that required his express presence. Entropy, my friend. What heaven lost in strength, hell lost in character. God knows which is the worse of the two. Naruto sighed. He then looked at Raziel, sitting on the ground, covered almost head to toe in his paralysis seal array. Azazel, forgive me for asking this, but isn't Raziel higher than you in heaven's pecking order? I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up, Azazel said as precipitation began to emerge on his face. Raziel was older and stronger than him, and her presence as a fallen would jeopardize his right to rule. With the kind of shit he pulled on a daily basis, her existence put his life's work in jeopardy. What do you plan to do with her? Put her in cocytus. You do know that she is the Archangel of Mysteries, right? She'd escape before you could write down your will. Azazel almost choked at Naruto's blunt reply, and then started to fidget. About that. I was hoping she herself could come up with a solution. She doesn't seem very inclined to join us anyway. He's correct. Naruto and Azazel both almost jumped out of their skins when they realized that there was a second Raziel in the room. An ethereal looking, glowing version of her, and the sealed, currently unconscious version that they knew. Before you ask, yes, I can use my magic without incantations, and no, I'm unable to break your seal. Naruto looked at her glowing visage. You severed your soul from your body just so that you could talk to us? That's rather extreme. Typical Raziel, reminds me of the time back in heaven when I tried to peep at her in her bath and found a homunculus in her stead. I don't believe my balls have ever been the same since. Unperturbed by the creepy statement, Raziel chose to completely ignore her brethren. Abaddon, I shall live with you henceforth. I wish to learn more about you. You carry a weapon considered lost in both space and time, and you were able to defeat my Armageddon magic. I have several hypotheses considering who, or what you are, and the best way to confirm them is to live with you for the foreseeable future. Whoa. Raziel-chan. Was that a proposal? Azazel spurted out before Naruto's death glare forced him to shut up. If you are to stay with me, you're going to spend all your time sealed. I cannot allow you to use your magic on anyone, neither can I have people know who you are. Azazel will be paying me for your upkeep, cause I'm damn sure they didn't teach you how to cook, clean or work a day job in heaven. Those terms are admissible to me. Oh God, her upkeep's gonna come out of my pockets. On that note, you're going to have to think up a cover story. Another person will be moving into my house shortly. She's a devil, and I can't have her know that you're a recently minted fallen angel." Naruto informed her, leaving no room for discussion. Raziel grimaced. The entire idea of having to socialize with a devil was unappealing to her, but considering she was living with one, she could make it too. "As you wish, Abaddon," she acquiesced. "Oh, and my name is Naruto Uzumaki as a human. Don't blow my cover and call me Abaddon." Raziel raised an eyebrow. "Why are you going to such lengths just to preserve this fake human identity of yours? You're a demon, the last demon. You could live in the underworld like a king, so why go this far to preserve your state of incognito?" Naruto gave Raziel a baleful look. Of course, power and status still mattered to the former angel. "Because secrecy is my greatest weapon, Raziel, and soon, I'm going to need every weapon I can muster." "So, wait, a dragon tried to speak to you in your dream?" Issei sat across the desk from Naruto in his office, which was becoming a rather common occurrence. He was the one person who knew the most about Naruto, and any facet of his new life that he couldn't understand or ask Rias about, he brought to Naruto. It wasn't something either of them were uncomfortable with, and it guaranteed that Issei would keep Naruto's secret. "That isn't even the major issue here, sensei," Issei barked, sweating into his chair. "Ah yes, your little escapade with Rias. It's a shame that Graphia stopped you, but it would be a greater shame if you actually lost your virginity to someone desperate for freedom from a familial obligation," Naruto responded, relishing the stunned look on Issei's face. "Why, you know that silver-haired beauty?" he asked. Typical Issei. "I guess you could say me and Graphia know each other. You'll forgive me if I don't unearth my entire life story to you." "Okay, that aside, what is this obligation you spoke about?" Issei questioned. Naruto sighed, then looked at his watch. "You'll get your answers a bit later today. She did say she'd drop by around lunchtime. Till then, let's discuss the other, more important issue. That, of course, is your dream." Issei scratched the back of his head. "Yeah, that dream was weird. I didn't mind the first part as much as I did the second though. Funny thing is, it almost felt like I knew that dragon." "That's because you do." Issei almost fell off his chair at Naruto's matter-of-fact proclamation. "What do you mean I know that dragon? I didn't even know about the existence of the occult till a few weeks back." Naruto sighed in exasperation. "Issei, what do you think powers your sacred gear?" Issei shrugged. "Rias told me that sacred gears were God's gift to man. So, I guess God powers our sacred gears?" Naruto chuckled. "So, by that logic, every time you boost, God doubles your strength. And while he does that, he also provides power for thousands, if not millions, of other sacred gears, all at the same time. More so, would he still keep providing strength to a devil? To the embodiment of everything he prohibited to mankind?" Issei threw his hands in the air, exasperated. "God's supposed to be almighty and all-forgiving, right? It is possible that he's decided to cut us reincarnated devils some slack. I don't know, how would you explain it?" Naruto laughed. "Issei, I've been around long enough to know what powers sacred gears. Most of them draw power from entities which they've got inside of them, like your boosted gear. Now, give your sacred gear a once-over and tell me if it resembles the dragon you saw in your dream." Issei's eyes widened in shock. "Well, it was a red dragon, and the dream showed my hand turning into something draconic. Are you trying to say that there's a dragon locked inside me? Give the man a medal." Issei huffed in irritation. "In my defense, I'm new to all this. Also, how are you so sure about all this?" Naruto chuckled again, much to Issei's exasperation. "Issei, when you've lived as long as me, there are very few things that I don't know of. And as for your sacred gear, I've had a very personal experience with it, and the dragon that lives inside." Issei gulped. "You know its name?" Naruto nodded. "Not an it, his name is Diedrig, also known as Red Dragon Emperor, not to be confused with Great Red. Hell, he might take that as a compliment." Confused, Issei chose to tune out his teacher, instead focusing on the gauntlet. "Is he going to harm me?" he asked, and Naruto got dragged back into the current situation, rid of his ramblings. "No, but if you get to know him better, he will help you, and trust me, you'll need it." What's going on here? It was a valid question, for Issei had never seen the occult research club room so full. Graphia sat in a corner, sipping tea. In the middle of the room sat Rias, flanked by her peerage, save for him. The only people he didn't know were the last two. A purple-haired woman of exotic beauty, and a blonde man who gave off the same aura of nobility that he felt from Grafia. Ah, this must be the Red Dragon Emperor. A bit disappointing, but you've had, what, a month under your belt as a devil so far? I'd say you're satisfactory if that's taken into account. It was the regal blonde who had spoken, an inviting smile on his face. Rias scowled. When she heard that Riser was going to arrive today, she hadn't expected him to change this much. But in the 7 years since she had last seen him, the boy had matured from a pompous brat into a devil that radiated status and power. Too bad it didn't change her answer. I would like it if you were a bit more courteous to my peerage, Riser. The blonde chuckled. My bad, it's not every day that you get to meet one of the two rivals of the Phoenix. One of your two rivals? Care to enunciate? Akeno asked, confused for good measure. Rias sighed, she didn't have time for this. Riser motioned for Issei to come and join the table. Once he sat down, Riser lounged back into the sofa. Centuries ago, my sister and her team faced the heavenly duo on a mission. That was when my sister fought not only the current jailers of the dragons, but the dragons themselves. It cemented her position in the underworld as the true demon, and it got our family a great deal of influence. Till this day, we Phoenix consider the heavenly duo our rivals. Rias was a bit taken aback by the cordiality of how Riser was talking to her pawn. Riser from 7 years ago would have berated the members of her peerage, especially the reincarnated devils, to his heart's content. To see him talking to Issei like an equal was a bit heartening, but she was resolute in her own determination. Riser, we are getting off topic. My answer is still, and always will be. No, Riser sighed. Rias, it was our parents' decision. I cannot directly appeal to them, considering how adamant they are about this matter. My sister has always taught me to deal with my problems myself. I myself cannot see a way that I can break this contract without your own drastic involvement. Rias' eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you don't want to marry me? She asked, and for good reason. 7 years ago, Riser had been more than willing to marry her. Not only would it exalt his standing in the social stratum of the devils to an obscene level, it would provide possibly the strongest devil since the birth of the Mao, perhaps even since the birth of the true demon. No, Rias. I love Ubaluna. Hell, I love every single one of my peerage members. They're loyal to me, they love me, and they've been a part of my life for years. I'd marry any of them before I marry you. Riser proclaimed, ignoring the light dusting of pink that crept on to his queen's face. What more, the way he said it wasn't meant to be insulting to Rias, it was just a true-to-heart proclamation of his feelings. How could someone hate him for that? Then why don't you dismiss it yourself? Rias countered. Because in our lovely devil society, accords and contracts hold more power over our lives than our actions. Rias raised an eyebrow in response, prompting Riser to continue. Your parents have always wanted your brother to wed a Phoenix. They tried to make him take on Sister Arya as his first wife. Of course, one doesn't simply barter off the true demon, she challenged. Sears X to what is now considered the first true rating game. It was Sears X and his pieces versus my sister and her queen. It was a bloodbath. The occupants of the room turned to the source of the voice, to find Grafia holding a solid block of ice that was once a cup of tea. The chill released by her lack of restraint hit the occupants of the room, and everyone except for Riser started to shiver. My sister and her queen weren't hit even once in the fight. Sears X did go all out. Props to him. But it was nowhere near enough. Hell, if not for my sister's social position as the true demon, she could have been offered the position of a Mao. Arya hates positions of power. You know that as much as I do, Grafia commented, her cup thawing out as she retracted her power. Rias, though, had tuned out everything except for the first line of Riser's history lesson. So, if I defeat you in a rating game, I can dissolve the contract? Riser sighed, your chances of victory notwithstanding, a disgrace like that would call my efficiency as a king into question. If your brother then pulls some strings, and I am sure he will, we could dissolve this contract. Rias grinned, then, Riser Phoenix, I challenge you to a rating game. All pretenses of civility disappeared from Riser's face in an instant. You plan to challenge me with this peerage? As it is, I wouldn't recommend it. Scared, are you, Lady Rias? You might want to reconsider this. Graphia interjected, surprising her young charge. But why? He's a high-class devil, and so am I. I'm perfectly within my rights to challenge him. Graphia's gaze grew cold. Rias, Riser holds many advantages over you. For one, he has a full peerage of battle-trained devils. Second, he currently holds a rating game record of 32 wins and 1 draw. He has never lost a battle in his life, and him and Cyroorg. Bael, your cousin are the top candidates for both winning the Young Devils Gathering and promotion to Ultimate Class. Riser chose to add in on this. Rating games are a matter of pride. My record is borderline unsullied, save for that one battle with Bael. I will not allow myself to go easy on you, marriage contract or not. Rias shook her head. Well then, we'll just have to give you your first taste of loss then, won't we? Rias' sheer tenacity stunned Riser for a moment, before he laughed. A laugh brimming with incredulity, it was. Well then, let's just end it right here, right now. Me against your entire peerage. What say you? I've been waiting for this, Yakitori. Issei's gauntlet-clad arm blurred the distance between him and the seated phoenix. Anger fueled that blow, and for any human, or even low-class devil, it would have served as a knockout. But Riser was no ordinary devil. Is that all, Red Dragon Emperor? He taunted, catching Issei's gauntlet-covered hand within his own, burning palm. Without waiting for a response, he planted his other, curled fist into Issei's stomach, sending him flying outside through the window. Before Issei could even get up, he was kicked in the face by Riser, who seemingly teleported to him. You'll stop this right now, Riser Phoenix, Graphia interceded, a warning hand placed on the offender's shoulder. In response, Riser merely stopped holding back. An explosive release of devil energy was the only warning Graphia got before his whole body enshrouded in flames. She recognized this all too well, a technique that Arya had taken a decade to master. The Flame Guard, an armor made of fire that served both as a perfect defense and an exceptional offense. The only reason I'm not an ultimate class devil right now, Graphia, is because I'm young. Riser said, his face hidden behind a mask of flame, his visage terrifying. He looked and acted almost exactly like his elder sister, always assured of victory, always powerful, always so damn cocky. And I'd like this rare chance to find out if an ultimate class devil like you can defeat someone that used an element that counters why. Riser never got to complete his sentence as his face got deposited into the hard earth by a vicious punch. His face exploded into flames as his body sailed through the air. Shocked, the occupants of the courtyard outside the Occult Research Club room finally realized that they had a new visitor. And oh, what a visitor she was. She was around Graphia's age, which could be a millennium in devil time, but she was also Graphia's exact opposite. Whereas the Gremory Queen dressed like a maid, the dark-haired woman wore low-cut jeans and a gray crop top. Her hair was long, flowing down to her waist, and on her face was a mischievous, yet calculating gaze. If Graphia was a Kano, this girl would be Rias. While both were beautiful in their own regard, they were like night and day. It also didn't help that her very presence was suffocating for low-class devils, Issei included. Riser, you idiot. What did I tell you about picking fights? The man in question dug his head out from under the ground. Gawking at the sudden appearance of the black-haired beauty, you told me not to pick fights that I cannot win, sister. She then shifted her gaze, giving each present member a once-over, before landing on the two Gremorys in the room. Ah, Rias, it has been far too long, she spoke, and if the genuine smile that appeared on Rias' face was any sign of her feelings for the elder woman, then her presence was welcome here. Graphia, you can't allow my younger brother to rile you up like this. You were once my teammate, fucking act like it. Everyone is Rias' peerage, save for the king, stiffened at the newcomer's words. The Gremory household was their first taste of devil life, and if there were two things Graphia, the headmaid, hated the most, they were profanities and cockiness. The newcomer had done two things wrong in one sentence. Unholy retribution was the only thing that came from such a blunder. My apologies, Lady Phoenix, I will make sure it never happens again. Well fuck. If this person was high enough in the social ladder that even Graphia, the punisher of Lord Lucifer, couldn't talk back to her, then they were utterly screwed. Still gotta stick up your butt, I see. Well, Your presence here doesn't matter, she concluded, as the sounds of many jaws hitting the proverbial floor echoed in the courtyard. My business is here with Rias. So, little one, have you made your decision? Rias nodded, albeit with a subtle hint of hesitance. Yes. I, Rias Gremory, challenge Riser Phoenix in a rating game. If I win, then you will break this contract. Oh. That's bold. I like it, the woman countered. Such bravery merits a reward. As such, we'll give you a week to prepare your peerage for combat. Use it well. Turning around, the woman picked up both Riser and Issei by their collars, almost as if they weighed no more than the shirts they were wearing. Also, I believe these two hotheads need some punishment. Is there a counselor in this beautiful facility of yours? Rias merely nodded, and apparently, that was all the confirmation that the woman needed. In a blink, she had disappeared, probably already in the counselor's office. As she disappeared, so did her oppressive power. Now that she was out of sight, Rias' knees finally gave way as she sunk to the ground, shivering, but relieved. She's as intense as ever, wonder if I'll be like that one day. Snapped out of his momentary terror paralysis, Kiba finally found his tongue. Shocked, he turned to the eldest person present for much-needed answers, and who was that exactly? That was Aria Phoenix, the true demon of the underworld, the strongest female devil, and my old teammate. My, Aria Phoenix, as I live and breathe. Aria smiled at her lover, leaning and planting a chaste kiss on his lips. Riser huffed in response, while Issei just looked more confused. The beautiful woman knew Naruto well enough to kiss him. Now that was heresy. Get a room, you two. Riser, what have I told about my relationship with Naruto? Not to question it. Good boy, Aria finished, ruffling her younger brother's hair. A flustered Riser tried to get her hand out of his hair, but to no avail. Naruto chuckled in mirth, showing that he had previous experiences with this familial interaction. It is good to see you again, Riser, it has been a bit over a year. Riser bowed deeply in response. It is an honor to see you again, Lord Abaddon. Lord Abaddon? Issei questioned, freezing Riser in shock for a hot second. Naruto wasn't perturbed by the revelation though. Of course, Rias would have already taught Issei about the houses of the underworld. Yes, Issei. My real name is Naruto Abaddon. I'm devil, demon. Semantics, Aria. I still consider myself a devil. The demon life doesn't suit me. Aria grinned. Neither does the life of a devil, as I have said before. You haven't been to the underworld in the better part of a millennia. Hell, if not for the seal you gave me, I would have never been able to find you. Wait, so Naruto-sensei is a stray devil? Issei questioned, panic and worry beginning to rise in his voice, and with good reason. Aria looked at him as if he had a few screws loose. She had just called him Abaddon. Did this kid know nothing about the underworld and its societal rules? Naruto is the strongest devil, Issei. He couldn't join a peerage even if he wanted to. And believe me, he definitely wanted to, Aria answered, grinning at her boyfriend. She had tried her hardest to add Naruto to her peerage, but even with the entire lump sum of her pieces, all mutation pieces, she was still unable to add him to her peerage. Of course, the limitation of the evil piece system was that a king couldn't have a single member of her peerage be stronger than him, her. And between the two of them, Naruto was, any day, the stronger existence. Wow, I didn't know Sensei was that strong, Issei commented, seeing his teacher in a new light. Naruto had the decency to act sheepish while Riser sighed. Anyways, that's not the point here. How have you been, Riser? Is Yubaluna's problem any better now? Riser shrugged. Some days, she's okay. She still has nightmares, and she still can't bear men other than me. Believe me, I saw her blow up a middle-class devil's crotch in a social gathering just because he talked about swapping his queen for her, even though she knows I'd never do that. The high-class devil shifted in his seat, nervous out of character. She still has a hard time believing that I love her, even after all that I've done. It'll take time, Riser. I heard you even added Revel to your peerage. That was a very smart move. Though I must say, it looks like you've created an unintentional harem for yourself, Naruto countered, shocking Issei on the sidelines. Wait, the Yakitori has a harem? You bastard, Issei yelled out. Indignantly, forcing a groan out of his companion. Naruto gave Issei a forceful glare, forcing him to back away. It was definitely not intentional, but I can't even deny that accusation. I filled up my peerage with female devils so that Yubaluna wouldn't have to deal with men. I didn't think that I'd fall in love with each one of them and vice versa. That's a very weak excuse. You're not worthy of Rias. Issei countered, righteous flames burning in his eyes. Riser held his gaze for a few seconds, unsure how to react to this strange devil, before shrugging. I don't want Rias, and that's what I got you here to talk about. Issei, stunned yet again. What do you mean you don't want her? You don't think she's good enough for you? Is that it? If you could maybe sit quiet for a second, I'll explain my predicament to you. Issei crossed his arms over his chest. Fine, go on. As it stands, Rias' peerage has no chance of beating mine in a rating game. Arya had to hold back Issei as he leapt at Riser, boosted gear ready to go. Unperturbed, Riser continued. I'm sorry if it offends you, but it is the truth. Rias has never been in a rating game. Her peerage might have potential, but that's all it is. Potential cannot beat experience without time. And a week is definitely not time enough for you all to meet the same level as my own peerage, who have been fighting in rating games for the last 4 years. The rationale was enough to borderline subdue Issei, but the true reasoning didn't make it through his thick skull. Appeased, Riser continued. You are the Red Dragon Emperor's vessel. You're supposed to be able to go toe-to-toe with Satans and gods alike. Yet currently, you're weaker than any one of my 8 pawns. But given time, you could very well be the key to winning Rias' freedom. What do I have to do? Issei asked. Without missing a single beat, Riser answered. You'll know what to do when the time is right. Also, he will assist you when you need it most. Issei had definitely not expected Arya to answer his question, neither had he expected her to point at a confused Naruto as a source of help. The counselor himself got taken aback by the sudden declaration. The shock passed quick, and gave way to a calm, questioning visage. Arya chuckled, taking enjoyment in her partner's lack of knowledge. Till then, do your best. The rating game will be over before you know it, so buckle up, you'll get your chance. And when you do, you'd best fucking take it, for Rias' sake. Her freedom, it rests in my hands. It had been a minute since Riser and Arya had teleported out of the room. Rias and her peerage were still apprehensive about approaching his office, considering that the silence ward Arya had placed on the room was still in effect. It was the simplest way for a devil to mark off private territory. And no one dares impede on a demon's own territory. That it does, Issei. Arya's playing a game here, and I'm most likely a part of it. Issei chuckles. Being in the dark, it sucks, doesn't it? As someone who has spent the better part of my life keeping others in the dark, it does feel rather demeaning to find myself on the receiving end. Ah, my love, it tortures me so. Issei looked at Naruto with the eyes of someone who couldn't see the complete picture. Arya, what's her end goal? She doesn't seem malevolent, so why would she go so far as to break a union that her family desires? Naruto was pensive for a moment, mentally perusing his years in the underworld. Arya's parents aren't the kind of people who place much faith in freedom, Issei. Arya was their golden child, their ticket to power and prestige. But she threw all that away, broke her ties with her parents. They are looking for a worthy successor, and a child of both Phoenix and Gremory parentage might be the perfect answer to their conundrum. Issei shook his head. But why would they go so far as to chain both Riser and Rias together by law? There must be some other way. Isn't Buckow's brother a big shot in the underworld? Naruto nodded. While Searsex and me don't see eye to eye on most matters, I have to say that this doesn't fit his modus operandi. It could be a test for Rias. Who knows? All I do know is that he himself cannot annul the contract. Like Arya, he too is no longer part of the Gremory household. But why? He's her brother for fuck's sake. Naruto reclined into his seat. The old Satans could have driven devilkind to extinction, Issei. Their inefficient rule got compounded by 2 factors. One was sheer arrogance, and the second, and much more potent, reason was nepotism. People who were not fit to hold power were still given it due to familial status and underhand dealings. That's why the Satans and the true demon cannot offer their families any form of favoritism. Neither can they impede in inter-family decisions. To break this contract, Searsex will have to do both. Issei growled, a mix of helplessness and aggravation manifesting itself in his tone. That's unforgivable, he muttered, and Naruto couldn't help but agree. There is a silver lining to all this, though. Arya is anything but a bad planner. She's had 20 years to get her beloved brother out of this contract. And considering she's chosen to act now of all times, her plan must be pretty close to fruition. He took a sip of water from the canister on his desk, directing his gaze back to Issei. And you have a part to play in her plan. Issei groaned. Being used sucks, you know, but I cannot complain. What I cannot understand is why she's doing this. Naruto shifted his gaze away from Issei, choosing instead to gaze at the window. Centuries ago, someone she cared about was wronged by the Gremory family. She's carried a general disdain for them ever since. She doesn't want one of her brothers to become a diplomatic hostage to the Gremory. He sighed, shuffling the papers on his desk. The Silence Ward was about to run out of power. He'd have to wrap this up fast. What exactly did the Gremory do to make her angry? Issei asked. Naruto smiled. That's a story for another time, Issei. Someone will be coming to collect you soon. True to his word, the moment the ward collapsed, 2 teleportation circles popped into existence in the room. Out of one came the Gremory heiress herself, and out of the other came the one person who Naruto didn't wish to see. Graphia. Time had definitely been kind to her. The clothes she wore did nothing to undermine her regal aura, or beauty, for that matter. The Maid Queen, bound to eternal servitude to the man she loved, not able to ever truly be a wife to the man she loved, as she was a servant before she was a devil. How tragic. How cathartic. Are you okay, Issei? Did they do anything to you? Rias questioned, taking her pawn by surprise with her concern. The Gremory were possessive devils, and as much as Rias liked Arya, she would trust her with a member of her peerage. The lady wanted me to talk to the kids, get some of the pent-up aggression out, Naruto interjected, an amicable smile on his face. This was the first time Graphia noticed the rather unimpressive feeling human in the room. And boy was she in for a shock. And Naruto. Time froze in the room. Rias and Issei froze up mid-hug. The Queen of Lucifer had recognized their school counselor, even called him by his first name. This was alarming. Very alarming. Yes, that's my name. Have we met before? 'Cause I believe I'd remember someone as beautiful and no doubt, powerful as you. Graphia took a few more seconds to compose herself. For her to get shocked out of her stern facade was an event so rare that it bordered on legendary. They gave the man a once-over. Sure, he looked like her ex-lover, but he didn't feel like Naruto Abaddon at all. His aura was pathetic in comparison, even when compared to his counterpart suppressing his vast reserves. There was no transformation magic at play here, else she'd know. And finally, he didn't have the telltale birthmarks on his face. No, this was definitely not Naruto Abaddon. I apologize, you look very similar to someone I once knew. Naruto nodded. Must be one hell of a doppelganger of mine, especially considering he seems to share my first name. Graphia nodded in confirmation. Quite so, I'm Graphia Lucifuge. And you're the new student counselor Rias wrote home about, I presume? Naruto Uzumaki, the pleasure is all mine. It wasn't. Rias, we should retrieve the rest of your pieces and retreat to the family manor. If you are to face Lord Phoenix in battle, you'd best start preparations immediately. Rias gave one last look to Naruto. Uzumaki-sensei, please hold down the fort while we're gone. And in a burst of red light, the three were gone, leaving a relieved Naruto behind. That was much too close for comfort. I'm actually quite surprised that they managed to do so much in so little time. Naruto and Raziel both sat on the couch, huddled around his phone. Rias had provided him the app necessary to browse the Devil's only internet, and he had taken the chance to subscribe to Devilflix, the streaming service of the underworld. The rating battle between Rias and Riser was the most watched livestream for the day, considering the members involved, with a viewership count over twice over that of the second most watched show of the day, something named Magic Girl Leviathan, which really scared Naruto for some odd reason. It was safe to say that whatever spectacle Arya was planning would spread far and wide by the end of the day. As for the fight itself, well, it was too one-sided to qualify as anywhere near fair. Riser's peerage was too precise, too well trained to fall to any haphazard plan that Rias had thrown against him. And the results were easy to see. Riser's peerage hadn't taken a single casualty yet, and Ria's peerage was down to herself, a heavily injured Akano, and Issei, who had somehow broken through Riser's blockade of pawns at the cost of Kiba's metaphorical life. Of course, it wouldn't last for long. They barricaded themselves up in a hyper-realistic rendition of Kuo Academy, in Naruto's own office, to be specific. As Naruto saw Riser, Revel and Yubaluna bring forth their magic, he knew this wasn't going to end well for Rias. When the spells were finally released, it was far beyond even the realms of overkill. Revel's wind magic was a catalyst for the fire and explosions of her king and queen. The resulting combination didn't only blow up Naruto's office, but the entire school block attached to it as well. It was a massacre, plain as day. As the commentators proclaimed the retirement of the final vestiges of Rias' peerage, not even a smile appeared on Riser's face. The only change that took place was the comfortable unclenching of his jaw. The battle had served only to consolidate his position as an ultimate class candidate. He demonstrated that he was a better king than Rias, and on the battlefield, there is only room for one king. The ultimate. The camera then cut away from the smoking wreckage, landing on the proctor of the battle, Arya herself. The smirk on her face told Naruto that he definitely wasn't going to like what would come next. I hope you all enjoyed tonight's entertainment, ladies and hentai devils. She greeted the camera, and through it, the greater part of the demon world. For I definitely did not. Ah, there it was. The Gremory family and the Phoenix family have been at each other's throats for years, even before the fall of the old Satans. This, marriage is the way our elders wish to reconcile our differences. That's an admirable notion, is it not? The spectators sitting behind Arya replied with a resounding, yes, but Arya's smile spoke something else. I myself think that this is a mere farce. The crowd fell silent faster than one could say, pin drop silence. The weight of Arya's words set in, the blatant denial of a contract between two of the most prestigious families of the underworld. If anyone else made this move, punishment would be swift. But she was the true demon of the underworld, an existence who stood far atop any other in the underworld. You don't fuck with a demon. I myself believe that the Gremory family isn't fit to join with the Phoenix, at least not on equal terms. After all, we, like all other devils, value power, we value military acumen. We value the qualities of leadership, but most of all, we value the gift of foresight, the ability to acquire and train devils who will surpass even the demons of yore. The young Gremory today has shown none of these gifts. The silence wouldn't end. Every pair of eyes in the room turned to Arya, calculating, waiting for her to make her gambit. It seems she's as brash as ever. Raziel commented, glued to the screen. Naruto couldn't help but feel a slight hint of trepidation regarding the events to come. Also, part of the young Gremory's peerage is the current container of the Red Dragon Emperor, the wielder of the Longinus, boosted gear. Yet, he couldn't make even a dent in today's battle. As a past member of the Phoenix household, and as the true devil of the underworld, I cannot let this slide. To see my past rival in such a sorry state isn't something fair or entertaining. Naruto choked. Here it comes. By the power vested in me, I call for a battle between my brother Riser Phoenix and Rias Gremory's pawn, Hyodo Issei. 1 month hence, they will face each other on the day of Rias' wedding. And to the victor, I will bequeath an honor I reserve only for the worthiest of the worthy. The winner will to request one thing from me, and I will do everything in my substantial power to make it a reality. The bombshell dropped, and the crowd started to titter. Murmurs spread among the upper echelons of the devil race. The devil web was abuzz with news mere moments later. But no, Arya wasn't done yet. Not even close. Neither of the two combatants will receive any help in training from their families, or any of their proxies. Furthermore, both combatants will train in the human realm to avoid any and all confrontation with their respective families. The fight will take place on the day of the wedding, as entertainment before the ceremony. If any of you have objections, you know exactly where to shove them. Have a good day. Naruto sighed as the feed cut to black. Of course, he should have expected something like this from the woman he had fallen for. She got me yet again. Confused, Raziel raised an eyebrow in question. Got you, how? Naruto got up from the sofa and walked over to a closet filled with scrolls. After a little bit of rummaging, he pulled out an unmarked, white scroll with a dragon head on each end of the rolling spool. She's definitely going to train Riser herself. Ah, got to love. Loopholes. Sears X cannot train Issei, because he is in a position of leadership. What do you think this leads to, Raziel? The Archangel of Mysteries shrugged. Subterfuge and deceit weren't core tenets of her angelic lifestyle. The beauty of Arya's devious scheme was completely lost on her, it seemed. It is simple, Raziel. She wants me to train Issei. It is a competition, and she's now forced me to pick a side. And I don't plan to disappoint. Yep, bet you didn't expect most of that. Yes, Riser is a lot better in this timeline, considering he's been raised under Arya's guidance with a little input from Naruto. More on that later. You can basically expect him to be better, stronger, and a lot more tactful. Definitely didn't bet that from Naruto. And this is just the first of many character changes I have planned. So, as I always say, wait and watch, boys. Wait and watch. Cruel Ruin Chapter 4 finally done. A good 16k word chapter to end the Phoenix arc. Possibly the longest chapter I have done to date. Now, to clear out certain doubts and address some issues. 1. Issei haters. So, guys, I'm not going to just remove Issei. I will slowly mold him into a better character, or at least attempt to. Sure, I might not succeed, but this is my story, and if you don't like it, you really don't have to read it. Sure, letting me know this bit in reviews is completely up to you, but you will definitely be ignored henceforth. 2. Make the harem bigger. One word, no, I might change members, but the size is stayin'. 3. Update soon. You really don't need to spam this in chat. I am physically incapable of updating at a fast rate. Though that doesn't mean I'm not writing, far from it. Finally, I'd like to bring your attention to my personal Discord channel, which is Discord. GGJTFKXYW. It's called Cruel Ruins Lounge, and is open to all. It's a pretty chill place, and we have people like Rifatalam, Craze Rajat and Infamous Storm already in there. Join, hang out with us, chill, discuss shit. Absolutely open for all. Extra AN. I had to add this because of all the flaming comments about Issei and how I'm making Naruto a side character. I'm not going to justify myself, but I'm going to point out the fact that I have already said this will be a long-running series. Naruto has already made alliances and friendships with other creatures and pantheons that will slowly show up in the FIC. And as for Issei, well, fuck guys. I didn't know you all hated the MC. Of the very fucking fandom you're reading stories for. Trust your author a bit. I know the plot looks a bit frazzled right now, but that's mostly because most of the pieces aren't even on the board yet. All will become clear in time, for those who are staying. And if you're not, I'm sad to see you leave. No, but at least hear me out. No, but no means no, Sona. I will not hear of this again. Sona grit her teeth in a mix of exasperation and helplessness. In her little proclamation, Arya Phoenix had managed to remove any chance of Issei gaining help from the Devil faction. Any help offered to him would be help offered to the opponent of the true demon's brood, and that wouldn't fly too well with the council. They may hate her guts, but her power was absolute, and the underworld was a society that revolved around power. Issei was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and by extension, so was Rias. You know well enough that he won't run away from this, no matter how hard you try to push him out of harm's way. Sona countered. If the statement had any effect on Rias, she hid it well behind her impervious facade. Removed from her peerage, she shrunk back into the regal princess of the Gremory clan. But that didn't mean she didn't care, far from it. Issei cannot fight Riser. I trained him for a week before the fight and found a lack of any magical capability. He'd need years of training and conditioning to even stand a chance against the devil who forced Cyraorg Bael to a draw. Sona shook her head. But you know as well as I that he will fight. Your entire life is on the line, Rias. At least let me give him a fighting chance. She practically begged at this point. Rias was her rival, a measuring stick for her own personal growth, and also her closest friend. She did not wish for someone so close to her to become a sacrifice. To enter a loveless marriage merely because of a century-old marriage decree. I'm actually counting on him to fight. Riser is smart, he'll make it quick. When this ends, I'll transfer Issei to my brother's care. I'm sure he'll be grateful to have the wielder of a Longinus in his peerage. Sona couldn't believe what Rias was saying, but the defeatism in her tone, as well as the mention of actually giving up one of her most valuable peerage members, drove the reality of her situation home. Her hands were tied, as they had been since the day she was born. What about your brother? Can he not oppose this? He's a bloody Satan, for crying out loud. The only one who actually matters. Rias gave Sona a look that chilled her to the spine. My brother is a Satan, yes, and that is the one reason why he cannot interfere. Nepotism is the bane of our kind, and breaking my contract with the Phoenix would definitely be seen as a sign of such. It would cause unrest within the council, and that, well, you know where that leads. Sona was grasping at straws at this point. What about Arya Phoenix? Riser doesn't want you to be his wife, couldn't she do something here? She have me not one, but two chances at breaking the contract. It isn't her fault that the member of my peerage with the most potential of beating Riser is completely untrained. Plus, being the true demon, she doesn't have a stake in the underworld's politics, she has public influence, and this is all she can do with it. Sona sighed. You've given up already, haven't you? You're refusing any help you're given. You're denying Issei of any and all remaining forms of help. You just want this to end, don't you? Rias didn't answer, but her mere silence was no less than a blatant admission of guilt. Well, since you've decided to speak for both Issei and yourself, I'm not going to involve myself any further. Though to be honest, he might have already found help. I mean, he isn't in Kuo anymore. Rias' heart skipped a beat. Did you get a familiar to tail him? She asked, getting a nod from Sona and a light-hearted chuckle. Yep, and I'm actually quite surprised where this little adventure of his is leading him. After all, it isn't every day that a bona fide devil takes a bus to Mount Fuji. Rias' eyes widened in surprise. Mount Fuji? He's going there? Not Kyoto? Sona shook her head. Nope, definitely Mount Fuji. He's actually already there right now. I had to retract my familiar before his bus passed the divine boundary, lest she fall prey to its radiance. The fact that he, being a devil, could pass through the divine boundary means someone from the Shinto pantheon approved his entry. Surprising, isn't it? Rias was silent for a moment, then without warning, she burst out into a genuine, startled laugh. This surprised Sona. A second ago, Rias was the very personification of defeat, but suddenly, new life seemed to fill her frame. She herself couldn't help revel in her friend's newfound hope. To find tutelage with the Shinto pantheon despite being a devil. Only you could pull that off, my cute little pawn. Metempsychosis Chapter 4 Mount Fuji, the most revered mountain in the entirety of Japan. A place that Issei had only ever seen in books and never had the luck to visit. Recently, he had come to know that other than Kyoto, it was the greatest hotbed for Shinto activity. And he was headed straight for the heart of it. I'm actually quite surprised that you made it this far without any opposition. Naruto spoke from his seat. Issei's task was to meet him at the Kusushi Shrine, the closest to the mouth of the volcano. He could tell that Naruto had decided to travel without him to the mountain to hide the fact that Issei was training under him. From what he had heard of the Kyoto faction, they legitimately despised devils. And yet Naruto was being treated by the monks in the shrine like royalty. I myself thought Sona would try to offer to train me, but that was a bit too wishful. Issei whispered. While he understood that Sona and Rias were rivals, he also believed there was a close bond of friendship they shared. Offering her help was the least Sona could have done in the current situation. Don't hold it against her, Issei. Her hands are tied, as any help she'd provide you could be seen as her aiding Rias. At least she had the forethought of having her familiar tail you. Issei shot up from his seat. Familiar? Where? He yelled. Naruto motioned for him to calm down, and with a moment's gap, Issei followed. I had a clone on the same bus you took here. It detected a familiar in the vicinity. Considering the familiar was one of the Citri household, only she could have sent it. Of course, it cannot pass through the divine boundary surrounding the mountain. It would die. Hell, any devil below ultimate class would. Naruto explained, causing more questions to pop into Issei's mind. But if that's the case, why am I here? Issei questioned. Naruto opened his mouth to answer, but that opportunity was taken up by a newcomer. You're here because you were invited. Same for Naruto. A young man answered. If he was a monk, he sure had a weird way of showing it. His hair was long and well kept, and he wore clothes that resembled those of a shut-in otaku making his first foray into the known world. A trench coat 3 sizes too big and wonky, huge glasses. His build was hidden under the many folds of his coat, but his hardened, scarred face showed that he was not someone to be trifled with. "You're late, as usual," Naruto commented, bringing a frown onto the newcomer's face. The man chose to ignore Naruto, instead choosing to study Issei. He took only a moment to announce his displeasure. With a half-hearted grunt, "This is the wielder of the Great Welsh. What a shame. He doesn't even look like he could last a minute against one of my avatars. Leave alone any of the national defense divinities." Issei sprung to life at the casual mention of his weakness, a few choice expletives ready to be rapid-fired from his mouth, but a casual wave of Naruto's hand stopped him before he could spew venom. "He is weak, yes, we know. I wouldn't have brought him here as he wasn't. The main question is, how much do you think he can improve in the span of a month?" The man cupped his chin and gave Issei another thoughtful stare. He could become great, if given time. His only faults are lack of training and weak reserves, and both can be trained. His potential is almost infinite, and his power will grow exponentially. So there was hope for Issei yet. Maybe he had gotten off on the wrong foot with this guy. But the possibility of him becoming the equal of an ultimate-class devil in a month is very slim. "Ah, so the man was actually a bitch." Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, thanks for confirming my suspicions. Though you'll have to excuse me if I still plan to ask for your help in training him." The man sighed. "A deal's a deal, Naruto. It pains me that you'd use one of the favors I owe you on something this trivial, but my word is my law, and I must abide." Naruto grinned. "Thanks. I knew I could count on you. Now, shall we proceed?" The man nodded and waved his hand in the air in a circular motion. As he did so, arcane energies sprung from the tips of his fingers, escaping into the surrounding air like a miasma of power. Within a mere moment, their surroundings transformed from the insides of a peaceful shrine into the very heart of an active volcano. Issei was understandably cross about the whole affair, and his scream let the world know of his displeasure. But once he realized that he was standing over lava that refused to even melt through his shoes, he calmed down. "Shock value aside, welcome to the heart of Mount Fuji. This will be your training ground for the next month." The man spoke to Issei, who dumbly nodded along. Naruto chucked a 3-pronged kunai as far as he could, disappearing in a flash of gold light. "Issei, to fight a phoenix, you must understand how he or she works. Unlike the Gremory, or Biel, for that matter, who rely on absolute burst damage to quickly overpower their foes, the Phoenix have always been known for their sustainability as well as the ability to nuke their opponents down. Their bodies are flames, and your fists are actually the poorest weapon you can take against them. But given your current circumstances, they'll have to do," spoke the yet unnamed man. Naruto, meanwhile, stood on the other side of the lava-filled pit. He activated his Rinne Sharingan, and allowed the basic, skeletal structure of the Susanoo to form. Golden, ethereal-looking bones stretched over his body and rose to the size of a small house. On the other side of the pit, Issei gulped in fear. "So, the only way you'll be able to take down enemies who can regen faster than you can damage them is through pure burst damage. You need to strike hard enough to completely overwhelm their capability to heal. And with your sacred gear, you have the potential to do so." Another Naruto appeared outside the Susanoo. Having left the Sharingan creation to one of his clones, Naruto began to walk towards his 2 companions. But that isn't as easy as it sounds. The Phoenix are both fast, strong and extremely defensive. To beat them, you'll have to counter-draft them, you'll have to create a lineup of abilities that take them down, you'll have to itemize correctly your draft. The man got cut short by Issei's raised arm. "I have 3 questions. 1. Who are you? 2. Why are you explaining everything to me in video game terminology? 3. What in the name of the Satans is that monstrosity?" The man sighed. "That monstrosity is one of Naruto's techniques. He calls it the Susanoo. A name that I hate for personal reasons. And this watered-down version of it will test your offensive output. If you can break it, you stand a chance. To reward you, there's something inside it that might be of interest to you." Issei squinted, getting a better look through the translucent bone structure of the Susanoo. And confirming the man's statement, there was definitely something in there of absolute interest for Issei. Inside the Susanoo stood a blonde girl with some of the greatest assets he had the honor to ever behold. The only thing between him and a good view of those glorious breasts was the translucent, ever-shifting patterns of the Susanoo's body itself. Oh, the things he could do for those amazing opai. The man standing next to him cleared his throat, unnerved by Issei's sudden change of expression. I explained it all to you in video game lingo because teenagers like you find it easier to understand, or so I believe. And also because he spends 10 hours a day playing Dota, Naruto chimed in, finally regrouping with his companions. Also, the Susanoo will not attack you, and if you can break it, your training will be complete. Issei was confused for a moment. So, I just have to keep hitting the Susanoo till it breaks? I mean, I could do that all day. There must be some kind of catch here? The man standing next to him chuckled. He raised a hand, and the same magical powers from before coalesced into his outstretched palm, forming a plain, Japanese katana. Quite perceptive, Issei. The catch is simple. You'll have to attack the Susanoo and destroy it while also fighting me. I will be holding back, of course, but I might accidentally still kill you, so treat this like a proper life or death battle. Yep, or your dreams of becoming a harem king will always remain mere dreams. Naruto added, causing the unnamed man to grimace. The man drew his sword and walked a few paces away from Issei, pointing the unremarkable blade straight at him in a proclamation of war. As for my name, you may call me Stormbringer. Now, young Issei, draw. And that's the current state of the fallen? Yes. And you wish to ask for Naruto's help in dealing with this because we're not capable of dealing with this ourselves? And remind me, who let this minor example of insurrection become so dangerous? Me. And yet you think he'll help you? One can always hope. You hope too much, spoke Naruto, stepping out of his room. He had Hiroishin Ed back mere moments ago, but he knew well enough who Raziel was talking to. It wasn't easy to forget the voice of Azazel. It was his true weapon, after all. How much of that did you hear? He asked. Naruto shrugged. He took a moment to savor the panic-stricken look on Azazel's face. It wasn't the kind of panic born from surprise, but the kind that accrues over time. It was, to Naruto, priceless. Only the last bit. His power signature didn't register till mere moments ago. Raziel stated in her usual, monotonous voice. She'd gone shopping when Naruto wasn't around, and he liked what he saw. A white turtleneck and black pants. Impressive. Then met me run the current situation by you. Azazel cleared his throat, his face contorted into a grim, blank slate that was extremely out of place. The last time we spoke, Kokabeel was a small issue. That has changed. Naruto raised an eyebrow in interest. He took the seat next to Raziel, who gave him a warning look. He chose to ignore it, intent on finding out the root cause of her worry himself. Azazel was more than willing to oblige. It's about Kokabeel. His actions have exceeded our estimated damage thresholds. He's stolen something that might currently make him the greatest threat to the three factions. What an explosive way to begin things. He's stolen an artifact that was placed in our keeping before the fallen. Well, fell. A blade once wielded by the first archangel, the chained sword, Bloodthorn. That confused Naruto. A blade wielded by the first angel? Bloodthorn? These were things he knew nothing about. The apprehension on Raziel and Azazel's faces, on the other hand, convinced him that whatever else these things may be, they were bad news. As such, he's hidden himself too well for us to find. He's as the refuge of someone far more powerful than us, maybe even God. Level. Ah, there's the cinch. Azazel might be powerful, but he wasn't as strong as many of the multiple gods and Buddhas that still persevered from the age of gods. And not all of them were happy with the influence the Christian pantheon held, fragmented as they might be. But our major concern is the sword, and the entity sealed inside. Okay, now that was a twist. What entity are we talking about? I'm not sure I know of it. Naruto countered. Azazel shook his head while Raziel chose to look at the ground. The creature sealed in that sword is definitely one of Christian origin, but at the time of its sealing, things were different. It is a creature of great power, an asset from the war against demonkind, yet with one flaw. Azazel shivered, as if remembering something horrifying. He was the first archangel, and there were only two others who held power greater than his. But as every prototype, he had a fatal flaw, one that made God seal him away. God's own glory, the judgment, Amenadiel. It was Raziel who finished. Her tone was equal parts reverence and fear. For one of the seraphs to have such a tone was alarming. The expression of deference on her face served to increase the gravity of the situation. He had seen that look on the faces of many an angel. When she herself strode the field of battle, such a look was only reserved for those who possess absolute dominance. Let me guess, Kokabiel plans to unseal this, Amenadiel. So, how do we stop this? Naruto asked, breaking the silence that had fallen over the room. Azazel shook his head and resumed his explanation. Well, that's the reason this is getting a lot more urgent. We believe that Kokabiel might be setting his eyes on Kuo for the unsealing ritual. Naruto stared at him for a second. Isn't that good for us? We can set up defenses, make sure that this city is his burial ground. Azazel shook his head. Naruto, if he's being hidden by a higher existence, we won't even know he's here till he's ready to show his hand. Plus, him doing the ritual here could lead to a new great war. That's not an outcome we can deal with. Naruto nodded. That would be bad. So, what does he need to unseal the big dude? The dejected look on Azazel's face told him that his wasn't anything good. Don't tell me he's some sort of vengeful spirit that you need a blood sacrifice to free. Raziel's quick wince was enough to tell him that his guess hit very close to home. A sacrifice, yes. The terms are variable. It could be a blood sacrifice, could be a relic of great power, could be many, smaller sacrifices. The third is the most viable, because the others don't come across often, or are willing to become sacrifices. Azazel nodded, and sacrificing the town of Kuo won't only bring back Amenadiel, it would also start a war. The kin of the Saiyans would make for worthy sacrifices, and that has to be prevented at all costs. Naruto sighed. Then go to Sirzex, or Michael. Why are you asking me for help when this is a matter that concerns all three of your factions? Azazel grimaced. I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that. The existence of Amenadiel is a secret held by the angelic factions. I'm taking a great risk by telling you of it. If I told Sirzex, he'd have to notify the council to militarize. That could very well spark a war in these troubled circumstances. Naruto was grasping at straws. He wanted nothing to do with this. His focus was on a greater, unseen foe. Somebody who wouldn't need a superchanged angel to help wipe out the world. He needed to be secretive, to build his forces from anonymity. To help here would jeopardize his anonymity, and he couldn't let that happen, at least yet. What about Michael? Do you really believe Devilkind would allow the forces of light to set up a garrison in Kuo without a real reason? Point taken. There was silence for a few moments as Naruto processed all his options. He could choose not to help and risk another war. He would survive and recreate his forces. But he didn't know how much more time he had before his enemies would make their moves. A war between the strongest occult factions would be a perfect time for any and all miscreants to barge in and take control, old and new gods included. Or, he could help Azazel, get this over with, and deal with the fallout like a respectable adult, by running away. I'll see what I can do, Azazel, but I make no promises. That's all that I can ask of you, Naruto. It's been 2 weeks, Issei. You don't have to remind me, shitty dragon. Someone has to point it out. 2 weeks and you can barely hold Balance Breaker for 10 minutes. You'll need a better way to counter the Phoenix flames. Issei grunted. His mindscape was not the most interesting place to be in. All it held was him, Diedrich, and the endless darkness that surrounded them. His lack of surrounding made it rather hard for him to ignore the gigantic dragon coiled up in front of him. I can't concentrate on defense, Diedrich. I haven't even put a dent on Susanoo. It's hard enough to get away from Stormbringer long enough to attack the blasted skeleton. Diedrich chuckled. Sure, you might be able to gain enough strength by the end of this month to one-shot a Phoenix. Though, how would you even get close enough to land a sure shot without getting burnt to cinders? Issei shrugged. I don't know. I guess scale mail will have to do. The dragon laughed openly, flaring his wings in exaggeration. Kid, your scale mail can't even block Stormbringer's sword, and that's just your regular everyday katana. The flames of the Phoenix would melt through it like a hot knife through butter. Issei shook his head in dissatisfaction. Then what's the point of even using it? How worthless are your scales if they cannot even resist fire? Diedrich roared without preamble, knocking Issei a good 10 feet back using mere sound. Don't you dare disrespect my scales by comparing them to yours, fledgling. he yelled, putting the fear of God into Issei. The boy almost pissed his pants, but the curiosity that came with the statement helped him continue. What do you mean? Isn't scale mail supposed to forged out of your scales? The dragon shook his majestic head, a human habit that didn't seem to suit the majestic creature much. No, fledgling. Those are your creations, your own scales. My scales could take the flames of gods, such as Vulcanus and Apollo, almost unscathed. Yours pale in comparison, for our scales grow tougher as we grow stronger. How much stronger do I have to get to be able to block Riser's flames? Diedrich was silent in thought for a moment. You'd have to be able to hold scale mail for an hour before you could stop the fires of the weakest phoenix. For someone of the blonde brat's caliber, you'd have to hold it for a day. Issei shook his head. That sounds impossible. I'd have to be many, many times stronger than I am now to manage that. I guess this really is a suicide mission for me. Diedrich snorted. It seems you're one of my typical custodians. If you can't brute force your way through a problem, you give up. It is times like this that make me miss Davian. He knew how to use his brains. Issei raised an eyebrow. Davian? Was he one of your past wielders? A nod from Diedrich confirmed his assumption. Davian's situation was once a lot like yours. He was borderline powerless when he was thrust into a world of war, and he had to get stronger to use my powers. But unlike you, he had something that set him apart from all my wielders, even the strongest ones. Issei glared at Diedrich. And what's this thing he possessed? Diedrich gave Issei a baleful look. Unlike you all, he wasn't a complete dumbass. Sudden resentment aside, Issei continued. How's not being a dumbass going to help here? If I wasn't a dumbass, I'd already have given up on this whole situation. The silence he got from Diedrich was palpable. Well, that was a rather astute observation. So, you do not believe you can win here? Issei shook his head. Not only is Riser a monster, he has years of experience on the field of battle that I lack. I cannot make up for it in a month, no matter how hard I try. The only thing I do have in my favor is you, and the fact that he does not know how I fight and what all I can bring to the table. Even with that, my chances of victory are very, very low. Again, silence. Wait, so you aren't a complete dumbass? Diedrich asked, genuinely shocked. If Issei felt belittled by the dragon, he didn't show it, instead wearing a mask of morbid curiosity. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, Diedrich, but I can put two and two together easy enough. He didn't expect Diedrich the almighty dragon to collapse in a fit of laughter, but that is exactly what happened. Now, this was getting absurd. He was a weak devil, sure. He wasn't smart, or athletic, or good-looking, or even talented. Still, he wouldn't let someone be so condescending without any real payback. Oh, you oaf. You may call me dumb, but I'm not the one locked forever inside someone else's body, he commented, finally getting Diedrich to shut up. The dragon would have reprimanded him, but seeing the kid take offense to his earlier actions was already priceless enough. My mirth wasn't meant to disrespect or belittle you, Issei. I was happy that after centuries, I have finally found a partner who can actually think for himself. Now that confused Issei. Your past tenants couldn't be that bad, could they? Diedrich gave him a deadpan look. Most of them were too dumb to even figure out body armor. The ones who did never were able to figure out the process of putting it on. Sure, they might have had more initial power than you, but having some smarts is vastly preferable to that. Twice so with the potential that you humans enjoy. Issei grimaced. That makes me feel a bit better and all, but how's that going to help? Riser's power is not something I can equal in the given time. What am I supposed to do? Diedrich locked eyes with his partner, no humor left on his visage. Issei, did you know that all dragons except for Albion and me have special powers? He asked. Issei shook his head, just as he had expected. Tiamat could control the very sea, while Vritra had scales that could never crack. Me and Albion never had either, but it was us who rose above those others. We fought with our claws and fire against them and their mythical powers, and we prevailed. Do you know why? We won because we used our minds. Issei was a bit confused, so Diedrich continued. Take a drake of the sea to a desert and you have the advantage. Drop a mountain on the drake whose scales you cannot cut through, and you have already won. If you can't rip through them, pierce them. If you cannot fly over a mountain, Fly around it, not through it. Issei nodded. That rhetoric might hold up for you, but you have to remember that I do not have the same strength that you have. I cannot drop a mountain over Riser. Our battle will happen in a closed arena, so I cannot even drag him into an ocean. Diedrich let out a small growl. I'm not asking you to do either of those things, Issei. All I'm asking you to do is start thinking. You lack defense, and what exactly can help you with that? Issei thought about it for a moment. A suit of armor would be worthless, considering I have scale mail. A shield. But what good can it do against the fires of a phoenix? Get a magical shield, then. Ask Naruto to provide you with Davion's shield. That thing was immune to most types of fire, and would definitely hold up against Riser's flames. Issei grunted, but I'd have to relearn how to fight. I've come a long way with my style in these last 2 weeks, I can't let that go to waste. Didrain shook his head yet again. A shield isn't like a sword, Issei. While it takes practice and training to use a sword, a shield is a weapon of instincts. It exists to protect and, on the off chance, bash your opponent's face in. You already do both with your bare fists, it would only be stronger with the presence of a shield. Issei nodded. If I could get this shield, my chances of surviving Riser's initial onslaught would increase. Though, I have one question about the shield you mentioned. Diedrich nodded, signaling Issei to proceed. Why does Naruto-sensei have Davion's shield? Diedrich was silent for a moment before he responded. The response was enough to burrow a deep-seated seed of fear into Issei's mind. He took it as spoils of war from the carcass of Davion, after he slew both me and Albion, manifested in this realm. Yeah, apparently Naruto was a lot stronger than he had imagined. Do you really have to do this, Riser? Yubaluna's worry showed on her face, its mere presence making Riser rethink his actions. I still don't get what the big deal is, guys. The dragon brat wasn't able to do jack shit when we fought him, what chance does he stand against Lord Phoenix? Mira asked. In her mind, she had a point. She was able to grievously injure Issei mere seconds into their fight, though she hadn't ever managed to land a clean hit on Riser in the year she had spent as part of his peerage. But she didn't know Naruto Abaddon, neither did most of her fellow peerage members. Call me by my first name, Mira. And if it was just a fight against Issei, I would have no worries. Riser countered, confusing his peerage, save for Yubaluna. He has no one to train him, Riser. He can't substitute with anyone else either. What exactly is it that's got you so scared? You've been like this ever since the raiding game. You have been training without us. Your regeneration is always at its limit. What are you so scared of? Mahai asked, and it was a very legitimate question. Never in her life as one of Riser's bishops had she seen him scared. Whenever he went into battle, he stepped forth with power, determination, and the assurance of victory. He had faced Sikvera Agaras and come out on top. He had gone toe-to-toe with the monster who was Syraorg Bael and forced a draw, and here he was, scared of a puny low-class devil. Your assumptions are incorrect, Mahai, though your observations definitely are. I'm scared, but not of Issei. Riser took a deep breath. He had promised Naruto that he wouldn't tell anyone in the underworld of his continued existence. That didn't mean he couldn't drop hints, though. I'm scared of the person who my dear sister has roped in to train him. There was surprise, there was confusion, but there were no objections. Arya was known for her whimsical ways and her complete disregard for those in positions of power. She was known to stay away from politics. Her proclamation after the end of the mock raiding game had come as a surprise for even those who knew her the best. What didn't come as a surprise was that it was, first and foremost, a challenge. But was it a challenge to Issei? Was it a challenge to Sirzex? Or was it a challenge to someone else entirely? Well, that was $1 million question. This person. He or she's the one that Lady Phoenix is trying to challenge, isn't it? Mira asked, getting a nod from Riser. Of course, to most, the conditions of the fight looked rather lopsided. Except, if there is one thing that the underworld knew, it was that Arya Phoenix loved fair fights. And she would never place her own side on higher footing. The person who she's challenged is the same man who trained me and Yuna in our 3-year training trip of the human realm. He's the one who helped Yuna get over her crippling fear of men, and he's the only person to have ever bested my sister in fair combat. Worst of all, I know that if there's someone who can draw out Issei's vast potential, it is him. Shock. Pure and absolute, all-encompassing shock manifested on the faces of his peerage as they realized who Riser spoke of. The devil who beat the true demon, the one hailed as only the Archdemon. His name, removed from devil history by those of the Elder Council, long supposed to be dead. The unknown hero of the Great Civil War. I see it has finally dawned on you, the identity of whom I now face, even though through a proxy. Riser stated, and his peerage nodded. The ground rumbled, and in the distance, he saw the creatures he had come to fight against. 2 dragons, nameless ones. They were nothing compared to the dragons that her sister had fought, but neither was Issei much when compared to the ancient wielders of the boosted gear. These dragons were to be his prey, and soon, Issei would follow. Just be safe, you understand? Yubaluna mouthed as she planted her lips on his own. He looked at his peerage one last time as they moved in to hug him. This was his family, and he wouldn't let any marriage contract take them away from him, even if it meant reducing Rias Gremory to a political and social pariah. Even if it meant killing all who stood in his way, devil or not. I'll be fine. I'm the scion of the Phoenix and the younger brother of the true devil. Plus, I have you all to come back to. Flames erupted from his skin in torrents, and the flame guards singed the earth around him. His flames would never hurt his peerage, just as he wouldn't. They each held his tears, and that was a bond his flame respected. His wings came next, one flap from them propelling him high into the sky. From there he could see the carnage caused by the rampaging beasts better. Dragons were called the very personification of destruction, and from his vantage point, he could see why. Miles of decimated land surrounded the 2 warring drakes, and once he joined in, that was sure to increase. As he launched himself towards the 2 dragons, he thought of Issei, and a laugh came to his mind unbidden. As the dragons finally noticed him, a last thought crossed his mind. Somewhere out there, Issei was being trained by Naruto. And he'd rather face 10 dragons than be in Issei's shoes right now. This is absurd. Issei skid to a stop, ducking as Stormbringer's sword passed mere millimeters above him. He barely had the time to breathe before he was forced to jump back again as Susanoo's gigantic, skeletal arm was buried into the ground where he stood but a few seconds ago. You chose this, Issei. Naruto said you could keep the Drake Blood Aegis if you were able to take down Susanoo while it also attacks you. Stormbringer commented, moving in for another swipe of his sword. Issei blocked it, preparing for Susanoo's next assault. It came mere seconds afterwards, but this time, Issei was ready. Boost. The release of energy was enough to knock Stormbringer back a few feet. It created enough space for him to concentrate on his major enemy. He transferred all his boosted energy into his gauntleted hand, and as Susanoo's fist descended, it met his own. Cracks appeared on Susanoo's fist, and Issei felt a second of elation before the spiderweb cracks began to mend. He would have tried to put in another boosted blow, had he not been forced to raise his shield and defend against Stormbringer's blade. And what a shield it was! Thick red plates, forged in the shape of a dragon's scales, bordered by a thick bevel of gold. It was a kite shield, and in his hands, it felt perfect. Such was the Drake Blood Aegis. A shield forged out of orichalcum and tempered in the blood of an elderworm. The shield was immune to most forms of fire, thus making it the perfect tool to fight the fire of a dragon. Or a phoenix, for that matter. That's the 15th time you've boosted since we started, Issei. That's 10 times more than what you were able to do 3 weeks ago. Issei grunted, it still isn't enough. I've seen Riser in action. I'm still at least 4 boosts lower than how powerful he is in his base state. Stormbringer sighed, we've already had this talk, Issei. Strength isn't everything. You have grown in strength due to this training. The fact that you now move and think like a warrior, though, is your greater accomplishment. Issei shook his head, dejected. That might be true, but the more I think about it, the less I believe I can win against Riser. For one, I don't even know the extent of his abilities. I didn't even know that the Phoenix could use wind till Naruto-sensei told me so. If I cannot make myself stronger than him, I cannot outbalance his versatility. Stormbringer scoffed, breaking Issei out of his monologue. Issei, the lack of information goes both ways. Sure, the power of the boosted gear is well documented in history, but the balance breaker it provides depends on who the wielder is as a person. As such, I don't know any other wielder of the boosted gear in its illustrious history who was capable of using it in methods quite as unorthodox as you do. Issei looked at him in amusement. Sure, as if you've faced any other wielders of the boosted gear before. To his surprise, Stormbringer nodded. I faced 2 wielders of that weapon in my life, and one of them died by my hand. He was an overly zealous man with nothing but the lust for battle on his mind. He challenged me, and I slew him. Issei gulped. He knew that Stormbringer was holding back against him, but to hear that the man had fought and killed someone who had unlocked the full potential of DxD's sealed power. The second one, well, I married her. I even offered to turn her into a minor god, but she wouldn't have it. Okay, now that was unexpected. You married a wielder of the boosted gear? Issei asked, weighing each word on his tongue. Something about the idea itself seemed almost revolting. Ah, yes I did. She was such a charming lady, and powerful to boot. My other wife, Kusanada, never got along well with her, but it was a disagreement I learned to live with, for the both of them. I still miss her dearly. Issei saw the pain in Stormbringer's eyes. It was the same expression he had seen on himself in the mirror the day after he lost the rating game. He truly loved the woman. What was she like? He asked, bringing Stormbringer's attention back to the present. She was feisty, yet calm. Beautiful, yet deadly. Strong, yet cunning. She was the person who would celebrate the loudest, yet also the person who wouldn't make a single noise for days. She was a woman of contradictions, and I loved her all the more for it. Issei nodded. There was nothing more to say. He understood. Stormbringer, because he too felt the same way, except in his case, he could do something about it. Hey Stormbringer, do you reckon you could teach me how to manipulate wind like you do? The mere mention of his powers brought the man back to the present. Of course, Issei would notice his powers, he was counting on it. But this early? Well, the kid was full of surprises. Why exactly would you want to learn how to control the wind? Stormbringer questioned. Issei looked at him with devious eyes. The kid had a plan. Fires need wind to spread. If I could disorient Riser's control over his wind, I could take him by surprise. Of course, the age-old technique of starving a flame till it dies. That won't work, kid. The Phoenix are flame. They do not need wind to propagate fire, though they can use high concentrations of gases to cause explosions. Issei shook his head. Sure, but it would get rid of another one of his offensive abilities, as well as create an opening to me to capitalize on. Susanoo stared at the kid. He was willing to completely switch up his style merely to gain a momentary advantage. Showed how desperate the kid was to win. To rely on unexpected techniques to win the hardest of battles, Issei reminded him quite a bit of a certain blonde devil who he now considered a close friend. Tell you what, Issei, if you're able to take down Susanoo, I'll give you a gift. Something that will give you a slight edge in your fight with Riser. What say you? Issei raised an eyebrow. What's in it for you, though? Stormbringer shook his head. Well, it's an all-or-nothing deal. If you cannot destroy Susanoo, not only will you forfeit your life to me, but you will also have to train under me till you are worthy of joining my vanguard forces. It was a gamble, and he expected Issei to think it over for a while. Sadly, Issei didn't have the time to ruminate over something so simple. He had just been offered an advantage, and he needed every single advantage he could get if he was to beat Riser. If he lost here, it would mean that he didn't have it in him to challenge Riser either way, so why bother thinking? Boost. Well, guess that worked for an answer. You've got to be shitting me. One day. Yes, one day was all that was left before the fated battle that would decide his sister's future, and he had just received the news that Riser Phoenix had single-handedly killed 2 lesser drakes in the human realm. If he had any hope that Rias Pawn would be able to pull out a surprise victory against the Phoenix, it had completely evaporated. Speaking of said pawn, Issei was completely untraceable. Sure, Rias, being Issei's king, would know where he was at all times, but that did little to erase his feeling of guilt at not being able to help them in any way. All because of Arya. To the casual observer, her challenge looked like a personal stab at the Gremory household, and, by extension, him. But that wasn't the case. If anything, the challenge was merely thrown for the sole purpose of binding his hands. Why? Because Arya knew him too well. She knew that had she not limited his scope of action, he would have intervened and stopped the marriage one way or the other. but that itself was where the problem lay. Arya herself was completely opposed to this marriage. So what exactly was her motive, when she had stepped into the limelight after the rating game? Sears was sure that Arya was going to denounce Rias and break the contract. But no, she did the exact opposite. She made it worse. If Riser won the rating game, Rias would become nothing but a slave for the Phoenix. Her social standing would be lower than Graphia's, who, despite her marriage to him, could never take on his family name. Neither could she ever truly claim to be his betrothed. Nor could she claim to be a mother to her son, instead being delegated as his maid. Such were the traditions of a society built on power and birthright. It was at times like this that he wished Naruto was still around. He knew that he, of all people, had no right to grieve for the lack of his past mentor, especially with him being, in part, the reason why Naruto had decided to leave the underworld in the first place. Had Naruto been given the power he deserved, the council would never have taken control of the underworld. They'd never get to lay down the rules that their world was rebuilt on. They'd have the society that Sears envisioned, something closer to humanity, where devils would be worth none but their own worth, where birth wouldn't decide the course of one's life, where all devils would be treated as equals. But he had shot that chance in the heart. His jealousy and plotting had removed his strongest piece from his hand at a time where his presence was most crucial. And in doing so, he also lost the second piece he hoped to acquire, one that was now causing him the biggest headache he had faced in a millennium. Arya Phoenix, the woman who the council once asked him to marry, one of the two people he could never win against. A monstrous existence with a peerage to match and wit that exceeded her beauty. Sometimes, he wondered what would have happened had he decided to pursue romance with her instead of Graphia. Would Naruto still be with them? Probably. Would he even succeed before she incinerated his dick, balls included? Unlikely. There was a light knock on his door, a mere formality that his queen and wife chose to adhere to. As she walked in, he gave her a glance. Graphia Lucifuge, still as perfect as the day he first met her. So calm, so dedicated, so easily willing to go down on one knee for anyone above her stature, yet so ruthless when it came to matters of importance. Truly, he couldn't wish for a more perfect wife. He never regretted the fact that he had to ruin someone else's relationship to claim her. No matter what the cost, she was worth it. And there was only one other woman who could ever compare to the perfection that was her, and that woman would be forever out of his reach. My lord, should I retrieve Lady Ria's pawn? I have learnt of his location, and it would be prudent of either me or you to personally go and retrieve him. The statement caught Sears' attention. And where exactly is our little dragon training that he needs to inconvenience us to retrieve him? He asked. Graphia have him a reprimanding look. Of course, such a tone wouldn't fly with her. The fact that she did not verbally oppose his cockiness, meanwhile, showed that there were more important matters at hand. Hyodo Issei has spent the last 3 months in Takamagahara. More precisely, he was last seen entering through the gateway on Mount Fuji. I hope you understand the implications of that, Lord. Sears' blood froze. There was only one entrance to Takamagahara on Mount Fuji, and the god who claimed that entrance was one that Sears had the displeasure of meeting when they tried to make a grab for land in Japan. Even using his force, all he was able to weasel out of the god was one singular town. Had he used force that day, he would have ended up dead. After all, one didn't fight the Shinto god of war and live. He's training with Susanoo. How is that possible? Graphia shook her head. Susanoo might hate Devilkind, but Rias tells me that there might have been a mediator that could have arranged for it. I have personally met the person once, only in passing, and I didn't think he was impressive enough to warrant the attention of a god. He must have been bloody impressive to make Susanoo overlook the fact that Issei is a devil. Sears muttered. The Shinto faction hated the underworld, and for good reason too. The borderline extinction of the Nekosho was a byproduct of devils and their disdain for anything that wasn't, well, them. Susanoo had been the lividest of their pantheon. When devils marched down the streets of Kyoto, he was there to meet them. And he made sure that Devilkind paid for its crimes in blood. He has occult powers, yes, but other than his appearance, nothing about him really stands out. Graphia insisted, steel in her eyes. She had had enough of being talked down to, and Sears took this as an opportunity to back off. What was it about his appearance that was so striking to you? he asked, using a far more placating tone to frame the question. Graphia looked down for a second, a rare moment of demureness seeping through her stern facade. He looked remarkably like Naruto, going as far as to share his first name. For the second time in an hour, Sears froze. L like Naruto? You're sure they're not one and the same? He questioned. Graphia nodded instantly, calming his rapidly beating heart a little. His essence feels human, and his powers are a mere trifle when compared to Naruto Abaddon. She spoke. Plus, he didn't recognize me, nor was there any concealment. I know, I spent centuries of my life with him. Sears sighed. It's a shame. It would be amazing to have Naruto back, if not a bit too opportune. Graphia nodded in agreement, not even noticing the momentary grimace that appeared on Sears' face at her rare display of enthusiasm. As for now, I believe it would be best for me to go and retrieve Issei. The underworld won't be able to function properly if you were to suddenly lose a few limbs. Graphia said. The lack of mirth in her tone made it clear that neither was her statement a joke, nor was it something he could oppose. So, as any dutiful husband would, he nodded, letting her do as she pleased. As she left the room, Sears picked up the photo that sat on his desk. It was one of 5 copies of a magic lithorf from when they were training under Naruto. It was a pretty picture, all things said. It was also the only photo of all of them that survived the war, and it pained him to see how much they had changed since. Gone were the genuine smiles, replaced with ones manufactured to reassure the general populace while lying to their faces. Gone was the lack of consequence, replaced by varying degrees of guilt and agony. Gone was the happiness, replaced by a mere void of emotions. Maybe I'll go pay this man a visit after all this blows over. As promised, the Drake Blood Aegis is now yours to keep. It was still hard for Issei to believe. 1 whole month had passed by, and he had gained power to show for his troubles. He had taken down the Susanoo, and Naruto had kept up his side of the bargain. Now, it was Stormbringer's turn. Issei, give me your hand. Slightly nonplussed, Issei did as was asked, without warning. Stormbringer brought out a small knife from the folds of his coat and sliced his right thumb open. Before Issei could express his shock, the man had already pressed down his thumb on Issei's forearm and drawn the kanji for anger. You are now marked as one of my aspects, and it is a power that is not bestowed lightly. You have impressed me with your will to adapt and grow. I'd rather not see that potential squandered, but you have chosen to stay loyal to your king. It is heartening to see that loyalty still exists in the hearts of the young. Issei stammered. Thank you, Stormbringer. But how will this help me? He asked, as the bloody symbol disappeared, leaving only a faint red trace behind. Stormbringer wiggled his index finger. You'll know when the time is right. Thankfully, you're already capable of harnessing my gift. As I promised, it'll give you an edge against Riser. If you can harness it, that is. Issei grimaced. Of course, with you too, everything is a mystery. At least tell me how to activate this. Naruto shook his head. Trust me, it isn't hard to activate. Just remember, fight with your emotions, and they'll lend you strength. Issei rolled his eyes. He was so done with these cryptic assholes. But he did owe them. Thanks to this month of literal hell, his body could now do things that he once couldn't dream of. Beating Riser was still a long shot, but now, the sliver of possibility had widened enough to let him through. With a great deal of difficulty and a decent bit of luck, the fight could be his. I trusted you two to train me, and I will trust you when it comes to this. I cannot thank you enough for your tutelage, Stormbringer. The man in question chuckled, while Naruto looked downright pissed at Issei for not mentioning him. He would have said something to that effect, but was stopped by the appearance of a magic circle between them. Issei's present company stiffened as Graphia emerged from within the red light of her summoning circle, and then, she bowed. Not to Naruto, and definitely not to Issei. She bowed to Stormbringer. Greetings, Lord Susanoo. I have come here on the behest of Lord Lucifer to retrieve Lady Gremory's pawn. And that's when it all clicked. Why you are Susanoo? You are the god Susanoo. Issei enunciated, disbelief slowing his tone to a dwarl and leaving him slack-jawed. Then, the realization that he had been training with a god set in, and finally, the fact that he was blessed by a god's blood. Origins. Susanoo, meanwhile, nodded to Graphia. He's a good lad, devil. I'm quite saddened that a man of such devout loyalty is a part of your ranks. While originally he was a follower of our faith, I shall let it go, for I have had the chance to train him in our ways. And we are grateful to you for it. Now, we must take your leave. Graphia bowed yet again before grabbing Issei's hand and teleporting away. As the crimson light of the magic circle faded, Susanoo turned to face his friend. She was the one, wasn't she? Truly a dame to kill for. Naruto nodded. True, she was a better companion than I deserved. I cannot blame her for me leaving the underworld, though. She was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. Ah, of course. You should know that when things do eventually take a turn for the worse, we'll be there, right behind you. Naruto chuckled. I'm counting on it, Susanoo. After all, 2 of my future knights still do work for you. I thought that losing them to me would teach you not to gamble on fights, but I guess the people who say that gods cannot change who they are speak the truth. Susanoo let out a throaty laugh. I couldn't help but make a bet, Naruto. Else what reason would you have to fight me? I'd spar with you either way, but you really like fighting when the stakes are high, don't you? Well, what can I say? It ain't a fight until something important's on the line, Susanoo countered. Well then, by that logic, Issei's going to put up one hell of a fight, isn't he? He's a little bit of me, a little bit of you, and has more pent-up sexual frustration than a rabbit in mating season. He has a strong opponent, his friend's future is on the line, and so is his dream of becoming a harem king. You bet he'll be fighting with everything he's got. Naruto nodded. He's also pissed that my clone got destroyed when he decimated Susanoo. He's gonna get back at me for that, I just know it. Susanoo merely chuckled. Well, it wasn't like you were expecting him to create an attack strong enough to destroy a cliff face, were you now? Naruto shook his head. No, I wasn't, but I'm glad he did. It'll give him a fighting chance, and that's all I can truly ask for. All we can do now is watch. The world of devils had always been one of power in numbers, even before the peerage system. Alliances forged strength, and individual talent was always second to the power of a team. It was the very same reason that made the fight between Riser Phoenix and Rias Pawn one of the most anticipated fights of the year. Lilith, the capital of the underworld, the home of the largest arena made by Devilkind, was abuzz with anticipation. The arena was booked out. Anyone who was anyone was there. Those who couldn't attend had their eyes glued to screens, watching the pre-fight fanfare with bated breath. The camera, held by a flying familiar, passed over the VIP booth, and the populace were greeted with live footage of the Satans, the heads of the houses Gremory and Phoenix, the true demon, and the young princess of the Gremory house. Said princess was impassive, her face devoid of all emotions. That was her masterful facade, one created to dupe the public into believing that she was perfection itself. That she was, by birthright, a creature far above the common riffraff. But behind the facade, her mind was in turmoil. Despite her wildest hopes, Issei had shown up to fight. She and her peerage weren't allowed to see him, even though he had spent the last day in Castle Lucifer itself. She had no idea if her precious pawn had grown enough to survive the power of the Phoenix Lord. In the back of her mind, she hoped he hadn't. Riser would have the decency to end the battle fast. He wouldn't suffer, and it would be over. But on the off chance that his training had borne fruit, it would become worse. She had seen recordings of the fight between Cyraorg and Riser. Such power shouldn't belong to high class devils. They were beings that deserved the title of ultimate, and in the battle between the two monsters, it showed. Such power couldn't be gained in a month, no matter how hard the training, no matter who oversaw the training. Behind her, Akeno was equally troubled. She was the one who had initially trained Issei, and she knew that he had no magical or physical power to speak of. He was merely a normal human teen till mere months ago, and now, he was slated to face off against one of the underworld's own prodigies. Generally, this wouldn't be an issue. But this was not a rating game. Injuries sustained here would be real, and death was always a horrific, but real threat. Here comes Riser. Sirzek's observation brought both Rias and Akeno out of their ruminations, and true to his word, Riser was walking out of his corner of the arena. He was missing his trademark casual clothes, instead dressed in the fine, golden black raiment that his sister was so fond of. But it wasn't the clothing that caught their eyes. That honor belonged to his scars. Scars that were inflicted by dragons. Dragons that he had murdered with his own hands. There were 2 of them, and his flames had not healed them. It was possible that he hadn't let them heal, choosing instead to wear them as a badge of honor. There was one on the bridge of his nose, and one over his right eye. It was possible that there were many others under the many layers of cloth that he wore, but the presence of the two prominent ones was enough to show the world exactly who he was. Riser Phoenix, the Dragon Slayer. The crowd erupted. This was their chosen champion, and it wasn't hard to see why. It was in all this hubbub that Issei finally walked out of his own corner. So diminutive was his presence that his entrance went unnoticed till he was right in front of Riser. Rias hadn't seen him in a month, and it was an understatement to say that he had changed. He wore a casual half-sleeved shirt and a pair of track pants. His hair was unkempt, having grown over the month. In contrast to Riser's flashy appearance, he looked extremely out of place. But his muscles had grown. Any seasoned fighter could tell by his gait that the boy knew both positioning and posture. His confidence had also grown by leaps and bounds, as he didn't break away from Riser's gaze. He had become a warrior in his own right. It seems Naruto has trained you well, Issei. Riser commented in a volume too low for the crowd to hear him. He wasn't even there for the majority of my training. He just dumped me with his friend and left. He came back once a week to check on my progress, but that's about it. Riser was confused. Sure, he didn't doubt the effectiveness of whoever Naruto had hustled into training Issei. The results were clear to see, as long as one knew what to look for, but he knew how good a tutor Naruto was. So why did he get someone else to teach Issei in his stead? That's a shame. Riser commented, genuinely sorry. Issei had toughened up, sure, but if he didn't have that element of unpredictability that Naruto imparted on all his students, was he even worth fighting? Is there anything else we have to do, or can we just get to the fighting? Issei asked. Riser was a bit shocked about how straightforward and confident Issei was being, but he decided to entertain the boy a bit. Even he was anxious to end this. No, we can begin now, Riser said, and he barely got his flames up in time to block Issei's gauntleted fist. What he didn't expect was the power behind the blow. Riser was sent spiraling into the walls of the arena, his body embedding itself in the wall. He hadn't expected that, not one bit. And it wasn't till he reconsidered Issei's question that he realized what his opponent had just pulled. The bastard had been boosting before the battle even began. Naruto might not have trained you, Issei, but the beginning to our fight has proven that you've already learnt the core tenet of his fighting style. After all, who else would waste power before a fight just to get an unexpected preemptive blow in? You move fast. I wanted to take you off guard. Guess my reflexes still aren't as good as yours. Riser let loose a mirthful laugh. Well, now that we have all the niceties out of the way, we can truly begin. Huge wings of fire erupted from Riser's back as he willed a gigantic fireball into existence. As he fired it at Issei, he blasted forward, following the fireball on its way towards Issei. He expected the devil to dodge sideways, and he has prepared to follow suit. But he was surprised again when his fireball hit solid metal and, instead of leaving it a melted puddle, dissipated into mere embers. His course was set on collision now, and he willed more flames into his hand, expecting to cut right through the shield that had suddenly appeared on Issei's left hand. His flames went out right as they hit the shield, but the force behind the blow sent Issei tumbling back a couple of feet. He regained his balance just in time to dodge the continuation of Riser's assault. Boost. Issei's power signature doubled in scale, and mere milliseconds after that, a punch backed by all that power buried itself in his abdomen, and the result was spectacular. Riser's flame guard broke, and he was flung 30 feet vertically. He broke a few bones, but his regeneration would take care of that. His wings stabilized him, and as he straightened, he saw Issei fly towards him. He dodged, and Issei was unable to follow. Before Issei could turn, Riser had already created space between the two of them. A valiant effort, Issei, but you lack speed, Riser stated, as 5 balls of flame gathered around him, slowly unveiling themselves to be humanoid shapes that resembled him. You might be able to trade blows with one of me, but that won't get you far against my fire remnants. It was one of his signature moves, one that he had developed after seeing how efficient Naruto's clones were in combat. While they did not enjoy the same autonomy that Naruto's clones had, they were also indestructible as long as he had the mana to feed them. The 5 remnants and Riser rushed towards Issei, and the tide of battle turned. The shield he wielded was, in the end, Still a mere shield. There was no possible way he could fight against the onslaught of 6 opponents faster than him at the same time. And 5 kicks and a double-handed punch later, Issei went hurtling into the ground at a breakneck pace. He crashed into the ground, kicking up a huge cut of sand. Inside, Riser felt his power diminish. Scale mail, or not. As the dust settled, Riser got his first look at the boosted gear's famed balance breaker. In the stalls, Arya smirked. It didn't look quite as impressive as she remembered, but it proved that Issei's training had definitely paid off. Boost. And suddenly, Issei's power exploded. He disappeared from Riser's view. His remnants moved into defensive positions, but it was worthless as is charged right through them, his shield covering his armored form. Said shield was bashed into Riser, who held it back with his arms. I knew that I wasn't as strong as you from the very beginning. Issei spoke, as he kicked Riser, who blocked with his arm. The leg broke through Riser's flame guard with ease, and then proceeded to shatter his forearm. Used to the pain, Riser used his other arm to punch Issei in the face, the force of the punch breaking the two apart. I knew that I wasn't as fast as you as well. Riser barely got a breath in edgewise before Issei closed the gap between them again. His bone hadn't even begun healing, and he couldn't block. He saw Issei raise his shield, and then, he felt pain, once on the hit, and twice when he crashed into the ground. And now I know that I can face you as an equal, Issei concluded. Riser slowly got up from the cracked ground and gave Issei a smirk. You've come far, Issei. But this isn't nearly enough. Riser spread his arms, and his power started to rise. The flames around his body grew, and so did his wings, gaining more corporeal, limb-like forms. Feast your eyes on the power of the Phoenix combustion reactor, and then, there were flames. The entire arena was covered by a gigantic, expanding ball of flame with Riser at its center. Issei survived the flames, thanks to Drakeblood Aegis. Then something unexpected happened. Instead of dissipating, the flames started to compress. The process took less than a few seconds, but the result was clear. Riser had compressed all his flames into his body, and the resultant form he acquired was every bit as impressive as Issei's scale mail. Riser's body now had a dull red glow, like that of ember, coupled with telltale veins of fire, ready to burst into flame at a moment's notice. It formed a flaky armor over his body, and completing it was a crown of flames that framed his head. His wings were now actual limbs instead of the fiery, formless appendages that they once were. In that moment, Issei knew that he was fucked. Riser was on him before he could even blink. He didn't even see Riser attack, and the pain from his vicious backhand registered. Before he could even comprehend the actual attack, he didn't hit the ground, instead coming to rest on Riser's outstretched fist. His scale mail cracked, preventing his spine from following suit. You might as well give up, Issei. If I could access this power when fought Cyroorg, even he would stand no chance. Riser murmured in a hoarse, light voice, right as he appeared in front of Issei and planted his fist into his gut. In the span of the next 15 seconds, Issei was assaulted by a bevy of fire-empowered kicks and punches. He was nothing more than a ragdoll at this point. And then, Riser let him go. Issei bounced off the floor twice as his body came to a skidding rest. He still clung on to his scale mail, for if he let it go, the next attack would outright kill him. Riser floated down to the ground a few meters away from him, a sorrowful expression on his currently demonic features. I am Cinder, I am Ash. Your loss was decreed the moment you decided to fight me. Now, forfeit, and let us end this farce. Issei was silent, and the only reason people knew he was still conscious was because his scale mail was still on. In the stands, Rias shed a tear. Deep in her heart, she wanted Issei to give up. Sure, he had come far, but the unexpected power that Riser demonstrated completely shredded any chance of victory that existed. Such was the general consensus of the audience as well. There was pin-drop silence, a show of respect for the boy who had gone from a low-class devil who couldn't even fight one of Riser's pawns into a man who could evenly trade blows with any high-class devil in existence. This doesn't make sense. The attention of every single person in the VIP box shot towards the person who dared break the silence. Their eyes found Arya Phoenix, and they found her troubled expression extremely out of place on her stately face. And then Akuja chimed in. He's not boosting, So how is this happening? The other Satans then chimed in, this power, it feels foreign, yet familiar. Why does it fill me with such dread? Sirzex commented as a chill went up his spine. The kid's power was growing steadily, unlike the explosive growth that followed a boost, but no less potent. And then, the first drops fell to the sandy ground, surprising every single devil in attendance. It is raining. Seraphal commented, not able to believe it herself. It isn't supposed to rain today, we control the weather, for fuck's sake. But Rias noticed none of this, all she saw was Issei, who was now getting off the ground. And she could swear, at that very moment, she heard what he was saying, even from hundreds of meters away. And she wasn't the only one, for the entire attending audience heard it too. A voice that was barely above a whisper, yet clear for all to hear. I am thy instrument, thy weapon, thy sword. Is this really the end, Issei? He's too powerful, there is nothing I can do. That may be true, but you are nothing less. Tell that to my body, it won't allow me to stand anymore. That can be amended. All you have to do is tell me how you feel. It's that easy. Well, I feel disappointed. Disappointed? In whom, may I ask? Myself. 1 month of training with a god, and I still cannot win. You had a month, he had years. You've done well with what little was thrown your way. Are you trying to console me? Far from it, I'm trying to tell you that disappointment isn't what you should be feeling right now. Huh? But why? Because you aren't pitiable. No, that would be your master. Rias, I have failed her. And how does that make you feel? It makes me feel angry. Angry at whom? The world? The Devil Society? The houses that bound this infernal contract? How about the fact that no matter how good you become, the pure-blooded families will never see you as a worthy groom for Rias? It makes me livid, it makes me want to kill someone? Maybe. You see, Issei, that's what you lack. You face your opponents without the will to kill. You face them without anger. And let me tell you, that is not a courtesy that they will ever repay. So, you're saying that I should hate the people I'm fighting? No, far from it. Hate breeds hate, but anger, well, anger brings out strength. There's a difference between the two. Yes, kid. Hatred is what causes wars, anger is what ends them. Hate fucks shit up. Anger? Well, anger gets shit done. So, tell me, Issei. How do you feel? I feel angry. I feel bloody fucking angry. I want to tear down this contract, and then do the same to Riser's father, then to Ria's father, then to the council. I want to tear down this establishment and make something anew, but most of all, I want to beat Riser's face in and make sure I don't fail Rias. That is good, Issei. Now, you are ready for my gift. Susanoo, that's you, isn't it? Yes, child. Now, repeat after me. I am thy instrument, thy weapon, thy sword. He got up without any trouble, and his posture straightened. All the while, his power continued to rise, fretting to spill, like a vessel filled beyond its limits. It was a feeling Riser knew too well, for his current form, self-dubbed, charred bloodline, worked on the same principle. Except, the power that filled Iz was neither his base power of devilkind, neither was it the boosted energy of dragonkind. No, this energy was divine by its very nature. I am thy power, thy strength, thy mind. Issei was up now, and the rain was getting worse. In her seat, Arya suddenly cackled with glee, realizing who the power belonged to. She had challenged Naruto, and this was the response he had sent her. I am thy soul, thy body, thy senses. There was thunder, and the arena shook as it struck. Steam formed whenever a drop of rain hit Riser, and by all means, he should have attacked. But it felt wrong, it felt dangerous, it felt like his actions would be punished by a being greater than him, and he wasn't too keen on facing someone like that. Not yet, at least. I am anger. I am the fear of thy enemies. Rias felt it at last, a power completely foreign to her, yet something that shone through the clouds of her mind like a bright ray, a ray of hope. There was a loud rumbling, and a bolt of lightning thrice the width of the others struck Issei, engulfing the arena in bright, dancing light. I am thy aspect. I am thy wrath. What the lightning left behind made Issei's balance breaker pale in comparison. While the armor of the dragons was still the base of Issei's ensemble, it was overtaken by thinner, gray plates. From the back of his helm grew a long mane of white hair. The helmet itself was much more detailed, with streaks of color that resembled Japanese war paint. A crest of the sun appeared on the helm, representing the land of the rising sun. But the most unnerving thing about this new form were Issei's eyes. There was an ethereal, white glow emanating from his eye sockets themselves. Riser liked to look into the eyes of his opponents as he fought, and being denied his battle ritual unnerved him to no end. That, and the fact that Issei was now just as powerful as him. Susanoo, he made Issei one of his aspects. Gasped Sirzex, and the poignancy of his statement wasn't lost on his present company. A devil with a Longinus was considered a power piece, no matter what peerage he was on. A devil who was a god's aspect. Well, that was borderline unheard of. A portion of a god's power, bequeathed on another creature, given willingly. That was the power of an aspect. And like fine wine, it only got better with time. Now, Riser, let's dance. There were no wings on his back, but Issei didn't need them either. The lack of appendages simply made flight easier for him. He was the storm god's aspect of wrath, and the sky was his very domain, as were the seas. Yet, the scion of the Phoenix met him blow for blow. No longer was this a fight between two opponents of differing power levels. Each blow was met by another of equal intensity. Fire and wind battled for dominance, and the outcome depended solely on either skill or the element of unpredictability. "This is the fight I wanted," Riser exclaimed in sheer, undulating joy as his fist found purchase in Issei's face. The aspect of Susanoo deigned not to reply, instead bashing his shielded fist into Riser's face. The two flew back, creating a few meters of distance, right before they shot at each other again. Each punch made the last one feel like a gentle caress, each kick shattered armor and bone. The fight had devolved into an absolute slugfest. Issei's shield negated any ranged attack Riser could muster, and Issei's fighting styles depended on getting close and personal. Riser's fire remnants manifested and died within seconds. Issei's speed and the fire-dispelling powers of his shield completely nullified any advantage they offered. And he felt good because of it. He hadn't faced an opponent that could push him so far in months. He loved every second of the fight, but he couldn't keep this up forever, and he knew that neither could Issei. He couldn't keep on feeding his regeneration, and he was sure that Issei couldn't go on for much longer either. "I'm gonna end this now," Issei shouted from the other end of the stadium, having created distance faster than Riser could follow. Issei was charging something, and Riser knew that the boy had come to the same conclusion that he had. "Give me everything you have, Issei boy," Riser shouted. A gigantic ball of flames appeared in his outstretched hand. It then proceeded to compress itself till he was holding a small ball of pure white flames the size of a golf ball in his fist. He held it for a second, waiting for Issei's attack, because if Issei was able to raise his shield in time, the attack would be an absolute failure. "Here goes," Issei yelled, as his armor dematerialized. He had externalized all his power in the gem of his boosted gear, leaving almost nothing running his body. He raised his right arm, exhausted beyond measure, for his final attack. Altered transfer. Ravager. His gauntlet fired a wave of absolute power, and this was the exact moment Riser was waiting for. Magma Axis. He yelled as he flung the little white hot ball of flame at Issei. It cut a little hole through his wave of power as it fired through, but it couldn't completely negate the massive amount of energy fired his way. Issei was too drained to dodge, so they both chose the same course of action. Stand and take it like a man. The magma axis hit Issei a second before his attack landed on Riser, and as it struck him, it expanded, while Drakeblood Aegis prevented him from outright melting. It could not do much to stop the pain. And Issei fell, a mere millisecond before his attack hit Riser. To say that Riser felt pain was an understatement. The wave of power could simply not be stopped, and it swept him right through the barrier protecting the civilians. It didn't stop there, though, as it took him over the stands and outside the arena, and even then it wouldn't cease. Riser was manhandled through a skyscraper, then another one, then 3 more, before he knew no more. But even though he knew that every single bone in his body was broken, he had kept up his name as both the Dragonslayer and the brother of the true demon. 4. While it utterly destroyed him, he had already defeated the prison of Diedrig, the Great Welsh. Issei Hyodo, a man worthy of the titles he would one day hold. "I lost, didn't I?" Issei had woken up a few minutes back. Even getting up was a pain, especially with the slowly receding burns that covered almost his entire body. He was surprised to see Riser in the hospital bed next to his, sipping his food from a straw. He looked at the state his opponent's body was in and winced. He had blasted the man's body with the power of 24 boosts, compounded by Susanoo's power. He would have felt bad, but Riser's magma axis was no less powerful. Riser nodded, or as close to it as he could get with that gigantic plaster on his neck. You went down a few seconds before me. Issei pointed at Riser's injuries. You healed from this during the fight. What happened to your regeneration? Riser chucked, a physically painful action, but he did it nonetheless. Fighting you taxed me very hard. You broke a bone with every punch you landed, so I had to overuse my regeneration to stay in the fight. It'll be a week before my body can heal itself again. So, I'm just going to have to rely on tears to heal. Too bad I don't cry much. Issei smiled, melancholy evident on his face. Well, you'll have your time before the marriage, I suppose. You better treat her right, or I'll come back stronger, and with a vengeance. Riser gave him another chuckle. Yeah, about that, that's your job now. Issei almost jumped off his bed when he heard Ria's voice behind him. His balance was restored when Rias wrapped her hands around him, and his mouth met her own. For a moment, Issei experienced heaven. And then came the pain. Ouch, Rias, it hurts, he yelled as Rias broke contact, giggling all the way. There was a smile on her face. Not one of the fake smiles he was used to seeing, but a rare, genuine one. That was the last nail in his coffin of failure. I'm sorry, Rias. I tried my hardest, he whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Rias cupped his face in her hands gently, and for the second time in the day, she locked her lips with his own. And this time, there was no pain to break them apart. Sadly, there was Riser. Get a room, you guys. He mumbled, surprisingly bashful. That worried Issei. He had just kissed Rias in front of her to be husband, and the only response he had was to tell them to get a room. No righteous fury of the Phoenix? Nothing? Am I missing something here? He asked. Riser sighed as he righted himself in his bed, wincing at the pain as his body groaned in resistance. Yeah, as I was telling you, the contract is now null and void. Rias is free to marry whoever she chooses, as long as she can keep her family from making more contracts. Now, Issei was just confused. Wait, did you ask Arya to break your contract? The shake of Riser's head served to confuse him further. Seeing all this, Riser chose to continue. My wish was to join her peerage, and so I did. I'm Arya's first pawn, though it only took one of her pieces to add me to her peerage, shows how far I still have to go. Rias nodded. If you remember what I told you about peerages, Issei, you'll remember that the king has the power to veto, abet, or outright null any and all dealings of his underling. And that's what happened. 2 days ago when I woke up, Arya made me her pawn. My first request was to annul the marriage contract between me and Rias, and she was happy enough to acquiesce. Issei was silent for a moment, trying to break down everything he had just heard. So, basically, your fight against me was a farce? Riser shook his head again. While I chose to fight you because you showed the most potential in her peerage, your performance ended up being crucial to the decision. Issei's confusion persisted, so Riser continued. The Phoenix and Gremory could have petitioned against the annulment. Unless Rias joined the peerage of an ultimate-class devil or higher, it would only prolong her freedom for a few years. But you changed that. You made the Gremory family walk away from the petition. Issei was stunned. How? I lost the battle against you, even after being trained by a god. How could I change this decision? This time, it was Rias who stepped up to answer. Issei, your value as a piece was high before the battle, but after the battle, you've become one of the most sought-after devils in the underworld. For the 2 days you've been out, I've received many requests from both high and ultimate-class devils to trade their pieces for you. Some are even offering their entire peerages for you. Riser nodded. Before the battle, you were simply a devil who couldn't control his own Longinus. You effectively shut up every naysayer when you activated Balance Breaker without even the slightest bit of trouble. But the real clincher was when you revealed your possession of Susanoo's aspect of wrath. Issei looked at Riser dumbly. Yeah, so? Even with all that, you still beat me. Riser's face went grim. Issei, with your final attack, you flung me 2 miles away from the arena. Had I not been in my charred bloodline form, that attack could have killed me. You've been a devil for a few months, I've been one my entire life. The fact that you were able to decimate me in such little time speaks of your potential to grow. And with a dragon and the aspect of a god inside of you, the sky's the limit. Rias nodded in agreement. If I married Riser, my entire peerage would come under his control. To the Gremory house, that was an unacceptable loss. Hence, they seceded. Plus, marriage would place me in the true demon's control, and the underworld is loath to give her more power. That explains why Riser had to basically create such a spectacle to join her peerage without getting her charged for nepotism. After all, someone who can beat the Crimson Emperor and a god's aspect deserves to be part of the true demon's peerage. So, basically, you lost the battle, but in losing, you won. Issei was silent for a moment, lost in his thoughts. Then, suddenly, he laughed. He kept laughing for a good 10 seconds, and both Rias and Riser slowly joined in. It was a good fight, Riser. I'd like to fight you again someday. Issei spoke, his laughter finally subsiding. Riser nodded, sharing the sentiment. We will fight again, Issei. Arya will be training me for the young Devil's Gathering. We will fight again there, so bring your A game. At the mention of Arya, Issei realized that he had yet to thank her. When he asked Riser where she was, all he got was a sagely shake of his head and a single-sentence answer. She's off to see someone, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. So, you're sure you don't want to join my peerage? No, my primary goal is to study Naruto. While joining your peerage sounds enticing, I'll have to respectfully decline. You're no fun, Raziel. Work comes before play, Arya. Of all the things he had expected to come home to, this wasn't one. Sitting in his lounge were Arya and Raziel, both his one-time rivals. And both having fought each other on numerous occasions, and they were getting along well enough to share tea. Oh, Naruto. You're here. Raziel spoke, making Arya turn around and acknowledge his entrance. The smile on her face was unnerving, even borderline predatory. Naruto. You didn't tell me you were living with 2 women, one who is a young devil and the second who was once your rival from the heavenly host. She spoke, her tone enriched with sweet venom. Oh, this was not going to be good. I guess you're here to talk about the fact that I got Susanoo to train Issei? Arya got up from her seat and moved into his proximity. From this distance, he could smell the tea in her breath. You just made Issei the central focus of the Devil Society. You know how bad this can be. Naruto nodded. He'll either fall victim to the underhandedness of devil politics, or rise up to be a leader. Either way, he'll serve his purpose. Arya hissed. What about your plan? What about the army you plan to create? Is throwing the underworld into chaos how you'll get devils to follow you? Naruto shook his head. No, Arya. The devils will never follow me into battle unless I can give them a symbol who they can rally behind. And my own work is not done. I cannot be that symbol for each faction. Arya was growling at this point. And you plan to make Issei one of these symbols? Again, Naruto shook his head. I will not make these symbols myself. All I'll do is place the seeds and water them. In the end, it is up to them to either grow up and lead, or wilt and die. Arya was about to respond, when holy lightning sparked outside the house, and out of the light came a panicked Azazel. Her thoughts were put on hold as Azazel delivered the worst bit of news she had heard since the letter that proclaimed the Second World War. Naruto. It's Kokabiel. He's stolen 2 of the Excalibur fragments. He's heading towards Kuo. Well, shit. And that's that. Also, if you missed it above, Discord. GG, JTFKXYW join up. Cruel Ruin Chapter 5. Hello. I know this chapter's been a long time coming, but I have moved from my home country to Scotland for my master's course. Took me time to get everything done and settled down. Plus I rewrote this entire chapter twice. I've almost hit 19k words on this one, and it definitely is my longest chapter. I'm not going to respond to reviews, I'm getting rid of that habit. In case there's something you want to ask me personally, the PM function is always available. Serena was a small bar outside Kuo, Maine. By virtue of being on the Kuo-Tokyo Superhighway, it was a gathering place for people from all walks of life. Any day of the week, One could find both businessmen of repute and truck drivers on their daily hauls sitting down together for a refreshing drink, only to return shortly to the roads, inebriated, but rested. Sure, it was illegal, but the bar was just far enough from the city for the cops to not care much, and the proctors were smart enough to not let blackout drunkards reach their vehicles. As such, it was a place of anonymity. While it did have some rare regulars and semi-regulars, the majority of its clientele were nameless faces, stopping by for a spot of food and drink between the 200 or so mile-long road that connected Tokyo and Kuo. Most people who came by never visited twice, and why would they? The bar was nothing special, just a cheap place that offered refreshments and shelter. It was too far from Kuo and much too far from Tokyo. The proctors would count themselves lucky to see a mere tenth of the faces that visited more than once. It was where Naruto found himself, at Azazel's behest. As he entered the rather swanky bar, at least for its location, he took in its sights and smells. Wooden upholstery, leather-topped seats and uncommonly wide bar stools greeted him, as did the smells of alcohol and air mingling. The chandelier was a nice touch, sure, but it was far from the brightest thing in the room. That honor belonged solely to the person who he was supposed to meet here. Power and status came with its own aura, be it natural or self-made. In a crowd of hundreds, the great ones always stood out. This rule applied as much to the occult as it did to humanity. Azazel, for example, hated the limelight. He'd rather spend days and months tinkering on his next invention. Oz, the leader of the Fallen, though, when he walked into a room, people took note, no matter how much he would try to suppress his presence. Differently so, Searsex was one who had to manufacture the aura of a leader. He needed to consolidate his position as Lucifer, lest the council replace him with another. To do so, he had to seem untouchable, and hence was his aura created, purely out of sheer necessity. Contradictory to those two, the person sitting in front of the flustered barmaid had an aura so strong, it was physically radiant. Unlike those two, the creature that sat before him was crafted by a higher being's design. His sole purpose was to be a rallying point for his brethren. He was born to be a leader, the best of them. Michael. When Azazel said I'd meet at Angel in this bar, I didn't think he meant it literally. A restrained scowl appeared on Michael's face. Yes, the leader of the heavenly pantheon did not. In fact, like Naruto, many were the times his personal cadre faced off against Arya's, and each time, his side would come out lacking. Sure, angels were meant to be forgiving by their very design, but even forgiveness knew its limit. You look different, Michael stated in a monotone as Naruto took the barstool next to his own. Michael passed him a glass filled with amber liquid, whiskey of some sort, and continued to sip out of his own glass of colorless liquid. It was probably water, what with Michael being a representation of all that is good in the world. The years tend to do that to us devils, Michael. Rizavam is a fraction of your age, yet he looks like a middle-aged human. We can't all have the amazing looks that come with youth all our lives. Naruto countered, taking a sip of the liquor. Whatever it was, Michael was definitely not skimping on cost. Spare me your senseless drivel, Naruto. You're as much a devil as I am an angel. Though I do find it fascinating how you've duped us into believing you are a human. Even sitting next to you, I find it hard to believe that you're the same opponent that once gave me the challenge of a lifetime. Michael finished with a scoff, uncharacteristic of a creature of his disposition. The war necessitated us to show our powers, to maximize the presence of the warriors that we were. Ever since, I've been working on methods to hide them instead. Your reaction to my presence just shows that my endeavors have been successful. Michael sighed. While I would love to ask you why you have been hiding from your own people, there are more pressing matters to discuss. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Azazel was quite distraught by your current dilemma. He fears that Kokebiel's actions might have far-reaching consequences. From what I remember of the war, he wasn't the most powerful combatant the Fallen had. That too by a long shot. So why does Azazel fear him so much? Michael shook his head, his features tightening just a tad bit. Kokebiel might not be much alone, but his legion defected with him. He was always a tactician, and that has yet to change. Going to Kuo has basically made him inaccessible to all three factions. Naruto paused, choosing to take another sip of his drink rather than reply. Michael took his action as an opportunity to continue. Ko is exclusively owned by the devils. They bartered the city from the Shinto gods centuries ago. They've had time to fortify it with wards and glyphs of Ajuka's creation since, but considering they use the town to actively scout and deal with humans, they cannot make it quite as secure as they would like to. Their wards identify potential threats to the city. I am one of them, and thus cannot take action. There was one problem with this, according to Naruto. Azazel and Raziel have been in the town almost constantly for the past few weeks. Is that not a cause of concern for Devilkind? Michael shook his head. The Fallen have long shared territory with the Devils. Kuo is no exception. What bothers me, by the way, is how you have managed to set up camp in the heart of Devil territory. Do they even know you live? Naruto shook his head. For the most part, they believe that I, at least, went missing at the end of the war against the old Saiyans. I would like to keep it that way, for now. Michael was silent for a moment, probably considering Naruto's circumstances before giving up and moving on with his agenda. Either way, Azazel cannot directly interject either. He's a well-known figure in the Fallen faction, and his actions hold consequences. His presence in Kuo might not be problematic, but if he takes action, it could be seen as an act of war. Naruto grunted. By that logic, Raziel can't act either, can she? Michael shook his head. The only factions that know of Raziel's defection are the Angels and the Fallen. The Devils are blissfully unaware, and hence their wards do not recognize her as a threat. The power signature of her battle against you was chalked off as a byproduct of the Dragon Emperor's battle against Ryanair, as far as I know. Naruto hummed as he took another sip of his drink. Isn't that a rather large oversight on their part? Michael nodded. It is, but they can only do so much with their wards. The majority of Japan is locked down by the Shinto, and to give deities free passage is part of the deal that was made in the trade of Kuo. Plus, the power Raziel used to fight you was not one that is derived from the light. A nod followed. I wouldn't know all this. I've been estranged from my former homeland for a while now. Michael chuckled. Far too long, in my opinion. I'm actually quite surprised that the new Saiyans didn't put all their resources into looking for you the moment you went missing. If rumor is to be believed, you were a major factor in their victory. Naruto chuckled. Times may have changed, Michael, but Devil Society hasn't. I was an uncontrollable piece, and the council seems to have decided it best for me to just disappear. They did look for me, but not with the intent of bringing me back. Greedy, weak-minded and conniving as ever, your forebears. Michael offhandedly commented, a tinge of remembrance and hate mingling in his tone. Anyways, let's get to the topic at hand. Kokabeel. Why can't we locate him, and exactly how big a threat is he? Michael stopped in his tracks, his mind chained back down to reality. Kokabeel himself shouldn't cause you much trouble, but I believe his presence is being hidden by a higher power, possibly a god. Naruto grunted. Gods and their timeless schemes were no strangers to him. Barely, if ever, did they fail, and when they did, the fallouts were always catastrophic. One had only to look at the world wars. Franz Ferdinand, poor soul, had offended a nameless god, and his death led to one of the greatest wars in human history. The domino effect was something that gods loved to toy with, and they were no strangers to taking the effects too far. As such, Kokabeel can be defeated by almost any ultimate class being. Even a few high-class devils should effectively be able to end him. He cannot use the Bloodthorn in its sealed state, even if he has stolen it. As a contingency measure, the Vatican is sending out a few exorcists, each carrying one of the Excalibur fragments with them. Naruto was quiet for a second before voicing his doubts. Kokabeel has already stolen 2 fragments of the Excalibur, and you're sending 2 more into his clutches? Sounds like bait to me. 3 fragments, actually. He also possesses Excalibur Nightmare. The reason Kokabeel stole those fragments is because he wished to enlist the services of one Valpyr Galilei, a priest who we excommunicated for experimenting on kids. He's an authority on holy weaponry, and Kokabeel would need his skills to unseal the Bloodthorn. Michael clarified. And this priest isn't much of a combatant, is he? Naruto asked, and Michael nodded. I'll defer to your judgment on this matter, though I will still have to insist you send your best. Michael's silence told Naruto that it was not to be so. The clergy at Vatican do not believe Kokabeel to be a big enough issue to warrant the dispatch of Strada or Quarta. They have sent for the new wielder of the Durandal, though. I pray that it is enough, but with the Bloodthorn in the mix, things are likely to go awry. Naruto took another sip of his glass, which was almost empty at this point. You're referring to the creature sealed inside the sword, are you not? Michael's hesitant nod was the worst answer he could have gotten. The sword was once wielded by my eldest brother, Amenadiel. He was our Lord's first creation, an archangel of judgment. He was powerful, but flawed, and Father sealed him inside of his own weapon. Ironic, sure, but it was better than destroying one of his strongest warriors, as well as his first son. How powerful is he? The question of the hour, indeed. Amenadiel was the first archangel, and by extension, the first angel. He lacks a lot of the qualities that we younger ones were bestowed with on our creation. Power, though, is one of the qualities that he definitely does not lack. Naruto sighed. So, 12 wings, huh? Just my lucky day. Can Raziel take him on? Michael shook his head in response, choosing to look into his glass of water rather than to meet Naruto's gaze. Not as she was. She may believe she can, especially with the new powers she has gained, but I know my elder brother better than any. Once Bloodthorn activates, she has no chance of defeating him. And what about me? Michael was silent, contemplating Naruto's question. I have fought you repeatedly for over a century, but I am unable to answer that. Never have I used Deus Xiphos on you, and never have you given me the chance to do so either. To answer your question, I could barely defeat him when I was at the peak of my strength. While Father's death will have weakened him as it has weakened me, I cannot be certain without knowing your full potential. Naruto took Michael's words at face value. How could he not? Angels didn't lie, and even if he did, his face was resolute, his mind lost in memory of his fight against his eldest brother. So, what do you want me to do? Michael was brought out of his ruminations by Naruto's abrupt question. He hesitated for a second, his hands tightening around his glass, threatening to shatter it. I wish for you to take care of the situation, if the need arises. Why? If you do it, I'll add your name to the Book of Life. Silence. The Book of Life, the final bond of humanity in the heavenly pantheon. To have your name added to it meant that angels would forever be subservient to the one named. Humans were added to it at birth, and only removed when they sinned, or died. It was a ticket into heaven for the one added. It was a collar of servitude for the entire heavenly pantheon. He would never agree to this. Michael chuckled. He's the one who writes in the book. He was the one who offered it to you, should you succeed. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be shocked. I can't make a commitment. I have spent centuries ensuring my anonymity. You know well enough that I just can't merely throw that away. Michael held Naruto's gaze. He was offering Naruto a golden ticket into heaven's good graces. Yet, the devil was more concerned with his anonymity. He should have expected this deal's unpredictable outcome, even though it was offered to Naruto on a silver platter. After all, it was typical of Naruto Abaddon to defy logic. The deal's still on the table, Naruto. Other than that, I need a small favor from you. The exorcists we are sending have little knowledge of life outside the Vatican. I do not wish to send them into a den of devils without giving them a home base. Can you kindly lead them to Raziel's accommodations? It would take a load off my mind if she was looking after them. Naruto chuckled. I take it that Azazel hasn't told you that Raziel is living with me, has he? Naruto didn't even get to respond before he felt Michael's arm snake its way across his shoulders. He did notice the mad glint in the Archangel's eyes, and it unnerved him to the core. If I learn that you've done anything unseemly with my sister, I will make sure the entire heavenly pantheon hunts you down. Unlike the devils, we actually know how to hunt out quarries. Unfazed, Naruto swatted Michael's arm back, distancing himself from the angel. I have no ill intentions against Raziel, Michael. And as for threatening me, try doing it sometime when you aren't relying on me for multiple favors. Michael held Naruto's steely gaze for a few seconds before finally letting it drop. As ruthless a warrior as he was, Naruto had always been a gentleman during the war, at least whenever circumstances allowed. Plus, he didn't want to be the one who retrieved the dead bodies of the angels that would set out to hunt him. The heavenly faction was spread thin as it was. They can stay at my place as long as they don't cause trouble, Naruto finished. Michael nodded. Thank you, and I'm glad you chose to listen to me, And remember, the offer still stands. Also, I've paid the bartender in advance in case you need another drink, or 5. Naruto continued sipping his drink as Michael walked out of the bar. As soon as the angel was out of the premises, he gulped down the rest of his drink before asking the bartender for another. He definitely did need a drink. After what happened to him today, anyone would. Sir, the patron who is funding your drinks paid us with a solid gold ingot. Do you wish to continue drinking or should I pack up the bar's stock for you to take home? Naruto chuckled. Of course, angels and civic sense never did go hand in hand. Just keep them coming. God knows I need them. Metempsychosis Chapter 5. Infuriating. It wasn't a word Sona generally associated with studying. Books were her friends, her escape from the daily melodrama of devil society. Books were reservoirs of fact, paragons of truth. It was the furthest she could get from the lies of the council. But today was a different day. Instead of opening a book and letting her mind wander, she was looking for something very specific. She began her search of the archives with human history books, written by devils, of course. She scanned each and every known house under the Shinto reign that was anything close to Naruto's. Uzumaki, heritage. No family of that name existed. The Uzumakis weren't even a retainer family. Undeterred, she moved on to a deeper search. She used a codex spell to bring forth books that dealt with the history of healing magic in the human world. There were scarce few books that talked about such magic, and most of it talked of voodoo magic of African and Red Indian origin. Japan was not known for any healing magic. All their magic relied on godly interaction. Followers of Susanoo could call on storms to aid them on the plane of war, while followers of Amaterasu could use the ley lines of Japan through a conduit, granting them immense power. But nothing even remotely similar to Naruto's brand of healing was a documented skill the Japanese had ever used. Sona sighed as she replaced the book she was currently reading. She had been browsing through the sizable Seatree library for nigh over 5 hours, and the exhaustion was getting to her. She raised her hands, calling on the codex runes around the perimeter of the library. Her last avenue of search was Naruto's first name. It wasn't a common name by any means, but it was sure to bring up at least 100 hits. Devils were anything but not meticulous. To her shock, only one result showed up. She mentally cursed herself as the book flew out of a shelf on the other side of the library. In her momentary lapse of concentration, she had used the spell she used to research on other devil families. The constraints of devils replaced the one for humans she made to correct her spell, but by then the book she had called on mere seconds before had reached its destination. And it was the one book she never expected to find, something she never knew was a part of her family's library. It was the book written by Jacques Bifrons, The Heroes and Villains of the Devil Civil War. A book that took 4 years and 100 interviews to write. It was a part of every devil's early education, and she knew the book word for word, as any clan heir was supposed to. Except, this was the first edition of the book. The covering was black leather with clasps made of solid gold. A far cry from the cheap hardcover version she remembered reading as a kid. This first volume book was the stuff of legends, never having hit mass production. It would come up on devil auction sites and fetch crazy amounts, even by the standards of the devil elites. Some said that the original was only gifted by Jacques to the people he interviewed in order to complete it. Which explained why the Seatree had a copy. Both her father and sister were interviewed to get a complete profile of both their enemies and allies. She cursed herself for not having found this earlier. A version of one of the most informative books in the underworld that had not been tainted by the censorship bureau headed by the 72 houses would be a goldmine of information, regardless of its usability. And that brought her to her next conundrum. The book had a chapter for each hero, and in it were lists of their conquests. Each foe they faced had an appendix entry, but her spell was tailored to ignore appendix entries, lest her search brought up any of the encyclopedias that the books referenced. That left only 2 ways to explain why the word Naruto was in this book. It was either the name of a devil killed by one of the heroes of the war, or the name of a hero that had been redacted by the council, possibly a traitor. As she hit the book's index, she realized that it had exactly 32 more chapters than the version she had read. But that wasn't the biggest issue, not by a long shot. The chapters for the 4 Satans were much shorter than their censored counterparts, and the 100-page chapter dedicated to Arya Phoenix was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a 10-page chapter on a certain Naruto Abaddon. She deftly skipped to the chapter in question, her fingers moving through the pages with practiced ease. When she reached the chapter, her heart skipped a beat. Staring at her from the lifeless pages of the book was the pictograph of a man who could pass for her counselor's brother. Sure, there were enough differences to set them apart, but there were more similarities than she would have liked. Getting over her initial shock, she began to read. The beginning was bog standard. Naruto was part of an outer house and was presented as a retainer to Arya Phoenix on her 18th birthday. Same as Grafia. He was considered the weakest of the trio, but powerful in his own right. He preferred to be a medic whenever he could. Another similarity to the Naruto she knew. Everything was bog standard till the starting of the Civil War. He defeated his fair share of angels, fallen and otherwise, as well as disposed of some traitor devils. The most shocking thing she had come across till this point was his relationship with Grafia. As his history moved into the early days of the Civil War, though, things dramatically ramped up. Defecting to the new Satan faction, stalling the war for a year by kidnapping and torturing enemy leaders, making them defect, training the fucking Satans of all people. As all other profiles, the day of victory came up, and with it, the biggest shock of them all. This man was the one who defeated Arya Phoenix, defeated the true demon. Alone. She gasped in shock as she reread the line over and over again. This went completely against the book she had read. The 5th volume painted Arya Phoenix as a hero who showed up at the last day to defeat the guardians of Castle Lucifer, while this book stated that she was alone, the final line of defense for the old Satans. His history ended with his disappearance on the day after the coronation of the Satans. He was presumed dead, not seen by any devil for centuries. And then followed 10 pages of his conquests, each with the appendix entries referencing the devils who confirmed the legitimacy of these feats. Arya Phoenix had confirmed her own loss to Naruto Abaddon. The untouchable, true demon, had, on record, stated that she lost a fight against the weakest member of her team. She made to read further, but stopped as she noticed that she wasn't the only person reading the book. Naruto Abaddon, huh? Been a real while since I've seen his name. Sona almost fell off her chair when she heard her sister's chirpy voice next to her. While she stabilized herself well, her hands seemed to have a mind of their own. The book went flying. It got a few seconds of airtime before Seraphal's magic brought it to a standstill in midair. The book then flew back to the table, open on the chapter dedicated to Naruto. I wondered when you'd find this book, considering how you've read half of the tomes in this library. Experiencing the censorship boards. Acts firsthand is one of the best way to realize that the Devil Society's entire foundation is based on lies. Sona was stunned. Her sister was serious, something that rarely happened. She gulped, and Seraphal continued. Though I must admit, when the Codex wards warned me that you had found my personal copy of this book, I didn't quite expect you to be searching for someone our society has worked so hard to forget. Sona stammered as she brought herself to speak. I found it by mistake. I wanted to search for the name, Naruto, among the human category. I just messed my spell up. Seraphal nodded, sure, but why search that name to begin with? Sona was silent for a few moments, before deciding to state the truth. One of the teachers in my school is a healer from Kyoto. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. I just wanted to know whether or not he was a threat to us. The words hit Seraphal like a brick. She pointed to Naruto Abaddon's pictograph. Well, this is one of the 2 photos of Naruto that still exist. Does your Naruto look anything like mine? Seraphal's sudden eagerness and the use of the word, mine, were not missed by Sona. There are enough similarities to suggest that they are one and the same. But the differences outweigh them. They might look similar, but they are, by no means, identical. Secondly, Naruto Uzumaki is decidedly human. There isn't even a sliver of devil power in him. Seraphal held Sona's gaze even after she finished, just for a moment. The eager expression on her face then fell, and was replaced by something pathetic, almost broken. I'm sorry for interrogating you, Sona. For a second there I thought we had a lead on him, even though he's been gone so long. Sona was tempted to hug her sister. She had never seen Seraphal like this before. She hesitated. If she did that, Seraphal would revert to her playful, childlike self. Seldom was she ever serious, and serious Seraphal meant easy answers. She couldn't leave Naruto Abidan's story as a mere passing chapter in a lost book. He could be Naruto Abidan. Devils can hide their power. Serafal chucked, a pathetic sound compared to usual. No devil of Naruto's caliber could ever hide his power to such an extent that he or she would seem human. Just like you can tell that I'm a devil even though I suppress my power all the time, you'd be able to tell if you and my Naruto were the same. Sona nodded. Such power came with presence, and Naruto Uzumaki had next to none. And what about the possessiveness? You've called him your Naruto twice now. Just who was he to you? Serafal didn't even hesitate to answer. Naruto was many things to me, to us five. He was a friend, a mentor, a pillar of strength and support. He was kind to a fault, and would never hold anything against us. Even though we were once on the opposite sides of war. He was understanding, and made sure none of us waltzed up to the Satans unprepared but filled with anger. But to answer your question specifically, he was the first and only man I truly ever loved. Well, that explained why she was so distraught. To be offered a slight ray of hope, a possibility that her beloved could still be alive. Only to have that hope destroyed within seconds. It hurt Sona to be the one causing her sister such pain. But she needed more answers. He single-handedly stalled the war for over a year. Serafal nodded. He trained all four of the Satans, another nod. He defeated Arya Phoenix, allowing you four and Graphia direct access to the Satans. Again, a nod. Then why was he removed from our history so meticulously? Serafal sighed. There are many reasons why the council decided that Naruto should be omitted from our history. For one, they were all his enemies. You read how he extended the war. Kidnappings, torture, murder. He won support for us, but not safety for himself. If things had gone according to plan, he'd become one of our generals and be lauded as a hero. He'd be hailed as a shadow operative, not powerful by himself, but intelligent and effective. But when he defeated Arya Phoenix in combat, things changed. The council realized that Naruto wasn't just an assassin who'd stay in the dark. He was the best that Devilkind had to offer. And if we came into power and he served under us, they'd have to live out their lives fearing an assassin who could kill them with impunity at our behest. Had Naruto stayed after the war, the council would never dare oppose the Satans, not because they would fear us, but because they'd fear what he would do to them on our command. Sona nodded. So, his disappearance must have been a godsend for them. That is understandable, but doesn't explain why they were able to remove him with such ease. Surely, the people would take note of his accomplishments? Serafal chuckled. Sona, you underestimate the power of the council. We Satans weren't born leaders, far from it, actually. When we rose to rule, we were merely figureheads. When it came to organizing society after war, we were hopelessly out of our depths. That was all they needed to take control. By the time we wrested back control through diplomacy, the damage had been done. Arya Phoenix had become a household name as the high society hero that the council painted her out to be, and Naruto was removed from the annals of history. The fact that his impact on the war was only known to a few, it was easy enough to remove any and every trace of him. Sona sighed. Let me guess, they didn't even let you look for him, did they? Serafal shook her head. Surprisingly, they were quite willing to look for him. They told us that they had their best scouts on the lookout for him, both in the underworld and the human realm. It wasn't till years later that we found the late Lord Yuval's dossiers that we realized that these scouts were some of the best assassins money could buy. Hell, some weren't even devils. Sona was silent for a moment. It was obvious that she couldn't weasel out any more information about his political life, so she moved on to more personal topics. How was he, as a person? Serafal was quiet for a moment, seemingly lost in memory. A genuine smile appeared on her face. Naruto was perfect. Not like how Searsex appears to the public, but actually perfect. He was one of the smartest people I know. Hell, he got Ajuka addicted to playing chess, just because he could never beat Naruto. He was able to get Falbium off his ass to train. He was authoritative enough to keep Searsex in check, and playful enough to string me along. He didn't tutor me like, well, a tutor. He was personable and friendly, almost like a counselor. You couldn't help but trust him with your life. Sona nodded along. He seems eerily like Naruto Uzumaki. Could be some kind of reincarnation, couldn't it? Serafal laughed. It wasn't a mirthful one by a long shot. Naruto was a devil, Sona. He wasn't close enough to the Hindu pantheon to be reincarnated. We devils don't have an afterlife. At least not one that's been proven to exist. Sona paused for a second. What about his relationship with Graphia? There are literally books written about her romance with Circex, yet none of them even mention a prior relationship. Seraphal's feature darkened. Sona had unknowingly tread on a nerve. Graphia left Naruto for Circex. She then used Naruto's lingering feelings towards her to make him defect to our side. While I cannot slight her for it, considering her actions gained us our greatest ally, she did knowingly use Naruto, only to throw him away in favor of Circex. Hell, that was the reason the two of us fought. Sona smiled. And hence you were crowned the strongest female devil, not considering the true demon. Seraphal mirrored her sister's smile. While I do not like that title, I must admit that I enjoyed bashing Graphia's jaw loose with my knee greatly. There were, at this point, only two questions left in Sona's mind. What about Arya Phoenix? She was the leader of Naruto's team. How did she take her loss? Does she still hate him? Of all the reactions she expected from her sister, a blush wasn't one of them. When we asked Arya about the fight, she simply told us it was an utter loss for her. As for Naruto, well, she was the last person to see him before he disappeared. The last place he was seen was a room in a love hotel. I'll let you put two and two together. Now it was Sona's turn to blush. But you and Arya are close friends. Have you both moved over Naruto? Seraphal shook her head. No, we just came to a very diplomatic solution to our shared conundrum. Intrigued, Sona voiced her curiosity. And what would that be? Seraphal beamed at her sister. Simple, once the dolt decides to come back, we're going to share him. For the second time in the same hour, Sona almost fell off her seat in shock. Much to her sister's mirth, she quickly steadied herself. There was one more question she wished to ask. You believe he still lives? Seraphal simply looked her sister in the eyes, conviction shining through. Of course we believe he's alive. He's too stubborn to die, after all. Sona couldn't help but smile. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you for your time, sister. Seraphal chucked. Anytime, my dear little sister. Also, could you arrange a meeting between me and this teacher of yours? Sona raised an eyebrow. You want to see him for yourself? Seraphal didn't answer her, choosing instead to conjure her unused set of evil pieces. Seeing them drove Seraphal's point home. You wish to recruit him? You want to take up a peerage member? I'll tell you beforehand, he refused all my advances? Sona nodded. He sounds useful, considering you searched for healing alongside his name. Plus, Naruto Abaddon was a prankster. And I cannot imagine a better prank than making him face someone exactly like him, down to the name. A knock on his door brought Naruto's attention back to Earth. He had been trying to teach Raziel how to use a mobile phone, an endeavor that ended with Raziel learning to the World Wide Web. That had been a mistake. Keeper of mysteries, meet the ultimate repository of human knowledge. He got up and walked past the tangle of wires that lead to Raziel's newly acquired server room, the payment for which came out of his pocket. 10 computers and 50 screens tend to leave dents in bank accounts. As he slowly ambled towards the door, he made a mental note to send the bill to both Azazel and Michael. He lived on a counselor's paycheck, and this shit wouldn't fly. At least not without reparations. He opened the door, wondering who would visit him this late at night. Of all the people he expected, 2 teens wearing bodysuits and carrying powerful holy weapons wasn't high on the list, or even on it, for that matter. Excuse me, but are you Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto dumbly nodded. The 2 teens simply walked past him into the house, almost as if they owned it. Where is your master? The blue-haired one asked, confusing Naruto. I have none. You sure you got the right address, ladies? The blue-haired girl's face contorted into a frown. No, the address is correct. You live here, after all. So, where is Lady Raziel? Naruto was silent for a moment. Only 3 people knew that Raziel lived with him. Michael, Azazel, and Asia. So, how did these kids know that Raziel lived with him? They carried holy weapons too. They felt like the Excalibur, what more? It was then that it struck him. Crazy clothes. Check. Crazy holy weapons. Check. Stick up thine ass attitude. Check. Oh no, Michael. What have you done? The blue-haired one almost drew her sword on him. I will have to ask you to not refer to our Lord with such a callous tone. His name is revered. Give it the respect it deserves. This couldn't be true. Okay, let me get this straight. You are the exorcists that Michael sent. You are the capable, experienced exorcists that he said he'd be dispatching. Not catching on to his horror, the blue-haired exorcist answered. Yes. I am Zenobia Quarta, wielder of Excalibur Destruction. My companion is Irina Shidu, wielder of Excalibur Mimic. Of course, they had also been given two of the, debatably, most destructive weapons of humanity. Naruto, I require sustenance. 3 pairs of eyes turned to see Raziel descend from her room. She had finally ordered some clothes that she liked, and currently wore a loose, black t-shirt with artwork for the band, Mystery Skulls, on it. Between the t-shirt and her shorts, she looked like a proper shut-in. A beautiful shut-in, sure, but a shut-in nonetheless. I'll get some tea going. Will you all like some sandwiches? 3 nods were all the reason he needed to take his leave. As he put his kettle on boil, his clenching fists left dents in its metal handpiece. Michael was trying to force his hand, and he did not like it. Not one bit. The kids are out, Naruto. Can we talk? Naruto walked out of his room to the living room where Raziel sat, a perturbed expression on her face. I asked Michael specifically for experienced exorcists, and he sends those too, Naruto reasoned. Raziel just nodded. It is likely that the decision wasn't his to make. They know little to nothing about Kokabeel, and nothing about Bloodthorn. They believe it to be a showpiece. Naruto grunted. So, the clergy is behind the dispatch, aren't they? Raziel's nod was answer enough for him. Those bastards would go against the very orders of heaven. Makes sense that they would believe that 2 inexperienced exorcists with weapons they can't handle will be enough to beat an ultimate class being. They wouldn't be able to so much as scratch Kokabeel. They would be cut down by his legion before they ever got to him. Naruto chuckled. Pretty sure they'd have our 2 local peerages helping them out. They must stand a chance then, right? Raziel shook her head. That would even the odds, sure. But an even fight can drag on forever. We're on a timer here. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Azazel's already out, disabling Kokabeel's destruction spells. We disabled his sacrifice, and Kokabeel will never be able to unseal Bloodthorn. Raziel shook her head. Kokabeel might not be the strongest archangel, but he definitely is one of the craftiest. If his plan's so easy to dismantle, he must have a backup. So, what do you want to do? Raziel was silent for a few seconds. I want to watch. I'll intervene if the need arises. By need arises, you mean if Amenadiel is set free, don't you? Yes. Naruto sighed. You'd fight him, even though you know full well that he is beyond your means to kill? Raziel glared at Naruto. Michael may have told you that, but I'm not the same angel he once knew. Naruto returned her glare. He did take your new powers into account, you know? Raziel scoffed. Michael is both overly protective of his family and tends to underestimate us. He does not know the upper limits of the power I have gained. Naruto sighed. I'll take your word for it. If things go south, I'll take you there. Raziel shook her head. It would be best if you didn't come with me. Naruto raised his eyebrow, silently asking Raziel to explain. You've done so much for me. You could have just killed me. You have a lot to lose by just keeping me alive, yet you did so. You could have easily denied Azazel and left me with nowhere to go. Yet, you became my caretaker. The least I can do is make sure not to jeopardize this secret existence you have spent so much time securing. Naruto was silent for a moment, and then he walked off into his room. Much to Raziel's surprise, he did come back a mere minute later, holding a 3-pronged knife. I'm not very good with this jutsu, but I want you to throw this down if you find that you cannot win. Raziel gingerly took the knife, not understanding its worth. There is no enchantment on this, Naruto. I prefer to fight unarmed. Why would you give me this? Naruto frowned. Just, in case. It is a special technique invented by my father. While I am unable to use it offensively like he could, I can use it to assist others. In case you find yourself unable to deal with your quarry, do not hesitate to use it. Raziel nodded and clipped the knife to her belt. I should get moving now. I need to tail the kids, make sure they don't get ambushed. Before Naruto could get a word in, Raziel was gone. Naruto closed the open main door of the house, a frown on his face. Raziel was definitely strong. She was an archangel, for fuck's sake. So why was it that he had such a bad feeling about this? Issei had no idea what he had gotten himself into. He had chosen to help the exorcists because Kiba wanted to destroy all holy swords. He had originally hoped that the exorcists would tell him, kindly, to fuck off. To his eternal surprise, they were all for it. They reasoned that as long as the swords didn't fall into the hands of unsavory characters, like they had, destruction was a very viable solution, if not ideal. It was all well and good till they saw who wielded the swords. Fried Selzen the priest wasn't the strongest combatant Issei had faced by a long shot, but his newfound weapons did make him exceedingly dangerous. Even with his boost capabilities and Saji's absorption line, the group of 5 had a hard time fending him off. It became a battle of attrition. Whoever struck the first blow would win. And when the battle did end, it did so in the worst way possible. Someone named Valpyr Galilei showed up, and Kiba ran after him, his mission forgotten. On cue, Fried turned tail and ran too, followed by the 2 exorcists. As for him, Saji and Kaneko, well, they had their own devils to contend with. Rias and Sona were anything but happy. Their subordinates had defied their express orders, and while Rias' light spanking was more enjoyable than painful, he couldn't get rid of the feeling that he had betrayed her trust. He didn't get to wallow in his guilt, because mere hours after his reconciliation with his peerage, things got out of hand. Fried showed up at his doorstep, and with him came someone far beyond their reach. Kokebiel of the Legion. He carried the bruised and battered body of Issei's childhood friend, Irina. And as he threw her at his feet, he also threw down his challenge. Kuo Academy. Them and him. One final battle to decide their fates. Devoid of a choice, they followed him. They were definitely not prepared for what met them at the school. Black pinions covered the sky as hundreds of fallen angels congregated over the to-be battlefield. They didn't even get a word in edgewise before spears of light fell from the skies in the hundreds, blurring the boundary between night and day for a few measly seconds. And then, as the spears struck the earth, their explosions of light shattered the boundary, plunging Kuo into eternal daylight. And thus it was that Kuo became a war zone. Raziel was confused. She was cloaked, sitting on top of the academic building of Kuo. Her transparent form doubly concealed under the fleeting shadows cast by hundreds of flapping pinions. These angels were cannon fodder at best, but they were Kokebiel's cannon fodder. And in his hands, even the weakest of weapons became a clear strategic advantage. She watched as the cohort of fallen angels fired relentlessly at the devils, firing in waves to make sure the barrage was continuous. The moment the devils fled from the field, they followed. They didn't rush in with reckless abandon, instead breaking up in smaller clusters and flanking the gym building they had just entered. No avenue for escape, and the sheer size of the gym building made hunting the devils as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. But it wasn't to be. A flash red of light was followed by the largest strike of lightning Raziel had seen in a long time. She smirked as she saw the group of devils standing right outside the building. The Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was glowing, and so was the buxom girl who felt awfully similar to an angel she knew. Kokebiel wasn't disappointed by the sudden loss of his minions though. His smile just grew. The devils had come up with a plan to neutralize his force in one fell swoop. Sure, the lighting wasn't enough to kill them all, but it would cripple the feeble creatures of light. It would buy them time, a resource they had precious little of. Memories of the time she had spent in heaven reminded her of Kokebiel's habits. The man was a masochist when it came to strategy, and to find an opponent worth his time was one of his few triggers. The mad smile on his face told her enough. He was looking forward to this. But his lack of bloodlust surprised her. Kokebiel was an angel who loved getting his hands dirty. He wasn't a commander that led from behind, but a commander who charged the field of battle as his troops' vanguard. Even now, he wore that same bloodthirsty expression, but there was a disconnect between his face and his aura. She couldn't feel his presence, even though he was right there. She didn't feel the apprehension that always plagued her mind whenever she descended to do battle. She felt nothing from him, and it scared her more than any amount of bloodlust ever could. But it wasn't her time to act. The devils were handling themselves well, and if she wasn't needed, she wouldn't intrude. That was perfect. Kaichu. Sona adjusted her spectacles, a pleased smile on her face. I set up that trap a long time ago in case a stray devil showed up on campus. Never thought I'd get to use it on a Legion of Fallen. We can talk about this later, Kaneko coldly commented, pointing towards Kokebile, who had yet to move from his seat. If the angel was truly as powerful as the legends said, he could have easily destroyed the trap. The fact that he didn't do exactly that confused Sona greatly. There was nothing stopping him from flying into battle and ending it all. Yet, he contentedly sat on his seat, that unnerving smile ever present on his face. It almost seems like he's testing us, Sona whispered as she followed her motley group into battle. Apparently her next assailant, Freed, heard her. Don't diss on the boss, devil lady. He just knows when he isn't needed. Excalibur mimics power spread forth from the warped holy sword he held. The devils braced for impact, but none came. Instead, a resounding explosion sent Freed reeling backwards and kicked up dust. When it eventually cleared, there stood Kiba and Xenovia, swords extended and ready to fight. Leave this one to us, you have other things to concentrate on. Rias nodded and continued running past the exorcist. Freed tried to intercept, but was clipped by Kiba's sword. Your enemy is me, exorcist. On my honor as Rias Knight, you and your master will not survive the night. Freed grinned as he disappeared from Kiba's view, Excalibur rapidly working overtime to compensate for his own lack of physical prowess. Yeah right, your shitty devil swords could never hold up to the great Excalibur. His spiel was cut short by Xenovia, who intercepted his path with a completely different sword in her hands. Freed almost made the mistake of trying to block it with his own Excalibur, but something about the large, blue weapon in her hands made him reconsider. He used Excalibur transparency and rapidly in quick succession to distance himself from them. What sword is that now? He asked, setting his sword into the ground and resting his right arm on it. This is the holy sword Durandal. Count yourself lucky to see it, even though you won't get to relish the memory for long, Xenovia stated, pointing the holy sword at her adversary. That's impossible. The three combatants turned to notice Valpier, who had slowly edged his way towards the fight. He was staring at the Durandal. I tried for 2 decades and didn't succeed in making a user for the Durandal, and here you are, waving it like a child's toy. What makes you so special? Xenovia chuckled. Me and Irina weren't made heretic. We're naturals. The swords accept us for who we are. Unlike your cheap imitation users, we're the real deal. Valpier. Kiba began, his eyes boring imaginary holes into the ex-priest's face. You experiments could never create the real deal because of how inherently wrong they were. But it did create something. Dark power coalesced around him as his power rose almost twofold. Over the course of this night, I've come to grips with what I am. What I represent. I'm not your failed experiment, neither am I a conduit for the vengeance of my peers. I'm Yuto Kiba, a knight. Thanks to your presence, I've been able to lay my demons to rest. I accept myself as who I am. Balance breaker. All the excess power around Kiba contorted into a small sphere between his hand, and then stretched outwards, taking the shape of a simple sword. When the sword finally lost its ethereal quality, it still wasn't much to look at. But it wasn't the looks, but the quality of its power that spoke of its uniqueness. The sword was dark and holy in tandem. It was an unholy marriage, but supreme in itself. And for the first time in so long, Valpier felt fear. This is the power vested in me, the sword of the betrayer. And it will be the sword that pierces your heart, Valpier Galilei. On Issei's end, things weren't looking quite as good. Sure, none of his team had been injured, but then again, they were facing a demonic, 3-headed dog. Not his idea of a good day. He dodged another attack from the mutt's claws, jumping up onto its back. He grabbed a fistful of its hair and pulled the head back as far as his boosted strength would allow. Bucko, now. He didn't have to wait long as he noticed an orb of pure destruction cut its path towards the demon mutt. He held on to it till the last second before back flipping up high, his gauntlet turning into a cannon mid-flip. Issei, now. He didn't need any more prompting from the dragon in his head as he let the cannon fire. Struck and stunned by the power of destruction, the dog had no chance to dodge as his draconic beam disintegrated it. He landed on his feet, slightly winded by the amount of energy the attack took. Using the cannon without balance breaker was really taxing. Remember, only use scale mail when you cannot fight without it. Issei grunted out an affirmative, bringing his attention back to the battle at hand, or the lack of it. Behind him, he was faintly aware that Kiba and Xenovia had successfully taken down their enemy too. So, why was Kokebiel not responding? You're next, Valpyr, I hope you're ready to die. Issei shifted his attention towards the priest, who was slowly trying to slink backwards, away from his creation. A holy demonic sword? Even the mere concept is unthinkable. Opposing forces that can work in tandem? The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. The balance between good and evil, it has really been shattered, hasn't it? That means, the Devil King wasn't the only one who died. Before he could utter another word, Valpyr spat out blood. He looked down, feeling the sudden, invasive heat in his chest. A spear of light was embedded there. And the one who had fired it was his supreme ally. You were a great man, Valpyr. Despite my lack of belief in you, you did figure it out. 10 black wings appeared, and Kokebiel took to the skies. The throne of light he had conjured disintegrated into thin air, and his bloodlust was let loose. The force of it was almost physical. It was terribly wrong. No angel could possibly be capable of such hate, not even one that fell. I should have ended you all from the very beginning. I threw my little tests at you to see if you could provide me a challenge. Even with your numbers, you are but fleas who aspired to heights greater than you can possibly achieve. Kokebiel's power appeared next. The sheer force of it was enough to make each devil in the area flinch. The legends underestimated his power. It was enormous. It was then that the realization dawned in Issei's heart. He wasn't fighting an unnamed stray devil, or an angel of Rayonaire's stature. He was fighting an immortal, he who had his legend etched in the very Bible. Go ahead, little dragon. Fight me. Issei boiled with rage, his gauntleted fist clenched with unbridled fury. How can you be so confident? Do not underestimate us. Transfer. Issei acted, resting his arm on Ria's shoulder. The sheer amount of power he transferred over to her made her shake like a leaf in a storm, but she contained it. A fire was lit in her eyes as she brought her arms together. The ball of concentrated destructive power was massive, even by his standards. Kokebiel smirked. Your power, it is great indeed. Given time, maybe you could even surpass your brother. Rias launched her attack. Rather than dodging, Kokebiel simply stood his ground. Right till the very last second. The angel's right arm blurred as he lashed out with something red, and it cut through Rias' attack like a hot knife through butter. But it is not a power I wish to face, Kokebiel commented, the weapon in his hands coming into clear view. It was a simple sword, a slab of red with flame-like edges. It had a red stone embedded in its pommel, possibly a ruby. The sword was chained to his hand in a way that looked painful. But if it caused him any discomfort, he didn't show it. On top of the academic building, Raziel gasped. Bloodthorn was unsealed to a point where it was usable. It didn't have the same aura she remembered it having in Amenadiel's hands, but it was still a formidable weapon. I came here to face a dragon, and I will proceed to do just that. That was all the warning Issei got before Kokebiel appeared next to him, sword extended and ready to strike. He tried to dodge backward, but the fallen angel was too fast. Luckily, both Xenovia and Kiba intercepted, barely managing to nullify the sword's momentum. Oh, the kids want to fight? Far be it from me to not oblige. In a flurry of moves, Kokebiel disarmed Kiba. Before Kiba could summon another sword, Kokebiel's elbow met his face, knocking him into the ground. The issue with your sacred gears is the amount of time and concentration it takes to call on their powers. Kokebiel schooled them while lazily fighting off Xenovia and Sona's knight, Meguri, with one arm. And as for your holy sword, well, it is only as good as its user. Kokebiel parried Durandal deftly, knocking Xenovia off balance. Before she could recuperate, she was met by Kokebiel's knee, making her spit out blood. Extending his stance, he made Meguri lose her balance. She was met with a pommel to the face, and then her face met the ground. Hard. Pathetic. Kokebiel commented, before sidestepping a bolt of lightning, courtesy of Akeno. Baraquiel's child. Fortunate to see you here. Akeno's face contorted in pure hatred. Don't you dare mention us in the same sentence. Kokebiel laughed. What are you going to do about it, little halfling? Oh, she won't do much, but us? We pack a bang? Kokebiel's face contorted into a grimace as he felt his legs being trapped. He looked down to see Saji's absorption line looped around his legs. Girls, get him! That was all the prompting the two rooks present needed to launch themselves at Kokebiel. Between Kaneko and Tsubasa, there was enough power to bring a speeding truck to an immediate halt. But it wasn't good enough. Kokebiel caught each rook with a hand, stabbing his sword into the absorption line and forcing it to dispel. His smile soon dropped as he felt the rooks tighten their grips around his arms. And then, his world reversed as he found himself planted headfirst into the ground. Unload. Every magic-based devil launched their best attack at the prone form of Kokebiel. The explosion that followed it was nothing less than epic, as it tore a hole 10 meters wide in the school's playing field. Yet, Kokebiel's power didn't abate. Out of the dust flew one singular light spear, thrice the size of any Issei had ever seen. It flew right past him to land near the feet of the casters group. They barely had any time to brace before it exploded. The explosion dwarfed the one they had caused by magnitudes. Dread filled Issei's heart as the dust abated. That much power, it had to have its casualties. Issei tried to look away, but his body refused his orders. He steeled himself as the dust settled, only to find nothing there. What? Kokebiel stepped out of his crater, a look of frustration on his face. Someone just interfered with my kill. Show yourself. You have bigger fish to fry, traitor. Kokebiel sidestepped just in time to avoid a white blur flying through the area where he stood mere milliseconds ago. The white blur stopped its wild charge, and an armor similar to Issei's scale mail came into view. And Kokebiel was ecstatic. I get to face not one, but two dragons, must be my lucky day. They aren't all you need to worry about, brother. Kokebiel's smile dropped as Raziel's figure shimmered into appearance. She wore her casual clothes, but that did nothing to undermine her sudden appearance on the field of battle. Lady, Raziel. Xenovia coughed out, startling both Issei and the white dragon. Sister, I see my worries about your presence here were not unfounded. Issei finally got himself out of his stupor. He locked eyes with Kokebiel, his hatred plain to see. What did you do to my friends? Raziel was the one who answered that, pointing towards the position on the roof she inhabited a minute ago. There floated a great, green orb. Inside, Asia was working on healing her injured friends. Realization dawned on Issei. This person just saved his friends. He'd have to thank her later. For now, they had an angel to down. Thank you. He muttered, as his gauntlet boosted again. One more boost, and he'd be able to summon his scale mail. He just needed some time. Lucky for him, Kokebiel wanted to talk. I was surprised when you fell, sister. Even after God's death, you were one of Michael's most ardent supporters. Bam! The repercussions of Kokebiel's words hit the congregated devils like a sledgehammer, but none were more affected than Xenovia and Asia. Gods, dead? Kokebiel smiled mockingly. Oops, cat's out of the bag, I guess. Xenovia's gaze shifted from Kokebiel to Raziel. There was a pitiable, begging quality to her gaze. It was as if she was pleading Raziel to tell her otherwise. Sadly, angels never lied. Yes, he's been dead since the ending days of the last war. Kokebiel chuckled. I didn't want to bring it up. The kids fought well, and I didn't want to ruin my enjoyment by breaking their spirits. I like to do that after breaking them physically. The protective bubble was close enough for its inhabitants to hear every single word, and the effect it had on them was just as Kokebiel predicted. So what? That effectively killed Kokebiel's good mood. He looked at the offender, Raziel, with a quizzical look. Pardon. Raziel shook her head in dismay. God's been dead for a long time now, but the angels still fight on. Humans still prosper, there is peace. God might be gone, but faith makes sure his laws are upheld. I might not fight for God, but I fight in his name, I fight for his love. And that is all that matters to me. Kokebiel's glare darkened, his hatred manifesting as almost a physical force. How can you say that with such conviction? I was overjoyed when you fell, you know. Other than me, you are one of the only two angels he has wronged so obscenely. But then I learned why you fell. Trust me, I was filled with such hatred for you. I knew I had to end you by my own two hands. Guess I'll just have to do it sooner rather than later. Raziel raised an eyebrow in confusion. God never wronged me, neither did he you. What basis do you have of making such false accusations? Kokebiel chuckled. Do you know how I was created, dear sister? Raziel shook her head. All I know is that you were created to aid the war effort. The Lord didn't seem to think your creation was worth notifying us of. Kokebiel chuckled. He raised a hand and the gymnasium's room shattered. Out flew his followers. They didn't fly of their own accord, though. It was almost as if Kokebiel's power was what guided them to him. They themselves were too injured to fight, some were even dead. Nonetheless, they formed a lifeless formation in the air behind him. I was one of God's projects. You and I both know his fascination with the aspects of the soul. With me, he decided to take its application up a notch. He created me with the mentality a blacksmith uses to create a weapon. Ethereal branches of power grew outwards from Kokebiel's back, finding and connecting themselves to his legion. He wanted a weapon that was more than a singular unit. He wanted a way to maximize the potential of even the simplest of angels. So he did what he thought best. He created a soul, and split it evenly into 99 bodies. In the 100th body, he added the largest portion of the soul. All the branches connected, and the angels began to glow. It was torture. The soul is not meant to be divided. It was constant agony. 100 fragments cried out in pain, but the weapon was complete. We thought as one, we moved as one. Together, we could fell the strongest of foes. The angels began to disappear, their existence being drained by the branches of power. We were legion. And hence we gained our fame. As the last of the angels disappeared, Kokebiel began to convulse uncontrollably. His wings retracted as he fell to his knees. His power was snuffed out. Before it made its violent, painful return, a shockwave blasted both Issei and the other dragon back. Raziel took the blast to the face, nullifying it with her own power. And now that we are together, the Legion is one again. The Kokebiel that stood in front of them now had 12 pitch-black wings. The look on his face wasn't playful like before, but contorted, as if trying to accommodate an entire spectrum of emotions. Fear us. Bloodthorn in hand, Kokebiel flew into battle. Raziel simply conjured up 2 balls of almighty power. Issei finally conjured his scale mail, and the other dragon charged. The battle for Kuo had begun. Naruto watched from a tower out in the distance. As expected, things had gone very, very wrong. He couldn't have accounted for Kokebiel's history. It was a substantial upgrade. His power was almost at the same level as Raziel's base power. But that's as far as it got. Raziel, Issei and the other dragon would have some trouble fighting him, considering he held that obscene sword in his hands. But they would easily manage. Raziel was much stronger than this. What troubled him was the feeling in his head. The feeling that something irreparable wrong was about to happen. He could taste it in the air. Kokebiel was building up to something. He didn't know what would happen. He couldn't predict when it would happen. But something big was coming, and he would have to take action. It had taken him centuries to set up this life. Centuries of adapting to the occult. Centuries of creating bonds with outlying factions. Centuries of toil that led to his friendship with multiple holy pantheons. Sure, his plans could definitely reach fruition with him in the limelight, but he knew that his opponent was as sneaky as him. He had felt the creature's presence as it receded from Kuo. That creature could hide Kokebiel's presence in one of the best guarded devil towns. He had no idea what this creature was, but its mere presence made him feel queasy. Michael, Azazel, that creature. They were all forcing his hand. All for different reasons, sure. But their net benefit would be the same. He'd explode on the scene, his powers greater than ever. His mere presence would throw the world of the occult into chaos. For every creature willing to accept him, 10 would want his head on a platter. Sure, he would take action if he needed. Raziel had gone as far as to fight her own brother to ensure his security. The least he could do was repay her debt in kind. And that was disregarding the 2 peerages that called Kuo home. He couldn't simply let them die in good conscience. He couldn't write them off as sacrifices for a greater good. Not only was he unsure of his role in events to come, but, unlike his past peers, he had morals, even though they were rather warped. He sat down on the roof, choosing to observe for now. When he would be needed, he'd be ready. Kokebiel swung again, his sword meeting nothing but air. His effort was rewarded by another bolt of almighty power colliding with his chest, launching him into the waiting arms of the white dragon. Divide. Unable to use his sword, all Kokabeel could do was have his power halved. The white dragon's wings exploded with power as they tried to contain the massive influx of energy they had just gained from the fallen angel. You're up, Red. Boost. Kokabeel was shoved forward, but was able to get his sword up just in time to block a bone-crushing punch from Issei. He was sent flying into the ground. Raziel didn't even allow him to get up as she launched 2 more bolts of almighty energy. The explosion the impact caused made all the prior ones pale in comparison. Yet, Kokabeel was still alive. I have to say, I forgot how fighting you was like, sister. It isn't every day that I meet someone who isn't just physically stronger than me, but also smarter. His next words were drowned out by 2 more explosions that he barely dodged. There was a fire in Raziel's eyes. How did you unseal the Bloodthorn? Kokabeel chuckled. I looted 3 fragments of the Excalibur, sister. The churches I took them from didn't just hand them over to me. Raziel's rage grew as the implications of his words hit home. A gigantic ball of almighty energy coalesced in her hand. She yelled as she threw it. But it was far too telegraphed to actually hit Kokabeel. The surroundings weren't as lucky. The explosion encompassed the entire yard, and the shockwave totaled all buildings still left standing. If not for her protective barrier, the attack would have ended the lives of all present, save for the 2 dragons. Temper, dear sister. Raziel dodged another attempt at her life by a hair's breadth. She struck back, but the white dragon got to Kokabeel before her attack hit. This time, though, he was ready for it. Sword met gauntlet, and gauntlet scrunched. A kick followed the initial attack, and the white dragon was sent flying directly into his red counterpart. You'd feed that sword the souls of God's followers? Despicable, even for one such as you. His momentary scuffle with the dragon had given Raziel enough time to get into his blind spot. What followed was a point-blank execution of the same attack she had used mere seconds ago. And the effect was spectacular. Kokabeel was knocked into the ground at supersonic speeds. He cut a trench through the hard ground as inertia brought his body's momentum to a halt. It didn't end there, because 2 more heavy bolts of almighty energy landed exactly where his prone body lay. And it completely eviscerated any and everything in its vicinity. Strong, as ever, sister. Defying expectations, Kokabeel stood up again. He could barely stand on his 2 feet. Still, he raised his sword up, readying himself for a final charge. The souls of exorcists are some of the purest one can find. Even though their god is dead, they throw themselves into battle against the darkness, all in his name. Such souls are greatly appreciated by brother. Raziel grunted. She brought her hand up, creating 1 final bolt of almighty energy to end it all. The bolt grew so large it was unable to keep a round shape. She eased it into the shape of a light spear, not unlike the ones used by Kokabeel minutes ago. I would actually like to thank those poor exorcists. They allowed me to unseal brother's sword this much. A few more souls like that, and he would have been free. I guess my own soul will have to do. The fact that Kokabeel's sword was not poised to strike her hit Raziel much too late. She released her projectile, but before it even left her hand, Bloodthorn deposited itself into Kokabeel's stomach. Chains made of red crystal flew out of the ground, forming a dome around Kokabeel's downed body. The explosion petered out against them, not even leaving a mark. When you meet brother, tell him who sent you. The cocoon of chains rose into the sky. Then, the energy appeared. It hit Raziel like a tornado. She had to flare her own power to even stay afloat. The 2 dragons weren't as lucky. The power completely floored them, dragging their bodies into the ground. The cocoon of chains began to glow with a sharp, red light. Cracks appeared in the chain links, slowly but certainly. The outpouring of power kept growing. And then, the cocoon shattered. The angel that stepped out from the cocoon was a far cry from Kokabeel. His face was perfectly angular, too perfect to be human. He wore a red coat embroidered with gold crosses. His long, wavy, white hair fell down to his knees. On his face was a bored expression as he held Bloodthorn over his shoulders. And then, there was his sheer power. He felt angelic, but not quite. He felt divine, but not quite, what he Did feel was obscenely powerful. Raziel gasped on her breath as she saw him, still as resplendent as he was on the day of his sealing. She felt inferior compared to him, as if she didn't deserve to stand in his presence. That was when he saw her. Raziel, you've changed. Amenadiel, you haven't. Naruto was brought out of his reverie when Amenadiel's wings materialized and his power was truly released. He gulped. The battle had been reversed. The Archangel wasn't even trying to exert his power, but what little he could feel was still more than anything he reckoned Raziel could reach. It was almost at Arya's level, and he wasn't even showing off. He was about to jump into battle, but hesitated. He promised Raziel that he wouldn't interfere until she called him, and while he was willing to break that promise if need be, consequences be damned, he still wanted to see Raziel's trump card. He didn't expect Raziel to draw her bow. Back in the war, he had faced Raziel enough times to know that once the bow, visus finalum, was drawn, retreat was the only option. To see her prepared to use it against her eldest brother filled him with dread. Worse, he knew it wouldn't work. He knew the power the bow held, he knew what it could do, but her enemy was simply beyond her reach. Even with the bow that God gifted her, she couldn't take him down. It wasn't till the 7 arrows appeared next to her that his heart skipped a beat. The bow was made specifically to fire arrows of light. But these arrows were products of extremely compressed almighty energy. Naruto sighed, then jumped down from the building. It would be best to reinforce the barrier around the school. A few seals should do it. It would even save him the headache of rebuilding his house. Because each and every one of those arrows held enough power to destroy a large city. Wouldn't be a fight against an archangel if both sides didn't go overboard. Drop the barrier, sister. I must go. Raziel shook her head. This world ill needs you, Amenadiel. Father sealed you away for a reason. Amenadiel laughed. Father was a love-struck buffoon, sister. He was too blind to see that judgment was necessary, especially when it considered humanity. Raziel snarled. Our orders were, and still are, not to interfere with human society. We are only meant to aid them. Lucifer didn't follow those orders, and he fell. You did the same, but father was too smart to let another one of his sons become an enemy. Amenadiel stared at his sister. It was by his hands that I was created. It was he who gave me my task. Judgment is universal, sister. Not even gods can escape it. Raziel raised an eyebrow. You'd kill God if he broke your tenets? Amenadiel nodded. The price of heresy is death, sister. Be glad I have others to judge before I get to you. Now, release the barrier before I am forced to destroy it. Raziel frowned. I had hoped that I could reason with you, brother, but it seems that is not an option. The barrier is linked to me. It shall only drop when I am dead. Amenadiel grimaced. So be it, sister. I apologize, but judgment takes precedence over family. Raziel sighed. It is I who is sorry, brother. Bright glyphs sprung to life under Amenadiel's feet. He didn't move as lines of power began to constrict his legs. He didn't even struggle, but that was exactly what Raziel wanted. She knocked the first arrow into her bow, and shot it at her brother. Amenadiel didn't even recoil as the arrow pierced him. He looked down at the arrow protruding from his chest and sighed. The Arbiter's power. It seems your sins know no limit. No creature save for the Arbiter may use this power. Is this why you fell? Among other reasons, yes. Another arrow embedded itself in Amenadiel's torso, followed by another. In a matter of seconds, all 7 arrows found their marks. And yet, Amenadiel didn't even struggle. I'm sorry, brother, for what it's worth. Multiple barriers were conjured around Amenadiel. At least 100 layers similar to the one that protected the devils behind her. She took in a deep breath, giving Amenadiel one final, dejected look. And then she snapped her fingers. All 7 of the arrows exploded. The barriers could barely contain the sheer power of the explosion. Each barrier had the capacity to take on a full nuclear explosion and survive unscarred. Yet, the barriers cracked and broke open, one by one. Raziel kept adding more layers, the effort making her sweat. Yet, the explosion simply wouldn't subside. If she let it go, she could say goodbye to Kuo, at the very least. After an agonizing minute and multiple destroyed barriers, the explosion finally subsided, and inside the final barrier lay a downed Amenadiel. Raziel finally let the last barrier fall, before collapsing herself, unable to stand. She took deep breaths, unable to keep the tears out of her eyes. She had just killed her eldest sibling. That was a valorous effort, sister. Or not. Amenadiel stood up from his prone position. His entire body was singed beyond belief, but he was still standing. He picked up his sword from the ground, his gaze still transfixed on Raziel. You're too dangerous to keep alive, sister. If you can control the Arbiter's powers so well as you are, I shudder to think what you'd be capable of, if given more time. He raised his sword high above him, and it started to fragment into nothingness. The night sky lightened up with a sickly, red light as a sun-like object appeared behind the full moon. Equinox. Raziel cursed herself. The entire point of her attack was to completely vaporize Amenadiel, because once his sword's power was released, there were only a handful of creatures who could kill him. The red light eclipsed Amenadiel's body, and it started to heal. The process was rapid, and within seconds, the Archangel looked completely undamaged. As he stepped towards Raziel, he was suddenly bombarded with a whole assortment of spells. They did nothing to him. Even the gigantic blast of Ria's power was simply swatted away by the Archangel as he spared one disinterested glance towards the congregation of devils. Attacking me is the very same as attacking judgment itself. The price is your life. The devils responded by stepping between him and Raziel's prone form. She saved us, we won't let you kill her. Sona spoke, her voice quivering with fear as water circled around her. The devils tried their hardest to look tough, but their bodies betrayed them. Amenadiel nodded. Then die with her. In one fluid motion, he created a spear of red light twice the size of any of Kokabiel's attacks. He then took aim and flung it. The devils mustered what little defenses they could. Raziel, with her ebbing power, threw up one last, meagerly powerful barrier. Thankfully, it wasn't needed. Samsara, Kavak, something gold and human-like appeared between them and the spear. The spear struck it and exploded. The light engulfed the entire school as it ripped apart what little was left of the premises. It stretched all the way to the boundary of the school, where it was stopped by a new, blue barrier made out of patterns foreign to him. When the light subsided, Amenadiel's surprise turned to rage. In front of him stood an ordinary-looking blonde man holding the most extraordinary shield ever. I'm sorry, Angel Dude. I can't let you kill my cute little students. The field of battle was deathly silent for a few moments as both sides tried to take in the current situation. The most powerful attack they had ever seen had been blocked effortlessly by their completely normal counselor. Naruto-sensei? Ria stammered, surprised by his sudden appearance. Sorry for appearing so late. You can blame Raziel though, she said I wasn't allowed to step in unless she was in trouble. Guess who gets to say, I told you so. Sensei, you have to escape. Warn the Shinto pantheon, Kiba shouted. Naruto placed a finger on his chin, emulating a thinking posture. But if I leave, he'll kill you. Amenadiel grunted in confirmation. Your presence or absence makes no difference. Although, is that the samsara you wield? Naruto nodded happily. Yes indeed. Glad that my little weapon gets some recognition every now and then. Amenadiel frowned. The price for wielding that weapon is death. I cannot let you go. It is a shame that weapon chose someone as weak as you. Naruto frowned. Weak? What gave you that idea? Amenadiel stared at Naruto with curiosity in his eyes. You have no presence. Amongst the congregation here, you seem to be the weakest, even though you hold the arch-heretic's weapon. Naruto planted his fist on his open palm. Aha! I knew I was forgetting something. His hands then quickly morphed between a few poses, and patterns similar to those on the barrier surrounding the school appeared on his body. And then, they faded away, and with their disappearance, Naruto's features morphed. Just a little bit. His hair grew longer and whisker-like marks appeared on his cheeks. And then, his presence appeared. It appeared with the subtlety of an awkward French kiss, completely overtaking Amenadiel's own. It was beyond apocalyptic in feel and gigantic in size. So great was it that even Amenadiel was staggered. The devils would have been affected, had it been directed towards them. But to them, it was a familiar signature. It was homely, discernibly devil in its origin. To drive that point home, two black, bat-like wings expanded behind the newly revealed devil. No, demon. You're Naruto Abaddon. Naruto Abaddon. Wait, How do you guys know his exact name? Issei asked, being the only one who truly knew Naruto's unique position. Sona shrugged. I did my research and I had my suspicions. The dragon grunted. My boss told me to run if I see him. Rias glowered over them. Still, this can turn the tables. Naruto-sensei can hold him back while we contact our families. Sona shook her head. That won't be needed. To say Rias was surprised would be an understatement. But he's from an outer house and he's facing an archangel, Graphia Ne. Wouldn't be able to fight that thing alone. Her spiel was interrupted by the white dragon's throaty chuckle. If anyone needs reinforcements here, it is Amenadiel, Devil Lady. Sona nodded. Rias, do you believe Amenadiel would stand a chance against your brother? Do you think he could defeat Arya Phoenix? A shake of Rias' head is all Sona got, and it was all she needed. Then you should believe that Naruto can handle this. He did defeat Arya in combat, if my sister's words are to be believed. That was enough to silence Rias, who was still trying to compute that his idol could lose to, well, anyone. Well, either way, he's got a lot to answer for once all this is done. Sona couldn't agree with her more wholeheartedly. It's been eons since I have seen that weapon. Naruto gave Samsara's shield form a fleeting glance before shrugging. You seem to be knowledgeable enough. What can you tell me about it? I know scant little except that it is a weapon made to kill gods. Amenadiel shook his head. God, singular. It was a weapon created by the Buddhist faction when our Lord was still trying to consolidate his position in heaven. Each of us 4 original angels have faced it, and we all have scars to show for it. Naruto chuckled. Even Lucifer? Amenadiel nodded, especially Lucifer, or as we called him, Hellel. Naruto nodded. His shield morphed into a sword. Seems you don't really like my weapon, do you? Amenadiel waved his hand in the air, red light solidifying in its wake. A perfect copy of Bloodthorn appeared in his hand. Hate wouldn't be too strong a word in this case. Naruto's smile disappeared. Killing intent washed over Amenadiel. To his credit, the Archangel didn't even flinch, meeting Naruto's gaze head-on. It was a clash of wills. You hurt my students and my friend. I'm sure you'll forgive me for what is to come. What is to come is merely my judgment. Accept it with grace, or die like the mongrel you are. Faster than the devils could follow, the 2 transcendent creatures clashed. Sword met sword, over and over again. Small explosions resulting from each crash. The sheer intensity of the clash wasn't lost on the devils, as they stared, awestruck. He's that powerful. Sona nodded. I got to know of Naruto Abaddon very recently. If my suspicions are correct, he isn't even going all out. Neither is Amenadiel. Raziel whispered. She had finally regained enough strength to throw up a barrier around the devils. What do you mean? Hasn't Amenadiel already revealed his true abilities? The question came from the white dragon. Raziel shook her head in dismay. Amenadiel is the first of the angels. He's from a time where the Lord was still trying to consolidate his position in heaven. Back then, there were only 4 angels. The original 4, right? I always thought the Gabriel was a part of them, but this changes that. Sona commented, eliciting a nod from Raziel. Gabriel was formed after heaven was secured as the realm of our Lord. I was born around the same time. We were created for a different reason. Our job was to protect and serve humanity. Hence, we were given forms that humans could relate to. Raziel stated, pointing at herself. The original 4, on the other hand, were created to fight against older gods. We were created to be preservers, while they were created to be destroyers. They were created to fight demons, gods and dragons. They were created to be physically terrifying to any and all who dared oppose them. Raziel gulped, pausing momentarily before continuing. Once heaven was secured, the Lord taught each of his 4 original sons how to hide their true forms because he believed, with good reason, that such forms would terrify humanity. Feelings of dread rose within Rias. So, you're saying that Amenadiel is holding back? Raziel merely nodded. He is, and I'm not sure if Naruto is enough to handle him if he lets loose. You fight well. Naruto sidestepped another slash from Bloodthorn as he took Amenadiel's praise in stride. Samsara lashed out, cutting another furrow into Amenadiel's skin. Not that it did any good, as the red light of the equinox healed it before he could cause any more damage. I've never fought someone who heals quite as fast as I do before. Now that I have, I can feel their frustration firsthand. Amenadiel laughed. The equinox is the very zenith of judgment. In this realm, my powers are nigh absolute. Naruto couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he was driven to this length in a fight. I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. Amenadiel quickly launched 2 spears of light at Naruto. Your efforts are futile. There is no injury I cannot heal from. Naruto laughed as a blue orb of spiraling energy formed in his hand. The fingers in his other hand formed a seal, and with a poof of smoke, 100 copies of Naruto surrounded the suddenly confused Archangel, each holding a similar ball of blue energy. What if I give you no chance to heal, then? The clones launched, each following a different trajectory. Amenadiel launched himself backward, dodging the first clone. He sidestepped another and brought Bloodthorn up cut through the third, bracing for impact. To his surprise, the clone that met his sword dispersed into smoke. Robbed of the impact and surprised to boot, nothing could prepare Amenadiel for the sudden barrage of Rasengan's mere inches from his body. It was agony. As the orbs made contact with his body, they didn't simply go through. They began to grind his flesh, disintegrating instead of cutting. It was sheer agony, but the Archangel was too dignified to scream. As the orbs finally finished their jobs, they expanded and exploded. The area around Amenadiel was completely decimated as all of Naruto's clones dispelled. The equinox suddenly disappeared, the fake sun ceasing to exist. But Amenadiel's oppressive aura still persisted, and if Naruto's frown was anything to go by, it wasn't what he expected. You wretched urchin. The cloud of dust created by the exploding Rasengans was blown away by the force of Amenadiel's rage. The equinox had healed him a bit, but he definitely did not have the power to manifest his trump card anymore, if the gaping wounds on his body were any indication. Why must creatures like you dare oppose my judgment? Naruto sighed. Your judgment is your own, Amenadiel. I have no reason to follow your outdated tenets, and I am willing to fight tooth and nail for the survival of the people important to me. A crazed expression appeared on Amenadiel's face. You claim to have your own judgment. What gives you the right to oppose the rules set forth by the Lord himself? Naruto shook his head. Your unsealing makes you a heretic too. Amenadiel. It was the Lord who sealed you away, yet here you stand, with wings as black as those you presume to judge. Amenadiel shook his head. The Lord was steadfast when he chose to proclaim his tenets. It was the creation of humanity that made him relent. I do not follow a God who cannot stick to his own rules. His judgment is lost on me. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Of all the enemies I had to fight, it had to be a hypocrite. I can understand why God sealed you away. Amenadiel. His son or not, you were merely unnecessary. Humanity adapts with time, society changes. If rules and policies don't change, society would definitely regress. Amenadiel glowered. Are you calling me inept, knave? Naruto shook his head glumly. No, Amenadiel. I'm calling your whole existence worthless. Pin drop silence. Worthless. Amenadiel shook, his power receding. A sudden shiver went up Naruto's spine. Something was coming, and it wasn't going to be pretty. Me, worthless? Amenadiel rose Bloodthorn to eye level. The perfect blade of the sword reflected his face, and the befuddled, confused expression on it. The expression went from confusion to rage rather fast, and Amenadiel's oppressive pressure returned, but this time as a physical phenomenon. Wisps of black smoke rose from Amenadiel's body. Bloodthorn shook in his hands as he clasped it by the naked blade. The sword was sharp enough for it to cut into the Archangel's palms, but he kept squeezing. His rage gave him strength, and the blade began to crack. As the blade finally shattered in his grip, he screamed. I'll show you worthless, pathetic swine, and the world went to white. The explosion of power ripped through Raziel's barrier like a fist through wet tissue and sent the cohort of devils and herself flying into Naruto's barrier, which withstood the blow. Her head hit the ground and her vision swam. She barely clung to consciousness as the light abated. What little she saw through her blurry vision was enough to terrify her. A creature the size of the academic building stood in front of Naruto. She wanted to scream, to tell him to escape, but her body wouldn't obey as she finally drifted out of consciousness. There was no more hope for victory now. Grotesque. There was no other word that could accurately describe the creature that stood in front of him. It resembled a giant cat's body, but was far larger. It had no tails, and its face was featureless. 1,000 eyes danced over its body, changing their location in a seemingly random pattern. This was proven false when a large number of these eyes appeared on the thing's face. The formless mound then parted, revealing rows of teeth that could put a dragon to shame. The voice that emanated from the creature was low, guttural and menacing. It sounded like a death rattle in consistency, and was unnerving as all fuck. "You would still dare call me worthless, Abaddon?" Naruto shook his head, still uninterested in the creature. Sure, the transformation had increased Amenadiel's power threefold, but it was still no match for the power of either of the two dragons he had faced not so long ago. "Feast your eyes on my true form, and know despair." To his surprise, though, Naruto didn't seem perturbed at all. Instead, he seemed disappointed. "This is your great transformation." The way he said it made him seem thoroughly unimpressed, and the lack of enthusiasm on his face served to drive that feeling home. Now, it was Amenadiel's turn to feel unnerved. "This form has killed gods. It has devoured dragons. It guarantees a swift end to any that face it. Yet here you stand. Are you too daft to comprehend that you aren't long for this world?" Naruto simply shook his head. "Make no mistake, I can tell that you are much stronger now than you were mere minutes ago. What I cannot fathom is how you believe that this paltry increase in power and size qualifies you as anything greater than a mere beast." Amenadiel laughed. "A beast? You call me? No, I am much greater than that." Naruto sighed. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. "You seem to have a deep-seated belief that you are superior to your opponents just because you were gifted power at birth." When he removed his hand, his cerulean eyes were gone, replaced with sinister violet eyes with an intricate, rippled pattern on them. "Let me disabuse you of that notion, Shinra Tensei." Nothing could have prepared Amenadiel for the sheer force of Naruto's attack. The fact that said attack was also invisible in nature merely added to the fact. Amenadiel's gigantic body was lifted off the ground and sent flying into Naruto's barrier, which, miraculously, still held. Amenadiel quickly stabilized, getting on his 4 feet. Multiple cannon-like appendages appeared on his body as he blind-fired. Lasers of red light. The beams glassed earth wherever they struck, but none could find their target, but simple virtue of him not being on the field of battle. An increase in size just makes you a bigger target. Amenadiel's eyes opened below his sizable body. Right under him stood Naruto. In his hands he held a gigantic orb similar to the ones he had used against Amenadiel's angel form. The only difference other than size were the blades that ringed it. Up goes the little cat beast. Rasen Shuriken. As the attack connected with his underside, Amenadiel knew true pain. Microscopic blades of air vaporized his hide as they ground into him. The sheer force of Naruto's throw launched Amenadiel high into the air. But Naruto wasn't done yet. He appeared above his opponent, tearing a hole in reality itself. "I guess your dear father didn't tell you the age-old saying." A ball of pure energy coalesced in his hands. So concentrated was it that it actually devoured light. Amenadiel's eyes cowered away from the attack, such was the fear it induced. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Bijudama. The attack went through Amenadiel's body without any resistance. The only indication that it actually hit him was the smoldering hole it left behind. As it came out the bottom, it collided with the Rasen Shuriken. 2 sources of great power collided, and both exploded outwards. Pieces of Amenadiel's fragmented body rained from the sky as Naruto appeared on the school grounds. The black hole. The evolution of the old Abaddon technique, granting him mobility through planes. In front of him landed the largest chunk of Amenadiel's body, still somehow alive. Who are you?" Naruto chuckled condescendingly. "I'm just someone who, by all rights, shouldn't exist in this world." Amenadiel wheezed, black ooze leaking out from the giant holes blown into his body. "You feel like the Arbiter. You hold the weapon of the arch-heretic. You fight with techniques that even gods would fail to replicate. What are you?" Naruto smiled as he raised his hands. Samsara's sword form materialized in them, glimmering in the fading light of the explosion he had just created. "I'm just a simple student counselor." The sword strike fell, and Amenadiel knew no more. Surprise was the first thing Raziel felt when she opened her eyes. The existence of an afterlife for angelkind had always been a point of contention between their scholarly kind. Lack of evidence for it proved quite conclusively that it did not exist, even though some angels did have faith that God wouldn't just let their souls fade in his service. She was definitely a part of the former, considering her mental disposition towards knowledge and facts. But her current state of cognition proved that an afterlife for angels did exist. Finally up, huh? You had us all so worried. She shifted her gaze towards the voice, and her theory was dashed again. On a chair next to her sat the little Gremory, a relieved look on her face. Devils and angels share the same afterlife. The confused expression that appeared on Ria's face served to break her theory down further. Did the devils already know about this shared afterlife? Afterlife? What are you talking about? She was in denial. We died, didn't we? You saw Amenadiel transform. Plus, there are no injuries on either of us. Ria's look of confusion was replaced by realization. Oh, that's because Naruto-sensei and Asia healed us up last night. You were passed out due to exhaustion, so we let you sleep. Now, it was Raziel's turn to be confused. Wait, we're live. What about Amenadiel? What happened to Naruto? Rias placed a hand on her head, an expression of distress appearing on her face. Naruto-sensei killed Amenadiel. Azazel's team is working on the removal of his body from the schoolyard as we speak. Sensei sure did a number on that bastard. Abaddon killed Amenadiel. Rias nodded. Azazel-sama saw it all happen. Naruto-sensei disappeared for a while when my brother and his reinforcements arrived, but all the processes have been dealt with. The school will be up and functional by the evening. Raziel wondered if the female devil was daft. She was concerned about the bloody school building while Raziel still was unable to digest the fact that Naruto Abaddon had destroyed the most ancient of angels. We're keeping Amenadiel's existence a secret, though. Azazel-sama practically begged us to keep it a secret. Considering you were part of his faction and that you're the reason we're alive, it was the least we could do. Raziel nodded in thanks, though that did leave one last loose end. What about Naruto's secret? Ria's smile dropped. Sensei told us that he'd talk to us all at the same time, so we've been waiting for you to wake up. All of us are downstairs, would you like to join us? Raziel answered by getting out of her bed. She took note of the fact that she had been redressed. She mentally added it to the list of the things she had to question Naruto about. She followed Raziel downstairs. To say that she didn't expect what she found downstairs was an understatement. Arya and Azazel sat on opposite couches, both radiating power and stature befitting their posts, and right between them sat Naruto. He had sealed his power again, but that did nothing to diminish his presence. Had the members of the room now knows his capabilities, on the other hand, he'd feel like just another man. But currently, even though surrounded by two beings of great power, he was unmistakably the center of attention. Brother, Arya. Raziel greeted them. They waved back at her and she took a seat next to Sona. Rias took the last available seat. Their peerages stood behind them, like guards, protecting their kings. Now that we have all gathered, we can begin. Arya stated, breaking the dam and letting the stream of questions flow. Did Naruto truly defeat you in the past? Of course, leave it to Rias to dig up questions from the past. Arya nodded. Quite soundly too, I wasn't even able to land a hit on him. How did you beat Amenadiel? This time, the question came from Raziel, even though it was on everyone's minds. Naruto shrugged. I just blew him up. He thought being bigger gave him an advantage. I just proved him wrong. Sona took a sip from her cup of tea. Why are you hiding? Silence. Arya made to answer, but was stopped by Naruto's raised hand. They locked eyes for a second, before Naruto nodded. Arya acquiesced, leaning back into her couch. Before I answer that question, I need to have your word that this secret will never see the light of day. I need the word of Sona and Rias, not the heirs of houses Citri and Gremory. Sona raised an eyebrow. And what if we don't? Naruto met her gaze. I've disappeared before. I can do it again. It would be beneficial for you to have me around, and I would benefit from having you around. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose. Sona nodded. What would you gain from us? As we see it, you're powerful enough to not need our help. We're merely deadweight to you. Naruto sighed. I cannot answer that question till I have your word. Sona considered it for a moment. Naruto said that she had nothing to lose, but she couldn't simply take his word at face value. Sure, he could just kill them all and disappear into the night. The underworld already believed him to be either non-existent or dead. There was no way they could blame him for their deaths. You have my word, although, I need something from you. Sona was brought out of her ruminations by Rias' proclamations. Of course Rias would try to use this to her benefit. It was the Gremory way, after all. Naruto caught on to that. Like brother, like sister, huh? What's the catch? Rias pointed straight at him. I want you to help train my peerage for the Young Devils Summit. Naruto chuckled. You work a lot like your brother, Rias. Don't take it as an insult though. My dislike of your brother notwithstanding, I do respect his drive. Yours is much the same. I'll do it. Sona was now on the back foot, so there was only one thing she could do. You have my word, as long as you tutor my peerage as well. Naruto nodded. I'll take it. So, now that I have your word, I can explain. Naruto took a deep breath. There was a lot to explain, and he had to work out the simplest way to convey it all. Giving them a history lesson would be pointless, so shock and awe it was. Last night, when Kokebeel attacked, he wasn't alone. I believe someone was aiding him. He was able to get into this town unnoticed, an act that should, by all means, be impossible to accomplish. He had the aid of a creature much above his pay grade. I originally expected it to be a Menadil, but that was an impossibility. Last night, when Kokebeel appeared, I felt that creature's presence escape. I have been tasked with the job of destroying it. It is a smart creature, whatever it is. As it stands now, he knows I exist, but not where. It is much the same on my end, except I know that in time, the creature will strike again. Naruto cleared his throat before he continued. The battle between us is like a game of hide and seek. Whoever leaves his hiding position automatically becomes a target. I know that he seeks to destroy this fragile peace your kinds have achieved, yet I do not know why. So that is why you hid in Kuo, where the occult is very much a part of human lifestyle. Naruto nodded. Kuo is a hotbed for the devils and the fallen. If he was to strike anywhere, it would be here. If I reveal myself, he is less likely to come out in the open. Hence, you hide. Hence indeed, Naruto confirmed. You still haven't answered how we are useful to you, though, Rias pointed out. Naruto leaned back in his chair. It won't surprise you to know that I have secret alliances with all the pantheons present in Japan. You have a living byproduct of such an alliance in your peerage, after all. Having friends in the two devil families that own most of Japan in tandem with my alliances with the fallen, the angels and the Shinto pantheon gives me more leeway to act. Basically, an alliance with you helps me stay hidden but take action. You overestimate our sway over the underworld, Naruto-sensei. Sona interjected. She was met with a shake of his head. On the contrary, you too underestimate the amount of pull you have on the underworld, and now that I am training you for the young devils meet, your influence is just going to rise. What proof do we have that you'll be a good teacher? Rias asked. Sona realized that she had forgotten to tell Rias that the person who trained her own brother was none other than Naruto himself. Surprisingly, it was Arya who answered her. Well, Naruto did train Riser. Rias almost leapt out of her seat. Done? We'll be in your care, Naruto-sensei. Sona merely sighed. Updates on other stories. The anomalous one. Due to the introduction of new characters in the Overwatch universe, I've had to rechart the entire story. I'm gonna write a new chapter once I can figure out how to inculcate both Doomfist and the Moon Map. Your true colors. RWBY fans, rejoice. Another author has adopted the story. I don't know how he plans to salvage it, but I'll put up his new chapters nonetheless, after a bit of editing, of course. That which remains. The first chapter wasn't very well received. While I have the storyline charted out, I'm not sure if I should concentrate on it. New RWBY story, well, soon. Which, by my standards, could be a week or 2 years. Chapter 6. Hey there, guys. So, I know this chapter's been long due, but 3 things contributed greatly to my rather long leave of absence from this story. Firstly, I had a few new projects in my mind. I've been working on 2 new RWBY stories, one of which I've recently published. I wrote the entire thing drunk, so I understand if people don't like it. The second one is a Naruto's RWBY cross and will grace this site early next year. It's been a challenge for the second story because it is something pre-canon, hence the amount of research and world building that have gone into it have been mind-boggling. Hopefully it'll be received well by y'all folks. Secondly, I've had to read the DxD light novels, because the anime hasn't caught up to the point in canon where I plan to pull this story away from it. Now, I have very little love for these novels, so it took me a lot longer than I wanted to actually sit through them. Thirdly, I'm in London with some extended family for my Christmas vacation, which places me quite far away from a usable PC. This is the first chapter I've written using a mobile, and I'm not very good with a mobile keyboard. Anyway, moving on, here's the chapter. You wanted to see me, Sona? The demure look on Sona's face let through a lot more than she wanted to show. While the person who sat in the counselor's office was still very much Naruto Uzumaki, it did little to remove the mental shock that forced Sona's respect, a kind of reverence she held for devils far above her stature. While Naruto had made it amply clear that he didn't want the two heiresses to treat him like anything but their effervescent and friendly school counselor, it was hard to forget that signature of power Sona had the fortune of witnessing that one day, weeks ago. It was hard to remove Naruto Abaddon from her mind, even though Naruto Uzumaki was the one she was addressing. I had a few questions for you, Sensei. Sona wrested control of her confidence back from her instinct. Naruto had asked them all to treat him like an equal, and she did not want to disappoint. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I was so sure that the reason for your visit today was to get your psychological report reanalyzed. Answering some questions is a lot less taxing, he stated, motioning for Sona to seat herself. It took Sona a second to remember which reanalysis Naruto was talking about. Of course, she had weaseled out something of that sort from him even after losing a chess match to him earlier in the semester. After what all had happened in the span of the last few months, that contest of brains had almost been completely forgotten by her. Funny, she'd taken it as a personal slight back then, and now it seemed like something so petty. I wanted to ask you a few questions about the war to begin with, if you don't mind. Naruto nodded once. The Civil War, right? No issues, fire away. Sona raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're willing to answer personal questions about the war, things that have been redacted by the houses. Knowledge like that can be considered heresy, and you have no issue divulging it all? Naruto shook his head. Devilkind has tried age and age again to bury both knowledge and people. They are very good at the latter, but seldom succeed at the former. If I don't answer you today, you'll get answers from others tomorrow. You're the scion of the sea tree, and I'm pretty sure you'll not take over your family's affairs as a half-informed tool. Sona found it hard to argue with that sort of logic. She had an inkling that her parents knew, and that was before she found that book in her family library. Her parents were part of the war too. There was no way they couldn't tell the lies from the truth. I know, but partly due to my curiosity and partly because the chance your presence has provided, I have a number of things I'd rather ask you personally, she reasoned. You want in-depth accounts of the stuff I did during the war? I'm not quite sure you're old enough for content that graphic in nature. Naruto's generally cheerful tone deepened as he delivered his final few words, and behind it lay a promise of deeds done in silence and darkness. But it wasn't just curiosity that drove Sona. The sea tree heir liked to think of herself as both a strategist and a pragmatist, a pragmatic strategist, if she'd be so bold. Once Sona told her that Naruto had pretty much single-handedly drawn out the Civil War for a whole year while also training the current-day Saiyans, Sona started doing what she did best. She started running scenarios. She started charting out the entire year, taking events as references from the mist obscure books, mostly untouched by the censorship bureau. She ran through numbers and houses, trying to figure out a scenario which could actually be considered a logical possibility, no matter how low the odds of such a scenario may be. And she had come up with nothing. How did you do it? She asked. The reverence in her tone was definitely not lost on Naruto, who caught on to the source of the question admirably fast. You can't see any possibility of me having pulled it off without help, can you? Sona shook her head. A lot of the important skirmishes and defections happened on dates too close to each other, yet too far away from each other by distance. If the records in Bifron's book, which has been verified by many devils, is to be believed, you'd have to be in many places in the same time span to actually even get half of these done. So, how did you do it? Naruto glared at Sona for a second, and the young devil was suddenly reduced to a nervous wreck as the realization of what she just insinuated caught up with her. She had just questioned the capability of someone who had ripped open the first archangel in front of her very eyes. Thankfully, her nerves caught a well-deserved break when Naruto's face broke into a genuine smile. Sona, your intelligence and curiosity always manage to catch me off guard. It's one of the many things I respect about you. I was a silent terror during the war, and not many devils had the time or patience to chart all my movement, so what I used was a clone technique. Sona was silent for a scant few moments, her mind running through the archives of known devil magic types. There's no known devil magic that allows for the creation of solid clones. The Mirage spell is the closest thing that exists to what you claim to have used, and that relies on careful usage of high-level fire magic to create flickering illusions of the user. Naruto chuckled for a second before raising one of his hands and pointing right behind where Sona sat before she could even turn around and look. She heard Naruto's unmistakable voice rose behind her. I never said it was a devil technique, did I? Behind her stood another Naruto, unmistakable in both stature and features from the original. Her breath caught in her throat as the clone dispersed into a puff of smoke. A human technique, the shadow clone. Don't bother looking for it in the archives, it is far too ancient and too damn rare for the devils to know about, just like most of my other techniques. Sona locked her gaze with his again. And you're completely okay telling me about all these techniques? Naruto returned her gaze with his own, the smile on his face still firmly rooted. Not all of them, Sona, but I consider you all my friends, and there shouldn't be so many secrets between friends. Till a few days ago, your heritage was a secret to us, could you please answer me seriously? Naruto was silent for a second. To be honest, had Amenadiel not attacked, you'd never know the truth. Sona's eyes narrowed. You hold this secret as close to your heart as possible, yet you jumped in to protect us without any hesitation. You sacrificed your prized anonymity for the sake of people you care so very little about. So, I ask again, why do so much when you have so little to gain? Silence overtook the room, and just as it felt like Sona's question would go unanswered, Naruto started to speak. I helped you because you were good people. I do not lie when I say that I consider you my friends. We're of the same race. We both have similar values, and I'd rather be dead than not help when I can. It is one of the irritating traits that I've grown up with, but not one that I necessarily hate. Sona wasn't buying it, though. There's no way that you don't know who I'm related to. More so, there's no way that you don't know who Ria's elder brother is. I know about your distaste for Searzek's sister made it pretty damn obvious to me, so why did you save us? Because I cannot, in any circumstance, judge you as individuals just because of who you are related to. Sona stopped. She physically came to a halt as her mind struggled to come to terms with what he had just said. Devil Society, to this day, operated on family connections. The individual was seen more as an extension of a family than, well, an individual. Saying that it mattered little who they were related to would be considered a white lie. Yet the calm and collected way Naruto had stated his reason made it seem so factual. Almost like Naruto didn't even think much of spitting in the face of the norms of devilkind. It is also why you got no preferential treatment, even though Sarah was one of my closest friends. That's when it sunk in, Naruto actually didn't give a damn. It explained why he helped Issei, even though he was, by extension, invariably helping Searzek's. It was why he was so candid with what he wrote in her mental review. He wasn't swayed by family power, or power in general. How much power did he have, if he could so blatantly disregard the powers that be? Back during the war too, it didn't matter to me who I killed. It didn't matter if the person I tortured was a duke, or an earl. Searzek gave me targets, I brought them to him. If they were hard to crack, I softened them up for him. That's how I extended the war. Despite her mind telling her it was a bad idea, her next question was out of her mouth before she could take it back. What did you do to the ones that proved hard to crack? Naruto chuckled. Well, my method of torture was very different from the devil staple. I was never formally trained in torture, so I came up with a theory that was a lot different than most. Naruto's eyes glazed over, as if he was remembering something painful. I didn't hurt them, you know. Hurting them never helps. They knew I couldn't kill them. If even humans can desensitize themselves to pain, Do you really think devils would find it any harder to do? Sona gulped. So, how did you do it? Take a look at the clock on the table, will you? Confused, yet interested, Sona did as asked. Now, look into my eyes. And she did. Her own eyes widened as his eyes shifted color, losing their original cerulean in favor of a sinister red, with ripple-like patterns running through them. Of all the things she had been expecting, the room catching fire wasn't one of them. She reacted as soon as she felt the heat, her mind already casting one of her family's famous water spells. But nothing came. No water, no spell, nothing. Her magic was inaccessible to her, almost like her stores of magic energy didn't exist. Before she could respond, the flames simply flickered out of existence, leaving a panting Sona sitting in front of Naruto, like nothing had happened. Wait, sitting? She could feel the perspiration on her skin, she could remember the heat perfectly, so where had it gone? What had Naruto done? Look at the clock again, Sona. Shaken out of her ruminations by Naruto's carefree voice, Sona looked at the clock. It was an hour further than what it was supposed to be. Did you just turn the clock ahead? Naruto smiled. If you look outside, you'll see that it is getting darker too. Sona raised an eyebrow. What was that spell? I didn't know you could alter time itself. Naruto chuckled. While I believe I'm powerful, even I don't have methods of messing with time. Sona, yet again, thought back to the devil archives. There was no such skill listed anywhere. Sure, devils could mess with the memories of others, but that was generally done by planting memories or through charming spells. What Naruto had shown her was none of those. It's one of the few abilities that are unique to me. In my eyes, you've been sitting on that chair with a vacant expression on your face for an hour. Hell, I even did my paperwork to prove to you that the time did pass. And sure enough, the papers that he had been working on when she walked in were neatly signed and arranged in piles on his desk. So, you made me feel like an hour passed within the span of a few seconds. And what about the flames? Those were real, weren't they? Naruto shook his head again. Sona, a blaze of such intensity would leave marks behind. To explain why it felt so real, well, I made your mind believe it was real. There was no stimuli, but your body still reacted, which explains the sweat. Sona nodded. If Naruto was messing with her mind, it made sense that he could disable her magic too. But how had he used this technique for interrogation? She didn't even have to ask the man before he launched himself into explanations. The mind perceives time differently from the body. While I sped up your cognition of time, I generally use this technique to do the very opposite. Add in a few gruesome, personal images like, let's say, the target's entire family being tortured, over and over again. You can see how it would break even the strongest of men. Sona now understood why Naruto showed her the flames. If their realism was anything to go by, she could imagine the circumstances Naruto pointed out. Not that she wanted to imagine something so disturbing. How long did they generally last? No one's made it past a day. Naruto commented offhandedly. But a day lasts generally a good decade or two in my technique. Say whatever you will about devil royalty, but they sure aren't easy to crack. Sona shuddered at the possibilities. A decade of hyper-realistic mental torture would be enough to break no matter who it may be. What generally broke then wasn't even the torture, it was the lack of power. Okay, so that came as a surprise. Naruto accredited them cracking to something other than immense mental torture. Sounds banal, doesn't it? They don't break when I break everything that matters to them in front of them. They broke when they forget the feeling of their power. When they forgot what made them. It wasn't their family, or their lovers. It was them forgetting the feeling of magic, it was them believing that lost everything that made them. I gave them a little taste of being human, and that's all it ever took to break them. Sona gulped. It tied in perfectly with how devil society worked. Without power, you were nothing. Taking away their powers, Naruto had given them a taste of what would happen to them if they went against Sirzex. Better to have a little of something than a whole lot of nothing, don't you agree? Sona nodded hesitantly. Merely these two powers in tandem made her simulations of the war become coherent. She didn't know what else Naruto had in store, but she knew that just these two powers wouldn't have been enough to take down Arya. That's all I'm willing to tell you about the war, Sona. If you have something else to ask, go ahead, feel free. There went most of the other questions she had in while Well, it didn't matter. She had enough knowledge about the war to piece together the rest of it. She had time to do that. The questions still left in her mind were a bit more immediate. You had every right to refuse Rias' deal. You have no reason to want to train the sister of someone who hurt you, so you can easily kill us all and start over somewhere else. So, why did you acquiesce to her demands so easily? She asked. The question had been bugging her since that night, weeks ago. She had half expected Naruto to disappear the moment he killed Amenadiel. Who was there to stop him, after all? But he hadn't. No, he stayed and even took on Rias' demand for training. Would you believe me if I said that I'm here because property in devil-owned towns is cheaper than other places? Sona's sharp, reprimanding glare was answer enough. Okay. Sorry, but you set me up for that one. Now, think back to what I said earlier, and maybe you'll get your answer. Sona shook her head. You might not hold us responsible for the sins of our families, but still, you're training the sister of the Satan who wronged you more than almost any other. Plus, you are a devil, and devils don't just give away their tutelage. What do you want from her, from us? Naruto narrowed his eyes. So, you haven't approached me for training sessions because you believe I want something from you? Well, I'll be frank, I do want something from you, something you're already giving me. Sona raised an eyebrow. And what exactly are we giving you that you can't get on your own? Naruto shrugged. Cover, duh. Who'd expect someone with my circumstances being this close to Japan's devil hotbed? While I could live the existence of a sage somewhere out on the poles, surrounded by penguins, I need to be in constant contact with the world. What better way is there of doing so than being present in the one place on this plane where things are bound to get interesting? Sona nodded grimly. I see your logic there. Plus, if you were with us constantly without being hostile, it would desensitize the devil world to your presence. I'm glad that you catch on so quickly, Sona. Plus, if anything goes wrong, say, like the sudden emergence of an archangel long since lost in history, I can be of assistance. With you vouching for my identity, no one will suspect a thing. Plus, it gains you some much-needed reputation, seeing as you are now one of the angel-slaying heiresses. Sona grunted. And why is it that you are so adamant about maintaining this proximity to our affairs? You left the underworld to get away from our politics, so why are you sacrificing the freedom you've stolen? Naruto was silent for a moment, his eyes vacant, lost in memory. Because I can feel something coming, Sona. You feel it too. You all do. The dragons have awoken and things are afoot. I owe it to my duty to be here, in case I am needed. Sona sighed. That was probably all she was getting out of him, if his vacant expression was anything to go by. I'll take up your offer for tutelage, considering that I'm keeping up my end of this farce of a bargain, if you are still willing, Sona stated. I also noticed how you dodged that question completely. Naruto shook his head. I didn't dodge that question, Sona. You know why I want to train you. I want you and Rias to survive. You're the future of the devil race, and I'd rather not have you end up like your siblings, no offense. Sona shook her head. None taken. I'll meet you for training on Monday. Have a good weekend, sensei. It wasn't until Sona reached home that she realized that she had completely forgotten to tell Naruto about the upcoming class visits. Not that she wanted to tell him anyway. She wanted to see how he dealt with it. Naruto, not to sound worried or anything, but why is there a congregation of devils standing at our door? Naruto's eye twitched. He too wondered what series of events had led to this. Just past the closed main door of his house, he could detect 5 very familiar magical signatures. He had only been expecting 3, and was definitely not looking forward to seeing the other 2. As he opened the door, a small part of his mind almost egged him into Hiraishin out of the house, leaving Raziel to deal with them, but he knew that the fallen angel in his house wasn't the most tactful person he knew. So he stayed, and greeted them with the most genuine fake smile he could muster. It almost crumpled instantly when he saw them. Rias and Issei stood in front, the male of the duo carrying a number of heavy bags with noticeable effort. Behind them stood Asia, who was supposed to move into his place today. A little distance behind them stood the 2 that he had no plans or inclination to meet. Sears X Lucifer and his wife. Wow, Graphia, you were right, he really looks like Naruto. I am Naruto. That shut the current Lucifer. A single, fleeting second of fear flashed in his eyes, before he remembered that this person also shared his name with his former teacher. Naruto Uzumaki, to be precise, as the Westerners say it. Come in, Asia. Raziel will guide you to your room. Generally, he would never delegate menial labor to a 12-winged archangel, but it was the easiest way to get both her and the younger devils out of the picture. It would give him time to scramble up a defense, and Raziel wouldn't be there to pick it for factual inconsistencies. On the negative side, he'd be alone in a room with those two. As the three young devils scurried off towards the no longer guest room, Naruto gave Circex another look over. He had certainly become a lot more king-like in his time as Lucifer. There was a gate to him, an unspeakable power and charm that not many could refuse. He had become exactly what the devil faction needed. He had reached his full potential, and to Naruto, it was kind of disappointing. I don't know you, and I didn't catch your name during our last meeting. If you come inside, we can rectify that over a cup of hot beverage. Circex nodded eagerly as he followed Naruto in. Graphia took the rear, closing the door behind her. Take a seat in the living room, I'll get some tea started, unless you prefer coffee, Naruto asked. Circex shook his head as he motioned towards a seat, asking Naruto to sit down too. We have tea, you don't need to bother, Graphia monotoned as she summoned 3 cups of tea, complete with saucers and cream. Well, that surely reduces my workload. Anyways, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the counselor at Kuo High, but you probably already know that. Now, if I may be so bold to ask, who are you and to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? There was no sarcasm or hate evident in his voice, even though the words sounded rather sharp. He was simply a homeowner who wasn't expecting guests. This here is my lovely whiff. A stern gaze from Graphia stopped Circex in his tracks. Queen, Graphia Lucifuge. I'm Circex Lucifer. I was sure I sensed you. Why are you here? For the second time, Circex was interrupted. This time, by Raziel, who have just gotten done with the kids, leaving them to set up the room for Asia by themselves. Naruto had not expected her to return this fast. Raziel, it is nice to see you again. You should sit down, you're one of the major reasons I'm here. Raziel would have continued antagonizing him, but Naruto's presence made her reconsider. She shrugged and took a seat for herself. Seeing her properly seated, Naruto spoke. So you're the Lucifer, huh? I thought you'd be a Gremory, considering that Rias looks like mini-you, but female. Circex shook his head. I was a Gremory before I was given the title of Lucifer. The original Lucifer died during the War of the Factions. Naruto's eyebrow rose. You look pretty young. Are you Rias' father, by any chance? Circex froze for a second. Naruto was trying to show that he knew precious little about the underworld, and calling out Circex's inner sis-con was the easiest way to make sure he didn't look underneath Naruto's cluelessness. No. Not at all. She's my sister, the best sister a man could hope to have. Creepy answer aside, Naruto gave himself a mental pat on the back for the success of his maneuver. Huh, okay then. So, why are you here? Circex took a sip of his tea. Naruto noted that Graphia hadn't added anything to the conversation, typical. Well, part of the reason I'm here is you too, and part of the reason is tomorrow's class visit. Naruto didn't miss the fact that Circex said, you too, instead of just Raziel. He already knew that Raziel's detachment from the Fallen and her amazing power would surely bring interest from devils. But why him? Circex coolly answered the question Naruto hadn't even asked yet. I want to thank you for convincing Susanoo to train Issei. Don't bother denying it was you, 'cause I asked Rias about it right after the tournament. You curry favor with the Shinto pantheon, and you used it to secure training for someone you shouldn't even care much about. I thank you for your selflessness. As for you, Raziel, you defended my sister when I could not. I do not know how powerful this amenadiel was, but what little our glyphs picked up was nothing less than impressive. You stopped a war before it could even begin, and for that, you have my thanks. Raziel simply nodded, but Naruto knew that Circex wasn't done yet. It would also be remiss of me not to reward you. Rias already told me that you do not wish to be part of her peerage, Naruto, and there is no way that she can convert Raziel with her power. So. A ornate-looking case materialized in Circex's hand. He opened it and took out 2 pieces. Both were bishop pieces, but one was a lot different than the other. It has a dark aura around it, visible even to those without sensitivity to magic. A mutation piece. I would like to offer you places in my peerage. No thanks, no. Sears X was stunned by how fast both of his potential recruits shot him down. A look at them was enough to explain that they more than understood what all came with being a part of a Satan's peerage. That same look told him that neither really cared much for any of it. Well, I had to try. Not gonna say I'm not disappointed. Anyways, why are you here, Raziel? I thought Azazel would be glad to have you back. The fallen could definitely use a more competent leader too. Raziel pointed her gaze towards Naruto. I'm here because of him. Sears X leaned back into his seat. Interesting. Abaddon was your major rival back during the war, wasn't he? Raziel nodded. Yes, he was a most infuriating opponent. I've never lost to a devil other than him and the Phoenix. Sears X whistled. So, you fell because of this Naruto? Raziel was silent for a moment. Among other factors, yes. Sears X grinned at Naruto. You, sir, are a lucky bastard. To have an archangel fall for you. You're even living together. So, Raziel, how's your experience being in a relationship with a human? Naruto made to correct him, but was stopped as Raziel answered. He's an ideal boyfriend. Now, it was Naruto's turn to be flabbergasted. No wait, what? Raziel leveled him with a flat look. You care for me, provide for me, look after my well-being, you're there whenever I need you and most importantly, I fell for you. Naruto was pretty sure that Raziel had read that definition of a boyfriend off some Tumblr blog and taken the meaning of falling for someone very, very literally. Sears X, meanwhile, found the scene truly hilarious. Mr. Uzumaki, your life is a primetime drama. I love it, he commented, ignoring the glares from Graphia. Now, I need your help, if you are willing. Naruto's heart urged him to say no, but to keep his act up, he had to say otherwise. He nodded, and Sears X continued. Me and Graphia arrived a day early so we could spend a day with my sister and her peerage. Sadly, we don't have a place to stay the night. Would it be possible for us to crash here? We'll take care of the dinner, if you allow us. Naruto's mind went into overdrive. There were 100 hotels in the vicinity of Kuo, and Sears X was anything but poor. The only reason he wanted to stay was because he wanted to talk to Naruto, but about what? There's no way he could have figured out who Naruto truly was, so what was it? Sure, you can stay. Asia has just set up in the guest room. Graphia can stay with her. You'll have to use the retractable bed in my room, but it should be comfortable enough. Sears X gave them another one of his patented fake smiles. Well then, we'll get dinner started. Dinner was a pleasant affair, or as close as it could be with four creatures of incredible power crowded with a high-class devil's peerage over a small dining table. The rest of Ria's peerage had arrived minutes after Naruto confirmed Sears X's stay. After the dinner, Sears X brought out the wine. This was the kid's cue to leave. Mere minutes later, Naruto found himself sitting on the terrace with Sears X, a few bottles of red wine between them. If Sears X wanted to get Naruto drunk, his plan had backfired. Samsara passively removed all venom from Naruto's body at a very rapid pace. And all alcohol was venom, albeit the good kind. Sears X, on the other hand, was pretty fucking drunk. Devils loved alcohol because it was one of the few things that still had an effect on them. Though it had taken a good number of bottles, Sears X's natural resistance to alcohol had long since stopped impeding the velvet liquor progress through his bloodstream. You really are like him, you know, great. Apparently the alcohol wasn't enough to knock him out. Like who, exactly? Sears X rolled onto the floor, stretching his limbs. He reached out into his pocket and brought out a pretty worn-out, red wallet. He opened it, and staring at Naruto was that one photo that all 6 of them had taken together, mere weeks before their paths had led them to Castle Inferno. Naruto didn't have a copy, so seeing himself as a much younger devil was a novel feeling for him. Sure, not much had changed over the years, under his meager henge. The one glaring difference was his smile. It was nowhere near as genuine as the one in the photo. I'd know if I looked that handsome, Sears X. Humor and alcohol was a pretty good mixture, and Sears X was making the most of it. Naruto was sure that he had never heard his once pupil laugh this genuinely. I know you're not him. I'd know his presence anywhere. Sears X bragged. To be honest, anyone who knew him would. He was like that. He was that powerful? Naruto asked. It wasn't every day that he could get Searzek's side of the story, and he was quite intrigued. He was strong as all hell. I believe if I fought him now, he'd still beat me as convincingly as that one time we fought in the ultimate level qualification exams. Naruto chucked. That's awfully humble, coming from Lord Lucifer himself. Searzek grunted. If not for him, I would have never become Lucifer. Tell me, as someone who has spent the last few months in constant contact with young devils, were you surprised by how different we are to our comparative fictional versions? Naruto nodded. Searzek continued. This is what he gave us. If not for him, devils would have never emerged from the debris of their past. He painted the way for us. If I'm Lucifer, he'd be Satan. Naruto hummed. I thought the Satans were for? Searzek sighed. Yeah. No, they were originally Satan's bodyguards, till Lucifer killed one, took his place, incited a revolt and killed the original Satan. Kinda funny how history repeats itself. In it. Naruto sighed. So, where is my namesake now? Searzek was silent for a good 10 seconds, and when he began speaking, guilt laced his voice. He left the underworld merely days after the end of the Devil's Civil War. In part, I contributed to him leaving. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What did you do? Searzek stared out at the sky, speaking to no one in particular. I promised him certain things post-war that I, to this day, have yet to make a reality. I also ended up marrying the woman he loved. Without realizing that he still loved her. Ouch, so I guess he doesn't think quite as highly of you as you do of him, huh? Searzek shook his head. It would be impossible to do that, even if he wasn't always in direct opposition of me. Naruto, how much do you know about the power structure of the underworld? Naruto shrugged. I guess it's a power begets stature kinda situation. Searzek nodded. That's quite accurate, but not detailed enough. Power will get you far in the Devil Society, but what sets you apart further is how close one is to the ideal devil. Naruto was quiet for a second, real confusion welling up inside. I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Searzek sighed. You know about the 7 deadly sins, right? Yeah, we all have one of them. Mine is pride, and it is quite visible, isn't it? Naruto shook his head. You're being humble right now. Searzek chuckled mirthlessly. I'm not being humble, Naruto. I'm just stating facts. The chasm between me and Abaddon was of gigantic proportions. I've come pretty close to the definition of an ideal devil, but I still succumb to my sin far too often for my liking. What was his sin? Searzek barked a short, pained laugh. That's the clincher, Naruto. No one knew what his sin was. He had such perfect control over it that it never surfaced. I even asked Arya and Graphia and even they don't know. Of course they didn't. His sin was easy to hide. Nothing truly ever got him angry enough to fall prey to wrath. Back when we were kids, he was like a role model to us. People looked at the great Phoenix in awe, but whenever I did, I saw him too. Power, with the Bakuo of perfection, can be truly deadly. Okay, this was new. He had spent his entire tenure in the underworld working in Arya's shadow, so this was new to him. I was truly jealous of him, you know, Searzek continued, his words hitting Naruto like revelations. He had everything I wanted. He was everything I wanted to be, and most importantly, he had the sole attention of the girl I loved. Of course, Graphia had to fit in here somehow. Arya Phoenix. Okay, what? Naruto looked at Searzek like he had just grown a second head. The Devil Lord at least had the courtesy of looking sheepish. Yeah, I know, shocker. I hadn't fallen for Graphia back then, and I was a teen. She has one hell of a personality, you know? Naruto nodded, calming down a bit. Arya had suitors lining up for her ever since her birth. Devils were always and will always be drawn to power, like a moth to a flame. At least he was over it. Even my last try to get her to marry me failed horrendously. Well, I guess I'll just have to keep trying. Okay, maybe not. I'm sure your wife would like to have words with you after she hears that. Searzek was silent for a few seconds. She's all for it, actually. Because she is a devil from the extra houses, her marriage to me will never be legal. I need to take a second wife at some point of my life. I'd much rather not have a political wedding, but the only 2 women I know who fit the bill both hold a torch for the same guy. Naruto would have been surprised had he not known. Selfless, it was something Grafia had always been, but giving away the man she loved just because of some millennia-old laws? That was a bit too much even by her standards. You know, Abaddon never realized how much those two loved him. Well, he did get to know about Arya before he left, but Serafal never got to say her goodbyes. Naruto had to hold back a gasp. Serafal liked him? Of all the people she could choose, she chose him? Hiccups. Alcohol will do that to you. Speaking of which, did we polish off everything in the house? Naruto shook his head. One of the bottles that Michael had funded for him appeared in his hands. Released from the scroll, he had brought them back in. Searsex took the proffered bottle with a thanks. That's a pretty neat trick. You sure you ain't some kind of Shinto wine mage? Naruto just sighed. So, the Phoenix woman I met loves my namesake. Well, that explains her reaction to meeting me. Searsex grunted. Yeah, I heard a bit about that from Grafia. How did that meeting go? I wasn't talking about the meeting, you know? Searsex's eyes widened with surprise as the meaning behind Naruto's words hit home. You and her and you, yep. Searsex was silent for a moment, trying to digest the fact that a random human had done in a day what he hadn't been able to in centuries. Naruto, I don't know what to do right now. Half of me wants to destroy you, but the other half of me wants to ask you for tips. Naruto simply gestured towards the bottle in Searsex's hands. How about you do neither and instead pour both of us some of that and go on with your story? After a second of hesitation, Searsex did exactly that. So, pretty much my entire life, I was always comparing myself to him. I thought all that would change once I became Lucifer, but it just got worse. Searsex drained his entire glass in a single gulp and started pouring more. It wasn't long after I became Lucifer that I realized just how far out of my depth I was. I was trained by my family to manage an estate, not a country. I realized that Naruto was our only safeguard from the council, and he was suddenly gone. By the time that I had actually solidified my position enough to stop fearing them, they had come to the same conclusion. Naruto sighed. Let me guess, they wiped his existence from the records, didn't they? Searsex nodded. I consider it my greatest failure, you know? I let them erase his whole existence. It used to keep me up at night. I'd keep thinking about what I'd have done differently if I was more like him. I wondered how I'd face him if he ever decided to return and learn that no one even knew of his existence, save for a very select few. I wonder if he would forgive me for all that I've done. He won't. Searsex shut down like an old Windows PC, his eyes suddenly a lot more dulled. I know, I don't even have the guts to face him. But I think that he'll understand. He might not ever forgive you, but I think he'd respect the fact that you at least tried to do right by him, your lack of success notwithstanding. Searsex narrowed his eyes. And how do you know that? Naruto took another sip from his goblet, savoring the taste of the wine. I'm a psychiatrist, Searsex. I'm also a firm believer that if you strip away the pride, bravado and power-hungry attitude of a devil, you're looking at something that is functionally as human as can be. Searsex was silent for a moment. Suddenly he burst into laughter. When his fit subsided, he finally gave Naruto a baleful look. Thanks for saying that, Naruto. I guess I always knew it, but just needed someone with his face to tell me. Naruto finished his glass. It's what I get paid to do, Searsex. I listen to people, and I do not judge. At least not most of the time. Where's Searsex, Grafia? The maid was drawn out of her state of constant alert by the chirping sound of the childish Mao who posed the question. Of course, she could have begun with a simple, hi, but that wouldn't be quite befitting a person who loathed her quite so much. Between Arya and Serafal, she couldn't decide who disliked her more. He was up drinking with a new friend he made. Last I saw of him. Was him trying to cure his hangover. He's lucky his new friend knows healing magic. She didn't miss the twitch from Sona when she mentioned that specific branch of magic. The young devil knew something that she didn't, and Sona had never been one who could keep secrets worth a damn. Too bad that interacting with her would send up red flags for Serafal. As much as she liked to exercise every once in a while, she didn't like her odds against Serafal on the best of days. I did hear that you two went to meet a fallen archangel last night. I'm quite surprised you found a fallen angel both capable and willing to treat a devil. That comment came from Searsex's father himself, Lord Zeoticus Gremory. Behind her stood his wife. Seeing her always evoked a pang of pain within Grafia, because Venelana had what she didn't. A loving and perfectly legal marriage. It wasn't the angel that was healing Circex, but her human retainer. This sparked an interest in Venelana. A human with healing magic? My, isn't that rare? Very rare. I hope Circex is trying to scout him for his peerage. Even I wouldn't mind having a piece like that in mine. Zeoticus chimed in. Grafia just shook her head. I believe that neither the angel or human have any interest in becoming devils. Circex did try to get them for himself, but they didn't hesitate to turn him down. Zeoticus grumbled under his breath. I'd like to try and recruit them myself, though. Maybe they were simply put off by my son's childish antics. Don't talk about our son like that, at least not in public, my dear. Venelana chided. Zeoticus did cow before his wife, but the determined gleam didn't quite leave his eyes. I have to say that unlike normally, that was not the case. I think they took something of a shine to Circex, if I may say so myself, Grafia stated. Since when were you a good judge of social situations, Grafia? Seraphol offhandedly commented. Grafia smothered the anger that rose up inside her, choosing not to rise to Seraphol's bait. I feel his presence, he's in the school. Zeoticus proclaimed and promptly set off in the direction of his son's power signature. The group of adult devils made to follow, leaving Sona and Rias behind. You actually took your brother to Naruto-sensei's place last night. I thought there were limits to how stupid you can be, but I guess I was wrong. Sona's comment made Rias flinch, but she held on to her public facade. He came to the human plane a day earlier than expected. Part of why he did that was because he wanted to visit Raziel and Naruto-sensei. We're lucky that Naruto-sensei is smart enough to keep away suspicion. You're lucky that Kuo survived the night. I'm actually quite surprised by how good Naruto is at putting up facades. When my brother called this morning, he seemed a lot happier than he has been in a long time, almost like a huge weight had been taken off his chest. Sona nodded, pretty sure he got some sort of closure by talking to Naruto. We'll ask him for details a bit later. Right now, we should pay him a visit. It seems the worst has happened. Rias cocked an eyebrow in doubt. The worst? What do you mean? Sona answered her by pointing at the window of the counselor's room. There was a line stretching all the way from the building to the ground that they currently stood in. And it was completely comprised of young mothers, each lined up with her kid, waiting to see Naruto. The women have found him. Rias sighed. Do we help him? Considering how long the line is, this could take some time. Sona shook her head and pointed to the window again. As Rias followed her gaze, she saw Naruto pretty much jump out of the window, stick to the building's side walls, and escape before anyone could stop him. His face was morphed into an expression of absolute fear. It's funny to see someone as mighty as him squirm under the pressure of something as harmless as fangirls, Sona quietly commented. Still awestruck by what she had just witnessed, Rias merely nodded in confirmation. Why must I always attract fangirls? Naruto was still shivering 10 minutes after he made his daring escape from his office, which had turned into a den of danger from the safe space it was supposed to be mere moments after the parents arrived. He currently sat huddled up behind one of the exhaust pipes that protruded out of the school's roof. His breathing was labored, not because he was tired, mind you, but due to fear. Fear of the one foe he found himself incapable of beating. Oh, so that's where you went. Man, I was so surprised to see a human run up a building sideways that I almost couldn't keep track of where you went. Fuck, he knew that voice much too well for its presence to provide him any comfort. He knew she was going to be here today, and he had hoped that staying locked in his office would be enough to keep her attention away from him and focused on her dear sister. But he was wrong, and there she stood. Seraphol Leviathan, the woman who had apparently loved him for a few centuries now. And he had just learned of it last night. Sorry, but the women of this school are rather rabid. He got a good look as Seraphol as he looked up from his scrunched up position on the ground. He had to work pretty hard to not laugh, because the Seraphol he knew was very different from the one he remembered. Apparently, some stroke of genius had convinced her that dressing like a magical girl was a good idea. It would have been cute too, had she changed her body into that of a teenager's completely. Sadly, she hadn't de-aged one very prominent part of her body. It was hot, but the wrong kind of hot, the jailbait kind of hot. Well, you're a colorful one, ain't you? And you look exactly like him. Both Arya and Azazel's dossier had detailed accounts about Seraphal's childishness, but the tone in her voice as she saw his face was enough to remind him that all that childishness was a mere facade. It was a way for her to rile others up. Seems like his penchant for mischief had rubbed onto her. But it wasn't some deflection of tone that caught Naruto off guard. That honor belonged to the look on her face. He saw the hope, and how soon it faded when she realized that the person who could pass for an identical twin of the one she loved didn't even know of her. A pang of guilt shot his heart as the hope was replaced by pain. It was at that point that Naruto realized what he had done to her, to someone he cared for so much. It was at that point that he made up his mind. She deserved to know. It was a calculated risk, because he knew how Sarah's loyalty worked. Like Arya, she wouldn't sell him out. A magical girl. Really, Sarah? The resultant confusion morphed into sudden happiness, before being replaced by a look of anger. Her magic morphed into existence as her eyes filled with tears. Naruto sprang at her, barely able to touch her and activate Hiraishin before she launched her magic. On the other side of the school, Searzek's eyes widened in surprise. Sarah had just disappeared from campus with Naruto. If his previous experience with Arya was any indication, he knew exactly where they had disappeared off to. You're one smooth bastard, Naruto. Searzek couldn't have possibly been more wrong. The place Naruto had taken them was a lonely mountain somewhere in the Himalayas. It was one of his emergency arenas, in case he needed to go all out without wiping off a small city by mistake. And he was going pretty hard. He could shut down Seraphal with some effort, but trying to dodge her attacks in a place filled with her natural element was no easy task. It didn't help that he was cuffed, considering most of his techniques would obliterate the woman he was merely trying to calm down. He brought her to the mountain because of the notion of cooling her down, should have taken her to the Sahara Desert when she would have been severely less deadly. Speaking of which, you, come back here and take your punishment like a man. A dragon made of pure ice followed him as he jumped from cliff to cliff. It was quite funny, considering that he was the one responsible for teaching Sarah said technique. Kinda ironic how it was being used on him. Sarah, can we just talk about this? He was answered by a hail of icicles appearing out of thin, frigid air. He quickly used a kawarimi to get out of said situation, only to find that the dragon had circled around, and he had appeared right in its path. Talk about this? Back when we were about to fight the old Satans, I told you I had something to tell you afterwards. The dragon connected with Naruto's airborne body, encasing him in enough ice to form an iceberg in midair. Said iceberg then continued to grow, feeding off Seraphal's power, till it became one with the cliff next to it. You didn't even stay long enough to let me say goodbye. Seraphal stared at her work, heavily panting due to the amount of effort it took. Yet, something told her that her attack was ineffective. Even though she could see Naruto's body, frozen in the middle of the iceberg. I had to leave, Sarah. Had I stayed, it would have just gotten harder. If I had to say goodbye to you all, I'd never had left. Lo and behold, as she turned around to attack the source of the voice, her body was engulfed by arms much longer than her own, and she felt warmth, even at the altitude they were at. She felt something warm slide down her face. She tried to stop them, but the tears had a mind of their own. I'm sorry, Sarah. I should have noticed. If I hadn't been as daft as I am, I would have reciprocated. Sarah's breath hitched in her throat as her resistance crumbled. The noise that escaped her throat was something between a laugh and a snort. She decided not to speak, but instead to reciprocate Naruto's hug. And with a shower of golden sparks, they were in a place unknown to her. It was a room, probably in Kuo, because she could feel the monstrous signal of Searzek's power somewhere in the distance. She was in Naruto's house. I love you, Sarah. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that you felt the same. Sarah placed her hand over Naruto's chest. You're not leaving me now. You've said the words, sure, but it'll take time and effort to make me believe them. Naruto nodded. I have a few centuries worth of making up to do, huh? Sarah nodded back. I'm not going to make it easy, you know? You're lucky that you told me and not Arya. She wouldn't have been quite this unwilling to do you bodily harm. The startled cough that escaped Naruto's chest was something Seraphal didn't expect, but once it did happen, she didn't take long to put two and two together. She knows, doesn't she? Naruto nodded, slowly. Me and dear Arya are going to have one hell of a talk after we're done here. If it prevents a fight, she didn't tell you because I asked her to keep it a secret. Serafal glared at him. And she believed that I couldn't keep it a secret. I've loved no one else other than you since the war. She's taken other mates, in the human realm, what more? If anything, I'm the one who should have been keeping the secret. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Yeah, about those other, human, mates. Again, Sarah put 2 and 2 together really fucking fast. It was you, wasn't it? Guilty as charged. Sarah didn't respond verbally. Instead, she pushed Naruto hard enough to make him land on the bed a good 5 meters behind him. Before he could respond, Serafal was on top of him. Naruto, this is definitely among the things you have to make up. Now, you better give me a fucking of a lifetime, or so help me God I will give you a literal case of blue balls you will never forget. I will not suffer the title of the Lone Virgin Satan a day longer. That surprised Naruto for all the wrong reasons. Wait, you're saying that Falbium got laid? With that lazy attitude of his? What, did a succubus somehow just chance upon his chambers one fine day? Serafal shrugged. Being able to stick your dick into whatever you please is one of the perks of being a Satan. And by the end of the night, I will make fucking sure that the inverse is also true, she proclaimed as she started to unbutton his pants with the care and gentleness of a wrecking ball. A highly driven, libido-filled virgin was she, ahem. And midway through the motions, she stopped dead in her tracks. In the heat of the moment, she had forgotten that there was another power signal she felt, one much closer to them. One too holy to be a devil, yet too tainted to be an angel. What are you doing on top of my boyfriend? Raziel monotoned, a light spear forming in her hand. You're not my girlfriend, Raziel, Naruto groaned. He already felt a headache coming on. We've already had this conversation, Naruto. Raziel spoke as she walked in through the door. Sarah, meanwhile, was too stunned to even get her priorities right. A demon, a fallen angel in me. What kind of superpowered harem are you trying to build, Naruto? The dull look that met her was answer enough, but Naruto had some words to add to that. Yes, Sarah, I completely control everyone who falls for me, mind and body. It was then that a saving grace appeared in the form of a distress beacon. Someone had used one of his Hiraishin kunai, and the location of the beacon was enough to let him know exactly who. Okay ladies, as much as I would like to continue this, I'm being summoned by a god. Now, as you very well know, I would rather not have a divine curse placed on me, so I plan to respond promptly. And that was all it took to snap them out of their combat positions. Hell, even Raziel's light spear fizzled out. Now, Sarah, I'd love to pick up what we started here at a later date. Whenever you're free, sort out your squabble with Arya and tell her to pass on a message to me. I'll provide you with a more personal form of communicating me later. He then leveled his gaze on Raziel. As for you, when I return, we're going to have a long and informative talk about what human relationships entail and why I am not your boyfriend, despite how it flies against what you've read on the internet. And with that, he disappeared, leaving behind a shower of sparks and 2 very confused women. He reappeared inside the head shrine of Kyoto. A few of the Tengu guards tensed up due to his sudden arrival, but relaxed at Susanoo's signal. How are you, Naruto? He asked. As a response, Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. You, Susanoo, just got me out of a very sticky situation. Also, hello, Amaterasu. While the goddess wasn't physically present in the human plane, he could feel her presence in the young kitsune who sat at the base of Susanoo's throne. He didn't need to feel her presence to know that she was there, though, because the female kitsune was positively radiating holy light. Hello, Naruto, it has been far too long. The voice came from both nowhere and everywhere. That was the thing about divine possession, it wasn't really a physical phenomenon. Hence, no real voice box. What kind of situation are we talking about, Naruto? Do you require assistance? Naruto shook his head. Girl trouble. Susanoo grunted. Sorry, can't help much there. That's perfectly fine. So, am I right in guessing that you haven't summoned me here just to have a nice chat? 'Cause I could definitely appreciate that right now. The shake of Susanoo's head was just as disappointing as it was predictable. We have something of a situation here, Naruto. And we would appreciate your help. Naruto sighed. Lay it on me, how bad could it possibly be? Someone stole an artifact that the Christian pantheon gave us for safekeeping after the Great War. Oh, so it was that bad. And what exactly is this artifact? The room was silent for a few moments. It almost felt like everyone was waiting for someone else to answer Naruto's question. It couldn't be that bad. Kokebiel had stolen 3 Excaliburs in Bloodthorn. This artifact had to be at least marginally less significant to the Christians. It is a body, a cadaver that was stripped of its soul long ago. It was placed in the land of Yomi, for no soul bar that of gods and devils may trespass there. It was Amaterasu who answered, in a voice too subdued to belong to a goddess such as her. And whose body was this, exactly? Again, silence greeted him. This time, it was Susanoo who broke it. The body belonged to a fallen, one named Hellel. The one who eventually became the original Lucifer. Amaterasu finished for her brother. And it has gone missing. How would you respond to that? Asked a random yokai from his position on a pillow across the room, and for him, Naruto had only one response. Well, fuck me over sideways, yeah. And that's the end of that. This chapter was written on a mobile, so it'll have thrice the amount of typos. Next chapter will come out sometime in January, I promise. And we'll be pretty much diverging from canon come next chapter. There will still be the general backbone of canon events, but the differences will be plain as day to see. Also, follow me on Twitch. I stream under the name Kiln3 and you can join in any time between Thursday to Sunday and I'll probably be streaming. Do drop by and make my day. Cruel Ruin Chapter 7. Holy fuck, this one took serious time to write. Ended up learning so much more about Japanese mythology and the Goetia that I might actually end up acing an exam on the topics. Still, here's the chapter. Writing so much killed me a bit inside, so I hope you find it enjoyable. I still do not understand. Yasaka glanced at the tall, blonde devil standing next to her. What did he not understand? They had received an order from the gods, and they were supposed to carry it out. She would have understood if Lord Susanoo had sent an ultimate-class devil with her, or maybe even one of the Satans, but serving as a guide to this clueless devil was not what she'd expected to do today. It's a simple directive. We've sealed off the exit to Yomi behind us. The body was stolen yesterday. We have to apprehend the thief and reclaim the body. You're a devil, you know how important it is that Hellel's body stays in Yomi. The blonde scratched his head. Yeah, about that, I had no clue that the body of Hellel was in Yomi. Hell, how did this even happen? I thought Lucifer was killed by Michael back in the Great War. Yasaka growled. Of course, he wasn't just a devil, but probably also a stray. While the devils would respond to such a problem post-haste, the mere knowledge that the Shinto allowed something of this importance to be stolen would bring their competence under scrutiny. While the Japanese gods were strong, they couldn't withstand a takeover by other factions, especially considering they weren't a very widespread religion, even in their own country. Hellel shed his first body when he and the Mao defeated the original Satan. He carved himself a new body from that of Satan's, and hence gained the name, Lucifer. He hid his old body away, covered it with his power too, making it borderline indestructible. Yasaka answered 2 questions at once, considering Naruto's next question was definitely something along the lines of, why didn't they destroy it when they had the chance? The blonde nodded. So, why the Shinto underworld? Surely they wouldn't want to leave such an important artifact with someone else? Yasaka sighed. Do you know nothing about Yomi? Why are you even here? A blank look from Naruto told her that he was completely clueless about this arrangement. Well, the reason why Yomi was used instead of the underworld was twofold, or threefold, actually. For one, the Christian devils share our underworld, due to their religion being practiced in Japan alongside ours. As such, the only souls that can survive inside Yomi are ours and yours. Naruto nodded. Okay, so what you're saying is, Hellel's soul is still alive? He asked. Yasaka was expecting the panic that generally followed said revelation. There was none to be found. Instead, she found his gaze to be piercing, calculating. Why yes, the soul of a creature that old cannot be destroyed. Yasaka stammered, surprised by the sudden change in Naruto's demeanor. If given the chance, it could re-assimilate itself in its own vessel. While Hellel wasn't as powerful as Lucifer in his heyday, he was still a super-level angel, possibly the strongest of the heavenly pantheon. So, we can't destroy the body or the soul. Well, that explains why he was put here. What was the second reason? Naruto asked. Again, Yasaka found herself compelled to answer, Naruto's abrasive tone notwithstanding. She felt like she was answering to a greater being than her. Well, the second reason was much more complex than the first. An empty body with that much power is something both the devils and the fallen would want. Transposing souls isn't an easy task, but both Azazel and Ajuka could possibly do it. Imagine a human with a sacred gear, but transposed into the body of the strongest angel out there, Yasaka answered, leaving the consequences of such an act to Naruto's imagination. You mentioned a third reason. What was that? Yasaka sighed. The Shinto pantheon isn't the strongest one out there, as you surely know. The Buddhas and Christianity have a larger impact on Japan's culture than, well, us. There's a reason that we haven't been completely overtaken by the other religions, and that's because if we go, Yomi goes too. And if Yomi goes, Hellel's body has nowhere to be stashed. Naruto finished for her. That's a valid problem, explains why Susanoo called me instead of Searsex. The political backlash of such an occurrence would sever any ties of trust between the devils and the Shinto. Yasaka nodded. You're smart. While I can't see why Lord Susanoo trusted a no-name devil with such a monumental task, I respect his wishes. At least you won't be irritating to have around for such a journey. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Such a journey? Exactly how large is Yomi? Yasaka chuckled. For the general human soul, the journey to Lady Izanami's sanctum takes a full year. Between the two of us, it shouldn't take more than a week or two, provided you don't slow me down. Naruto sighed. Man, I didn't even leave a clone behind. I guess I'll have to pull a few strings with Sona and get myself some paid vacation. Between Raziel's exorbitant expenditure and getting the house ready for Asia to move in, I'm already running low on funds. Yasaka leveled Naruto with a glare. The devil had been tasked with a quest by the very gods himself, yet he cared more about his job. What do you even do, Naruto? She asked, genuinely intrigued by Naruto's belligerence. Well, I'm a counselor at Kuo, he answered, confusing Yasaka further. You believe that the job of a counselor is more important than earning a favor from a god? She asked, genuinely curious. Naruto shook his head. Favors from Susanoo don't count for much. He already owes me enough, while getting a favor from Amaterasu does sound interesting. I don't think it'd be much use, yet, he concluded, his words serving to confuse Yasaka even further. Lord Susanoo already owed this devil favors? Just who was this devil? So, should we be on our way, my fair lady? He asked coyly, snapping Yasaka out of her ruminations. Her questions could wait. Right now, she had a job to do. She was an ultimate class entity and Lady Amaterasu's vessel. She couldn't let some unnamed devil show her up. Metempsychosis Chapter 7. So, let me get this right. You want me to represent the devils in this peace conclave of yours? Arya and Seraphal sat on one of the sofas in Naruto's living room. Raziel sat across them. They nodded in response to her statement, even though it wasn't a question. I'm a fallen angel. Why would I represent another faction during the conclave? Raziel's logic was sound, but counter-arguments were the weapons of a politician, and both Arya and Seraphal knew how to wield it well. You've been quite adamant in proclaiming Naruto to be your boyfriend, which already places you closer to our faction than the fallen. Considering Azazel is deathly scared of you, Arya commented offhandedly. Speaking of which, why do you call him your boyfriend? Are you actually physically attracted to him? Seraphal chimed in. The derailment brought a frown to Arya's face, but she knew that while Sarah had just closed a path of negotiation, she'd opened another one. I already explained to you. He's my boyfriend because he takes care of me. Raziel droned. The smile that appeared on Seraphal's face was proof enough that she expected this exact response. Yeah, you basically just called him your caretaker. There's a lot more of a difference between the two, you know? Seraphal spoke, confusing Raziel. There are differences? Enlighten me. Raziel stated. This time, it was Arya who answered. Well, a boyfriend is like an equal more than a mere slave, for one. Secondly, you generally want to get boned by your boyfriend. Thirdly, you're always loyal to your boyfriend and vice versa, Arya answered. My loyalties definitely lie with Naruto. He's earned both my respect and adoration. While he does take care of me, this is his house. He's never lorded that over me, So I do believe that we're equals. Raziel paused for a moment, adopting a thinking pose. This, boning, on the other hand, is not something I have heard of before. Would you care to explain what that is? Arya smirked. Boning, my dear Fallen, is the greatest pleasure known to man, woman, devils and gods. It's the reason so many angels fell, even those who persevered through God's death. Raziel grimaced. So this, boning, it is a sin, is it not? Arya shook her head. It's an instinct, really. It's supposed to be beneath the angels, considering your lofty shows of grandeur and purity. Trust me, though you might think so too, once you're beneath someone else, hopefully, someone you love, you'll see why it is something so great. Raziel was silent for a second, glossing over Arya's words. I am fallen. No longer am I bound by the same rules as my old brethren. I shall charge Naruto with the task of boning me when he returns. I will not be denied the chance to research something this intriguing. Arya nodded happily. There, now it is so much easier to call you Naruto's girlfriend. It's nice to finally meet one of my partners. Do know that I'm the first. You're the second. I'm going to be his priority, so don't ever try to usurp me. Seraphal puffed her cheeks. She's second. What about me? Arya shook her head. Well, you still haven't claimed him. He's been with me for the better part of a few centuries, and he's been living with Raziel for a few months. You're really far behind on schedule. Seraphal glared at Arya. Well, if someone had fucking told me that Naruto was not only alive but also in contact with you, maybe I'd have moved sooner. Arya glared right back. Are we doing this again? I told you that he didn't want anyone to know. The bickering was stopped by Raziel, who finally emerged from her cocoon of thought. Arya, you claim to be first, but Naruto lives here, with me. You have no claim to the title, she coolly explained. Neither of you do. There was silence as both the devils glared at the single fallen angel in the room. Raziel made a show of sipping her tea but returned their glares with one of equal intensity. After a few tense seconds, it was Arya who spoke up. We're not doing this again. My servants did set up the barrier around this house, but I really don't think they can take any more of our attacks and keep up. Raziel looked around at the house, or what was left of it. Arya had arrived the moment Naruto left, and one thing led to another. Soon, all three of them were going at each other. The only part of Naruto's house that was, somehow, unscathed was the living room, and even that was missing its roof. Plus, Naruto really likes these sofas. I'd rather not have to reconstruct them. Arya continued. Anyways, back to the point of the matter. You're Naruto's girlfriend, you're consorting and living with a devil, so why not represent us in the summit? Simple logic, isn't it? Raziel hummed. You do make a fair point. I wonder if he'll be back in time for the summit, though. I haven't heard from him for a day. Do you think he could be in trouble? Seraphal voiced her concern, eliciting a shake of the head from Arya. It's Naruto we're talking about, Sarah. My bet is that he's giving someone else a tough time right about now. As Naruto cut through his 100th Shikome, Yasaka was forced to change her opinion of him. The way he moves was a testament to his strength, skill and endless stamina. She had hoped to cover the distance between the entrance to Yomi and Lady Izanami's sanctum within a week. She had expected a week worth of error, thanks to the devil slowing her down. Now, those troubles were laid to rest, replaced by others. Namely, her own ineptitude. The devil had set a blistering pace on the first day. Yasaka half expected him to tire himself out before long. It had been 3 days since they started off, and they would have reached the sanctum by now, had she not needed to stop twice to rest. It was her holding them back, not him. That wasn't all, though. Living creatures walking through the lands of Yomi were beacons for the Shikome to home in on. The impure maidens of the underworld, each Shikome held the strength of a high-class devil. Yet, Naruto ripped through them like they barely existed. He'd disappear mid-stride and reappear, leaving the corpses of his enemies behind. Yasaka could barely keep up with Naruto's movements. It almost felt like he was in a completely different class, compared to her. There are no Shikome here, you can rest if you want, Yasaka. She looked up to the dune that Naruto was currently surveying the area from. The vast desert of Yomi stretched as far as the eyes could see, yet, she was sure that Naruto could see their final destination. She was supposed to lead him through this treacherous land, yet he had shown no deviation from the most effective path to the sanctum. The desert that was Yomi was no challenge for this devil, and that beggared the question. Who exactly was this man? I'm fine. If we keep going, we can reach Lady Izanami's sanctum by nightfall. Yasaka panted, not convincing Naruto one bit. The man surveyed her and found her lacking. Why wouldn't he? She was sweaty, panting, and definitely tired. While she was firm in the belief that she could reach her destination, she couldn't say with surety whether she'd be able to function once she did arrive. We're here to find someone who has both the power and means to not only break into Yomi, but also steal the body of Hellel. I'd rather you be able to fight. Naruto answered, sitting down on the ground. There was no discomfort from the endless hours of journey or the wanton brutalization of the Shikome that crossed his path. Naruto was a monster. She knew of all the devil houses and Lady Amaterasu's vessel. How could she not? She was the face of the yokai and had met the Satans on multiple occasions. She even had the bad luck of crossing paths with Zekrom Bael once, but none gave her the sense of unease that this man did. It wasn't his demeanor that made him terrifying, but his visual lack of presence. She didn't even know which house he came from. The name Uzumaki was definitely of Japanese origins, but it didn't belong to any notable clans. He was probably a reincarnated devil, but he held no divine powers, no sacred gears. She could feel sacred gears, as a vessel of a goddess. Hence, what surprised her about Naruto was the fact that despite his capabilities, he seemed so mundane. He even had a day job as a high school counselor. What kind of devil did menial labor? She sank down to the ground, finally taking a breath of relief. Her face remained defiant, though. A fact that Naruto picked up instantly. You know, I never could understand fanatics. Of all the kinds people I have met, I never understood what dives you guys. He spoke, further deepening the frown on Yasaka's face. What right do you have to call me a fanatic? She barked between labored breaths. Her body had yet to cool down. Naruto chuckled in response. Lying back in the sand, he wasn't even looking at her at this point. You've been trying to prove your superiority to me this entire journey. I've been stubbing you just as long. I know you take pride in your role as an emissary of the gods, but why are you so hell-bent on showing your superiority to someone who hardly cares? He asked. It was a simple question, but Yasaka had no straightforward answer to it. She did know well enough that it wasn't fanaticism that caused this competitiveness. It was more about him being an unknown guy. One better than her. That suddenly appeared out of thin air. The last time she'd met someone like that, he'd left her alone at the proverbial altar, with a child. While she hated Kunu's father for what he was, she could never hate him for what he gave her. It didn't help that Naruto looked like him too. Sure, the differences were huge, but he was a powerful person who so much as register on her radar. Added to that were his physical features. Blonde, tall, well-built. Sure, the faces were different, but even the laid-back attitude was the same. She promised herself that she would never let a man like that show her down again, yet here she lay, tired by a mere endurance run. You don't have to answer that question. Instead, can you tell me why my devil powers don't work in here? The question knocked Yasaka right out of her thought-induced stupor. She had completely forgotten to warn Naruto about that. I'm sorry for forgetting to tell you. Yomi is designed to disable the powers of other pantheons. It is the reason why the Shinto gods retreated here during the Great War. She answered, wondering exactly how Naruto was able to still be so effective, even after losing a large facet of his power. Naruto grunted. Shame, I could have used my power to get us there instantly, now that I can actually see the place. Yasaka raised an eyebrow. You have a power that facilitates teleportation? I don't know of any demon who can do such a thing without family sigils. While I'm not familiar with devil magic, isn't that form of conveyance limited to the human realm and the underworld? Naruto shook his head. Nah, I don't have a family seal, never needed one. It's my family's magic, I've just taken it a step beyond. Yasaka wanted to question him further, but the look of disinterest on his face told her that he really wasn't in the mood to answer. Hell, he was preparing to sleep. I'm taking a quick nap. While I might not be tired, I'd rather be in peak performance shape when we finally do end up at Izanami's crib. And with that, he was off to sleep. Yasaka spent some time studying him, trying to take in his nonchalance and to explain it through logic. He was going to meet the mother of the Shinto pantheon, and all he could think about was the mission. He didn't have the manners and courteousness expected of a high-class devil but was solely focused on the task given to him. If she didn't know he was a devil, she'd place him as a human, no doubt. She yawned. She could spend hours trying to unravel the mystery that was her current partner, but she was tired and so close to the end of her mission. She could research Uzumaki to her leisure when she got this task done. For now, it was in her best interest to get some sleep. A minute later, she was doing exactly that. Do you really think it is wise to give me this? Issei looked up at the most grandiose man he had ever seen. Months ago, he would have been cowed by the man's imposing presence, but he was no longer the same Issei Hyodo who simply lived his life chasing skirts that he couldn't even possibly hope to get. Well, he still liked to chase skirts, but that was a much more limited venture now, considering the skirts chased him back. You were instrumental in the defeat of Kokebiel and helped Raziel fight Amenadiel. It is a fitting reward. Don't you think? Michael responded, his benevolent smile giving Issei shivers. Months ago, Issei would have never questioned such a gift, thinking of it as a just recompense for his actions and taking it for granted. He wasn't that Issei anymore. He had learnt that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If you're rewarding me, why not reward Naruto-sensei too? And what about Raziel? He asked. Michael nodded. Naruto's already been rewarded. Raziel will follow suit soon. He cupped his face. Are you trying to derive a deeper reason as to why I'm giving you a gift? Issei nodded. Michael sighed. Issei, I'm an angel. Deceit isn't in my very nature. While I do admit that I have a secondary motive, it isn't anything harmful. Issei raised an eyebrow. Telling me that you have a second motive? I can respect your transparency. Michael sighed. It is a simple motive, honestly. One that I have no problems revealing. He glanced at Issei, making the teen feel self-conscious as a result. You not only hold the great Welsh within you but are also the aspect of a warrior god. It is in my best interests not to antagonize you. I have scars from the dragon you hold. I do not wish to accrue any more of those. Issei scratched the back of his head. I don't think I'm that much of a problem. You sure you shouldn't be concentrating more on winning over Naruto-sensei? Michael nodded. I have. His reward makes your own pale in comparison. I promised it to him before Amenadiel truly became a threat, and I will soon deliver on my promise. He's definitely not someone I want as an enemy. Issei gulped. Mr. Michael, why do the factions fear Naruto so much? Michael sighed. It isn't an unjust fear, Issei. Naruto is an outlier of the factions, that too by choice. He isn't controlled by any of the three factions but can exert his own control over them whenever he wants. In power, I can only name a handful of creatures that can equal him, and I can't even claim to know the true extents of his power, though I do have some guesses. Guesses? Issei shot the question right back. I think I know what he truly is. I cannot be sure, though. When Lucifer took up leadership of Hell, he threw the entire social structure of Hell for a loop. The demon, Abaddon, was something he created, even though he held not the power of creation. Michael stopped for a second. If Abaddon was created using another demon, then I have my bets on very specific demon. Which demon was that? Michael sighed. You don't need to know, Issei. Just pray that I'm incorrect. Issei nodded in response, and Michael's face slowly regained that benevolent smile he was so well known for. Because if he is who I think he is, then he's going to be involved in matters that could redefine the very state of this world. For a place inhabited by a goddess of the Shinto pantheon, the sanctum of Yomi was rather mundane. Sure, it looked grandiose from the outside, but the inside was very much like the house of a white-collar worker. A living room, fully furnished like you'd expect one to be. There were even an electronic kettle and a flat-screen television in there. Also, Yasaka was still quite tired. The comfy cushions weren't helping either. The only thing that prevented her from nodding off to sleep was the fact that Naruto could perceive it as a vulnerability. The man in question didn't really care, though. He was too busy making tea using the electric kettle provided. The fact that Izanami kept a well-stocked pantry had appeased the devil to quite an extent. I haven't eaten in 3.5 days now. I just hope Izanami doesn't show up anytime soon because I want to savor this, he stated as he took a seat across Yasaka. He had barely taken a single sip of his tea when the door to the main chamber opened, and in walked the very definition of a goddess of the dead. Her skin was pale, too pale for any warm-blooded creature. One could almost call her skin tone ashen. Her hair was too dark a shade of black to belong to anything but divinity. Her eyes were the most remarkable silver, and her figure could put the greatest of models to shame. One could see why Izanagi went to all the trouble he did, trying to get her back from Yomi. One could also see why he chose not to marry again, even though he had an eternal life ahead of him. And all her beauty, all her squalor, all her glory, it all failed to impress Naruto in the slightest. For fuck's sake, you could have taken some more time cleaning up. I would have enjoyed at least one cup of tea. I swear the world is out to get me, he commented, ignoring Izanami in favor of his tea. Nice to see you again too, Naruto dear, Izanami commented, giving him a slight bow. She then turned to face Yasaka, her smile dwindling a bit. They sent someone of her status to escort you here? They would be better served by sending you alone. Naruto sighed, further compounding Yasaka's confusion at how events were unfolding. They probably sent her to keep an eye on me. Can't see any other reason why she was sent here with me unless Susanoo wanted to slow me down on purpose. That brought a smile to Izanami's face. My son might not be so fond of me, but even he understands the gravity of this situation. He wouldn't do something just to hamper your progress. Lady, I assure you, I'm more than capable of pulling my weight. Yasaka tried to appease Izanami. Sadly, it didn't quite work. All her comment did was draw her disdain. It isn't so much about you being inept, child. The fact of the matter is, you're not at his level. Inazami gestured towards Naruto. I specifically requested him because I find myself unable to deal with this menace myself. Yasaka's eyes widened. Lady Izanami, with all due respect, what kind of being could give a goddess like you trouble? Izanami sighed. My daughter's vessel has much to learn, she somberly stated, locking eyes with Yasaka. Child, do you truly believe that we, the divine, are at the top of this world's food chain? Yasaka nodded in response, forcing a frown on Izanami's beautiful face. Child, how can someone like me be the strongest being in Yomi? When I'm not even the strongest being in this room, she asked. The implication of her words wasn't lost on Yasaka. She leveled a gaze at Naruto, but this one was much unlike the glares she provided her all along the way. This was, instead, a look of curiosity, like she was trying to understand what exactly Naruto Uzumaki was. You think too highly of me, Izanami, Naruto responded. The lack of any honorary titles was picked up by Yasaka, but at this point, she wasn't sure whether she should reprimand him. There wasn't any irritation, anger or dissatisfaction visible on Izanami's face either. It almost felt like she accepted Naruto as an equal. Or a superior. Come now. You never visit anymore. Izanami's tone was cheery, as if talking to an old friend. Naruto apparently didn't like that all too much. His sigh was a clear tell that the situation was already not to his liking. I've only been here once, Izanami. Even that was back when Susanoo thought the best way to get me to fight him was to steal one of my Hiraishin kunai. Naruto commented. Yasaka had no idea what a Hiraishin was, but she did know what a kunai was. Naruto had invaded Yomi just because a god stole one of his weapons. Just what was this guy? Ah, Susanoo was always a hothead. I heard that he stopped challenging you after that day. Izanami commented, almost making Yasaka choke on thin air. Susanoo used to challenge Naruto? A warrior god, challenging a devil? What could a god stand to gain from a battle like that? Well, I have to give it to him. He brought me to Yomi because his powers could manifest to their full capabilities here. Naruto commented, putting down his now empty cup of tea. Yasaka was doubly intrigued now. Fighting a god was a fool's errand. Fighting a Shinto god in Yomi, on the other hand, was tantamount to committing suicide. Yomi was hallowed ground. While Takamagahara rendered gods immortal, Yomi served to reinforce them through the power of souls. There was no way a devil could defeat a god in Yomi, so why was this happening? Well, you did beat him within an inch of his life. I wonder, what did he repay you with? Last I heard, all our treasures are still safely held by our faction. Izanami stated. There was a mild curiosity in her voice, but no ill will. For someone who had beaten her son on Yomi terra firma, Izanami definitely didn't hold anything against Naruto, except for maybe a sense of wonder. She didn't need to fear him. What could he do to her? She was already dead. Oh, nothing. I just claimed 2 of his swordsmen. He grumbled a bit, but he really didn't have any option. Naruto finished, putting away his cup and saucer. Anyways, while it is always a pleasure talking to you, Izanami, can you tell me why the protections are so strong today? I've never felt Yomi limit my devil powers this much, you know? Izanami was silent for a moment. I had to up the protections to keep my suspect detained. Yomi has no prisons, so I had to disable her ability to act. Thankfully, the protections here can disable ultimate class beings that lie outside our jurisdiction. She finished, earning an audible gasp from Yasaka. Naruto had outdone her on the way here with a handicap like that. Her curiosity was suddenly replaced with fear. She's spent the last 3.5 days antagonizing someone who could fight gods with ease. She had blatantly disrespected him over and over again. Yet, there was no anger to be seen, no retribution, and no hatred. Makes sense. So, who was it that broke into Yomi? Naruto asked. As a response, Izanami snapped her finger, and reality warped around the three of them. Within the span of a second, they found themselves in a different chamber. This one was much closer to the Japanese aesthetic one would expect to find in Izanami's shrine. It was quite a shrine, with a gigantic, unflattering statue of the goddess in question standing between 4 perpetually burning torii gates. The statue stood with its arms out, and between the arms lay the unconscious body of a devil. A devil who was once a yokai. I found this young cat in the shrine. Where she lies right now once lay the body of Hellel, the one who became Lucifer. Izanami stated, waving a hand. The statue followed suit, putting down the devil gently. I believe this child was put here after Hellel's body was stolen. It fooled the security wards long enough to let the body leave Yomi, but the wards tightened right after it did. Whoever stole the body is still here, and I'm not sure I can face him. Naruto nodded, walking up to the devil on the ground. If her cat ears surprised him, he didn't show it. Instead, an expression of familiarity crossed his featured for a faint second before receding. Kuroka, a wanted criminal in the underworld. I must say, Azazel's info is paying off. She's known to be a part of this group named Chaos Brigade. If they're after this, things might get a lot more complicated. Yasaka gasped. The Chaos Brigade has attacked a number of the yokai that live outside Kyoto. They've recruited a number of the exiled yokai as well. Naruto nodded. Azazel sent me a decent amount of info on them. What I don't understand is how they were able to pull off something this grand. Confused looks greeted him, so he launched into explanation. There's a decent amount of knowledge about the Chaos Brigade. Some of the members of it are pretty powerful, from the perspective of high-level devils. Almost all the leadership is made out of devils, and there is some speculation that they might be led by the old Satans, or maybe just 1 or 2 of them. Point of the matter, they have no motive to do this, and no means to do this. Yasaka crossed her hands over her chest. I don't understand. If the old Satans are in charge, what do they not have to gain? They get their once leader back. As for ability, you're standing here, unaffected by the protections of Yomi. Won't any of the old Satans be able to do the same? Naruto shook his head. No, and no for one, the old Satans are despots. They're attracted to positions of power like a moth to a flame. There is no way in hell that any of them would just surrender leadership to someone else, no matter who the person in question is. Naruto's hand glowed green as he slowly started to treat Kuroka's injuries. As for their ability to break in here undetected, circumvent the security wards and get Hellel's body out of Yomi, they aren't capable of accomplishing that feat, even together. Izanami might not be a goddess of war, but she's more than capable of wiping them off the face of the earth, especially when they're weakened by Yomi's defenses. Obvious connotations to his overwhelming power comparative to the Satans aside, it was easy to see that Naruto's words made a disturbing amount of sense. It beggared the question, who stole the body and for what reason? Of course, we don't know enough about the Chaos Brigade to truly make that assumption. For all we know, they might even have the backing of a deity or two. What escapes me is the motive. Why go to such lengths, even as far as to leave a comrade behind? Naruto questioned the air, for his companions had no answers. Izanami chose to answer nonetheless. I took the liberty of combing over Kuroka's memory myself. The entire period of time leading to her ending up here is simply missing. She spoke, a slight amount of melancholy seeping through her words. She didn't want to hurt the devil, even if she was a turncoat. Mothers were like that. Back to the point, an idea came to Naruto's mind. It was a terrible idea, but in some ways, it made an awful lot of sense. Hell was a powerful angel, yes. It was a statement more than a question, so his companions said nothing. The silence was confirmation enough for the blonde devil. His powers were second to none in the heavenly pantheon, and unlike other angels, God never locked his powers away. Sure, he was stronger as Lucifer, but even in this body, he is nothing to be scoffed at. Where are you going with this? Izanami spoke, a sense of foreboding rising within her heart. Naruto continued. He would be more than powerful enough to take on a few superclass beings single-handedly. If given the chance, he'd try to retake control of the underworld and restart his march on heaven. If he felled the leaders of the two factions that reside in the underworld, he could easily storm heaven, overthrow Michael through sheer numbers. There would be nothing to stop him from becoming a god. Naruto finished, but the message was clear. Whoever stole Hellel's body wanted to start another war. And he had the perfect opportunity to do it. Izanami, we need to get out of here. My Hiraishin doesn't work in this pocket dimension. Naruto stated, gritting his teeth. Whoever had orchestrated this sneak attack knew of him. They had planned for him not being there. I can't, Izanami spoke. Her voice carried a tone of incredulity. She snapped her fingers over and over again, but nothing changed. That was when Naruto realized that whoever planned this knew of his other powers as well. They were trying to remove him from the game. Someone's controlling this dimension. Whoever it is, he or she is stronger than me. Izanami commented, making Yusaka shiver. Being stronger than a goddess in her own shrine was something unheard of. One would have to be much greater than super level to pull of something like this. Izanami, can you lower Yomi's defenses from in here? Naruto asked. The goddess nodded. Do it. I can muster up a black hole, get us out of here. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that, Abaddon. The voice that came from behind the altar was a pleasant one. It was distinctively male, and had a comforting timbre. The body of its owner was much the same. From behind the statue of Izanami appeared a boy in his late teens, probably a college student. He had slicked back blonde hair and stood a few inches shorter than Naruto himself. A diamond piercing hung from his left ear, and he wore 9 rings. The most stunning part of his visage was his golden eyes. You're the one who sealed off this dimension. Izanami commented, backing up towards Naruto. Yusaka had a harder time seeing why she'd do that. The guy radiated no power. He was like Naruto in that regard. It was at that point that she realized why Izanami had moved back. It was because he was like Naruto in that exact regard. Yeah. Trust me, you Japanese folks think your work with wards and ley lines is super impressive. From my perspective, it's a trap just waiting to be sprung. You just helped prove me right, he answered, an uncharacteristically kind smile gracing his face. Naruto himself couldn't sense an iota of killing intent in the person. So why was he here? You know who I am. Does it really seem like a good idea to lock yourself in a closed dimension with me? Naruto asked, almost materializing samsara. There was something unsettling about this kid. Looking at him was something physically strenuous. While the kid's physical appearance looked the same throughout, the feeling that came from it was kaleidoscopic. It was a harmony of light and dark. A marriage of two things that were separated from each other by their very design. Actually, one of the reasons I did this was so that I could talk to you, Framp's king. He spoke. While the name, Framp, meant nothing to the other inhabitants of the room, it served to halt Naruto right in his steps. So, you're Cat's king, Naruto replied, his features tightening up. In response, the teenager grimaced. I would like it if you don't refer to me like that. He spoke, his grimace evaporating as soon as it had appeared. It is my job to hold you here till Hellel finishes his job. Naruto raised an eyebrow. And what job would that be? The teenager chuckled. Why, didn't you pinpoint it mere seconds ago? He's currently in Kuo, waiting to destroy the leaders of the 3 factions. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What do you stand to gain from it? Hell, who are you? The boy smirked. That's not something you need to know. What you should know is that there's no way you're getting out of here till I live. In response, Naruto withdrew samsara from his soul, the spear appearing in his hands in its original form of a golden spear. Well, I can arrange for your death, if you'd like. Naruto spoke. No, whispered. The teen's grin widened to a point where it almost got grotesque. Just the mere idea of such a dirty feature on a face so beautiful was disturbing to Yusaka. To be honest, I'd rather not fight you as I am. The boy spoke, raising his hands till they were level with his shoulders. The 9 rings started to glow. The hand with 5 rings was enveloped by 5 lights, each different shades of red. The hand with 4 fingers lit up in shades of gold. But I'd like to test myself, and you're the only one I can do that against, he concluded, and both him and Naruto released their power. It was a total catastrophe. The Torii gates, the shrine, it was all vaporized by their very presence. Yusaka held on to Kuroka's prone body with one hand and dug the claws of her feet into the ground just to avoid being blown away. Even Izanami was brought to her feet by the sheer power the two radiated. The power they had shown was far beyond even the realms of the divine, but that wasn't even the most terrifying bit. That honor belonged to the fact that neither of the fighters was even going full out. Yusaka, protect Izanami as she removed Yomi's defenses, Naruto spoke, and then disappeared from his position. On the other side of the once shrine, his opponent followed suit. They reappeared where the statue stood mere moments ago, Samsara meeting the teen's power blow for blow. Come, Framps King, show me a good time. The boy exhaled as he came in for another blow. Naruto easily blocked it with Samsara and countered. The boy dodged with just as much ease, stepping back and creating some space between himself and Naruto. Oh, I'll show you a good time, Naruto spoke as Samsara liquefied in his hands. Tendrils of golden metal twisted over his body, forming an ornate armor that looked too biological to be compared to something as angular and irregular as scale mail. I just hope you can take it, because I have a lot to give. The boy's smile widened again, as impossible as the action seemed. Yes, I expect nothing less from my destined opponent. He spoke, raising his red-ringed hand. A familiar power coalesced in his hand, red and primal. It was an unforgettable power. One that was used by 2 of his pupils. That's the power of destruction, but how? It was a simple question. The boy was unmistakably human, so how was he capable of using a devil family magic like it was nothing? The boy smirked, and the orb grew to the size of his whole body. It was much more concentrated than even Sirzek's own variant. It occurred to Naruto that maybe this was the original power of destruction, the one wielded by the demon Gremory, ages ago. You're not the only one who wields a power that could put gods to shame, the boy yelled, and then, he fired. The ball of malice shot towards Naruto at breakneck speed. Still, he could have dodged, he could have deflected it, but the chance of it hitting Izanami and Yusaka was much too high for him to ignore. So instead, he hunkered down and put his arms in front of his face. His wings came up to cover his body, and the golden sheen of Samsara got a lot brighter. The things I do for others, Naruto sighed as he dug his gold-plated legs into the hard ground with the ease of a knife passing through butter. He had to neutralize the blast. Thankfully, that wasn't as daunting a task as one would expect. Samsara. Kavak. The orb of destruction collided with Naruto at the speed of a bullet. The explosion it threw up made a nuclear explosion look like a festival cracker. Izanami threw up a defensive shield over herself, Yusaka and Kuroka. The shockwave from the explosion almost destroyed the barrier instantly. The only reason it survived was that Yusaka added her own barrier right behind it, giving Izanami's barrier a second layer. The explosion subsided, and the smoke was blown away by a burst of wind. Between the teen and Izanami now stood a crater, and in the middle of the crater stood a completely uninjured Naruto. Is that really all you can do? He asked, looking at the teenager with mild disinterest. The teen was dumbstruck for a second, but the crazy smile returned on his face full force once he realized that his opponent, for once, lived up to the hype. Yes. This is what I want. He spoke. This time, spears of light formed in his hands. He levitated off the ground, charging right at Naruto. Samsara's sword form reappeared in Naruto's hand as he met his enemy head-on. Yes. Naruto. Give me the thrill I desire, he yelled as his light spear crashed against Samsara. Naruto simply grunted before disengaging. He needed to end this fast. The lives of those in Kuo depended on it. Is this it, Katira? Even with Opha's power, you cannot defeat me. What hope do you have against Sirzek's? Katira Leviathan created space between herself and Azazel, She had thoroughly underestimated him and was paying the price. Sure, she'd taken his right arm, but that replica sacred gear of his was much too powerful for her to deal with. The human magicians had failed. The wielder of the forbidden Balor view was safe and capable of using his balance breaker. She was up against 6 of the strongest beings spread over the 3 pantheons, and that was only if the dragon Brad didn't get to her first. She had to use it. There was no other option. You never change, Azazel. Always so assured of your victory. Katira seethed through clenched teeth. A magical circle appeared beside her. The congregation of devils, angels and fallen backed away, not because the circle itself was dangerous, but because of the inherent wrongness of what came from it. It was a body with no features save for 12 black wings. There was not a single hair on the androgynous body, be it on the scalp or anywhere else. There were no sexual organs either. It almost looked like a mannequin, yet almost every single creature present recognized it, save for Rias and Sona's peerages. I hate you, all of you, for what you have done to us, to our race. Katira snarled, retrieving a shining vial from her bodice. We killed your god in his moment of weakness. We alienated the fallen to the most barren wastes of the underworld, yet our own race rebelled against us. We would have been gods. She shouted, hurling the vial. It crashed into the body. Wisps of ethereal silver rose up, giving the body features as they passed over it. Clothes followed soon, and then came the hair. Finally came the horns that marked God's own exiled son. You wished to be Lucifer so bad that you consigned your own people to death by decay. You gave our gifts, our eternal life, our power to others, making them devils. Consider this your repentance, knaves. Katira shouted. The laugh that followed was guttural, unbecoming of a creature as beautiful as herself. Thankfully, it was stopped pretty fast. Death via a pillar of light wasn't the most painful way to go. Being killed by a perceived ally, on the other hand, was. Of all the people who could bring me back, it had to be a harlot. The now complete fallen angel spoke. Long, silver hair had appeared on his head, and a toga was wrapped around his body. His features were such that would look beautiful on any gender, but his voice was distinctively male. Hellel, it seems that the Shinto have failed their task. Michael solemnly commented, a faint tinge of hatred in his voice. To see such a vulgar emotion crawl into the tone of the archest of angels scared both the high-class peerages in the area. Oh, familiar faces in my welcoming party. Hellel clapped his hands together, a fake smile appearing on his face. While I'd love to say that it's a pleasure to see you again, Michael, I'd be lying. How's Gabriel doing? Made a move on her while I was gone? Michael scowled. Uncouth as ever, aren't you? He was visibly tense, his power was barely reined in, ready to let loose at the drop of a hat. He wasn't the only one either. She's still single, I take it. Well, more for me to ravage. Hellel finished, catching the eye of the closest one of his opponents. Ah, Azazel. Seems you usurped me once I became a devil. I wonder how the task of leadership is working out for someone as inelegant as you? Well, we haven't seen war for the better part of a millennia. I'd say it's going pretty well. Azazel spoke, his tone devoid of its usual snark. The sarcasm of his words, sadly, fell flat when delivered by such an emotionless voice. It made Hellel smile. Well done, Azazel. It seems you've developed something of a personality too. Never thought I'd see that happen, especially after what heaven did to you. Hellel laughed. And here you are, standing beside the very perpetrator of your grand betrayal. Hellel pointed at Michael. It must be a good feeling, forgiving someone who wronged you as much as he did. What's done is done, Hellel. Unlike you, forgiveness is a value I do not lack. Azazel drew back. He'd simply be a deadweight in such a fight, especially without his right arm. Don't presume to lecture me about forgiveness, snake of heaven. Hellel snarled. He quickly regained his jovial disposition as he saw Azazel stop back, and as his eyes landed on someone else, someone a lot more familiar. Raziel. My protege, 10 years, I tried to make you fall, yet you held on to the light like a crying baby to its mother. I wonder what changed in the 2 millennia I've been gone, but it must have been monumental to make you fall, he commented, the smile growing in maliciousness. I have no words for you, arch-heretic, Raziel spoke, her bow appearing in her right hand. Visus Finalum started to glow as she aimed it at Hellel. The original fallen angel didn't even move, simply cocking an eyebrow in surprise. You'd raise your weapon against your own teacher? Wow, it almost seems like heaven has lost its integrity. Hellel raised one arm, and a faint whistling was heard. Michael's eyes widened, he knew what would follow. A pillar of light descended from the sun, large enough to cover the entire courtyard of Kuo. The explosion that followed it lit up the world. A pure sunstrike, the trademark of the light bringer. Oh, that's a surprise, Hellel commented, fascinated by the sheer power of the blast. My powers are greater than I remember, almost as if God's interference is no longer present. I haven't felt such a connection to the light since our battles against the old gods, eons ago. The light faded, and more surprises presented themselves to the Morning Star, namely the survival of all his enemies. They didn't even look much depleted by his attack, not that he had expected to kill them outright. He'd be disappointed if his once brethren fell with such ease. The fact that the others survived, on the other hand, confused him. Well, it seems the small fries aren't quite as small as I expected. Hellel commented, finally letting his eyes size them up. 2 women and a red-haired man. They were too unremarkable to be demons, but their tainted powers were easy to see. Devils. Since when was your kind strong enough to face an archangel? Hellel asked, and Arya responded. Since we decided we didn't want your kind around, she answered, wings of black flame shooting out of her back. Hellel smirked. A phoenix, huh? I can tell that the other one's a sea tree. You two are undeniably powerful, maybe I'll keep you around once I'm done enslaving your people yet again. His eyes passed over Sirzek's, and his smile lowered. You, on the other hand, are disgusting. Mixing bloodlines? Bael and Gremory. That just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. What are you called, kid? Sirzek answered by summoning a highly concentrated ball of his power in his right hand. His body followed suit, revealing the true form of the power of destruction. The name is Sirzek's Lucifer. I'm your latest iteration. Hellel's smile dropped. So, the devils dare use my name? Such poor taste, really. I didn't even choose my own name, you know. Another sunstrike hit the ground, this time concentrated on Sirzek's. The devil saw it coming even though there were no obvious tells, and dodged. The place he was standing mere seconds ago was reduced to a crater of glassed earth. But I have become fond of it, it is a name that suits me and none other, he finished, raising both hands and letting loose a flurry of sunstrikes. In response, he was assaulted by a variety of elements. Light spears, huge balls of fire, an avalanche of icicles, and a ball of destructive energy the size of a large house. He simply weaved through the attacks with ease, coming face to face with the apocalyptic arrow fired from Raziel's bow, which he proceeded to catch and fling back with his bare hands, right at the school. Azazel! Yelled Sirzek, and it was all the instruction the leader of the Grigori needed. He put all his power into the barrier surrounding the school, mere milliseconds before the bolt crashed against it. The explosion cracked the barrier with ease, but couldn't make it through completely. Azazel sighed, that took a lot out of him, especially after having used his imitation sacred gear. We can't go all out against him here. We have to take him away from Kuo. Michael yelled as he dodged another sunstrike. As he did so, Hellel appeared in front of him, a sword of light in his outstretched hand. Michael parried his strike with one of his own, his sword of white light crashing against Hellel's sword of golden light. Trying to fight me without your precious sword, are we? Hellel commented, lashing out with a flurry of slashes. Michael blocked each with military precision, seemingly fighting Hellel as an equal. I don't need to sully the blade of Deus Xiphos to fight you, heretic, Michael commented as he launched a counterattack. Hellel, apparently, thought differently. He lashed out with his sword much faster than he had to this point, breaking through Michael's makeshift blade. You don't need it, huh? Nice excuse. Hellel lunged at Michael, nicking him on the cheek with his own blade. Michael formed another blade, but Hellel broke through it with equal ease. Another blade, broken again. I cannot feel his presence anymore, brother. I wonder if your guilt at letting him die is what prevents you from drawing that blade. Hellel sneered, lunging again. This time, though, he would have landed a fatal blow. Had it not been for Raziel's arrow barreling into him, knocking him flying into the ground. The Arbiter's power, huh? Never figured you to use something expressly prohibited by dear father himself. Hellel spoke, dissipating the arrow in his hands. Too bad you're not the only one who can use it. Tendrils of almighty energy shot out from Hellel's hands, cutting furrows in the ground. His opponents dodged it with ease, not knowing that it was a trap. Hellel took to the skies on his 12 jet-black wings, and over 24 sun strikes rained down from the sky, illuminating the world. Sadly for him, his opponents were a capable bunch. Searsex appeared next to Hellel and deposited a punch, magnified manifold by his power of destruction, into Hellel's sternum. It burnt a very noticeable hole into the fallen. Before he could launch another blow, Hellel made space between the two of them by forcing him back with a sudden sunstrike. There was no break for Hellel, sadly, as 4 of Arya's arrows deposited themselves in his back, exploding as they did. He fell to the ground, from which a dragon made of ice rose to meet him. He managed to stop the dragon by firing a sunstrike into its maw, but from within rose Michael, on his 12 glorious wings of gold. "This world ill needs you, Hellel," he whispered as he sliced through Hellel. The fallen was fast enough to block Michael's light sword with a hastily constructed weapon of his own, but was flung skyward by the sheer force behind Michael's strike. "You heard the man, now burn." Hellel turned mid-flight to look up. Descending from the sky was a figure cloaked in ominous black flame. In her hand, she held a supremely concentrated ball of fire. It gave off the heat of a dying sun, and it was driven into his chest, right where Searsex's attack had wounded him. "Supernova altar. Expand," she yelled, and the collapsed sun did as asked. The world was bathed in light and heat, not of Lucifer's own creation. His charred body impacted the ground at supersonic speed, shattering the earth. The dust kicked up by the explosion, mixed with the mist created by the destruction of Seraphal's ice dragon, rendered visibility nil. Sadly, they didn't need visibility to tell them that their strongest attacks had failed. A valiant effort, though ultimately pointless, Hellel spoke from within the confluence of dust and mist. He flew out from his crater. The wind force generated by his flight was enough to disperse the fog of war. When the combatants finally got a good look at him, they were all assailed by one singular emotion. Pure, unadulterated despair. There wasn't a single scratch left on Hellel's body. Every bit of charred flesh had mended in the few seconds that had elapsed between their all-out attack and now. He alighted in front of them, the ever-present smirk on his face mocking them throughout. "You kids lost the moment you picked a fight with me. Since God's dead now, I can use this." He slowly raised a hand, and a feeling of foreboding washed over the present company. A red sigil appeared behind the combatants, who had just decided to jump at Hellel altogether. The first thing Graphia noticed as she appeared on the battlefield after depositing Rias and Sona away was the fact that the world was suddenly inverted. The second thing she noticed was the prone forms of her comrades, deposited in multiple craters that dotted this inverse world. The final thing she saw was Hellel, who was looking at her with disgust on his face. "You stand in my antiton, yet you are unaffected. Who are you?" As an answer, Graphia called on her powers of ice. "I'm Graphia Lucifuge, Queen of Lord Lucifer," she answered, shooting a hail of icicle at Hellel, which he deflected with a casual flick of his hand. "Lucifuge, huh? I didn't know that the outer houses still lived. Explains how you're able to survive antiton." He put his hands on his face, a gleeful smile appearing underneath the cover. "Let's just hope you can entertain me suitably. After all, the lives of your comrades hangs in balance." Yasaka found it hard to believe that creatures of such power could even exist. The blonde boy was above God class, far beyond. If truth be told, none of his movements were visible to the yokai or the goddess. She's seen Lord Susano fight before, and this was even beyond that. He would simply disappear, and then appear next to Naruto. His variance was nothing to scoff at either. Not only could he use the powers of light as if they were second nature, but he could command the powers of the 72 houses. What kind of sacred gear could give someone that power? It was a sacred gear, there was no doubt about that. Izanami could feel the Christian god's influence, especially in the method of delivery. The blonde kid was very much a human, even though his power far exceeded most gods. He was fast, powerful, and versatile. He was also not making any progress against Naruto, but that was another matter. Naruto wasn't even trying to equal the blonde teen's power. He was simply too skilled to need to. Even without revealing much of his own powers, The devil was battering the teen. Whenever the teen appeared, Naruto would already have an attack prepped to go. It almost felt like Naruto had fought countless opponents just as fast as the boy and come out on top. The armor form of Samsara was just a bonus. It was a perfect armor. Even if the teen managed to scrape it, liquid gold would fill up the dents and bruises, leaving no imperfection behind. The teen dodged another one of Naruto's slashes and moved back. There was an attempt at creating distance, but it failed hard. Naruto was beside the teen faster than he could react. The blade caught on the teen's cheek, leaving a cut a few inches long. The teen backpedaled again, expecting Naruto to show up beside him yet again. Naruto appeared behind him. Samsara's sword entered the teen through the back, poking a hole through his stomach. The teen let out a pained cry, but Naruto wasn't done yet. The sword slashed sideways, cutting a great gash in the teenager's back. He fell to the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and Naruto finally relaxed. Or at least acted like he did. The teen shot up from the ground faster than he had moved the entire fight, his right hand covered in the power of destruction. To the casual observer, it looked like the end of the road for Naruto. There was no time to dodge, no space to block. So instead, he simply caught the teen's hand. The teen's emotions flickered, moving from shock to confusion, to murderous glee. Before he could charge up his other hand's power, Naruto's open palm appeared right in front of the teen's face. The teen looked up at Naruto's face through the gaps between his fingers and saw chilling purple eyes in place of Naruto's regular blues. Shinra Tensei. The sheer amount of force that racked the teen's body couldn't possibly be created through human means. He shot through the shrine, ripping through the solid granite flooring as every bone in his body shattered. Right behind him, the flooring ripped itself off, thanks to the shockwave. Whatever little was left of Izanami's shrine was eviscerated by the shockwave. The teen himself was deposited a mile off, in the distance. The fact that he got up from the attack almost instantly didn't even come as a surprise. "You were holding back on me," he yelled, his voice filled with mirth as he launched himself the distance between him and Naruto within a fraction of a second. Naruto simply sidestepped, raising his hand again. "So were you." Shinra Tensei. The attack connected with the blonde-haired teen again, launching him through more rock and earth. Again, the blonde got up, his smile refusing to slip. "Must be fun, holding back as your friends die." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "You really think they're weak enough to lose to the likes of Hellel?" He spoke, going on the offensive. He dispelled Samsara's armor as he shot towards the teen. His speed shot up drastically, and the effect was clear. The teen was no longer able to block him, suffering multiple lacerations. Again, the teen tried to break away, but was caught by a blue, swirling orb to the chest. It ripped through his chest like a buzzsaw through wood. "You made 2 mistakes. 1, you released Hellel in Japan, the one nation that has a dedicated system of defense. And secondly, you thought I didn't come here expecting a trap." The blonde's eyes widened almost comically as Naruto's newly gauntleted fist mashed his face into pulp. "At the risk of sounding cliched, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. For the Queen of Lucifer, your power falls woefully short." Graphia's broken, bruised body lay embedded in the ground. Pillars of ice stretching the length and breadth of the Kuo Academy stood as a testament to the fight she put up. The fact that there wasn't a single scratch on Hellel was proof that it wasn't nearly enough. "I thought I'd take you for myself, but your weakness and lineage truly disgusts me. You don't even deserve to be my tramp." Hellel scoffed, summoning a blade of light in his outstretched hand. He raised it, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He was immediately stopped by a blast of wind strong enough to blow a hole in a brick house. Hellel steadied himself mid-fall, dragging his body to a stop with his sword. He had barely come to a stop when a blade gouged a finger-deep gash in his back. Hellel turned around, aiming to deliver a slash with his sword. It passed through nothing but air, while 2 swords found purchase on either side of his midriff. Being a fallen angel, Hellel predictably responded with a hail of sunstrikes, but they hit nothing. "Who dares?" he yelled. "I do," came an authoritative voice in response. Every single pair of eyes on the battlefield focused on the 3 new additions to the battle. They levitated in the air. The middle figure wore samurai attire in deep red, with the symbol of the sun on his helm. In his hand he carried the most remarkable katana any of them had ever seen. His companions were also anything but unremarkable, they both wore traditional Japanese attire and had similarly black, long hair. The major difference was that while one had long hair that openly flowed to his knees, the other kept his in an equally long ponytail. Their faces were intricately lined with war paint, and they exuded an almost untouchable aura. Anyone who had spent more than a year in the Japanese occult world knew exactly who these three were. Susanoo, the god of storms. Yamato Takeru, the national defense divinity of the north. Taira no Masakado, the national defense divinity of Tokyo. The three strongest warriors of Japan save for Izanagi, assembled in one place, two demigods led by a bona fide warrior god. Three enemies that Antitan couldn't possibly affect. Storm god, it's been over 2 millennia since we last met in combat. Hellel strained to maintain his smile. Fighting a god alone was rarely a good idea. Fighting one with his demigods was paramount to suicide, even for creatures above him on the food chain. Like Yamada no Orochi. But that was a different time. The Shinto had much more influence back when, and his father had much less influence than he did nowadays. You dare intrude on my lands again, fiend? Susanoo asked, slowly sheathing his blade and widening his stance, by the book Iaido preparation. The two other swordsmen did nothing of the sort, choosing instead to watch. There was no pressure on them, and why would there be? These were distinguished demigods who defended Japan for centuries. They had defended it from dragons, other gods and eldritch creations of immeasurable power. They were skill, power and speed, all in one package. A fallen angel, no matter how powerful, didn't scare them. Well, it isn't my fault that the greatest meeting between the three factions since before the war is going down in your backyard, Hellel remarked. Susanoo stiffened up a second, not knowing that Hellel didn't know of the circumstances surrounding Kuo. He relaxed soon after, but the damage had been done. Meddling in affairs that don't concern you, huh? Didn't know you. Were this altruistic, Susanoo? Hellel rose from the ground till he was high enough to meet Susanoo face to face. It hardly matters, though at least you'll put up a decent fight. Plus, I've always wanted to try my hand at deicide. The silence of the battlefield was drowned out as multiple sunstrikes fell from the sky. The three Shinto divinities didn't even move. The light struck them and simply fizzled out. Hellel's smile widened. Ah, you've come prepared. Protected by the sun broad, aren't you? We'll see how far that gets you. Hellel yelled as he brought forth a sword made of intense light, pulling it from his very soul. He didn't get very far with it. I'd appreciate if you didn't talk about my lady that way. There was no warning as Yamato Takeru disappeared from his position beside Susanoo. He appeared behind Hellel, his hair no longer black, but pure gold, barely restrained as a ponytail. His eyes were pools of light. Aspect of pride. Amaterasu. You move fast, knave, but not fast enough. Hellel whipped his sword to cleave Yamato Takeru in half, but his sword passed through thin air. Before he could recede, debilitating pain shot up through his body. Multiple cuts appeared on his chest. Yamato Takeru appeared on his opposite side, slowly sheathing his sword. You may control light, heretic, but you are not it. I hold no such limitation, thanks to my mistress. Hellel snarled and moved backwards. The kid's attacks were like paper cuts to him, but the fact that he was impossible to hit turned this into a battle of attrition. If this became a battle of attrition, could Hellel beat him before reinforcements arrived? So mired was Hellel in his thoughts that he failed to account for one fact. Yamato Takeru wasn't alone. Shoryuken! Yelled Masakado as he appeared right in front of Hellel. His entire body coursed with pale blue electrical impulses, and his long hair spiked and rippled as the electricity passed through it. Had Hellel not been preoccupied with dodging Yamato Takeru, he would have intercepted the fist that caught his face with ease, but he was, so he couldn't. The punch struck hard, and the upsurge of electricity that accompanied it was nothing to laugh at either. I've always wanted to try that one out. Whoever said that video game attacks are unfeasible in real combat was so full of shit. Masakado yelled as he saw Hellel's body sail higher into the sky. Why couldn't Lord Susanoo's aspect of sloth give me powers of fire? It looks way cooler when Ken does it. Susanoo appeared above Hellel, his feet parted as they gripped on nothing but air, his stance tightened as Hellel's body drew closer. When Hillel finally came into his range, he drew. Aim no Habakiri, he yelled as he let loose. The sword cut right through Hillel, but the force of the slash kept going, slicing the Kuo field neatly into two. The gouge in the earth went too deep to be measured. Such was the power of the blade that slew the great Yamata no Orochi. Was that it? Shame, I didn't even get to draw my blade. Masakado commented as the power of Antidan started to recede. He turned his gaze towards Yamato Takaru, who had taken but a millisecond to round up all the fallen combatants. They were all conscious to some degree. Hardly, kids. It was a credit to Susanoo's grueling training that he was able to dodge the attack that flew at him from the position of Hillel's downed body. It was a much slower attack than his sun strikes, but magnitudes more powerful. A beam of bright, white power that didn't come from the sun. Almighty power. As the dust cleared, every combatant, downed or otherwise, got their first look at Hillel's true form, and what a form it was. It was nothing like Amenadiel's abhorrent, bestial visage. It was grand, and not too far removed from his original form. The horns were straight and long, longer than his face. His features were still the same, save for his now bloodshot, red eyes. The biggest difference was his wings, or lack thereof. In their stead hung a pitch-black halo, with 4 spikes shooting out of it. The transformation had also given him back the legs on which he now stood. The internalization of Antidan allowed me to take on the characteristics of a god. I need not a Longinus to kill a god with this form. I created it to kill Father, but I guess that's no longer an option, so I'll fucking kill you Nats instead. Susanoo sighed as he resheathed his sword. He could see that this form was powerful. Sadly, he could also see its one great downfall. Hillel had no combat experience in this form. The first attack he fired at Masakado was powerful, sure, but it lacked both speed and precision. Sure, Hillel was currently physically identical to a god, but he was matched up against a god, and 2 demigods. They did not need sacred gears to kill Hillel. Gods were tenacious and powerful, though. Had Hillel just died when Susanoo bifurcated him, he'd have saved the storm god a metric shit ton of boredom. Now, he'd have to take down a fumbling, novice god, and that meant making him bleed out, slowly and painfully. If death through 1,000 cuts was how Hillel wanted to go, Susanoo would be happy to oblige. You've sealed my means of escape, huh? The blonde teen lay at Naruto's feet. There was still not a single blemish on his skin. None of the damage that Naruto had given him actually stuck, almost as if it wasn't being taken by his body at all. It reminded Naruto of the power of the Devil House Decabria. They had the power to transfer all their injuries to someone else, no matter how great the distance. It couldn't be that power, though, because the amount of damage that the blonde kid had taken was enough to kill a super devil. Izanami is a goddess. Do you really think it would take her this long just to remove the defenses that she placed on Yomi? Naruto asked, stabbing the teen with samsara yet again. He picked the teen up with the blade, the flat of the blade making the entire maneuver possible. Hillel will be dead soon, and I'll make sure to lock up his body somewhere where you can never find it again. You'll seal it up in the Megiddo Ark? Really? The teen questioned. The sudden reversal made Naruto almost drop his blade. The teen capitalized on this and blasted Naruto's face with an orb of destruction. Naruto stepped back, only to find the teen at his throat, a blade of light in his hand. Naruto was fast enough to block it before it punctured him, but that only made the teen spin sideways and deposit it in his back. Thankfully, Samsara's armor form reappeared, destroying the blade. Naruto spun sideways, catching the teen on the edge of his blade, just as he bounced backwards. The slit cut into his chest knit back up almost instantly. That's when Naruto realized. The teen was now moving just as fast as him. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you are. I've trailed you for the better part of a decade. I know what you can do. I know who your friends are. Yet, I brought you in here. Why do you think I did that? The teen lunged at Naruto. It was no longer as suicidal as his last few attempts. He came in low, and then switched to a higher stance almost instantly. For the first time since releasing Samsara, Naruto was forced to fight defensively. There was no style to the teen's swings, but there was a method. He was hard to read, and harder to react to. It almost felt like Naruto was fighting himself. Naruto cursed. Of course, the kid was using the power of the Devil House Ipos. The ability to equalize the field of battle. the cursed power that had gotten their line either slain or married off to other houses. Naruto backpedaled and activated the Rinne Sharingan again. Between his chakra, samsara and his eyes, the team couldn't completely equalize the field of battle. Shinra Tensei, Naruto yelled, but the teen was already gone. A deep and long gouge in the land in front of Naruto was good enough indication that the attack did work. Can't hit something you can't see, can you? The teen leapt up from below. It was almost remarkable how the child had almost flattened himself to the ground to make use of Naruto's blind spot. Capitalizing on the opening he made, the teen struck down with his sword. Samsara's helm rose from Naruto's skull in a bid to neutralize the attack, but the teen's aim wasn't Naruto's head to begin with. That honor belonged to his shoulder, and the attack struck true. The teen drew first blood as he cleaved into Naruto's shoulder blades. Not wasting a second, Naruto lashed out with his other hand, Samsara's axe form appearing in it. The blow connected with the teen should have had enough power to cleave him in half, but all it got Naruto was some distance. It felt like the teen's body had hardened impossibly within the millisecond that elapsed between the initiation and strike of his attack. Adamantine skin, the power of the devil family O's. You're taking this seriously now, aren't you? Naruto spoke as he brought forth his Sage of Six Paths cloak. You're trying to buy time. You know that Hellel has no chance of survival, yet you are adamant about keeping me here. What for? The teen laughed as he suddenly burst into flames much like those of the Phoenix. Oh, Hellel's going to die either way. He has something of mine that I need back, you see. Fighting him myself was out of the option, because he can disable almost all of my abilities. I'm just buying time till he dies. I can't have you destroying his body like you did to Amenadiel. The boy shot forward, covered by an armor of fire. Naruto dispelled Samsara and called on his chakra. He went through a few hand signs, once used by one of his most deadly opponents. Water coalesced at the tips of his fingers, before exploding outwards in the shape of a gigantic shark. A brief look of hesitation appeared on the face of the teen, and the shark shot forward to meet him head-on. Suiden. Daikoden. The explosion of steam that followed was enough to give Naruto's healing body a few scalding burns. The teen, on the other hand, was in the middle of the said explosion and was sent barreling away, bouncing on the ground thrice before coming to a rest. Yet, he still got up, no injuries on his body. The teen stood up and raised one of his hands. Hundreds upon hundreds of light spears formed behind his back. I also wanted to test you, my destined rival. Let me tell you, I'm not disappointed. Naruto readied another Shinra Tensei, ready to eradicate the oncoming attack. The teen smirked as he prepared to launch his attack. Naruto stood ready, prepared to attack at the first given opening. Suddenly, the teen stopped, almost like he just had a revelation. He gave Naruto a smile as he let the spears of light dissipate. It seems our time here is over, Naruto Abaddon. We shall meet each other soon. He spoke, waving his hand. Something changed in Naruto, but he didn't know what. The teen stepped back and a rip appeared behind him, a rip in the very fabric of space and time. I'll give your regards to your friends, as I kill them. Have fun. Wallowing here in Yomi as I'm out there slaughtering them. The boy spoke as he stepped into the rip. Naruto made to follow, activating his power of the black hole. Nothing happened, so he tried again. With no results. That's when he realized what the teen did with the last wave of his hand. Worthlessness, the power of the Belial. He'd neutralized the demonic powers of not only Naruto but also Izanami's divine powers, something a normal Belial could never do. Izanami, I'm leaving Yasaka and Kuroka to you. I will meet you in Kyoto afterwards. The goddess just nodded, not even complaining about breaking her oath to stay in Yomi. Yasaka, meanwhile, posed one very simple, yet significant, question. What are you going to do now? She asked. Naruto responded by drawing out Samsara's original spear form and drawing a vertical line through thin air. The line widened, a dangerous miasma emanating from it. Dangerous, but all too familiar. On the other side of the newly created door lay the bane of many a curious creature, the dimensional gap. Something really fucking stupid. Naruto spoke, as he walked past the door, disappearing from view. Why won't you Nats stay still? Hellel recoiled as Masakato's sword found purchase in his abdomen. He felt his life energy seep through the newly created laceration. Such was the power of Masakado's blade, the Masakado no Yaiba. Yes, the fool had actually named his sword after himself. I don't fancy death, the ladies would really miss me, you know? He answered, dodging another blast of almighty energy. Susanoo was completely correct with his assumption. Hellel fought like a baby in this form. Sure, he had a lot more power, and access to the strongest type of energy, but it was all for naught if he couldn't hit anything. Plus, the demigods of the national defense divinities were more than used to fighting creatures stronger than themselves. While for Hellel, this fight was a novel experience, for Takaru and Masakado, this was just a rather hectic Monday. The fact that Susanoo was fighting with them just demoted it to a rather normal hunt. This was your choice, fiend. You were the one who wanted to kill a god, it is only fitting you die as one. Yamato Takaru spoke as he disappeared and reappeared in his original location. The only tell that he had even moved were the numerous slashes that now lined Hellel's body. Cretans. Your attacks do little to me. When I do catch you, I'll make sure to pay you back tenfold, Hellel yelled as he fired another blast of almighty energy. The white light ripped through the remains of Kuo, but hit nothing living. You talk too much, you know? Not the most godlike attribute to have. Arya's voice rang out. 7 arrows of almighty energy embedded themselves into Hellel's torso, followed by an intense pillar of black flames. Hellel tried to move, but his body was halfway encased within ice, while another dragon of ice tried to devour him whole. Hellel shot a beam of almighty energy from his mouth, destroying it. Sadly, he didn't account for the huge orb of destruction and the rain of light arrows that followed. As the attacks collided, the 7 arrows of almighty energy embedded in him exploded. The result was phenomenal. The entire ground of Kuo was disintegrated by the confluence of light, demonic and almighty energy. Yet, Hellel still lived. His body was covered with burns, lacerations and holes. His arms were missing, but the look on his pain was one of pure hatred. Well then, it seems you have bested me. I cannot allow that. He coalesced all his power into his body. His enemies realized this and scattered. Those who were adept with magic threw up shields. They'd seen enough kamikaze attempts to know them. If I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Hellel. The coalescence of power stopped. It had to, considering there was a hand shoved through his chest. Attached to the hand was a rather disheveled-looking blonde teenager. His other hand held 5 rings that glowed different shades of red. His body was in pristine condition, but the clothes he wore looked like rags. I can't let you destroy your soul, especially when it holds something that belongs to me. The boy pulled, and out came his hand. Within it, he held something white and misty. As he drew it, he gave it a passing glance. For someone with ambition and power like yours, you sure do have a small soul. Hellel looked up at him, the light rapidly fading from his eyes. In response, the blonde simply raised his other hand. I don't need your body anymore. The boy spoke, and an orb of pure power of destruction came to life around Hellel's body. There was no screaming, no pain, only death and its deliverance. The soul in the teen's hand shifted, running over his other, bloodied hand. It passed over his 4 white rings and finally settled on his index finger, taking the shape of yet another white ring. And then, there were 10. The boy remarked, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. He stayed like that for a second, while the others around him tried to figure out whether he was a friend or a foe. The answer came when a hail of light spears forced them to distance themselves from him. So you lot are his friends. I must say, I'm impressed. It only took 10 of you to take one of him down. Honestly, I did want to save his body too. It would make a fine home for some random soul. The boy spoke as he slowly levitated into the sky. His power rose, and rose, and rose further. It surpassed that of Hellel, then doubled it, then tripled it. Yet, it did not stop growing. That was when Michael finally put 2 and 2 together. 10 rings, 5 for the 72 devils, 5 for the angels. Wielded by a soul that was created with one singular purpose, to lead humanity. A sacred gear, linked to the one who would lead humanity to fulfill its unlimited potential. Prototype gears. 10 rings of Jedidah. The one who wielded them. Solomon? He asked, dreading the answer. It couldn't possibly be him. A king who led for ages, till he realized one fatal flaw in God's plan. For humans to fulfill their potential, They'd have to grow into gods themselves, something that could not be done if old gods still persisted. God Killer, Oath Breaker, the darkness of enlightenment. That's King Solomon to you, Michael, or have you forgotten that already? He shot back, sneering at the leader of the heavenly pantheon. Such was his grandeur that the archangel had to physically fight back the urge to kneel. Only the thought of what the bastard had done to his brethren kept him from committing the act. You are no king of mine, God Killer, Michael spoke. He wanted to kill the man, to strike him down where he stood, but he knew he did not have the power to accomplish such a feat. Now, I was in a fight before I came here, as you can tell by my state of undress. It was a fun fight, which I thought would draw out a bit longer. My body's still awash with adrenaline, and I haven't had as much fun as I did in those 20 minutes as I've had in ages. More and more spears of light appeared behind him as he spoke. The 10 combatants took up arms too, doing what little they could to defend against the oncoming skyfall of light spears. I hope you can entertain me a bit before I end your pathetic existences. Samsara was a weapon forged in the very bowels of the dimensional gap, long before Ophis and the Great Red took over it. It couldn't be forged in any other realm because the sheer energy needed to make it would change its world of creation forever. Hence, when he allowed the weapon leeway, it would always be attracted back to its home. That was how it ended up there to begin with, and that's where it would end up if Naruto was to ever die. Not that he planned to anytime soon. With the power of the black hole unavailable to him and Hiroishin's inability to work through multiple, separated dimensions, the only method Naruto could think of that would let him back into the human world depended on help from a very temperamental dragon. As he stepped into the dimension, he removed all his numerous seals. With them gone, his power was no longer regulated inside his body. At this point, anyone with even a mite of sensor ability would be able to detect him from half a world away. The roar he heard from the distance told him that his dragon of interest had definitely heard him. It took only a minute hence for the dragon's body to appear. He was too gigantic to miss, after all. The dragon circled around him in the air, almost creating a full-sized tornado with every flap of its massive wings. Finally, done with his showboating, the dragon alighted, shaking the earth. Why are you in my dimension again, Arbiter? Have you come to gloat? He growled. Naruto shook his head. Then why are you here? Do you wish to fight me again? He asked, raising his wings and snarling as he did. Naruto shook his head again. Then what do you want? Speak fast or let me be. I do not wish for more scars, yet. Naruto nodded. I need you to punt me back to the human world. Someone sealed my power of the black hole. There's something of an emergency back home. The dragon grunted again. Why should I do that? Why would I willingly aid my rival? Matters of pride aside, the lack of time was already grinding Naruto's gears. He spoke nothing, letting his power speak for him. A hype-realistic-looking Jubi slowly coalesced out of the rivulets of power that were pouring out from his body. On seeing it, the Great Red did something that no self-respecting dragon would ever do. He whimpered. Okay. I get your point. One express ride to the human realm coming up. Great Red spoke, and Naruto let the pseudo-Jubi fade from existence. Without saying anything else, the Great Red lined up one of his talons with Naruto's body, and then he flicked. He flicked hard. Naruto was launched back at supersonic speeds, and he felt his body slip out of the dimensional gap. He felt the telltale power of the blonde teen right next to him, and he did something that would make Guy-sensei extremely proud. Dai y nami ccccentryy. As the dimensional rip closed behind him, Great Red roared with all his might. Using me, the Great Fucking Red, as a transit service? That kid has nerves of fucking steel. Next time he shows up here, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Mark my words. He yelled to no one in particular. Deep inside, he knew that was never going to happen. The blonde was powerful in his own right, but it was that creature that dwelled within him that truly scared the dragon of dreams. For good reason too. That beast could probably scare Trihexa, and Trihexa couldn't even feel fear. Something loud, blonde and powerful shot out of a dimensional rip at a speed that was borderline impossible to follow. Within a fraction of a second, that blonde thing had jammed his foot into Solomon's face, and Solomon had been sent flying. It was then that the blonde finally came to skilling stop in the crater that was once Kuo Academy's ground. The 10 people present there finally got a look at the new arrival. Naruto had undone his henge when he took off his seals, and the differences between Naruto Uzumaki and Naruto Abadan were much clearer now. For one, his hair fell all the way to his feet. He hadn't undone his henge for over a century, so a barber visit was definitely in order. He still wore his counselor clothes, so making an excuse to differentiate himself from his alter ego was no longer an option either. Finally, on his face were the 3 pairs of whisker marks that distinguished him as Naruto Abadan. Naruto, Circex spoke. If Naruto heard him, he didn't react. He had eyes for only one person, and that was the blonde teen that was slowly getting up from the hole in the ground he'd been knocked into. Powerful and resourceful, I see. I never even thought you'd brave the dimensional gap to find a way here. You must really care about your friends. The teen spoke, a grimace on his face. Sadly, I don't think my patron can take any more injuries. We'll meet again, King of Framp, our destinies dictate it. Naruto tried to jump at him, but was stopped as several walls rose from the earth. It was probably another devil's power, but Naruto didn't have the time to think it over. He raised a fist and punched cleanly through the half a dozen or so walls, only to find a dimensional rift closing on the other side. The teen had escaped again. He turned back to look at the remaining fighters, 2 of whom were still trying to come to terms with who he truly was. He looked them over, relaxing as he confirmed their safety. A little pang of pain shot out in his heart as he saw an injured Graphia nestled within Cirzek's grasp, but disappeared as soon as he saw Arya's smiling face. He then turned to face Susanoo. Susanoo, your mother and Yasaka are waiting for you in Kyoto. Things are afoot, and I'm going to cash in my favors. Susanoo understood, and a magic circle appeared below him, teleporting him away. Masakado and Yamato Takaru gave Naruto a dignified bow and followed suit. Finally, Naruto addressed the rest of the congregation. I know you have questions, and I know I owe you answers. Sadly, they'll have to wait. There are things happening that are beyond all of us, and I need to go to Kyoto to do some things. Naruto felt the power of the whole return, so he put it to use, creating a passageway between Kuo and Kyoto. You'll get your answers soon, please be patient. Wait. Circex shouted, a distraught look on his face. Are you really Naruto Abadan? He asked, and a slightly bemused expression appeared on Naruto's face. What do you think? He asked, answering Cirzek's question with one of his own, and then stepping through the hole without demanding an answer. As the hole closed, only one thought echoed in Cirzek's Lucifer's mind. I'm fucked. Your underling made for a very convincing replacement for Hellel's body. You should be proud of her. Solomon walked into the dark, damp cell that housed a contraption holding back a small, black-haired girl. Judging by her size, the machine seemed like overkill, especially taking into account the number of seals, wards and magical circuits that were embedded into its construction. When you took into account that the captured girl was Ophis, the Dragon of Infinity, even such measures looked half-assed. But half-assed or not, they were effective. Contributing to her confinement were the innumerable amount of injuries on her body. They all looked incredibly fresh, and if someone was to take a closer look at her body, one could easily tell that almost all her bones were broken as well. I got the ring from him. His soul will serve as good fodder for my power. Solomon spoke, passing his fingers close to the little dragon's eyes. I also faced Abadan. I expected him to be nothing great, based on what you told me, but my oh my, he completely destroyed me. I would have died within the first 10 minutes of battle had I been unable to pass my wounds on to you. He jeered. Ophis could only whimper. The gag in her mouth didn't allow her to do much else. But of course, I don't have to tell you that. You felt every hit, every single laceration, every single broken bone. Didn't you? He cupped her face in his right hand, allowing the healing light to ease her suffering a little. He didn't want her getting used to it, though, lest she forego healing herself. A dragon's healing factor was no small power, and he needed it if he was to make the most of his shield. Now, you're going to get some time to heal up. This new ring carries the power of Antidon, and I'll need some time to get used to it. Then I believe I'll be able to take Framp's king down. If not, then back to the drawing board again. He let go of her face and walked out of the cell. It goes without saying that till he dies, you're going to be my personal meatbag, lowly dragon. Ciao. He slammed the door shut and warped away from the isolated prison. The crying of its only inmate went unheard, as always. And that's that. I'm kinda not impressed by how this chapter turned out. The entire thing's basically a 20-minute fight and I took over 10k words to write it. Other than that, I recently got affiliated by Twitch. My Twitch channel is named Kiln3 and I hope some of you do show up for my stuff. I stream every Thursday to Sunday and I do all kinds of games. Feel free to drop by. Cruel Ruin, just to repeat from ch.1. Note: this is not my story, nor is it an adoption. This is purely for reading purposes. The author had his muse killed by the community, leading to him deleting this, and I've simply decided to re-upload it to be able to read it again. Don't go hassling the dude to revive it, or trying to get me to continue it.